New Tauntaun comes with an open belly rescue feature.
You'll be okay, Luke, as soon as I chase away that thing. Papa!
Luke.
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Captain Solo, Echo Base. This is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, you guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. There's something different about him.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
Don't think anymore. I do the thinking around here.
Have you now? What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
He saved us. He really did it.
Remember, the Force will be with you, always.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Star Wars, Revenge of the Sith. Not My Star Wars deep dive. The fall of Anakin Skywalker. Good to see you guys. Very happy to go over Revenge of the Sith today. Another one of the great prequel films. Well, I think they're all good. Um, as I've said before, Attack of the Clones is my personal favorite, but being objective, for me, Star Wars in order goes 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So as far as the actual quality of the film, pacing, effects, story, everything, I'd have to say that Sith is the best of the prequels. And of course that varies. You know, some people hate this movie or the other or love the other. I know there's people that say that Jedi totally sucks, and I don't know what's wrong with you, but okay. But anyways, very happy to do Sith. It's a very cool film. A lot of great action. We get to see the fall of Anakin, which is very important. I think that all 6 films are very important. And if you love Star Wars, you should enjoy them all. They all are very important parts of the story. But theoretically, you could just watch Sith and Jedi. Or you could just watch Sith, right, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 and 2, while I think are beautiful and should definitely be a part of your experience, you could theoretically, you don't lose on the main core of the story, right? You lose on the details of Anakin. And, you know, of course, the Senate and everything going on, that's very important as well. But just saying, you could theoretically do 3, 6 or 3, 4, 5, 6 and get the main story here. But anyways, a few little things we'll talk about before we begin. Wearing black, of course, for Anakin, his turn. I was going to wear this shirt, but it's so destroyed. But this is, see if you guys can see it. One of my favorite shirts of all time. I've had this shirt since Sith came out, a little bit before. You can see the holes in it. I didn't want to excite anybody. Showing my chest, I'm just being funny. But I love this shirt. I've been through some hard times in my life. I've lost most of everything I ever owned, and I managed to hold on to this shirt. You can see it's falling apart, but it's one of my favorite. It's not an official scene from the films, but favorite like images of Star Wars. And for those of you that may have not seen it or couldn't see it too well, it's Anakin turning. It's like just him about to become Vader. And remember that Vader is before the suit. Anakin, as we know him as a human, is Vader. So you see him just becoming Vader, and his Jedi robe flowing into the actual Vader. When I went to see Sith at the theater in Maryland, where I grew up, there was this massive banner of it. And I know a lot of you probably remember this and saw it. Also at different premieres. I'm pretty sure in What Star Wars Used to Be, which is a section out of the Skywalker Legacy documentary, you see it as well when they're doing the Revenge of the Sith section. So just one of my personal favorite images of all of Star Wars is that very flowing and seamless, right, of Anakin, Vader, Darth Vader, right, the machine. Very cool. So love that. I was going to wear it again, but it's so raggedy. I was like, no, I can't wear that thing. But you know, just a little piece of my old nostalgia, something I was able to hold on to. Love that image and that shirt. I can't let it go. People bitching me all the time. The thing has holes in it. What are you doing? And it's like, hey, find me a new one and I'll throw it away. But I love that scene. One of these days I'll get the poster or something. And you know, it's not that I'm so attached to the shirt. It's just it's one of those few things I have from back in the day. So anyways, we'll talk about a few things. Let me catch up with you guys here. Hello, Revan. I saw you earlier. Hopefully you're back, or you'll be back. I love this movie. Yeah, I love it too. One of my favorite all-time Star Wars movie. Me too. Yes. See you soon. And here we are. I have the DVD loaded and ready to go. All right. Latest episode of WandaVision. I haven't been able to watch it. I'm just so busy. I hear very mixed things. For the most part, I hear it's pretty okay. It's cool. it's one of those we got to see where it goes because it's like, but I've been hearing pretty good things about it. I've been wanting to check it out. I will when I get some free time. I'm just so busy. But I've heard pretty good things about it. I've heard a few little negative things, but nothing like, oh, you know, this breaks this or is a huge mess or so. I've heard pretty positive things. I do want to check it out. I like the concept anyways. It seems pretty cool. What a neat surprise to wake up to. Great. I'm glad you're here. I hope I can entertain you and we have some fun with Revenge of the Sith. Wampa, Wampa. Yes. I said that a million times as a kid. That was one of the cooler Star Wars toys, that Wampa. He was really neat. You know, the Hoth toys, the Empire toys in general, but the Hoth toys, you know, the original Star Wars toys are beautiful, gorgeous, immaculate, wonderful. But just being a little bit objective, like the quality of the Empire toys got a little bit better, and particularly like the Hoth stuff, the Tauntaun that had the belly, it was like rubber, and you could separate it as if you cut it open, and you could put Luke in it. The Snow Speeder, you could put batteries and the lasers. The AT-AT the cannons could fire and would glow up. Really, a lot of great toys from that era. The little harpoon would come off and you could wrap it. Really awesome toys. Han in his Hoth suit, Luke and Leia in their Hoth suits, the probe droid, the Imperial probe droid. So many cool things from Empire. What a great movie that is. And the toys from that were amazing. All the Star Wars toys were amazing. Jedi had some cool stuff, the scout bikes, you know, the speeder bikes. But yeah, the Wampa was, I love that guy. Nostalgia that I wish I had for those toys. Yeah, sadly you missed out on that stuff, but they're around. I mean, you can buy a lot of that stuff, and a lot of them aren't too expensive. You can get some of them pretty cheap. Granted, something like mint condition in the car with the card in the box, you know, is going to cost you, but you can get a lot of that stuff. Which is nice that they're still kind of circulating and you can get them affordably. So that's cool. And it goes to show toys that are 43 years old that people still love and still buy, and there's commerce for them. They get traded and sold. Star Wars just put out a whole 50th anniversary of Star Wars toys, and there's no Rey, there's no Kylo, there's no Rose, there's no Finn, there's no Emperor Palpatine, there's no Snoke. There's not a single sequel trilogy toy, but there's a Jar Jar Binks. So that goes to show you, as much as people talk, the truth is the majority of Star Wars fans don't give a damn about the sequel trilogy or Disney Star Wars. We want real Star Wars. And the proof is in the pudding. The box office, the excitement, the allure, the toys. That's the real tangible stuff. And Disney has not gotten anywhere close. In fact, they killed that. So, you know, there's a Jar Jar toy, brand new in 2021, and not a Rey. So, Darth Jar Jar might happen. Again, as I said, there are indications. I mean, certainly it fits. I've shown you guys, and we'll talk a little bit more about it here. There's very little Jar Jar, but there's, you know, a little bit. References. It does fit. And we don't know officially, but Lucas may have had that intended. There are clues towards that. And it's interesting now, some art has been coming out for Darth Jar Jar. And I'm not saying it's because of me, but how ironic. I start talking about Darth Jar Jar weeks ago with Phantom Menace, and here we are. All of a sudden there's a Jar Jar toy, and there's Darth Jar Jar being talked about. And it's interesting. So we'll see. Maybe Disney does some spin-off or cartoon or something with Darth Jar Jar. There's rumors of him in Obi-Wan. There's rumors of him in some of the other new shows. We'll see what happens. I don't think he really fits, but as far as now in this time, or in Mandalorian time, but we'll see what happens. It's funny. Greetings, programs. Good to see you, D. I bought the Dexter Jetster action figure on Amazon because of your episode 2 stream. He arrived today. Awesome. That's so awesome. Send me a picture. I'd love to see him. Even if you're not in the picture, that's okay. If you don't want to, you know, but show me a picture of, I'd like to see the layout, like how the package is and all that. That's really cool. You know, and I hope that part of my streams and my channel is celebrating George Lucas is the primary focus here. So I hope to remind the older crowd of the nostalgia and maybe get you excited again, or to show the younger people, you know, the magic and the beauty of what Star Wars used to be. What Star Wars used to be. So very cool. If you don't mind, send me a picture. NotMyStarWars1977 @gmail. And if anybody wants to send me anything, you're more than welcome. GETTR, yeah. Yeah, I love that part of. That's probably my favorite part of that whole intro is Messy dribbling around and shooting the shit out of a goal with BB-8. I love that. You know, let me tell you something. As far as video editing, that one was to get frame by frame BB-8. You know, because Messi like jukes out people and he kicks the ball around the defender, and it's like it was tricky to do that. But I got it pretty good, and I think it's just marvelous. Personally, I love that scene. It's so funny. And I got the BB-8 that's an actual green screen, so you notice he's spinning. You know, I have to pat myself on the back on that one because it's badass. Very happy to see you, Not My Star Wars. Been looking forward to this all week. Thank you so much. Again, love you guys. You've been huge supporters, so thank you so much, guys. Evening. Hey, what? Evening to you too. Hope you have a good time. I don't remember you or recognize you, so welcome. Is that it's hard to see. Is that Jin? Is that Anakin? It's hard to see because you have like a blue sheen. I'm almost thinking that's Jin. Your little avatar. Yes, that design, yes. The I assume you mean my Anakin. Yeah, I love this scene. Or image. Soon I'll have a new apprentice, one far younger and more powerful. Correct. Good to see you, Deck Tunics. I've noticed you've been commenting on my videos. I appreciate it. You know, it helps tremendously that you guys watch the videos. Of course, a like always helps. Even a dislike, because YouTube is looking at interaction. But one of the huge things is a comment. You know, if you guys remember and you don't mind, leave a comment. Hello, this is great. I hate this, whatever. Whether it's good or bad, that interaction on the video helps push that video. In particular, man, my Skywalker Legacy has like 3,700 views. I'm like, I think that should have 1 million views. I mean, can I get like 50,000 at least? That documentary, really. Please watch it if you haven't seen it. I promise you will love it. If you truly love Star Wars, you will love that documentary. But yeah, comments help tremendously. Even if you're unhappy with something, even if you want to counter something, even if you have a question, whatever, it helps tremendously. I just realized that Kylo Ren's mask is a ripoff of Darth Revan's. Yeah. They're saying the EU never happened, so they can steal from it. Well, I've said it many times, but I'll say it again in case you didn't hear me or anyone knew. There's a few things here. One, when they use Lucas's properties, they have to pay Daddy George. Okay, that's a big reason. But also, because of Disney's ego, they put all that stuff aside. Here's the thing. Disney does a lot of stupid things, and you look at them and you're like, my God, they don't understand Star Wars. The reality is they do understand a lot of it, and they do know. They just are purposely doing this to make Star Wars theirs. So they took away Boba Fett movie and made Mandalorian. Why? Because we took basically the whole concept of Underworld, 1313, Boba Fett, and then we created a new one. So now we don't have to pay George, but we also can say, see what we made? But when you're someone like me that researches and has all the proof that you stole that shit, Cassian Andor, Saw Gerrera, Jim Erso, Mandalorian, all this stuff that they're coming out with, Kylo Ren's mask, and I'm not the only one that sees this. Of course, many others do. But they do that so that you start to get it in your head that Disney created this thing. Now, for all of us here, we know what Star Wars is. So it's not like they're just going to put out Kylo and be like, oh, well, that's original. But it's like I've said many times, the danger is your kids, your grandkids, 10, 20, 100 years from now are going to watch Kylo and be like, oh my God, that's amazing. Look at that. And then they'll go back and look at other stuff and be like, that's weak. That was dumb. Rey could force heal. Yoda sucks. Or they won't even bother to look back. They'll think it's a totally different Star Wars, an old antique thing that doesn't. The real Star Wars was what Disney made. And that's what Disney's doing, is they're trying to make it as if they're making new stuff so that future generations get it in their heads that Star Wars is Disney. It's the mouse. And that's a big part of this channel, celebrating George. And I will always remind people what Star Wars was and what it should be, not Disney's manifestation of it. Who knows? Maybe in 50 years, these videos will still be here. I don't know. We'll see. YouTube could disappear tomorrow. They could take all my videos down. Who knows? But hopefully, you know, your kids one day will be able to watch this stuff and see what real Star Wars was. And yes, it's a copy off of Revan and many other things. The only Star Wars toys I have are 80s 3PO, R2, Wicked. Well, those are great ones. Awesome ones. Frozen, hello there. Good to see you. I heard the Lego Bestman set from 2003 is very expensive these days. I would think it probably is. Apparently 2003 was not a very good year for Lego. They lost money back then. Possibly. Although, well, because Attack of the Clones, yeah, there wasn't too much Lego then. But I can tell you that they sold a lot of clones toys, especially the clone troopers. They were selling the crap out of those. I know people that have massive collections of clones. So, Sith started selling again pretty well. The thing is, with Phantom Menace, they just oversaturated. They made so much stuff, and people got a little bit overwhelmed by it. And in fact, on Phantom Menace, they made too many toys. On Attack of the Clone, they made too few toys. And then on Revenge of the Sith, and this comes from Jonathan Rinzler and also other behind-the-scenes stuff. Revenge of the Sith, they like figured it out and got the right amount of merchandise toys. So there probably was a little lull there. My name is Raphael. Good to meet you, Raphael. Andor Man, good to see you. I grew up when the prequels came out, and I remember the hype even then. I vividly remember running around the neighborhood with lightsabers, dueling each other, and doing kid stuff. Not like that now. No, it sure isn't. That's awesome. I grew up with the OT, but I love the PT, as you guys know, and that's very cool. And it makes me happy that I can celebrate the PT with a lot of you younger guys. I know that a lot of you grew up with that stuff, and that's like your introduction to Star Wars. And I know a lot of guys that prefer the PT over the OT, and that's cool, whatever. But yeah, you know, I'm glad that I can celebrate that stuff with you. Mr. Box 2000, Minecraft. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay, Minecraft. Welcome. Started this gangster shit. Things I get. Hello. Do kids go outside and play still? Like, honestly, it's a legit question. Well, in the past year, no, nobody goes outside. But in general, no, it's not like when we were kids. Not at all. You know, I lost Hoth toys playing in the snow. I grew up in Maryland, so I had plenty of snow every year. I lost the Tusken Raider at the beach. I'll never forget that. And I literally like put him down, and I looked, and I knew where I put him down, and I looked away for a second, and he was gone. It's like he crawled in the sand. He ran away. And, you know, it's like your eyes, they get deceived. I lost him in it like that. He was gone. I'll never forget that. I don't know, 6 years old or something, 8 years old. Most likely it was Cape Cod because I used to go there all the time. But I'll never forget, I lost my Tusken Raider at the beach. I used to go to this little creek close to my house. It was pretty neat. There was like this large rock face and then this little creek. And it was like this wide. It wasn't so big. And then on the other side was like dirt, little hill. And it was like an awesome little forest scene. It was like a big river going through, and I lost probably a couple toys there, you know, and you would always lose like the gun or the lightsaber or stuff like that. But yeah, I used to play, but not just Star Wars, you know, Transformers and other stuff, G.I. Joe. Ooh, I used to play tons of G.I. Joe stuff. And we'd take them outside and play with them and set up scenes and relive, you know, comics and cartoons and the movies. But no, I don't think the kids do that so much anymore. If anything, a lightsaber or like a water gun or a fake laser, you know, Cowboys and Indians, I think, is pretty much dead. For better or worse. But yeah, I don't think the kids really do that anymore. Kids don't really have the same interest in toys. Then again, a lot of toys are just dumb these days. And then there's like wacky toys. Like I've heard of toys that take a dump. Like literally, there's a few of them. And I've actually seen pictures of them, like so that kids can see how a creature or a person takes a dump. It's like, and I guess the idea was to show potty training, but like your parents could just do that. I don't know. It's like a weird world we live in these days. Yeah, there's actually that toy out there, believe it or not. Just a second. I'm going to take this disc out just so it's not running. It's funny. I work at night. I'm a night owl, so I was up late and like at 8 a.m. I'm looking on YouTube and Spaceballs came up. I was like, oh man. So I watched a few minutes on YouTube, and then today I was trying to burn it to get some scenes from it, but for some reason I didn't really, or copy it to my hard drive, but it didn't seem to work. I'll play with it some more. But yeah, I don't think kids go out. One hell of a great movie franchise. It's the best movie franchise. Hi, hello there, AMJH4LAH. Allah? Forla? Trying to figure out what your name means. Not sure. Anyways, welcome. BB-8's a ball. How does he take down everyone he comes across? He's a ball. Yeah, well. Because Disney, that's why. What? It's me. Oh, that avatar is you. Okay. It's hard to see. It's so small. And it has that blue sheen. I guess you're making yourself a Force Ghost there. Cool. Who is better, 3PO or R2? R2 all day. That's not even a conversation. 3PO is cool, and some people might like him better, but objectively better, R2. R2 is like a Swiss Army knife. He's literally the person that's telling you the Star Wars story. He's in all the major events and saves the heroes every time. It's not even close. C-3PO is just around to translate stuff. And, you know, he's important. I'm not saying he's not part of the gang or an important part of Star Wars, but that's not even a conversation. We doing Rogue One after Rots or going to NIH? I'll talk at ANH. We'll talk about that in just a second. Oh my God, that is so cool, man. Not sure which part, but good. Just finished WandaVision after finishing the latest episode. Now I hope Magneto shows up in the finale. Yeah, I keep hearing stuff about Vision, so we'll see. Here to say celebrate George Lucas. Yes, yes, indeed. That is what I'm here for. And to call out Disney's dumbass shit too. But you know, the main thing. Listen, guys, let's pretend George Lucas didn't exist. Star Wars didn't exist. Well, first of all, we wouldn't all be so harsh because it's Disney's creation. But to be realistic, Disney breaks their own stuff all the time. So it would just be, you know, like Disney Star Wars is dumb because it is. So whatever. But yes, please. Thank you, D. Yeah. He sure could have. Me personally, and I've talked about this in the past, he should have kept control. He should have had someone that he trusted. Well, it could have been Kathleen. He could have said, Kathleen, here's a year. Show me what you're going to do. Ultimately, I'm in control. So I have to sign off on stuff. But you have free reign. I'm not going to be breathing down your neck. Go. And then after a year, he'd see like what she did, and he'd be like, "You're fired." It's what he should have done. Hell, give it to me. Give it to somebody that cares. Shit. You know, I don't mean give it to me. I'm saying put someone like me in charge. You own it. You control it. So that if anything goes off path, you know, you want to separate yourself. But as he said, you know, he can't do that. He wants to be involved. And if he's going to be involved every day, then that's not really retiring. And he truly wanted to move on. Now, he could have sold it to any number of people. Sadly, he thought that Kathleen was going to, you know, represent and respect, and that Filoni and all these people were going to respect. And, well, they didn't. You know, they said they were going to use the scripts. They didn't. They said he was going to be consulting. He wasn't. So at that point, he had no choice. He sold it. He should have been a little more careful, yes. But it is what it is. And to be fair, you know, it is logical that Disney, such a huge studio that can do the stuff with the parks, and they have hotels and cruises, and you know, they have their own studios, and the best of the best. They could have done amazing things with Star Wars. Instead, they just decided to step all over it. So, you know, while I was very skeptical from the day that I heard it, I said, "Oh no, he sold it." But I said, if anybody got it, well, at least Disney, they have the ability to do it. And maybe they'll show the respect for it because they have their own vault. But now, as we can see, they're trashing their own stuff. They're redoing not only properties they bought, like Splash. Sorry, you younger crowd, you're never going to see the quick glimpse of Daryl Hannah's ass. But they're also like, you know, just recently they announced they're editing stuff on their own films. Walt Disney is rolling around in his grave right now. But, you know, we all thought if anybody, well, Disney could do it, and they blew it. I'm not going to make Boba Fett. I'm going to make not Boba Fett so I can make Boba Fett. Exactly. That's literally what they did. What really pissed me off about Disney is that they got rid of the Force Unleashed series. That was one of my favorite Star Wars series. Yeah, the Force Unleashed game. I did play 2, but very little, whereas 1 I totally played. Very cool stuff. It was a little bit much like a Star Killer, you know, pulling a Star Destroyer out of the sky. But as it's expanded universe and it's to the side, amazing game. Super fun. Great graphics. A lot of fun. You could do some wicked stuff in there. Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, Disney had they literally had the money printing machine, and they just threw a wrench in it. Literally just threw a wrench into it. Star Wars games shouldn't all be canon. Yeah, well, they're not. That's the thing. Anything that contradicts or is out of place with the films is not canon. And that includes the EU. As much as I love the EU, respect it, fight for it, it was never truly canon. Very close. You can use it to fill in canon, but it's never true canon because there's contradictions. And anything that contradicts 1 through 6 is not canon. Anything that, even if it doesn't contradict, can be bent, then it's not canon, because there's only one thing that cannot be broken, 1 through 6. That's the only true canon. I thought Lucas took the Force Unleashed out of canon, not Disney. Yes, well, again, it wasn't truly canon, because Starkiller was way OP, as awesome as he was. But it's like what I just said, because when something contradicts 1 through 6, it's automatically not canon. Before he sold, yes. Yeah, and there was talks like in the very beginning that, yes, this is a canon game. George Lucas had touched on that, and I understand the confusion. But at the end of the day, he said that's not canon because it's too much. The only figure I have is this Black Series Return of the Jedi Luke. Oh, wow. I would love to see him. I bet he's beautiful. Send me a picture. NotMyStarWars1977 at Gmail. I bet he's beautiful. Show me all the pieces and all that stuff. Even if it's just with your phone, a simple picture. I'd love to see him. I really want a really nice Black Series Boba Fett, highly detailed. I don't know if there's even any I used to have a lot of beautiful Boba Fett's, but oh well, it's another lifetime. Remember the Force Unleashed protagonist appeared on Soul Calibur 4 along Vader and Yoda. Good old days, yes. And I think, you know, it's cool that you have like stuff like skins, like you could be Boba Fett in Force Unleashed 2, and it's neat. But then realistic, like I'm not a fan of Boba Fett with a lightsaber in his hand and doing Force stuff and all that. Boba Fett has his own merits. He doesn't have to have the Force or lightsabers. And I think it's fun, you know, to have other skins and stuff like that. But I'm also a little iffy on it because it's like it's Star Killer, you know. But it's cool. Toy Story 5? Nah. I don't think I've seen even 3. Last I really saw was 2. I was never a big fan of Toy Story, personally. I never cared for it too much. I think they're fun. They're nice enough movies. I just never really got into them. Jabba the Hutt toy when I was little, yeah. He was cool. He was really cool. Cowboys and Indians is considered racist and not PC now. That's why it's not played. Oh, I love humans. Yeah, I know. That's why I said for better or worse, because nowadays people are like, oh my God, Cowboys and Indians. But guess what? It was a reality of our world, in particular the United States. But not just, there are cowboys and Indians in a lot of other countries, and particularly Latin American countries. Peruvians, Mexicans, you know, these are somewhat like Indians. They're very native people. So, you know, Guatemalans, and that's not me. I'm not speaking badly. I'm just saying that they have a very indigenous history, and there was very much, you know, gaucho. If you've ever heard the word gaucho, that's basically a cowboy in Spanish, and particularly in Argentina. So, you know, it's a reality of the world. But anyways, everybody's, you know, little pussies. So I love R2D2, you know, and I try to be courteous. I'm not here like, you know, saying a bunch of stuff, but I'm not a piece, like, I don't give a shit. If something is something, I call a spade a spade. You know, there's certain things I'm not going to say that are just, you know, totally disrespectful. But, you know, on the same token, I speak pretty freely and openly because that's who I am. I don't believe in that PC crap. R2 is awesome. R2 for life. Yes. Darn straight. PS Public. So what term do you use for Lucas only fans? Lucasites? I've never really thought about it, but I mean, what always comes out of my mouth is real Star Wars fans. I mean, it's not even a label, it's a reality. I mean, you know, if you truly love Star Wars, then you like Lucas. Doesn't mean you worship the man or he's perfect at everything. No. I've said it many times. He might not know how to tie his own damn shoes. But when it comes to space operas, there's nobody even close to George Lucas. He's the maker. So real Star Wars. That's what I say. Fans of real Star Wars. Because everything October 31st, 2012 on is not real Star Wars. And that's not me like, I don't like it. That's me telling you factually that they have broken canon, broken their own canon, and decanonized themselves. So it can't even be real Star Wars. Dave phony baloney macaroni. I don't blame J.J. Abrams for the sequel. It was Rian Johnson. J.J. started it. He is to blame. Ryan was like, yes, the hammer that just shattered it. Absolutely. But he's responsible. And so is KK. And so is Alan Horn. And so is Bob Iger. And so is Dave Filoni, who was on the set with them and let them do that shit. JJ is responsible. He did that shit to Star Trek too. So you gotta be real. I'm not saying it's all him, but we gotta be real. He did dumb stuff in Force Awakens. You are mad about Force Unleashed? Us Jedi Outcast fans are furious that the last great lightsaber game was back in 2004. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Well, I don't think he meant just that. I think he meant that, that's an example of all of Disney's nonsense, right? All of that stuff. EU, all those old games, all the old comics, all the old toys, all that stuff. That's Star Wars lore, Star Wars history, true canon. And even though some of it doesn't align with 100% canon, it's still Star Wars canon, right? Star Wars galaxy. So I don't know. I can't speak for Brian, but I think that's what he meant. The overarching, them going away from what real Star Wars was. Cosmic Jesus, hi, hello there, welcome. I remember building Angry Birds bases out of Lego and putting them all throughout the house to play with. I'm so sad the Angry Birds no longer exist. I know they were like much later in my life, so I never was a big fan of them. But I know of them and played the game a little bit. There is some Star Wars Angry Birds stuff. I'm sure you're aware, not just toys and games, but there's like a couple videos. I almost used a part of it for my Boba Fett tribute, but then I was like, this is too far away, so I didn't use it. But there's a whole little Boba Fett thing, like capturing Han and the carbonite and all that. So if you haven't seen it, let's not even talk about having KOTOR 3. Yeah, who knows? See, and that's the thing. It's like I've said many times. If this was 15, 20 years ago, and you said KOTOR 3 or a Boba Fett show or Obi-Wan Kenobi series, I'd be like, hell yeah. Today, you've seen Jake Skywalker, right? So be prepared for what Obi-Wan Kenobi's going to be. So no, I'm not overly excited for KOTOR, because what they're going to do is rewrite it and change everything from KOTOR 1 and 2 as if it's their own new shit and do some nonsense. And I don't know. It could, I don't know, maybe it will be a good game, but has Disney honestly made a great Star Wars game? I know that some people like, what is it, Fallen Order? But does it truly stack up to the old Star Wars games? No, we all know it doesn't. I've never played The Force Unleashed 2. I heard Starkiller's clone is that one and goes around Camino. Yeah, it's been a long time since I played it. But it was cool too. It had more features, like I said, skins and stuff. I've also played Super Star Wars on SNES, yeah. So I played 4 LucasArts. Yeah, there's many. Well over 100. Games like The Force Unleashed are really good. I love the series. Yeah, it was cool. For sure. Super Empire Strikes Back, yes, sir. X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. I did. That was a million years ago. Yes. I got a Lego Sarlacc pit in 2012. I used to pretend Boba Fett would fly out and kill a bunch of bounty hunters, even Savage Opress. Sweet. That's awesome. I remember Thrawn appearing in TIE Fighter, although I didn't know it was him until years later. No, that was a hard game. Yeah, that was a tough game. What makes them Indians when they're born in America? You're talking about like our Indians, cowboys and Indians? Well, because Indians is referring to like indigenous. It's not necessarily a derogatory word. It became derogatory because then people were like, oh, Indians, you know. But it's not to say that they're that it's bad or they're from somewhere else. On the contrary, they're Indians because they are indigenous, because they are from the native, from the land. That's why I was saying like Peru, Guatemala, El Salvador, you know, a lot of these Latin American countries. Mexico has a lot of indigenous people. So that's why they are Indians, not in a bad way, but that's because they are from that land. Most hated Star Wars character. That's a tough one because I really love all the Star Wars characters. I truly do. And no, not Jar Jar. technically it's not Star Wars, but Rose Tico, but that's not even Star Wars, so it doesn't really count. Most hated. Well, I wouldn't first of all say hated because I don't hate any real Star Wars characters. Most disliked. I don't know. I'd have to think of that because I don't really dislike any of them. I really love all of the Star Wars characters. Let me think about it. I also got a huge Lego General Grievous on my shelf. It's awesome. Nice. Rose. Star Trek has Trekkies. Harry Potter has Potterheads. Star Wars has real Star Wars fans. Yeah, that's what I would say. If we're being honest, Clone Wars is the best Star Wars. That's opinion. I can't agree with that. But if it is to you, cool. But I can't objectively agree to that. First of all, OT is crown jewel above everything. So, to anyone who thinks JJ is innocent, look at Star Wars Apocrypha YouTube video. Great documentary and development of TFA and TLJ. I'll have to look at that. Apocrypha? Is that what that's supposed to be? Galactic Civil War is slightly better. Yeah. Who doesn't love Star Destroyers? Yes. JJ is definitely as responsible as Ryan for breaking. Yeah, well, I'd say that Ryan a little bit more because he just blatantly fuck it, JJ at least kind of tried to tiptoe around. But yeah, I mean he is very much responsible. He set the stage. He didn't he left Luke for the last 30 seconds of the film instead of establishing that this is why Luke is here and what's going on. So he left it wide open for Ryan to just be like, okay, well, it's JJ's fault too. I mean, it is. You can't get around that. You can't get any old Angry Bird games on the App Store anymore. Rovio deleted them. But there are YouTube videos. Yeah. Fallen Order was amazing. Yeah, I haven't played it, to be fair. I've seen quite a bit about it, but I haven't played it. I know a lot of people seem to like it. I don't know. I think amazing is a little bit of a stretch, but I haven't played it, so I can't say, to be fair. Your new video, George Lucas explains why Star Wars fans hate the prequels. When the camera cuts to Samuel and Natalie Portman faces, dang, they look so serious. Yeah, that whole interview, I think because, okay, they were in Cannes and they know that the touchiness of the prequels, right? And, I'm sure they were getting a lot of questions like, why do people hate them? Why do this? Why Jar Jar? Why that? So, they were kind of, just letting George talk. And they were, of course, everybody's about to see the film, so they were probably nervous, like, are they going to react badly to this one? But I think for most people, Sith kind of saved the prequels for them. I think that most people like Sith. So, but yeah, they do look kind of serious. They just, they kind of don't know what to say. But there's other interviews, and some of them I've shown that they talk, and it's not like they're totally like, oh my God, traumatized. They it's just that they know that all the hate from the past 6 years, right? So, who do you think would be a great live action Thrawn? I feel like Michael Fassbender would be a good choice. Just a second. I was thinking of making a video of this, but we could talk about it real quick. It's already been a few weeks and it's kind of late. But here, I'll show you guys something real quick. I really don't have a particular actor in mind. I care that they freaking do it correctly. The story and everything that Disney's done with Thrawn has been him as a cuck, so I'm not excited to see Thrawn. Okay, you guys can see that? Yes. This was 14th of January. Lars Mikkelsen has signed on to play Thrawn in the Ahsoka. So they've already cast him. Now, is this 100% guaranteed, verified? No. But according to, who is this? Small Screen, they have an insider that claims that he has been cast. And this person had told him looks like they got their man. Here's what one of our sources told us about Lars Mikkelsen having signed on to Star Wars Grand Admiral Thrawn in the live-action Star Wars shows. It's all done. I can confirm that Lars Mikkelsen will be playing Thrawn in live-action in the Ahsoka series. The deal might also include other Star Wars live-action shows beyond Ahsoka. I'll let you know. I then asked some sources I've worked with in the past whether they could corroborate this information, and many of them did, with one adding the following. Dave Filoni's been very keen on getting Lars to play Thrawn in live-action. He was his only real choice for the role. It does look like he signed on to play the Rebels character he voiced in the animated show. It also seems as though Lars will be playing Thrawn in other Star Wars live-action shows as well, not just Ahsoka. So this is, according to this guy, he says his source, and that his other sources corroborated it. So we don't really know if that's true. But this is what I've seen. For now, take it with a grain of salt, but it looks like, and it would make sense that this is who did it, and that if they're going to use him for one show of Thrawn, then he's going to be Thrawn. They're not going to use like different actors and different Thrawns. At least, well, with Disney, anything's possible. But anyways, Lars Mikkelsen looks like will be Thrawn. So, me personally, I don't have much an opinion because I'm more concerned with them fucking up Thrawn more than they already did in Rebels. And if we're bringing in Thrawn, why didn't you just do that for the sequel trilogy in the first place instead of the nonsense that you gave us? To me, all of it's way too late, it's beyond repair. You got to do, as I say, you got to delete all of it and start over. He was good in the X-Men movies and Prometheus. Yeah, no, I think he could do a good job, but we'll see. They are called Indians because Columbus thought he landed in India. Could be. Yeah, I don't know the thorough history of that, but it's more so the idea that them being Indians is because they are native to that land. Whether he thought he was in India or Nicaragua or Japan, right? And the etymology of the word I haven't looked up, so I can't say that, I'm just saying that the idea is. I found that Star Wars Apocrypha video yesterday by chance. Part 1 and 2. They're called Indians because Columbus thought he landed in India, called the natives Indians, and it stuck. Okay. What are your most favorite Star Wars characters? Boba Fett. I actually said this last week. Boba Fett, Luke Skywalker, R2, Grandmaster Yoda. Who was the other one I said? Because someone asked me like my top 5. Who was the other one I said? I don't remember right now. But, typical ones. Han, Obi-Wan, Vader. I always liked Emperor Palpatine. He's a badass. Pretty much Lando. Pretty much all the OTs. The Ewoks, Chewie. I really like the Scout Troopers. The speeder bike troopers. Love those dudes. Watto might be my least favorite. He's not on my high list, no. But I never had a problem with him. hard to say, man. You know, 6 months ago, I thought she was gone for sure. I got to be honest, a lot of you, and this might be you guys right here now, or someone that sees this in the future, or whatever. A lot of you getting excited about Luke Skywalker kind of ensured she's staying. And I know it's great to see Luke, but one, was it really all that? No. Two, the CGI was disgusting. It looked horrible. There's people on YouTube doing much better than that. And they didn't do that, as I've said many times, for you. They did it for them. They did it because they knew they needed subscribers. They were desperate. And they said, just throw Luke out there. That'll get them to shut up. And that's exactly what it did. It did exactly why they did it, is why they did it. Because a lot of you got all excited. Oh my God, Luke Skywalker, Star Wars is saved. If that's what's going to get you guys excited, then that's what we're going to be stuck with. Half-ass Star Wars. Now, personally, amongst your friends and amongst your family and, you know, in a conversation in a live stream, sure, but people making videos that Luke Skywalker, oh my God, and crying and screaming and hooting and hollering and Star Wars is saved. You've just told Disney, well, you can shit all over us for 12 years and then just, or 9 years, whatever, and then just throw out Luke for 3 minutes and everything's okay. Guys, it's still going to end up with Jake Skywalker. Favreau has confirmed many times that he is connecting the sequel trilogy. I don't know what you guys don't get, but it's there. So will she get fired? I don't know. From what I had heard last year, her contract was going to be over in January. It was renewed in September, so now we can presume that we have to wait till September. A lot of that will be how you guys react to Bad Batch, which Bad Batch I thought was terrible in Clone Wars. I thought they're OP and nonsense. Wrecker picking up and toppling over a transport gunship. I mean, come on. The hell? The leader that can sense ultramagnetic waves across a planet. Anakin Skywalker, the chosen one, can feel stuff from so far. And this clone can feel waves from across a planet. I mean, come on, Dave Filoni. So it's all up to you guys. If you get all excited about Bad Batch, that's only going to reinforce, you know. High Republic's pretty much sinking real bad, but there's people that like it. It's up to you guys. What y'all should have done is just stayed quiet about Luke and made them wonder, like, do they like it? What's going on? You should have all just stayed quiet about it and made them sweat. But instead, everybody got all excited. So now Disney's like, well, worst case, we'll just throw out a Boba Fett or a Luke Skywalker every now and then, and that'll keep them complacent. Will she get fired? I don't know. I don't have any insider information, and you know, that Luke thing really hurt the cause. It really did. So I don't think she's going anywhere, honestly. I doubt it. At this point, I really doubt it. Disney's so deep in the Bantha Poodoo that at this point they're like, whatever. You know, and you got to remember, she's the president of Lucasfilm, the executive producer of The Mandalorian. So if you're celebrating The Mandalorian, know that you're celebrating Kathleen Kennedy. Understand that. It really pissed me off when they canceled the Clone Wars for 6 years for Rebels. Kanan, Hera, Vader, and Maul were the only characters I liked. Ezra was annoying. I'm not a big fan of Ezra, honestly. I can't really stand Kanan either, but I do like Hera quite a bit. Favorite Star Wars games? All of them. I've played since the very beginning. The you know, the one where you're on Hoth with the snow speeder shooting the AT-ATs on the Atari. One that always sticks out to me is the Jedi Starfighter series 1 and 2, because I really like that you could play co-op with a friend and you had different starfighters to fly. Really like those. And you had, what's her name? That's where they introduced shoot, right now I can't remember her name. that female jet. That's where Hera comes from. Is that female Jedi pilot? Oh man, I can't remember her name now. Let me look her up. How am I forgetting her name? It's been so long. Anybody remember her name? Nobody does. How am I forgetting her name? She was such a cool character. I know, imagine a female Jedi pilot that was loved years ago. Imagine that. And I'm going totally blank on her name right now. Adigalia. Adigalia, yes. That is the one, Adigalia. She was cool. I love those particular games. Old Republic, I just started playing, and I have KOTOR 1 and 2. I've never played them. I've seen quite a bit. I think I will enjoy them very much. But probably Jedi Starfighter always sticks out to me. I really like, there was the arcade game where you had the controller. There was the stand-up version, but I played the sit-down version as well. And there was like cutscenes where you would. There was one where you would fight Vader. There was one where you would fight Boba Fett, and Boba Fett was like around the Sarlacc pit, like flying like in front of the barge, Jabba's barge, and he would like float with his jetpack and shoot at you, and you would have to like. There would be like arrows, and you would have to move your lightsaber or your Luke and block, and then swing and hit him. I can't remember the name of that game, but it was scenes like that was such a cool game. You fought over, you did the flying over the Star Destroyer, taking out the cannons, and it was really neat. You had all these scenes from the movies that you would play. Love that game. Probably my most favorite of all video games was the arcades. Galaga is my favorite all-time game. So Natalie looked like Ventress. Kind of, yeah. She maybe would have been a cool Ventress. The thing is she's kind of too short. Ventress is taller, a little bit more string beanie. Robert Downey Jr. didn't get the role. He wouldn't fit Thrawn. Yeah, I don't think he would. He could do it. He's a great actor, but I don't think he's the guy for it. If it's Lars as Thrawn, I hope they use a deeper, more threatening voice and not the one in Rebels. A Grand Admiral should have authority in his voice. Well, and that's what I was saying minutes ago. He's just going to be a little cuck bitch. So I'm not excited for Thrawn. And if they're literally using Lars, who was the Rebels, guess what you're going to get? That lame-ass Rebels Thrawn. That is not Grand Admiral Thrawn. So be prepared. You know, people are like, oh my God, Thrawn, Ahsoka show. Okay, be prepared. You're going to get Disney nonsense. Episode 106, The Mandalorian. They take a joke about the Gungans. Yes, what was your reaction to that? I'm lighthearted. I get it. Okay. But I kind of didn't like it. Like, you know, should you be making fun of Jar Jar when you guys have made nothing but shit Star Wars? By the way, you guys don't remember Luke Skywalker or the fact that Jedi exist, but yet you're making a joke about some random Gungan about Jar Jar Binks. You see how stupid Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau are? That show, like I've said many times, you just watch it on the surface, turn off your mind, and you just watch it and have fun. Okay, it's fun, it's cool. But if you really pay attention, that show's really fucking stupid. And if the entire galaxy does not remember Luke Skywalker or the Jedi, especially a Mandalorian bounty hunter, Bo-Katan, who was right there with Ahsoka Tano, don't know about Luke Skywalker and the Jedi. And yet you got Bill Burr's character, Mayfeld, making a joke about Jar Jar Binks. Do you understand the inconsistency? Do you see how stupid the writing is? I wasn't a big fan of it. You shouldn't be throwing rocks when you live in a glass house. And Jar Jar is pretty popular. They just came out with a new toy for Jar Jar. Have you read the recent? No, I have not. And again, I've been hearing that they cucked them again, so I'm not really interested. I remember watching Mojo's top 10 movies that should be remade. Number 2 was PT. Mojo's dumb. Going to retire. Yeah, I don't know the answer, guys. I think she's going to be around a little bit. I think she's going to get a cause in as much of it as she can, so she has her legacy at Star Wars. And if they were going to fire her, they would have fired her already. She's cost them billions of dollars. So obviously they're not going to fire her. They could not renew her contract, but everybody getting excited over Mandalorian and Luke for 30 seconds. Why would they get rid of her? You ever play Star Wars Empire War? Just started playing all of the mods for that game, which adds loads of Lucas era stuff only. Pretty fun to sit back and watch playthroughs of people playing. I'd have to get a refresh. I've played so many of them over the years. I don't remember specifically that one. I know the name. I would have to like see the cover and get a synopsis again to remember if I played that one or not. I didn't play all of them. As I've said many times, I'm a PlayStation guy. I was never a PC gamer. I can't stand the Xbox. So I missed out on KOTOR. I missed out on Republic Commando, some of those games. Now I got KOTOR for my laptop, and I will be playing them soon. By the way, I have another channel, Not My Star Wars Gaming. So I'm playing Call of Duty Mobile and Old Republic right now. And then when I finish Old Republic, I'll be doing KOTOR and then KOTOR 2. So I would have to get a refresher because honestly, right now I couldn't say. I can't remember. When you've played so much, read so much, seen so much, it starts to get a little blurry. Quarter made Luke look better. How do 5 Randys do a better job at CGI than a multi-billion-dollar company that's been making movies for a century? Yeah, well, but that's the reality that we're in. There's YouTubers making better videos than Disney. And effects. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's not a solution. It just opens a can of worms and more problems. So, to me, there's only one solution. There's only one solution. That is not a solution because now you not only are going to create like, oh, well, these people like this Star Wars, so they look at this. And these people like this Star Wars, and they look at this. So then nothing's official because it's all just whatever you like. Now there is no canon. There already is no canon, but now there's definitely no canon. And then it opens the door to 6 years, 20 years. They say, you know what? George Lucas's OT wasn't really, that's just an alternate. Here's what the real Star Wars story is. Can't allow it, guys. You can't have a multiverse because now they're going to use it against you. They're going to say that the original movies are not true canon. They can't touch the original movies. That was part of the contract. But they can do everything around them to fuck them up, including saying, that's not really official. The official story is this. And they'll redo 1 through 6. Mouseified. There's only one solution.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Everything Disney has made must be erased and start from zero. That's the only solution. Is there a possibility of a Star Wars being rebooted? Yes, and it will be. Also, will Jon Favreau take over the Star Wars franchise? I don't know. I don't think he's the person to anyways. Would I rather him than Kathleen? Of course. Everybody would. But he's not really the guy. He loves Star Wars. And he knows it like on a surface level. But that's why he has Filoni, because he doesn't know it like I do. Or like a lot of fans do. Or like Filoni does. So he's not really the person. You need someone like me. And it doesn't have to be me. Someone like me that runs Star Wars. Someone that's going to know, oh, you're trying to make a story about this and be like, nah, that's not going to fit into canon. You can't have, yes, I would have advisors, and yes, I would talk to Lucas all the time, and yes, I would not pretend to know everything and just not double, I would triple check everything. But I have enough Star Wars knowledge that if you tell me, well, we want to do this, this, and this, I can tell you right off the bat, nope, that's a problem. You have to rework that story. You have to change this or fix this. Or, okay, that's fine. That's perfect. Go. But if you don't have that kind of understanding of Star Wars, now you're going to have other people injecting their opinions and their ideas and lying to you and saying, oh, but this is okay. It's okay. That's what Filoni did. It's okay. And here we are with Jake Skywalker. Thanks a lot, Dave Filoni, who was on the set with Rian Johnson allowing that shit to happen. Thanks, Dave. He's not the person, guys. Jon Favreau's not the person. Now, is he the better alternative right now? Absolutely. No argument. I'll take him over Kathleen Kennedy all day. But ultimately, he's not the person. Does it even matter? Disney will milk the franchise until it dies. Reboot, ransom. Yeah, well, that's exactly what they're going to do. You're right. No half measures against Disney and all this, in my opinion. Fake hope of things changing when it's clearly not. Disney was sweating, but the public caved to one handout by Disney. Yep. That's the thing. Guys, I love Luke Skywalker. He was my hero too. I was super happy to see him destroying Dark Troopers. Don't get me wrong. But when you all are out here making videos, I'm like, yeah, and crying and screaming, and Star Wars is saved. I can't believe people have the nerve to say Star Wars is saved. Are you fucking kidding me? This is what we're going to get. Have you seen the Angry Video Game Nerds review of old Star Wars games on Atari and NES? It's really funny. No, I don't think so. I'll have to check it out. My favorite Star Wars game is either Lego Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Jedi Fallen Order. Yeah, I like the Lego stuff a lot too. At least the older ones. I haven't played the newer ones, but the old Lego Star Wars were a lot of fun. Using the Force to like pull the little bricks. Yeah, I love those. What do you think would happen if Jango Fett didn't die? I don't know. I never really thought about it. That's a whole video right there. It would change the entire galaxy. But he had to die because it's about Boba Fett. Jango was, I know a lot of people love Jango and think he's like the best. And no, Boba Fett is the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. George Lucas said it. Darth Vader said it. It's not even a conversation. Never mind an argument. Jango was just to show where Boba comes from. That's really what Jango was for. Now, in Jango's day, yes, he was the best and he was a badass. I love Jango. He was awesome. But he's really just filler. He was just really there to explain where the clones and Boba Fett come from, ultimately. That was his purpose. So I haven't even thought about it because he fulfilled his destiny. It was that he did what he was supposed to do. That's why he was there. It would change a lot of things, though, obviously. He was very powerful and impactful. So I would have to do a whole video or stream about that because it would just cause so many ripples in the galaxy. I mean, it would have been kind of neat for Boba to have more time with him and learn more, but Boba was 10 years old at that time, so he got a good decent amount from his father. And in lore, his father had a little book with like, I forget if it was like 6 or 10 main lessons, and they were like short little paragraphs or phrases. They weren't like very elaborate, but they were like important key things that his father left for his son to reflect on. So Ventress was hot. Yeah, I mean, as far as pale white alien Sith chicks go, yeah, she was pretty hot. You kind of have episode 3 Obi-Wan. His is a little bit longer, but it's funny. Mine is the Jedi Knight games, all of them. Episode 1 Racer, TIE Fighter, X-Wing, and KOTORs. TPM and ROTS official games are fun as well. Yes. There was a really cool, I'm glad you mentioned it. There was a cool Phantom Menace game. And you would go around, I remember a big part of it was fighting around Theed. fighting a lot of battle droids and stuff. It was a fun little game. Learning so much about Grogu will mean nothing because the First Order will kill him anyways. Yes. And we're going to talk a little more about that after we do the film. Sequel trilogy may not be perfect, but at least they're better than the prequels. Right? Haha, no, of course not. Best board game is Rebellion. As imps, you feel invincible until you realize the rebels win in 2 turns. As rebels, you hope that the Imperial fleet never finds your base before you win in 2 turns. You know, I never was much into like, I like cards, like playing spades or rummy. But as far as like card games, Magic, and that time, I never really got into that stuff. So I never really played. And I was never huge on board games. Like I like Monopoly and some stuff, but I never played those Star Wars games. So I can't say too much on them. It's interesting. I bet they were fun. I just didn't. Part of it is you need someone to play with, and I never had friends that were really into that. So I remember watching Corridors, GTA, Corridors or Colliders, GTA 5 video. It was really good. Plus, Stephen Ogg, the actor who played Trevor, was in it. They better not reboot the original trilogy. I will be done with the series if they start the whole universe from square one. Everything that made me love Star Wars will be gone. It won't happen for like another 10 or 20 years, but I guarantee you they're going to do that. And it's not that they're going to like, I mean, they could just do a reboot. But what I'm saying is this war between worlds crap, this multiverse crap is setting up exactly that. Now it gives them the wide open door to say, well, you know, that might have happened from a certain point of view. And then they're going to remake Star Wars. Be prepared because it's going to happen. It's not even me guessing or thinking, or I guarantee you that's going to happen, especially with what they're doing with this multiverse crap. So for anybody that's getting excited, like, yay, that's going to fix it, and that. Nope, it's actually going to make everything much worse. You think the Kenobi series will be worth it, or will be cheap? It's going to be cheap fan service, and they're going to cuck him just like Jake Skywalker. So put on your seatbelt. I already know they're going to do it with X-Men. Yep. The real question is, can Kenobi show be better than a good fanfic about Kenobi? That's exactly. Can Disney write better than a determined amateur writer? Nope. And you know why? Because they don't love Star Wars. That's who needs to be in charge of Lucasfilm. Someone that genuinely loves Star Wars. And when you love something or someone, you know all about them or that thing. So therefore, you don't need 15 advisors because you understand the parameters and the universe, and you can say yes, yes, no, 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 yes. Should you have some people with you that help you triple check things and make sure you don't do missteps and expand on things, and absolutely, but you need one person that's super knowledgeable. Dave Filoni's not it either. Dave Filoni knows a lot of shit, but one, he doesn't give a damn. And two, we already see his whole thing is about Ahsoka. He's not concerned with Star Wars. He's concerned with his little own universe. Dave Filoni ain't the one either. He's even worse. Holy shit, if he was in charge, holy shit, Star Wars would be a mess. Cad Bane was really cool. I hope this last arc of the Bad Batch is too late for Ventress and Grievous, but for Cad Bane, there's hope. Yes. I like Cad. Bad Batch feels like it's going to be Clone Wars season 7.5. Yeah, that's pretty much what you're looking at. Monopoly used to make me mad and bored. Yeah. Hi, the Star Wars Monopoly is fun going back to board game. Yeah, and if I had someone to play with it, I would love to play it. Maybe, who knows, Dead Girls, maybe one day we'll play some Star Wars Monopoly. You never know what can happen in life. By the way, I didn't see you last week, so I wanted to say very happy birthday to you. X and O from over here to you. Happy birthday. And it's good to see you. I'm not a board game fan at all, but Rebellion is great if you can find someone to play. It does take hours, but you never forget even a single game session. Organic, epic storytelling. Sweet. And don't get me wrong, if I would have had friends that were like into the card games, I would have played them. I didn't really know any, and granted, I wasn't searching them out either. So maybe there was people around. It's just I didn't really know anybody that into that. So thanks, Dave, for bringing in alternate universes and time travel. Exactly, and there is none of that. Star Wars is this. It's one continuity, one line, not alternate universes. Think about the EU. EU was not alternate universes. It was expanded. It was expanding on what is law. And that's why the EU is beautiful and important, because it was an expansion of reality. Some of it was a little bit off. Some of it had problems. Some of it contradicted. But 95% of it was great. Perfect. No problem. It was an expansion, so therefore it couldn't be true canon because it could be altered. And if it could be altered, that's not true canon. But it was an expansion of reality. Whereas Filoni is creating alternates. Now you've got two timelines. See the problem? And if you can have two, then you can have 3 and 4 and this one and that one and the other one. So now you're going to have Star Wars for 3-year-olds and Star Wars for the Raylos and Star Wars for the sequel people and Star Wars for the old schools and Star Wars for the Mandalorian people. And you see? And that's not how it works. Star Wars is this, period, one thing. And the second you start to deviate, it's not Star Wars. It's not canon. It's decanonized. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Is that when you start doing this alternate bullshit, multiverse, you're just going to make it all worse. Is there any Disney era Star Wars thing you like? Rogue One. I like, not love, but like. By the way, I've got getting a notice here, an alarm. Princess Leia has stopped by to join us. What's that, Leia? It appears that Leia has an important message coming in for us. What's going on, Leia? What's happening? An important update? Okay. What is it? What? What was that? Where did that come from? Oh, that was a mistake. This is what you're trying to send me. Okay. Baby Jen has joined the party. I told you she was coming. Please welcome Baby Jen. We'll talk about Rogue One in just a moment. Let me get through these last chats and we will. In that first clip, I wasn't supposed to show you till later, but oh well, mistakes happen. Rogue One. I don't hate The Mandalorian, but someone that's been a Star Wars fan for 43 years and knows the lore very well, it's a huge freaking mess. It's a huge freaking mess. It breaks canon every single episode. Its own canon every single episode. That show is a disaster. Is it fun to watch? Sure. Is it real Star Wars? If that's what's going to make you guys happy, that's what we're going to get. Half-ass Star Wars. Hey, I mean, to each his own. I can't tell you guys what to like, but Mandalorian is not the answer. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. You're welcome. Glad to see you, Dead Girls. Just watched the Star Wars Girl today. High Republic. Yeah, I saw it. Yep. I check out Anna's stuff. I don't see all her stuff, but I see a lot of her stuff. Reviving, yeah, we'll see what happens there. By name, are they really going to revive LucasArts? Why get rid of it in the first place? I mean, Disney's such a mess. I think Rogue One is the only one Disney thing I like. It's on par with the EU story of Bria Theron. Yep. I've been calling it the High Republic since I started watching Menix. Yeah. Luke's back for less than 5 minutes. Star Wars has been saved. Exactly. Okay, so as you can see, I love Baby Jen very much. For those that weren't around last week, we had a little bit of a conversation about her. Don't cry, Baby Jen. She always gets emotional at the end of a live stream. Thank God we're just beginning. But yeah, you know, that's my probably favorite female Star Wars character. I love me some Baby Jen. So Rogue One, let's talk about that. Let me begin with, this is my channel. I will always make the decisions of what I think is best for this channel. So ultimately, no matter what anybody says or thinks or whatever, I'm going to do what I think is best for this channel. Now, with that said, I do very much listen to everyone. The other day, I put up a poll. Should I do ROTS, Rogue One, and then OT, or should I do ROTS, OT, and then Rogue One? Me, personally, I prefer 1 through 6, then Rogue One. Because while it fits and it's okay, I rather Skywalker Saga. But I did put up a poll, and overwhelmingly 80% of you, with over 1,000 votes, probably more than I've had in any other poll, have said that you want Rogue One in between. So, as Rogue One is respectful, doesn't break Star Wars, I think it's decent. I had fun. I liked it. I love my Baby Jen. And you guys have overwhelmingly asked me to do it in between. I will do it in between. If it were Solo or anything else, I'd be hell no. That shit ain't Star Wars. But Rogue One, it's respectful enough that it fits and it makes sense because the Bothans are getting the plans and it leads into A New Hope. So in this one exception, although I don't consider it official Skywalker Saga, it is good enough that we can enjoy it in the middle. And again, since 80% of you have asked me to do so, then I will do it for you guys. But I want to make it clear that two sides of a coin. First and foremost, I'm not swayed easily, that I will always make the ultimate decision for what I think is best. But on the same token, I will always listen to you guys and take into consideration what you say. Again, if it was, I don't care if 100% of you said Solo, I'd laugh at you and say, hell no, it's no Solo being anywhere close to Star Wars, not to the Skywalker Saga. Rogue One, it fits, it's respectful, it's fun. We will do Rogue One next week. So, hopefully that answers that question. I look forward to it, and then we will get into the OT. At the end of this stream, I'm going to address a particular comment that was made on the first part of the Attack of the Clones stream. Someone made a very excellent argument for Ahsoka. So I want to reply to that because I said that, hey, it's too much for me to comment on this comment, but I'm going to talk about it after ROTS. So when we finish the film, I will talk about that. If you don't stay to the end and you would like to hear that, know that at the end of this, I will address that comment because it was really good and it made really valid points to defend Ahsoka. But I'm going to show you where it doesn't fit, and I'm going to crush Ahsoka and Dave Filoni tonight. And I've been waiting for the end of Revenge of the Sith so that I can show you exactly why she does not fit, why she is the biggest problem in all of Star Wars right now. So anyways, we will get into depth with that comment and the Ahsoka problem after ROTS. It's important that we first see that and we see Order 66 and everything unfold, and then we will talk about the Ahsoka problem. And I have talked about it in different points and different, but here we're going to really address it. I'm going to show you why it's a massive problem and answer the comment that was made, because it was a really excellent comment. And with that said, I want you guys to know that a lot of what I try to do with the live streams is make it a open conversation between us. I don't pretend to know everything about Star Wars. I don't pretend to be the expert of Star Wars. There's things I forget. There's things that I have so many things in my head I can't possibly remember them all at once. So by all means, if you ever have a question, if you say, hey, but wait a minute, that doesn't match up, or did you think of this? Or, you know, by all means, I always want an open forum here for you guys to talk, to ask, to comment. Just know that if you're going to come at me with a theory or statement, you better know what you're talking about, because I do. That's all I'm saying. But if you just want to discuss something, ask me something, counter something, by all means, it's meant to be an open conversation. The only time I have a problem is when you try to come at me like, well, you're stupid and you don't know what you're talking about. Are you sure? You better know what you're talking about. But sure, I can make mistakes. I can forget things, by all means. Thanks, Baby Jen. I love you too. So we will see Baby Jen next week. That should be fun. Where's my homeboy at? Well, actually, we can enjoy some Jen for a while. What else did I need to mention? So Rogue One will be next week. I showed you guys the Sith shirt. We're going to discuss that comment, the Ahsoka problem. I think that's pretty much most of it. We can get into the movie. How long have I been? An hour and a half. Disney can't keep delaying movies. Yeah. There's a massive delay for Andy and Cassian Andor. I'll be putting up a video very soon. I just discovered and dug up a whole bunch of shit last night, or yesterday. Oh boy. I will get into it in much further detail, but the other day I did a video, Trouble in Obi-Wan Kenobi Paradise. That is in reality the Cassian Andor set. It's not Obi-Wan. Supposedly Obi-Wan will be shot in LA. We don't know that for sure. That's Ewan saying that, which could be a smokescreen. It would make sense, but the set in Little Marlow is actually Cassian Andor. I will show you why it is, and there's a lot more going on there than most people, if anybody, realizes, because I really dug deep and found some stuff. So there's going to be massive delays and massive problems for Cassian, and that video will be coming out pretty soon. Every step that Disney makes, whether it's a tweet, a show, an announcement, a character, everything that they do, they screw it up. Everything. And this is because they don't care. Because they think they're so high and mighty, they can just go around and do whatever they want, and then nobody's going to call them on it. Yeah, well, it's not how the way the world works, Disney. Baby Jen, as in Qui-Gon. No, this is Baby Jen. This is Baby Jen. This is Baby Jen. And she's JYM. Definitely do Rogue One after all the Lucasfilms. Ignore the polls. Well, I can't. 80% of you. how I missed that poll. Well, it's up there. It's on the community page. Go vote. I'm surprised because that's one thing that most of you all see is the polls or the community tab. It's the most recent one. I myself voted for after the OT. But again, when I got 80% of you saying you want in between, it's like, I can see the pain in your face, listen to your heart. The big Star Wars expert is George. Well, yes, of course, he's the maker. So naturally he is. And I would be consulting him all the time if I was in charge. I wonder how Pixar would do a Star Wars movie. I mean, they're an animation studio. An animated one, okay, but a Star Wars movie for sure. But the Black Series Gen Urso looks pretty bad. They didn't have the digital photo real face printing during Rogue One. I don't recall it, so I'm not saying that it is good. I just like the idea of it, you know, like a big one with a clothy suit and like, you know, it might be bad. Some of them aren't great. Most of them are really nice, but you know, I don't know. I'm not saying that she is great. I just like the idea of having a big Gen. But yeah. Anyways, I like the real thing. Anyways, so you love democracy, you love the Republic. Yes, I do. Yeah, if 4D and anyone, if you go to my channel, you're going to see the tabs up top: home, videos, I think playlists, and then there's one that says community, and then about. And the community tab has posts that are for you guys, straight to my subscribers. If you were a member of the channel, then there would be member-only posts there as well that only members can see. But yeah, there's the community tab, and there's all kinds of polls there or little things that I've put up. It's good because YouTube doesn't always send out notifications, so that's a way for you guys to see, like if I put some news or an announcement, or which a couple big announcements will be coming on the community tab, so keep an eye. Yeah, there's an actual community tab. It's like our community, right? Not my Star Wars community, a place to talk to you guys outside of videos and streams, of course. So yes, go to my homepage. You will see the tabs up top, and there's a community tab. And in fact, I think it was the best thing you can do is to show rather than say. So I will show you, even though you all are adults, and I know you know what I mean at this point. But you see here, okay, so there's the home, videos, playlist. Look what a memory I have. Community. Then there's the membership, channels, and about. This channels, I'm surprised it's still here because it's here. You see the channels? So I'm kind of surprised that this is even still here. I don't know if they're going to get rid of it, but it shows you like people I'm subscribed to, whatever. If you're a member, channel member, you'll have information here. Of course, the about page, and then community. So, for example, here's that poll. 79% to 21 out of 1.3 thousand votes. That's the most I've had on any poll. I don't know. If enough of you make enough of an argument for me to do it after, I'll consider it. But I'm just going by, you know, I see the biggest poll response I've had, and 80% of you are saying do it in between. It's like, well, I'm trying to do what my community wants. But anyways, there's posts here, different things, different news, and you should get notifications for this stuff. And then you see here how it says members only. So this particular post, I see it because it's my channel, but only channel members would see this particular post. You guys won't see this. And I know who's a channel member or not, so that's why I say you guys won't. So there you go. Community tab. Did they? I don't know. I'm sure they didn't sell any, so. Star Wars fan films are any worth watching. They look like they have improved. Yeah, there's some that are excellent. And in fact, when I get around to it, I've been kind of busy. I'm going to do a video about my top 10 favorites that I would suggest for you guys to watch. There's some really, really good ones. Some are not so great, but there's some really good ones. Probably the coolest one is the Darth Maul. I think it's called Apprentice. That's a pretty badass fan film. Okie dokie. So we'll put Baby Jen away for a little while. Thank you, Baby Jen, for stopping in. What else do we have here? All right. If you have Disney Plus, you can watch the movie In Sync with me. I'll put the link here in just a moment in the chat. Up to 6 of you can join me, and you will be right in sync with what I'm watching on Disney Plus. Otherwise, I will be calling out where I am in the film. I don't have any behind the scenes this time because there wasn't stuff that was so impactful in the film. And also I'm so busy, so here's the link. If you have Disney Plus, you're more than welcome to join me. Just keep in mind you can't fast forward or pause or anything like that because then you screw me up. We're all in the same video, so you just have to be patient, and I will go over the movie in detail like the other ones. Of course, ask for questions, make your comments, and I'll give you guys just a minute to join and get ready, and we will start Revenge of the Sith here in just a moment. For what it's worth, if anybody's new, I can't play the music or the video of the film because it'll just take down my stream. So you'll be seeing my reaction to it, my comments on it. Again, if you have Disney Plus, you can watch along. As much as I wish I could just watch the movie with everybody, we know that can't happen. Oops. I can put that there so you're not stuck just looking at me the whole time. All right, well, if no one else has any particular questions or anything, we can start Sith, I suppose. I will, as always, read the crawl, and we will get right into it. And afterwards, we'll go over whatever chat, and we'll talk about the Ahsoka problem. And boy, is it a problem. Oh, 3 dislikes. Awesome. Okay. All right, well, I guess we'll get started. Into the fall of Anakin Skywalker. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. War. The Republic is crumbling under attacks by the ruthless Sith Lord, Count Dooku. There are heroes on both sides. Evil is everywhere. In a stunning move, the fiendish droid leader, General Grievous, has swept into the Republic capital and kidnapped Chancellor Palpatine, leader of the Galactic Senate. As the Separatist droid army attempts to flee the besieged capital with their valuable hostage, 2 Jedi Knights lead a desperate mission to rescue the captive Chancellor. Who could these Jedi Knights be? And as always, a proper crawl that puts you in the setting. You understand what the fuck is going on, not the dead speak. And probably my favorite intro of all the Star Wars movies. Dum, 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 dum. Over Coruscant. Here come the Jedi Starfighters. Beautiful John Williams music. You come over a Venator class. You start to get some scale. 2 Jedi Starfighters are whizzing and whirring. They flip twice, go over, and then you see this massive scale of Coruscant, CIS ships, and the clones. What a beautiful scene. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun. R2. General Grievous' ship is directly ahead. The one with vulture droids. Oh, this is going to be easy. I like this. All the vulture droids on the ship. Oddball. We're on your tail, General Crowley. We get to really see the clones in action in this one. Well, we saw them a lot in Attack of the Clones, but as pilots and different things here. This is where the fun begins. What a cluster mess of ships all over the place. So cool. One of the clone ships get blown up and you see the clone flying through space. Clones are getting messed up. Anakin says, I'm going to help them out. Obi-Wan is reminding Anakin, stay on target. Vulture droid talking smack, shoots 4 rockets. Anakin dodges the missiles. They, of course, come around and start tracking them. I love the blue trails those missiles have. R4. And this is, of course, a very cool shot where Anakin does the twirl that makes the rockets twirl onto themselves. We got him, R2. Here come 2 more. After Obi-Wan, who, of course, loves flying. Flying's for droids. Speaking of which, the 2 missiles go out in front, blow up, and You've got buzz droids all over his ship. Buzz droids. Nasty little critters. R4 loses his head. I see someone join me. Welcome. Get to this command ship. I'm running out of tricks. Anakin, trying to help, shoots a few of the droids, but of course blows off Obi-Wan's wing. Christ, Anakin. Hold your fire. You're not helping. Cockpit's fogging. You know, the buzz droids are a pretty good concept. They get on your ship and start tearing shit apart. Anakin squishes some with his wing, picks one up. Get him, R2. Aim for the eye. Buzz droid collapse, flies off. C-3PO couldn't do that. The command ship's ahead. Have you noticed the shields are up? Anakin takes out the shield generator. Doors are closing. I have a bad feeling about this. And they both sneak in, slide across the deck, and fly out. And right from the beginning, we have Obi-Wan, Anakin, and R2. They, of course, cut down these battle droids like paper. Locate the Chancellor, R2. And we truly have to enjoy this moment because this is one of the last moments that we get to see the Anakin and Obi-Wan as Jedi together. They're looking at the hologram. Anakin says he senses Count Dooku. Which I'll remind you, because this was brought up in a few streams ago. DU had asked me, how did I think it was that how did Vader know Luke was around or something like that? And I had explained the proximity thing. So Anakin just said, I sense Count Dooku. Now, had he not had interaction with Count Dooku in Attack of the Clones, he wouldn't know to sense Count Dooku. Obi-Wan, perhaps, would have had an interaction with Count Dooku, although probably not. Qui-Gon did. Yoda would sense him, but the reason Anakin senses him is because they had that previous interaction. They now have a connection through the Force. So by proximity, he now senses him. But that also says that Dooku senses Anakin and or Obi-Wan. General Grievous. Coughing. I like the Magna droids. 2 GETTR have landed in the main hangar bay. We're tracking just as Count Dooku predicted. Well, of course, you have the Chancellor. Of course, they're going to send Jedi. Destroyers. 3 droidicas. They went into an elevator with battle droids. Drop your weapons. Roger, roger. Yeah, well, unfortunately for you guys. Archie's hiding in the hangar. 2 super battle droids come in. Those are Jedi starfighters, all right. Obi and Annie in the elevator. It stops. Did you hit the button? Did you stop the elevator? Obi-Wan tells R2 to activate the elevator. And the super battle droids can hear the communicator. And then he puts it in his shell, and you can hear the muffled. The sound design is always great. You can hear the muffled Obi-Wan talking inside of R2. Anakin jumps up out of the elevator. Always on the move. R2, of course, gets over to the comm link, plugs in. Here goes the elevator. Anakin grabs a ledge. Yep. He's going down, and they need to be going up. Hands up, Jedi, and Anakin's hanging from the ledge. R2, we need to go up, not down. Hey, you. Here comes the elevator going up. That's better. Super battle droid picks up R2, which that's a mistake. Anakin flips across, jumps on top of the elevator, back into the elevator. R2 greases up the super battle droids. Activates his leg rockets and burns up the super battle droids. You don't mess with R2. And we got Anakin and Obi walking out onto the observation deck, and we see Palpatine with his little energy handcuffs in the chair. Which this somewhat reflects the throne room in Jedi, bigger, but are you all right? And he says, Count Dooku, and here comes Dooku with 2 super battle droids. This time we'll do it together. I was about to say that. Yeah, well, you kind of screwed up Anakin last time. Anakin, of course, has the scar on his face this time. Dooku does a flip down, which is badass. Now, here's something. Again, I'm here for the positive, But, for example, like Red Letter Media pointed out, Palpatine here says, get help, you're no match for him. He's a Sith Lord. Well, why would Palpatine know that, right? If he's truly innocent and just a senator, he probably should know what the Sith are. Now, to be fair, he's around the Jedi a lot. He's privy to a lot of knowledge that most people, even senators, would not have. He's very intelligent and studied man, so it's not impossible that he would have heard of or know what a Sith is, at least an idea of an evil Jedi. So it's not so far-fetched, because that's something I remember Red Letter Media was like, oh, well, how would he know he's a Sith? There's a Sith, blah, blah, blah. Let me check your chats real quick. Long takes are so cool. While I enjoy Revenge of the Sith, it is, in my opinion, the weakest of the prequels, mostly because Lucas went against his own continuity in Return of the Jedi. Adult Leia remembers Padme from the day she was born. No, she does not. And that's a mistake that everybody makes. She's not talking about Padme. She's talking about, I can't remember her name right now, but Organa. She's talking about the Queen of Alderaan that brought her up. She's not talking about Padme. You wouldn't remember your mother that died at birth. You would remember your mother that died early, as when you were a young child, on Alderaan, the Queen of Alderaan, the wife of, or maybe not Queen of Alderaan, but the wife of Senator Bail Organa. Right now I can't remember her name, but that's who she remembers. Everybody makes that mistake. Everybody says, oh, it's Padme. It's not Padme, guys. It's her adopted mother on Alderaan. And that brings up a point. There is EU content saying that Bail and his wife got blown up in Alderaan in A New Hope when the Empire blows up, right? The Death Star blows up Alderaan. But that goes to show you, again, the EU is not canon because it contradicts the movies. The films are telling you. She doesn't remember Padme. She remembers her mother, her adopted mother, on Alderaan. R.I.P. clone pilot. Yes, who goes floating off into space. Couldn't Leia have thought that she was referring to Bail's wife as her mother and not her? Yes, that's exactly what it is, D. Everybody makes that mistake. And it's like everybody seems to forget she had a mother on Alderaan that she was adopted by. That's who she remembers. Now, how old was she? We don't know because George Lucas never specifically said. But she could have been like 5 years old when she died. So, yes, she would have a memory that she was beautiful and kind and all those things that she says in Jedi. She's not referring to Padme, guys. R.I.P. R2-D2's girlfriend. Lol, yes. Don't you hate foggy cockpits? Yes. I honestly think Anakin could have been saved if Qui-Gon... I think Anakin could have been saved if Qui-Gon trained him. Possible, arguable. I mean, there's a lot of things to it. It's not totally Obi-Wan's fault either. Everyone directly wants to blame Obi-Wan because that was his master, but, you know, Obi-Wan has his own problems, his own things. They're not always together. They're sometimes doing missions on their own. He had Ahsoka as his apprentice, so he failed himself as well. You know, there's a lot of things to it. Also Yoda and everybody else. Would Qui-Gon being around had an impact? Absolutely. No argument from me. But the point is that he's the chosen one and he's going to fall to the dark side anyways. He's Darth Vader. So it wouldn't have mattered if it was Qui-Gon, if Yoda was his direct master. It wouldn't have mattered. Anakin is who he is, regardless of who his master is. He's going to fall because of his ambition, his arrogance, and of course his attachment. He can't let go of Padme. And I get it. She's young and beautiful and powerful and wise and a badass. But you have to understand that you have to let things go. General Grievous isn't as OP as he was in Clone Wars R3. No, he's not. I would have preferred he was more like that Grievous, but again, it's the maker's decision. The chair looks like the one in ROTJ. Yes, it does. So does the entire room. It's very reminiscent of the throne room, but on a bigger scale. Yeah, good point. Hey, Mojo. Good to see you, Jojo. She remembers Bail Organa's wife. Yes, exactly. Was Palpatine, though, able to infiltrate Anakin's dreams, making him see her death? Otherwise, why was he conveniently having those dreams? No, he was seeing that if he continues on the path that he's on, he's going to lose her and thus become Darth Vader. That was the Force showing him his possible future. And instead of him saying, hey, let me think about this, let me meditate on this, and maybe if I change my ways and cool the fuck down, chill the fuck out, then maybe I can change that. Instead, he took it as, well, unless I become all powerful, I'm going to lose Padme. Arrogance. That's one of Anakin's biggest flaws, is arrogance, that he thinks that everything revolves around him because he's the chosen one. So his arrogance is what led him. The Force was showing him, if you continue on this path, Anakin, you're going to lose Padme. And he, instead of being humble about it, in his arrogance, he said, oh, well, I have to become all powerful to prevent it. Instead of saying, hey, maybe if I change my ways, it won't happen to begin with. It had nothing to do with Palpatine. It had to do with his foolishness. Bail Organa. Oh, Breya. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Breya Organa is Bail's wife. Exactly. Breya. So, yes, that's who Leia's remembering, is Breya, not Padme. So get help. You're no match for him. He's a Sith Lord. So there's that argument by Red Letter Media. Why would he know? Palpatine's a pretty smart and worldly guy. Looking at him innocently, not knowing who he is, it's not impossible that he would know about Sith. Would he be an expert and know all about them? No. But that he have heard the word or have some knowledge of them, it's not out of the question. By the way, I'm at 12 minutes and 11 seconds. Chancellor Palpatine. Sith Lords are our specialty. Our speciality, as Obi-Wan says it. your swords, please. We don't want to make a mess of things in front of the Chancellor. And Obi-Wan says, you won't get away this time. And how anybody could say that that Dooku's not a threat. He's by himself with one lightsaber fighting the Chosen One and Obi-Wan Kenobi. So get over yourself, because Dooku's a badass. He says, I've been looking forward to this, and Anakin says, this is some of the greatest dialogue in Star Wars. My powers are doubled since the last time we met, Count. Good, twice the pride, double the fall. He force pushes Obi-Wan. Anakin is fighting him up the steps. Obi-Wan's going up the steps, takes out the 2 super battle droids. Dooku levitates Obi-Wan, tosses him while he does a backwards kick to Anakin. Obi-Wan gets thrown against a rail and he's knocked out. Dooku then drops a whole platform on Obi-Wan. Anakin kicks Dooku down, flips down the railing. I sense great fear in you, Skywalker. You have hate, you have anger. But you don't use them. Oh, but he will. Hold on a moment. What is that? I just saw something that I've never seen before. Just a moment, guys. That's interesting. At 1350, Anakin's like backing up Dooku. Dooku's like this with his blade. He's got his curved handle blocking Anakin's shot. It is, yes, his right hand. And there's like light across his, I saw it's like a little flash of light on his fingers and on his head. I've never noticed that before. I wonder what Lucas was doing there. It's this peculiar like flash of light that happens. And I don't believe it's the light of Anakin's lightsaber. It's like, because there's even a little not audible sound, a little like click. That's interesting. Never noticed that before. I'm going to watch it one more time. Huh. So they're parrying. Anakin blocks his lightsaber, gets a hold of him, wraps underneath, takes his hands off, catches Dooku's lightsaber in the air, and he's got it in the cross. Okay. So Palpatine says, kill him. Kill him now. And you see Dooku look at Palpatine like, what the fuck? Dooku made the same mistake that all Sith make. It's always the same with the Sith. The apprentice always wants to get his own apprentice so that they can team up to take the master out. The master always knows this. The master is always using his apprentice as a pawn. The master is always aware and prepared for it. At the end of the day, all Sith apprentices are expendable. He didn't give a damn about Dooku. Furthermore, he knows that he's working on Anakin. And if Anakin can take out Dooku, all the better, because he's a much better candidate, a much younger and stronger apprentice than Dooku. Or at least potentially. So it's just funny to see the betrayal there. And Dooku's like, what the hell? After all this stuff that I did, after I thought we were homies, we were partners, we were buddies, and you're just telling him to kill me? But that's the way of the Sith. He learned the hard way. Again, you see that Dooku's eyes are not glowing because he is not consumed by the dark side. He is chosen to be dark, which is another reason why he's even more expendable, because he's not even a full-on Sith. He's just a bad dude. So, of course, we know what happens next. I shouldn't. He should stand trial. Do it. Everybody loves that. Do it. And Anakin finishes him. Beautiful scenery in the background and massive space battle. You did well, Anakin. He was too dangerous to be kept alive. He was an unarmed prisoner. Literally unarmed. It's only natural you cut off your arm, you wanted revenge. It wasn't the first time, Anakin. Remember what you told me about your mother and the sand people? And you hear the sound people in the background faintly. Now we must leave before more security droids arrive. Okay, here's another one of Red Letter Media's arguments. Anakin, there's no time. Let's go. We must get off the ship. And Anakin says, he seems to be all right. Leave him or we'll never make it. His fate will be the same as ours. Which is, you know, good that Anakin still has half a brain here. And that was Red Letter Media, another one of their arguments. How would he not realize if he's telling him to leave Obi-Wan? But, I mean, it's not that obvious, you know. They need to get off the ship. So he could just be thinking he might be dead. But good that Anakin, you know, doesn't abandon him. Yeah, his arrogant rant to Padme about it should be just him and her to rule. I was like, damn, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. That's what he thought, that at the end, that he's so powerful and she's so wise. Okay, listen. Anakin adores Padme like any one of us would. Beautiful little young thing. So wise, a badass, worldly, well-spoken, you know, has fame and wealth and all these things. So the boy Anakin was intrigued and all about this girl Padme. But Anakin, the chosen one, the pre-Vader, kind of pre-establishing his future, is also thinking, man, Padme's a really good tool. She's a really adequate partner for us to rule the galaxy. He's not thinking on a smaller scale like, man, I adore this chick and I want her to be my wife. He's thinking, I need my goddess to rule the galaxy with. Okay, you have to understand that when he fell in love, Lucas says he fell in love with her from when he first saw her as a child. So there is that innocent love. But as Anakin's getting older and more arrogant and more intelligent and more skilled, he's also realizing, very calculating that, yeah, this girl fits the bill. She's someone that we could rule. She's not just like, you know, not to demean anybody, but your average galactic chick. She's like a very special woman that has a lot of knowledge and influence. So she would fit the bill to be my empress, right? So absolutely. Do you remember your mom, your real mom? Yeah, she died when I was young. No, not Brea, your real mom. I was adopted, yeah. And you're my sister. What? And Darth Vader's our father. Ah. Well, that's not exactly how the conversation goes, but yeah, it's close. But yeah, she died when I was young. Dooku was great. Casting Christopher Lee as an amazing actor. Yes. Why are the battle droids such idiots in the Clone Wars? Well, they were kind of by design. They weren't the droids are like stormtroopers. They're not meant to be taken so seriously. They're a mechanism of fear. They have numbers. They look scary, but it's not that they're truly like great warriors. How do you mass produce, you know, in a short time, a whole army? Well, they're not going to be advanced droids. You know, and also not taking anything from R2, but the reason R2 is so smart and wise and able is because he never has his memory erased. This is why Luke always has an advantage in his X-Wing, because R2 is calculating in algorithms much higher rate than any other R2. He has years and years and generations of data and information to pull from. He is the keeper of the wills, so he's seen it all. So that's why R2 is very special, because he never had his memory erased. 3PO did. That's why 3PO is only so smart. 3PO is more his core programming. R2 is generations of algorithms and knowledge and data. So, you know, you're comparing a droid that's got centuries of knowledge compared to, you know, droids that were built last week with a standard chip to just, you know, roger, roger, pew, pew, pew. What do you think of General Grievous in the Clone Wars CW? I loved him. He was amazing. I wish that was the Grievous we got. I love the Jedi menace. I think it would have been cool that he killed a couple Jedi, and that, I don't know, Yoda and Obi-Wan or Mace and Anakin or something would have to like team up and whoop his ass, you know. But I would have been okay with him like killing a Ki-Adi-Mundi or something, you know, to really like, holy shit, you know, put the stakes like, oh shit, you know, like something you wouldn't expect. Like he cuts down Isla Secura and Ki-Adi-Mundi and you're like, oh shit, you know, out of nowhere. I think that would have been pretty badass. It would have really put up the stakes and shown him as a badass. And, you know, and then ultimately, like I said, I don't know, Mason Yoda or something, you know, would put the smackdown on him. But, you know, and like in the Clone Wars cartoon, you see that Mace force crushes his throat, and that's why he talks funny, you know. So, you know, Lucas could have explored that, but ultimately the maker didn't see that for Grievous. That was Gendy's rendition, to be fair. It wasn't that Lucas told him this is what Grievous is. He said, this is Grievous, basically, have fun, you know, make him, you can use him for. And in fact, he wasn't in the original, because I've seen behind the scenes stuff, and he like Grievous came a little bit after in the project, where he was like, oh shit, you know, you got to let me use Grievous, you got to let me introduce him. So, but I loved him in Clone Wars, and I wish he would have. I'm talking about original Gandhi Clone Wars, not Filoni's fan fiction Clone Wars. Millennium Falcon in the background. Where? I don't remember seeing it. You're talking about here in what's Grievous' ship is what is it, the Fist or something like that? Right now I can't remember the name of his damn ship. I don't like the droids. I don't think the droids kill anyone. Yeah, well, they kill a lot of clones. Shit ton of clones. Were the sequels really that bad? Because personally, The Force Awakens is one of my... I mean, it's, you know, subjective. If you like it, I think it was a joke. It was pretty damn terrible. It was just a remake of A New Hope. And it establishes the destruction of Star Wars and Luke Skywalker. There was nothing good about it. Rey can just fly the Millennium Falcon. Rey can just pick up a lightsaber and beat a Jedi killer, is what Kylo Ren was, who had trained with Luke Skywalker for years, and she can just pick up a lightsaber and beat him? I don't know. You're telling me that's a good movie? Again, if you like it, you know, that's cool, but I think it's a pretty terrible movie. Finn, who obviously was going to be the Jedi or a Jedi, and he's just, whatever, you're a janitor. I don't know. Was Force Awakens a good movie? I pretty much hated it. Someone needs to make a compilation of General Grievous killing battle droids in Rage. That'd be fun. He killed Shaggy out of nowhere, yes. Well, Shaggy was a dumbass and ran out there. Do you know Count Dooku hates lollipops? Well, now I do. That's funny. I understood that reference. You never saw the Falcon when they were flying to the Senate? No, I don't recall. If you tell me the timestamp, I will look. I don't recall it. Maybe if I see it, I will remember it, but I don't recall. Okay, so they're on the bridge. What the hell is Grievous's ship again? And sometimes when you have so much information in your head, you can't remember stuff. General Grievous. Malevolence. Yep. Okay, Grievous on the bridge. Prepare for attack. I like his voice, how he talks. All batteries fire. It's pretty neat how you see the two sides shooting the cannons at each other. You see the two perspectives. Archie, activate elevator 3224. You see the two ships close to each other, shooting at each other, like very much like pirate ships, you know. Back in the day, they would be up on each other shooting cannons. Battle droids go flying out of the side of the ship. Archer goes sliding across the deck. Anakin is carrying Obi-Wan, which is pretty impressive because Obi-Wan's definitely bigger and heavier than he is. And the malevolence is sinking, so to speak. Archer ends up in a pile of battle droids. Fire the emergency booster engines. Anakin and Palpy go sliding. Anakin grabs a cable. The ship stabilizes and levels out. Obi-Wan starts to wake up. We're in a bit of a situation. Did I miss something? Yes, you sure did. So they all jump down the shafts. They throw grappling hooks. And they all slink into the doorway as the elevator comes down. Let's see if we can find something in the hangar bay that's still flyable. And then there's this big pile of battle droids. And RG's little periscope pops up. He pops up out of there. Grievous coughing. Activate the ray shields. Ray shields. How did this happen? We're smarter than this. I say patience. Archie will be along in a few moments. Of course he will. He always saves the day. Here comes R2. Boom. Goes up against the wall, poor guy. See, no problem. Well, yes, there is a problem. Droideca's super battle droids. And I like how the the battle droid is like, don't move, and Archie shocks his hand. Do you have a plan B? Yes, the negotiator. General Kenobi. That's another thing, like, we were waiting for you. You know, there's a little bit of banter between Kenobi and Grievous in this, and I think he could have expanded on it a little more, you know? Like I said, Grievous could have taken out a few Jedi, raised the stakes, and there could have been a little more back and forth where Kenobi and Grievous in particular, like, meet up 3-4 times, like they keep missing each other. And, you know, so they build this, like, resentment against each other, and they're, like, shit-talking to each other, and then eventually, you know, maybe Kenobi on his own would take him out, but I just think they could have, that's one thing I kind of would have liked from Lucas, is a little more Grievous. Lollipops. I think the future on the potential was wasted in the sequels. I think further on the potential was wasted in the sequels. Yeah, no, obviously. Grievous ship, Invisible Hand. There you go. Yes, Invisible Hand. Droid March is dank. Yes. So which one's the Malevolent? Oh, the Malevolence is his little starfighter, right? And then the Invisible Hand, yes, correct, is the big ship that they have Palpatine on. 52, when the Falcon shows up. Why am I not remembering that? 2352. Okay, I'm at 1848, so we'll look at that in a minute. Can you explain how Palps kept the disguise up even... Can you explain again how Palps kept the disguise up even as it was... Can you explain again how Palps kept the disguise up even as it was eating at his body from dark side use? Let me think about that for a minute. They should have kept the scene where Grievous killed Shaak Ti. Yeah, well, there's a good example. Yes, that would have been good. There is that scene. I didn't even think of that one. I could have used that that deleted scene. That's something that's one of those that should have stayed in the film. Really, he should have done that. And Gendy's, man, that whole him chasing them around, that was so badass. The subway and all that. So awesome. I love how he has them on the platform and Shaak Ti's using the Force and wraps like this little piece of his cape around part of the subway. And he's like talking shit, and then the train and Grievous is like, I'm gonna get you, and he's like, get taken off by the train. So awesome. Yeah, that Shaak Ti scene would have been really good. They should have kept that. How he was keeping his body. Okay. There's a few things to consider. First of all, Palpatine was like Grandmaster Yoda, a whole other level of Sith. Okay, he wasn't a Darth Maul, because Darth Maul is badass and cool and we all liked him. He was really a baby. He was a puppy. Count Dooku would have wiped the floor with Darth Maul. So, you have to put things in relative perspective. Palpatine's a whole other level. So much more powerful, much wiser. Second, he's not exerting himself in the same way. He's very much keeping cool and relating to people on the interpersonal level and being manipulative. He's not having to flex the Force as an all-out Sith like others had to, like Maul. So I think that's part of the explanation, is that he's not exerting himself. When he goes full-out Sith and like declares himself and he's facing Mace, then yes, that's where he starts to really, wear himself down. Because that's, a big thing, especially in the EU, that the dark side eats you, destroys you, consumes you. But remember, that's EU. Lucas never really says that in the films. That's something we're taking from lore, not from actually the films. So technically that's not necessarily a thing. I will also touch on that there's many that believe that Palpatine looks all old and decrepit because the lightning fucked him up. And then there's those that believe that he looks fucked up because the lightning, and at that point him revealing himself, is showing his true self, that the lightning didn't really hurt him. It was really like his true self was exposed. I'm more of the camp that the lightning fucked his ass up. Personally, I don't have a definitive George Lucas answer on that one, so I can't say. But that would be my logical explanation, is that he's not having to exert himself in the same way. He's exerting himself in a more natural way. Also, being so strong in the Force, he's maybe learned to prolong and embrace it as a much younger and experienced Sith would just be being consumed by it. He's more in control of it, whereas Maul was consumed by it. Hopefully that makes sense. Christopher Lee said Corey Burton performance as Count Dooku was so good, he wondered why he was brought on to perform in the Clone Wars movie. Absolutely, everybody said that he looked just like him and he did real good, but it's authenticity, obviously. Seeing Christopher Lee's face there, right? And to counter that, he did say that, but he also said that he tried to do as much as he could, especially those scenes where, like, you see them, the lights just going over in the dark scene. It was really important to Christopher that you see that it's him. So he did as much as he could. It's just that he was much older and he couldn't do too much physical stuff. But the up close shots where you just kind of see some movements, that's definitely Christopher Lee, not digital. Helping you out. Malevolence is Grievous' ship with the ion cannon. The spineless one, you're right, is his personal. Yes, you are correct. Thank you. Yes. Because he had some of the most powerful lightning and lore ever, right? I don't know if there's a power level there. I think if you can use Force Lightning, you've achieved a level of Sithhood, right? I don't know that Palpatine's lightning was more powerful than Dooku's. Maybe your knowledge how to use it, when and how. But as far as like the physical lightning, I think it's probably the same. I've never really heard of like a power level to it. Which is again why Dooku would wipe the floor with Maul, because Maul was young and limber and athletic, but he was a baby, a puppy in Sith knowledge and Sith magic. Whereas Dooku is a whole other level. When you can use Sith lightning, it's not like Rey just can use. No, that's fan fiction. You must be a very high level Sith to use Sith lightning. That's not something that like all Sith can just use. So that's George Lucas showing you that Dooku was no joke. So I don't know that it would be any different power level. It's just that he was so wise that he would know how and when to use it. Got directed back at his face at point blank, yes. She announced that she was pregnant a week before Luke and Leia were born. So funny how time flies. Yeah, well, in the Clone Wars, you see that she's pregnant quite early. And Anakin doesn't even notice, which, let me tell you something. Sometimes guys, we get a little bit oblivious and stuff, but if you really love your woman and you got a sexy young thing like Padme, you're going to know that she's pregnant. And you're the chosen one, and you can feel things through the Force. I mean, he would have known that she was pregnant if they were communicating like that through holograms constantly. If, like in the movie, they don't see each other for a while and they're not communicating, because that's how it would be. A soldier goes off to war and you're not every day hanging out and talking. Then, of course, yeah, he would come back and then she would be like, hey, I'm pregnant. Now I have a little belly. That makes sense. In the cartoons, Filoni showing her, with her baby pouch, her tummy, Anakin would know. Anakin would see that. He would feel that. He would know his wife and see how her face is flush, how she's talking. So it's just dumb. Anyways, how do I always forget the name of the planet that Grievous went? Where? In Gendy or Utapau in here? I'm not sure which planet. Utapau here is in Sith. Dooku's lightning seemed more direct and more focused, whereas Palp seemed more like, yes, that is definitely true. But which is to say that's more powerful? Maybe it's more powerful because you've got, like, I can do a storm, right? Now, JJ, again, took it to a whole other, I can do a whole storm in the sky. Come on, JJ. So you could look at it both ways. You could say, well, Dooku's is more focused, but Palpatine potentially could be more powerful because it's got more spread. I think, again, it's just his wisdom of it, his knowledge of it, not so much that there's a power level. can you say that Palpatine has higher midichlorians and is more powerful overall than Dooku? Yes, no argument. But I just think that Force lightning itself, the actual lightning, would be the same. Him applying it would be what would make it more powerful. The way he's using it, the efficiency of it, the focus of it, the spread of it, the prolongedness of it. Yes, you could argue that it would be more powerful. I'm just talking about the physical lightning. It's not like, Palpatine's lightning is a 20 and Dooku's is a 10. It's the person wielding it. It's like anything. Here's a sword. It's the same blade. If I pick it up or you pick it up, it's going to cut the same. If I'm bigger and stronger than you, then I can cut through more stuff than you can. So that's the what I would say. I don't know if that makes it more powerful or not, but it's something I noticed. Yeah, again, I think it's a wisdom thing. Anakin, how did you not notice that I was pregnant 2 weeks ago? Right. And some of us are fathers here. You notice when your woman is pregnant. I mean, it's her attitude, her behavior, the way she talks, the way she looks, her hair, her skin. I mean, it's like you have to be pretty blockheaded to not know. Udupal, yes, there it is, yes. Yoda comes around and redirects lightning like it's Avatar law. Well, I mean, it's Grandmaster Yoda. Remember that the dark side isn't stronger, it's just easier. Yoda's from Lucas's mouth, the most powerful Force user. Why does Star Wars Theory only have to focus on theories? I don't know. That's his channel. That's his stick. I mean, and it's not that I hate that stuff, but again, when you have such a large audience and you're putting out stuff as if it's fact, and his escape is going to be, but my name is Theory and I'm just making theories, but you're stating a lot of things, and it's like people start to take that to heart, and it's like, Hoth was not filmed in the Netherlands. It was filmed in Norway. Anyways, I was expecting someone of your reputation to be a little older. You're shorter than I expected. Jedi scum. Which that's the first time we hear Jedi scum, huh? Right? Because we always knew Rebel scum. But that's the first time we actually hear Jedi scum. We do have a job to do, Anakin. Try not to upset him. Which Obi-Wan very much is playing along here. Why? Because they're taking him out of his mental game. They instantly can see that Grievous didn't like that. So what is that? Obi-Wan wouldn't become a Sith if he fell in the hole with Maul? What hole? The pit in Phantom Menace? What are you talking about? No, I don't think that Obi-Wan you could turn under any circumstances. Yoda either. Well, most of those guys. Absolutely. Anakin, was just very susceptible to it. Anakin's lightsaber wouldn't be purple. Yes. Not this time, and this time you won't escape. R2 starts smoking and sparking and cuts their restraints free, and they get their lightsabers, and here come the Magna Droids. I like the Magna Droids. I think they're pretty cool. However, I do think that they last a little too long. Like, they're just not OP, but just a little, like, I think that Anakin and Obi-Wan should have taken them out easier. And instead of having the Magna Droids, why not make Grievous that badass, that Jedi killer, that was terrorizing people and have him fight the two of them. That I think would have been much more interesting. But I do like the Magna droids. Obi-Wan just decapitated one, and he's still coming at him. Which, thank you, George Lucas, for getting Star Wars correct. Nobody says there's a freaking brain in these droids. Mandalorian keeps insisting that shooting droids in the head does anything. How fucking stupid are you, Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau? Droids aren't people. They don't have a brain in their head. They have a chip somewhere in their body. And it would be in the thickest part of their body that is the most heavily insulated and protected. Duh! So this whole concept of shooting the heads off of droids, Mandalorian, is just freaking stupid. Obi-Wan just cut off the head. The damn thing is still coming after him. Now, would it be difficult because it can't see and have the extrasensory perception and all that? Sure. But it doesn't mean that the droid is finished because you cut its head off. It's not a freaking human being. Hello. And Mandalorian keeps doing that dumb shit. They keep shooting droids in the head like, oh, well, that did it. Obi-Wan's sitting here having to fight this damn Magna droid. In real Star Wars, you have to cut a droid in half. You have to really chop it and, you know, disable it. Not just, oh, I took its head off, so now it's finished. He literally just cut the Magna droid in half vertically. Even the battle droids are cutting it into half. Because that little head thing isn't going to do anything. Here's another thing. Grievous picks up one of the staffs for the Magna droids. It's like, where's your lightsaber collection, dude? So he throws it, breaks the window, of course goes flying out, uses his grappling hook, pulls himself back, and is walking on the hull with his claw feet. His ship is getting blown up. Grievous pops down. I like how he hangs first and then pops down through a hatch. All the droids and everybody are running. The Nemoidians. And again, if you pay attention, all the battle droids, they're cutting them in half. Not just, oh, bling, we took his head off, so it's disabled. It's not how droids work. Time to abandon ship. So not only the little shit does he shoot all the escape pods, but he escapes. All the pods have been launched. Can you fly a cruiser like this? Do I know how to land what's left of this? Strap yourselves in. So now they're going to try to land this monster of a ship. That thing is huge. Tail end breaks off. Man, the graphics are so beautiful. We lost something. Yeah, the whole rear end of the ship. We're still flying half a ship. Obi-Wan. Now we're really picking up speed. Yeah, well, you're glowing red. Okay. You see the size of this ship, the speed that it's going. It's glowing red, and shit is just breaking up, falling off of it. In The Mandalorian, you see him coming into the atmosphere. This little ship, it's glowing like a red bulb, and nothing happens to it. It's not melting, breaking apart, nothing. It just comes in, then he gets control of it, then it's like not glowing red anymore, and he goes and lands the ship. Yes, he crash lands or whatever, but it's not like you see this massive ship falling apart, and Mandalorian, well, they don't get it. Anyways. We're in the atmosphere. Man, that thing is glowing. And you can see all the parts breaking off, red streaks going everywhere. It's just a giant fireball at this point. They're coming in over Coruscant. Fire ships on the left and right. which is pretty cool that they're spraying the ship with water. Not that it would do a whole lot on that size of a ship, but it helps. They did put out a lot of the flames. It's a neat concept. They, of course, crash land and slide across this long runway, taking out his tower. Now, to Anakin's benefit, yes, he crashes a lot, but there's one thing to just be like crashing and another thing to be doing controlled crashes, because if anybody else, this ship would have been just totally fried, right? It would just fly into a building. Number one. Number two, one of the coolest scenes in all of Star Wars. This huge ship is sliding across this deck, this runway, and then the camera switches and they come right up like the window. You can see the three of them in it right up to the screen. What a cool shot that is. Let me go back here. Where was the timestamp, James, for 23:52? Because I didn't see it. 23:31. Okay, let's see if I catch it. Another happy landing. All right, so we see Coruscant. So awesome. The scale, all this shit that's going on. 49. Where's the Falcon, dude? 23:52. I'm here. Oh, the son of a bitch. There it is at the bottom. I see it. I've never seen that before. Right at the very bottom. Okay. Now, that can't be the Falcon. It is a YT Corellian cruiser, but it can't be the Falcon. Well, I suppose it technically could be the Falcon, but one, know that there's several of that ship. Not the Falcon, but that YT cruiser. There are several of that. That's a very popular ship built in Corellia. So it's quite possible it's another one. Could it be the actual Falcon? Possibly, but this is way before Lando. And remember that this is, we're in 19 BBY, 2019 BBY. So, well, let's think about that. Han, I don't remember specific age, but he's probably roughly 25-ish in A New Hope. So you go back about 20 years, yeah, he would be just a little child, a little baby. So the chances that that's the actual Falcon are slim. Is it a Y2 cruiser, freighter, made in Corellia that is the same model as the Falcon? Absolutely, I did see it. Is it the actual Millennium Falcon? I'm going to roll the dice and say that no, it can't be. I don't know any backstory there, but that's just a Corellian cruiser that they showed you. Corellian freighter. It's not the actual Falcon. Because timeline-wise, it wouldn't match up. Lando and Han would be babies, and there's no reason for it to be the actual Falcon. Furthermore, it was probably just a YT before Lando got it. Then Lando, I'm assuming, named it the Falcon. Maybe Han did. We don't know the official story there. So I'm guessing that Lando was calling it the Falcon before Han won it. But for all we know, Han named it the Falcon. In either event, they would be too young at that time to even know about that ship, never mind it being the Falcon. Is it impossible that someone 30 years before, 50 years before, had that ship, called it the Falcon, and it existed, and that was that there? I'm not saying it's 100% impossible, but realistically, that's not the Falcon. It's just another YT from Corellia. But good eye. I never saw that before. Very cool. They should have kept the scene. Check T. Okay, let's see. I feel like the directors and the of the sequels, Star Wars movies went on to the internet to find fan fiction and put that in the script of the new sequels. Yeah, well, can't argue that. How to Obi-Wan defeat Maul. Maul had the high ground. Yes, but Obi-Wan is Obi-Wan. The high ground doesn't always guarantee anything. It just gives you the advantage. But what are all Sith? Arrogant. Remember that Maul had the high ground and didn't use it. All he did was taunted and right, and he scraped the thing. What he should have done is just walked over and force pushed Obi-Wan down. Instead, he was arrogant. He's like, I'll let him hang there. He can't come up. If he comes up, I'll just swipe him down. I have the high ground. Arrogance. He even shot off the saber, remember? So then Obi-Wan, that's why Obi-Wan sees his opening, shakes the lightsaber, flies out, and is able to get over him and then swipe him down because Maul had his guard down like a dumbass. That's why. Arrogance. That's why. One of the Sith's biggest weaknesses. Droids aren't walkers, they're machines. The only weak spot is being shut off. The only weak spot is being shut off. Yeah, well, yep. Or chopped in half. How does Dave not know this? Well, because Dave ain't who everybody thinks he is. Look around. Yep. 29 in A New Hope. Okay. So even then, you're going back 20-ish years. He's 9 years old. Right? And I was going to say that. He did feel like he was about 30, but I couldn't remember. Lucas's daughter standing behind Palpatine at 24:58. Okay, we're getting there. And yes, I do remember that. I'm at 23:55. And you know what? Now that I'm looking at this, it totally looks like a painting. Are they moving around? I think everybody is moving around. But at 23:50, it literally looks like a painting. Like everything's still. Let me back up 10 seconds and see. I'm pretty sure people are moving around. Yeah, they're moving around. Okay. 2401. The transport lands, Palpatine, Obi-Wan, Anakin, R2. You see here by the transport, there's 2 silver droids. Over here, there's some crates and a kind of bronze droid. I don't know the model number of these droids. They're so obscure. Then you see all this stuff in the background, and this is where Anakin's gonna meet Padme here in a moment. Now, if you look here, there's a bunch of people, right? The senators. There's it looks like Orphan Tall. There's Jar Jar, Darth Jar Jar. Look who's here. What I want to point out is on the left, there's 2 female droids. We already had that discussion, okay? Yes, they have lumps. Yes, they have hips, but they're not female. Get over it. They're just droids that look and talk like a female. Anyways, point is right there on the left, you see 2 silver and 1 gold 3PO units. One is the C-3PO. But this is a reminder because people later say, how come they didn't recognize the droids? There are thousands, millions of these droids all over the galaxy. And right here, you see 2 of them with C-3PO. So if you didn't know 3PO, the gold one, you would very easily confuse or forget a 3PO, an R2, an R4. There's thousands of them all over the place. Anyways, continuing on. Oh, look, it's an Amazon, an Amazon, what's it called? Drone delivery bot. There's like a mushroom head bot that came and was grabbing the package, reminding me of Amazon's future of delivery. Are you coming, Master? Oh, no, I'm not brave enough for politics. I have to report to the council. Someone needs to be posted for. This whole operation was your idea. You rescued me from the bus droids, and you killed Count Dooku and rescued the counselor. Okay, and like I said just not so long ago, Anakin and Obi-Wan are not always together. They go off and do things separately. So we can't blame everything on Obi-Wan. Okay? Anakin doing shenanigans on his own, other influences, all the other masters are also responsible. Is Obi-Wan his direct connection? Yes, that is his master. You could blame the most on Obi-Wan. Nobody's arguing that. But just know that it's not like Obi-Wan just totally failed. That's not the case. Anakin has many other influences. Let's be fair. Today you were the hero. You deserve your glorious day with the politicians. But you're Obi-Wan. And not for saving your skin for the 10th time. 9th time. That business on Cato Nemordia doesn't count. Darth Jar Jar right there in front with Palpatine. There's Mace. The Republic guards, the blue guards, which later become the Emperor's Royal Guards. Are you all right? Yes, thanks to your 2 Jedi Knights. General Grievous has escaped once again. He's a slippery little shit. Run and hide like he always does. He's a coward. He is the leader of the droid army. Says the leader of the droid army. Ironic, right? Who really, it was Dooku, but it's really Palpatine. But really, who's next to him? Darth Jar Jar. And I assure you, the Senate will vote to continue the war as long as Grievous is alive. In other words, I will continue to prolong this war, making you all think that there's a war, and I will continue to vote for it being that way. What a shit. Oh, Katie Lucas, yes, she's right behind him there. What time stamp did it say? 24:58. I'm looking at 25:16, and yeah, she's there. Blue with a purple head thing. They're looking all shiny. I could do with a tune-up. It's good being Padme's droid, isn't it? But the fighting will continue until Grievous' spare parts. I will do anything I can in the Senate. Excuse me. Now, Anakin, I don't believe, saw Padme. He sensed her. He felt her presence. And he's like, excuse me. Now, he should have been a little more subtle because literally Padme's like right behind him and pale. It's like he didn't even hesitate. He's like, excuse me, I'm going to go right here. He should have walked up the hall and be like, oh, I forgot something. I'll be back. I got to go do something. But Anakin, no subtlety. He's just straight goes to Padme. I mean, I don't blame him, but come on, dude. He's very reckless. So he goes to meet up with Padme, picks her up. One of my favorite hairstyles. She's got the kind of Leia circular buns. The radar dishes. They are swirls like Leia's, but a little bit different. There's whispers you've been killed. Feels like we've been apart for a lifetime. You see that? Okay, so the dialogue, again, Lucas is very specifically telling you, they haven't seen each other in a long time. They haven't spoken. Now, I'm not saying years, but, 6 months. They haven't spoken. They haven't interacted. They hadn't touched, kissed, nothing, right? And it probably was about 6 months because her tummy, 3 to 6 months, let's say. All right? In the cartoons, remember, he's talking to her in holograms all the time, and Obi-Wan knows about it. And you see her little pouch, and phony, Filoni, fan fiction, Aroni. So they haven't seen each other. They don't know what's going on with each other. She thinks he's dead, hearing whispers. And he's like, feels like we haven't seen each other in forever. Because you haven't interacted in like 3 to 6 months, as normal soldiers would be off to war, and the wives would be waiting, at least in certain times, not necessarily these modern times, but anyways. And it might have been if the Chancellor hadn't been kidnapped. So in a way, it worked out that the Chancellor was kidnapped so that it brought Anakin back to Coruscant. Now, the bigger picture, Palpatine did that, for the grand scheme of continuing the war and blowing smoke and distracting with Grievous and having them chase Grievous around and all that whole thing. But also Palpatine knows He's Padme's in Coruscant again, being a bug. So what does he do? He brings Anakin back. Okay, know that Palpatine's very calculating. He's thinking about the whole big picture here. So remember how I was stressing in the last one, how we got to get Padme out of here. And he gets Padme to go to Naboo. But now pesky Padme's back in Coruscant messing with the Senate. Okay, so then Palpatine arranges it so that Anakin comes back to defuse that. So again, I'm going to repeat the dialogue because this is important and people, get caught up in Filoni's fan fiction bullshit. He walks over to Padme. Then he starts running. Picks her little Padme up, twirls her around. He sighs. They kiss. Oh, Anakin. I missed you, Padme. There were whispers that you'd been killed, so obviously it's been a while. I'm all right. It feels like we've been apart for a lifetime. Now, when you're in love and you're young, maybe like 3 days or weeks seems like a lifetime. But realistically, you're pretty intergalactic people. If you're going to say that, it's because you haven't seen each other for a while. Again, it would be 3 to 6 months where they have not seen each other. And it might have been if the Chancellor hadn't been kidnapped. Why is Anakin here? And getting reconnected to Padme and getting further drawn into the dark side and connecting with her and worrying about her because Palpatine brought him back. She is so pretty in this scene. Wow. I don't think they would have ever brought us back from the Outer Rim sieges. So not only has he been gone for a while, Coruscant, remember guys, I showed you on the map, is in the dead center of the core of the galaxy. He's out in the Outer Rim. Okay, phony Filoni. No, they're not hologramming. They're not Skyping. They haven't seen each other, and they have been at great distance. They greatly miss each other. Wait, not here, she says. He's ready to jump on her. I'm tired of all this deception. I don't care if, what does he say? I don't care if, yes, here, he says, I don't care if they know we're married. You should care. Anakin, don't say things like that. Yeah, this is where Anakin starts to just not give a shit. Are you all right? You're trembling. What's going on? See how he's like totally oblivious? Now, Anakin's a little bit naive. He's very consumed with a lot of things, but women can see it in themselves when they're pregnant. A man that knows his woman automatically can see her skin, her teeth, her hair. As many of you have heard, women glow when they're pregnant. Some of them break out in acne. Some of them have different things, but you can tell when a woman is pregnant. Not just the obvious, you can tell her aura changes. So Anakin right now is a little bit distracted. He hasn't been around her. He's thinking, down there as opposed to up here. But the point is that George Lucas is showing you they have not been around each other. He is so consumed by Padme, that he's not even realizing that there's something different about her. He's just so excited to see her. Something wonderful has happened. I'm pregnant. And he doesn't know what to say, and she's like freaking out. You can tell she's like, oh my God, did I say the wrong thing? What are we going to do? Well, obviously that's what's going to happen, guys. We're not going to worry about it right now. I mean, you're married. Of course it was going to happen. The happiest moment of my life, he says. Now, well, you screwed up, Anakin. Okay. where are we at? 3 hours. Okay. I need to run to the bathroom, and it has been 3 hours. So I'll take a very quick little 5-10 minute break, and we will continue. This is a good spot to stop for the moment. So let me catch up real quick with some chats, and I'll take a very quick break, and we will continue on. But as you can see, guys, he doesn't know she's pregnant. Now, he's the chosen one. You kind of would think he should have sent something, but they're a great distance. They haven't spoken or seen each other, and it is just a little embryo. Had Padme given birth, absolutely, I think the chosen one would have been like, I felt the tremor in the force, you know, but she's just newly pregnant. Again, I don't know the official timeline, but from how far along you see her, how she's glowing, how it fits into the story, 3 to 6 months. But he clearly is not communicating and not aware that she's pregnant. Whereas in the cartoons, you see that goes out the window. And again, when you contradict the movie, you decanonize yourself. That's why I always tell everybody the Clone Wars cartoon ain't canon. It's Filoni fan fiction. Did I miss something with the Dooku doesn't like lollipops? Because I didn't get that. Is there a joke or something there? Let me know, because I didn't. That I don't know what's going on with that. Is there some reference there? I don't know. Can you explain how Ahsoka she was pregnant a week before Luke and Leia were born? It's a little more than a week, but yeah. More direct. How'd you not notice I was pregnant 2 weeks ago? Udapal theory. Blue. We want to defeat Maul. Droids aren't workers, right? How does Dave not know that? Well, because Dave isn't who he wants to appear he is. Look around. Yep, 29 in A New Hope. Palpatine. How come Han didn't know about Jedi? He was alive during the Clone War. Okay, just a second. Let me, I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, let me touch on these and then I'll take a quick 5-minute break. How come Han didn't know about the Jedi when he was alive during the Clone War? Okay. My only answer would be, and again, this isn't straight from Lucas, so I'm just speculating. I'm using my knowledge and what fits, what makes sense, is that he's, one, young. Again, think of the time. You're talking about 20 years plus, but we'll make it the most recent to give the most allowance, right? So 19 BBY is when the Clone Wars ends. If Han is 29 in A New Hope, then he's 10 years old. He's on Corellia, which I'd have to double check where it is on the map, but from what I remember, that's mid-rim. So if you're mid-rim, kind of off to the side, for whatever reason, the Clone Wars didn't really go there. We know it's on Kashyyyk and Utapau and Geonosis and several other planets, and it did affect the galaxy. But if it wasn't directly an issue on Corellia, we don't know Han's true story because Solo is just a mess of fan fiction. That's not Solo's true story. So in Lucas's mind, if he's kind of off to the side of the war, he's 10 years old, he's not really seeing Jedi because I don't remember any Corellian Jedi. Not to say that there never was or couldn't be, but I don't recall a Jedi from Corellia. So if you're kind of off to the side of things, okay, you're way too young to know about ancient galactic wars and battles between Sith and Night Sisters and Mandalorians and all that. You're 10 years old. So it would stand to reason he would know. By the time he gets to meet Luke, the Republic crumbles, the Empire takes control, so he wouldn't have direct influence or direct interactivity with the Jedi because the Jedi all get killed off when he's around 10. So then he wouldn't know about the Jedi because they're not out frolicking and the Republic falls, and as does the Jedi Temple. So it stands the reason he doesn't know. He meets Luke. He had heard about it. Remember, he says hokey religions, all that. It's not like he never heard. He just doesn't know directly. Like he hasn't physically interacted with the Jedi, but he had heard about it because he references it. Now we go 5 years after Jedi, where not one, but 2 Death Stars are blown up by Luke Skywalker, who redeems the Lord of the Sith and kills the Emperor. Then yes, there's no excuse, especially 5 years later. But even Rey, 30 years later, everybody would know the Jedi. Again, everybody would know them up until 1915 BBY. But a 10-year-old at the end of the Jedi Republic, mid-rim, Corellia, doesn't necessarily have to know. But he does have an instance because he does mention it. Whereas, again, and Mandalorian contradicting itself, I don't know what the Jedi are. What, they're sorcerers? What? But yet, Cobb Vanth is like, yeah, we were all on Tatooine, and there's on the HoloNet. Everybody knew that the Death Star was blown up, and there's the encoded Luke message and the whole thing. Well, Mandalorian is completely freaking clueless. You're an independent smuggler doing your own thing. That's one thing. You're in a organized society of ancient warriors with lore and history and tradition. You would be telling stories of the Jedi, the Siege of Mandalore, all this stuff. The Jedi would be part of your conversation. A Corellian loner, not necessarily. So it makes perfect sense that he wouldn't know, because even though he's alive at that time, he was far detached from anything going on there. But after 2 Death Stars, not know the galaxy being freed, not knowing about the Jedi and Mandalorian, that's just plain stupid. So there you go. Take a seat, young Skywalker. Hurry up. Quentin Tarantino's making a new movie about me in 30 minutes. By the way, Tarantino hates Star Wars. Most people don't know this. He loves Star Trek. He hates Star Wars. And I know this because when Force Awakens was being discussed, there was an interview with him, and he was like, Star Wars? Who the hell wants to do a Star Wars movie? Yet he was all pumped up that JJ was doing Star Trek. Tarantino does not like Star Wars. And he's also said in other interviews, I'm not into Star Wars. But he adores Star Trek. So Tarantino, I've heard people like, he would be great for it. No, he wouldn't. He doesn't like Star Wars. He would not be good for a Star Wars movie. Is he talented and could he do some wicked stuff? Sure, but he doesn't like Star Wars, number one. And number two, his films are very unique. It would be like a Rian Johnson, his own thing. Now, if it was a side story Star Wars horror film, okay, I bet he could do some cool stuff. But it would have to be like a very, side, non-canon, fun film. Sure. But he doesn't like Star Wars, guys. So Just to let you know that. He didn't go against Jedi. Anakin? I'm not sure what you mean there. George and his daughter in the background, yes. Christopher Lee played Willy Wonka's Sass in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. He was dentist that hated candy. Ah, okay. I got you. I got you. Yes, Dracula, because Christopher Lee was Dracula. It's a Dracula joke. The lollipop Count Dooku. Okay, got you. There's another reference. Okay, I got you. I just never really connected that, but okay, got you. Willy Wonka's father. Why does autocorrection ruin everything I say? Yeah, that's life. The Count Dooku is the Count Dracula, Count Dooku. Yes, absolutely. No way Han met Chewie and Lando, did the Kessel Run, got the Falcon, and started working for Jabba the Hutt. All within 3 days. Well, no, it wouldn't have been 3 days. It would have been over a long time. Are you referring to Solo? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, Solo is completely wrong. Like, and I know that a lot of it's lore, but for example, like even like old school, my era lore, we knew that Han freed from the Empire not just Chewie, and that's why they're best buds, but he freed thousands of Wookiees, Kashikans. So it wasn't. That's part of why Chewie loves Han, not just because of their personal relationship and their adventures and all that, because from day one, Han put his neck out to free not just Chewie, but him. And Chewie helped, they banded, and not saying it was just him, but Han was the direct result of freeing thousands of Wookiees so that they could revolt and escape the Empire, because they had been captured from battles in Kashyyyk. So that's why Chewie has such a great love for Han. From the beginning, he had trust in Han, and the Wookiees being very native and not antique, but have rich culture, right, and nobility. He had a lot of trust and love for Han because he freed a bunch of Wookiees, not just Chewie. That's the story. In Solo, they free like 3 Wookiees, and they're best buds. That's not how it went down. He freed and helped Chewie free a ton, like thousands of Wookiees, and that's why Han and him and Kashyyyk, all the Wookiees love and know Han Solo. Now, does every last Wookiee know Han Solo? No. But as a general populace, they know and love him as like an honorary Wookiee because he put his ass out there to free and save a shit ton of Wookiees. That's old school, my era lore. That was known. So that's why, they had that relationship. Whereas Solo, it's like, anyways. What's your interpretation of the whole Plagueis tale? Do you think that happened? My personal take is 85% of what Palpatine is just a lie. Is that what Anakin need to hear? I can't argue that. I mean, that's a good point. It very much could be that. It was never truly clear. Like, is Plagueis real? Did that really happen? Or is he just telling him that because, like you said, that's what he needs to hear? That is quite possible. I don't know officially. Lucas had never truly said. What Lucas did, in fact, say is that Palpatine is the devil. Anakin sells his soul to the devil, and it's because of his attachment to Padme. He just can't let go, so that's why he gives in and falls. Where he falls, truly the actual pinpoint part where he begins to go to the dark side is the opera scene. Out of Lucas's mouth, the opera scene. There's a lot of things right through his life in the movies that are making him dark, but the actual, like, okay, I'm seriously going to the dark side, is the opera scene, the Darth Plagueis story. Because that's where he gets the promise of, right, I can save your wife. So it's hard to say because Palpatine knows about his dreams and his wife, right, and that he can save her. And, the story, Plagueis. So I don't know. I don't have a definitive answer because Lucas never has given a definitive answer. But I tend to take people as face value. If this is what you said, then I'm going to take for what you said. So I think that, yes, Plagueis was his master. He betrayed him. Now, here's the other problem. If there's Darth Jar Jar, well then no, obviously Plagueis is not true, and Plagueis didn't train him, nor did he kill him. Darth Jar Jar is the one manipulating all of this. So it also brings into that question. I believe that yes, Plagueis was real and that was true. But it could be, as you said, he just made that up to give Anakin what he needed to hear. No argument there. We just don't know definitively. The jail fight scene in Solo, the whole thing is just dumb. If you know and love Solo, you know, it's just dumb. The dice that are Kira's that he gives to Leia. How disrespectful. It's just, it would have made sense if it was a 3-part miniseries that took place within the span of 10 years. Yeah. You're very well said. Why does Chewie eat people in Solo? Because Disney. That's why. Revenge of the Sith is a lot like the story of Faust when you think of it, really like how this was written. Yes, absolutely. And Lucas, again, studied so many things and brings so many things in. And I have something for you, which I don't remember if I showed it to you in the past. So just in case, for all of you, I will show you something, which I think I did show it a few streams ago, and some of you probably do remember, but you will enjoy it either way. Just a moment, let me find it. And I don't remember exactly when I made this. This was last year. The date on it says December 20th, 2019, which is probably right around that day that I made this. And I think some of you have seen it before, but just for giggles, I will show you. And there you go. That is Star Wars. That is the life. The birth and death of Star Wars. And you really can't argue it. Now, you could say Star Wars technically started before May 25th, right? Sure. Early 70s, mid 70s, Lucas was writing it, plus building Lucasfilm, getting the money, developing Macquarie's art. Yes, you technically could say. But as far as like being known to the world, being a public thing, its true birth, May 25th, 1977. And then its true death, well, everything since October 31st, 2012 has been fan fiction nonsense. So there you go. And I know that a lot of people like Disney stuff, but it's because you're not thinking. You're not connecting the dots of remembering, you know, things that happened in Star Wars that the sequel trilogy just totally screws up. So, but anyways, Lucas sold Star Wars White Sabers. Yes, he did. Oh boy, did he. He sure did. And he sure did say that. Okay. I'm going to take a very quick break. I need to get some liquid. My mouth is getting dry here. Greetings, Master Yoda. Always nice to see Master Yoda. Welcome to the stream. I'm just about to take a very quick break. I'll only be 5-10 minutes, and we will continue on with Revenge of the Sith. For what it's worth, I am at 27 minutes and 46 seconds. And we will pick it up in just a few minutes. I just need to get some liquid and stretch my legs. I suggest that you guys do the same, and I will be right back, and we will continue on. So think of any questions or comments you have, and we will continue. Let me see. I'll put a little video on you for you guys. What can we watch? Here's a neat one that I don't know if I've shown you guys before. Hyperspace skipping. I don't know that I've shared this one on the stream. Maybe I have, I don't recall. I think it's pretty neat. So this is about 8 minutes, and I will be back doing the whole movie. Yes, I am. So I'm at about 27 minutes right now, and I will pick up here in just a few minutes. Going to just grab a drink, and I will be back. Alexander and Hamilton was white. Yeah, well, you know, people, Disney's very confused. Yes, I do all the movies, so we will get through Sith. All right. So first, lovely baby Jen. And I will put this video on for you guys, and I will be back in just a few minutes. So enjoy hyperspace skipping Disney style with Google Maps. It's an interesting little video, so I hope you enjoy it, and I will be back in 5-10 minutes. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you guys in just a few. Star Wars hyperspace skipping with Google Maps. Welcome to Not My Star Wars, where we talk about Disney, Disney Plus, and of course Star Wars. With state-of-the-art technology in super advanced satellites from Google, we can now hyperspace skip through our solar system. Let's take a look. You can either search Google Maps or go to google.com/maps. If you have a city searched here, it's best to clear your search. Come to the bottom left, click satellite view. You can either use the roller on your mouse or the negative symbol to zoom out, zoom all the way out until you see the globe. And it's going to pull up different locations here. So let's try it out. Let's go to Mercury. How about Venus? You could go to the ISS if you like. How about the moon? NASA really needs to start using this technology. Mars? Okay, so you can go all around our solar system looking at different planets through hyperspace skipping. We'll look at a couple more. Well, that just kind of looks like our moon. How about Titan? All right, and we'll try one more. Anybody remember little Pluto? There used to be a planet. And you can come up here and close this tab. Pluto seems to be having a problem. It's like a marble here. Take a look around Pluto. Huh, that's interesting. Look at that. There's this big shape here. Let's zoom in a little bit and get a better look. That's funny. Kind of looks familiar. Does this look familiar to anybody? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Do you see it? I guess it's nighttime there. Do you see it here? What could that be? Let's go back home now. Good thing for Star Wars technology is hyperspace skipping. We can get all around really fast. Take a look at the Earth. Something seems out of place here. Can't quite put my finger on it. What's not right here? Wait a minute. Doesn't the Earth spin at 1,100 miles per hour? Aren't there satellites in space? Oh, that's right. This is Google. This is just images. It's not real time. NASA, U.S. Geological Survey, 2020. Well, maybe we need a real-time view. NASA ISS live stream, Earth from space, ISS live feed, ISS tracker plus live chat. 371 watching now. Oh, look, we're live. There's the Earth. So it's spinning kind of slow. That's weird. Shouldn't there be stars? Shouldn't there be satellites? Do you know how many satellites are currently orbiting around the Earth? Just under a year ago. As per the Index of Objects Launched into Outer Space, which is prepared by the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNOSA, 4,987 satellites revolved around the Earth's orbit during the start of this year. The number of satellites revolving around the Earth showed an increase of 2.68% as compared to last year. UNOSA observed that in 2018, 382 objects were launched into space, while in 2017, 453. Number of launches, 1957 to 2018, 8,378. UNOSA.org, United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. This index is from 1957 current. There have been 8,889 objects launched into space.
It's just flawless, isn't it?
We think so. Yeah.
I mean, I literally couldn't imagine a more beautiful vessel for Alexa to be inside. Alexa, how many tablespoons are in a cup?
There are 16 tablespoons in a cup.
Babe, food just got here. Why you cooking? Who's that?
Alexa, turn on the sprinklers.
Honey, I already ran the sprinklers. Things are getting way too wet around here.
Alexa, dim the lights.
But I'll save you.
Alexa, lights on. Alexa, lights on.
Add bath oils to my shopping list.
Alexa, no, don't do that.
Read my audiobook.
I was in his hands. I was being changed.
Yeah.
Realized that I was also kissing him.
Honey, other people have to use the bathroom around here too.
I've trusted Clear Eyes for years because my eyes deserve to look this bright, this white, this comfortable. You could pay more for other drops, but when Clear Eyes makes eyes look like this, why would you? Clear Eyes. Your eyes deserve the best.
That's funny. I can't see even one. You would think if there's 4,000 satellites, you would see at least one of them. And there's trillions of stars. You would think you would see at least one of them. You would think that Google satellite would capture one star or one satellite, other than this matte painting. Oh well, hyperspace skipping. Nothing to see here. Move along. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you. The Rise of Skywalker just took a massive box office loss. Welcome to Not My Star Wars, where we talk about Disney, Disney Plus, and of course Star Wars. Ironically, I just released a video, Will the Rise of Skywalker... Alright. So that's hyperspace skipping with Disney and Google. Think about it. Are the prequels being looked at through rose-colored glasses because they are not the sequels? Seems like it. Not everybody loves the prequels. I mean, I'm not here to convince you of that. I love them. I think they're great. As I've said many times, are they... Just take my favorite one, Attack of the Clones, as a separate movie in the film industry. Is it a great film? No. Is it going to win awards or stand alone? No. Are the prequels with the OT one complete beautiful saga that has continuity and is a wonderful story? Yes. So the prequels aren't great movies, if you like, but they are great Star Wars movies, and that's what matters, is that they are part of the overall story. Some people love Sith. A lot of people love Sith on its own. So a lot of that is subjective. It's up to you if you like them or not. I don't look at them through rose-colored glasses because I always loved them. And I'm very objective and very realistic. But what they are components of a larger sum, and they are true to what they are supposed to be. She won't get fired because she will have no real authority. Kathleen? Yeah, it's hard to say what's going to happen with Miss Kathleen. I don't know. 6 months ago-ish, I thought for sure she was gone already. Never mind going to be fired. but I can always only go by whatever information I have at the time. Now, I don't see her going anywhere. Who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us in September, but I don't see her going anywhere. I think Disney's dug themselves into where they're going to be, and that's that. Sadly. It is what it is. All right, let's continue on with Sith. I'm at 2746. Obi-Wan arriving on Utapau. Or better said, this is Grievous arriving on Utapau. We see members of the CIS, thousands of droids. And Lord Sidious comes up on the hologram. I suggest you move the leaders to Mustafar. The end of the war is near, General. Okay, so you can see that he's already planning, because where does he send Anakin later? To Mustafar. With the loss of Count Dooku, his death was a necessary loss. Soon I will have a new apprentice, one far younger and more powerful. So, if it wasn't painfully clear, Dooku was never really part of the plan. I mean, he was part of the plan because, you know, he recruited Cypher Dyas and funded Cypher Dyas to make the clones. He recruited Jango to be the temple for the clones. He organized the CIS. He started the whole Trade Federation, not the Trade Federation, but the CIS movement. He put all these things into place, caused all this turmoil. He also, behind the scenes, is training Grievous. He was an integral part of all of this coming together. But long game, Palpatine knew this old man, he's not going to be my apprentice. He's not who I need. I need the chosen one. So Palpatine, being very wise, was manipulating all of this, moving towards eventually getting Anakin. He knew that Dooku at some point or another, he's getting old. He's going to die off from old age or get killed by someone. It worked out great where, you know, he pitted him against Anakin, and plus Anakin much more powerful now and has the rage of how he got chopped down in clones, right? But long game, Palpatine always understood that this is about Anakin, and that's what he was leading to. He, remember in Phantom Menace, we'll watch your career closely. So Dooku was just a pawn. He didn't take him seriously that that's where he was going to go. I think probably the same with Maul. Maul, he probably took a little more seriously because he was younger and he wasn't totally aware of Anakin. He probably felt a tremor in the Force that Anakin was born, I would think, Palpatine of all people. But he didn't know where he was or what was going on or how he's going to meet him or whatever. So till, you know, really Phantom Menace is where Palpatine's like, okay, there's the chosen one. I have an opportunity to get a hold of him, get my hooks in him young. But definitely from Phantom Menace on, you know, big, long game, Palpatine's thinking of Anakin, not Dooku. Dooku was just a pawn. KK, you respect my authority. Yes. Charlie Momo, hi, hello, welcome. Bald lady is Rey's grandmother, lol. Yes, they're as I mentioned before, I have a lot of details of Underworld, and I will make that video when I have the time. But there was conversation of that Palpatine did have a love interest, and that's part of what truly made him go to Emperor mode, is because he was already kind of shifty and evil, but when his heart got broken is what truly turned him to just full out like not give a shit. So that was some details back in old lore Lucas era that was connected with Underworld, that Palpatine would have a love interest. Now, Rise of Skywalker came out, and Empress Palpatine, you're my granddaughter. Strike me down and take the throne. Okay, so then Lucasfilm as always thinks we're idiots, and we're all just going to be like, oh, okay, yeah, she was the granddaughter of Palpatine. That's cool. Palpatine's back. Okay, Rey Skywalker. Okay, no problem. You know, Pablo and Dave Filoni, of all people, should know that we're going to question everything. So then they started scrambling, trying to answer shit. And one of the speculations they started making was that, what's her name? The bald lady, and right now I can't remember her name, but yes, because she's around him a lot in the earlier in episode 1 and 2, especially in 2 in the Senate. She's also in his chambers. That there was supposedly a love affair between them two. So there was a lot of speculation that that's Rey's mother or Rey's grandmother. Then they came out with, oh, well, Palpatine actually is a clone of himself, and he was making other clones, and that his son was a failed clone. Which really, he wasn't a failed clone. He was good as a person, but he was failed because he didn't have force powers. Now, again, they're so stupid, because if you make a clone, you're going to look the same. His son doesn't look anything like him. His son looks totally different, and you see him in The Rise of Skywalker. So not only does he look different, but the whole story is just dumb. But then that's how they explained it, right? Is that he made a clone, which was his son, but really if he's a clone, he's not your son. But okay, you can argue that because of Jango and Boba. But anyways, that he's a son, and that his son then married, and they had Rey. And that's why Rey gets her powers, because that's why she's Rey Palpatine. So anyways, the whole thing is dumb. But there was, for a while, that arc that Baldy was his girl. Rey's grandmother, yes. A friend of mine said he would rather see a Ahsoka movie than a Plagueis movie. Well, nowadays, yeah, probably a lot of people would, because they're lost and don't even know Ahsoka's true story and that she died in Order 66. But, you know, of course, normies are going to want an Ahsoka movie. Star Wars fans are going to obviously want a Plagueis movie. Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher. Have you seen Carrie Fisher? She looks like a damn train wreck. Yeah, well. So anyways, Palpatine long game knows that he wants Anakin. Wow, Coruscant. 2914, man, just the density of Coruscant. For them to paint all that in there, wow. And they're over Padme's penthouse. As many of you know, but for anyone that doesn't know, Coruscant is a city planet. Literally, there is no green on Coruscant. It is all, there's no desert, there's no forest, it's all one city. Granted, there's districts and, you know, divisions, but it's all one city. Padme brushing her hair on the balcony so everyone can see. I want to have our baby back home on Naboo. Go to the lake country where no one will know. Which is smart, makes sense. I can fix the baby's room. Now, Padme could theoretically do so, because she could say, well, I'm going home to take care of business, whatever, and she goes back. It's better for her to be in Coruscant because she's a senator, but okay. The problem is how would Anakin explain going off to Naboo, right, to the council and everything else? But anyway, she's thinking idealistically. I know the perfect spot right by the garden, she says. You're so beautiful, he says. Which, again, some people criticize the dialogue in this film. If you're 20, 22 years old, looking at Padme Amidala on a balcony in Coruscant, that's exactly what you would say. So I don't want to hear it. It's only because I'm so in love. And then he says, no, I'm so in love with you. Now, just my personal taste, I don't like Padme here. I don't know if it's her makeup. I think it's her makeup. I don't think she looks great here. Maybe it's her hair. Although I think her hair is awesome, all curly and tied up like that. But I never liked Padme in this scene. By the way, she has that little charm that baby Anakin made for her on her neck. No, it's because I'm so in love with you. That's so what any 20-year-old boy would say. So love is blind, as you, she says. Aren't they cute? So now he has the nightmare. And sees Padme suffering in childbirth. Which we can assume that he sees her die, or that's what he takes from it. But technically, we don't see that she dies. She's just suffering. And again, instead of him right here saying, man, what's wrong? What am I doing wrong that it's leading to this? Listening to Yoda, that it's not clear, that the future is hard to see. It's just a path of what could happen. So instead of him thinking, what am I doing wrong? What can I do better to prevent this? He's automatically thinking, how can I get power to prevent it? Yeah, it must be her makeup, because there in bed when she gets up, she looks great again. I don't like her on that balcony scene. Just my personal taste. Yeah, she looks much better here after waking up. What's bothering you? Nothing. And he grabs her charm. How long is it going to take for us to be honest with each other, she says. It was a dream, bad? Yes. Like the ones I used to have about my mother just before she died. You see? So he doesn't see her die. He sees her suffering, and he's remembering what happened with his mother. So like I just said, instead of him saying, what am I doing wrong? How can I prevent this? By doing the right thing, he's thinking automatically, I have to become powerful to prevent this. It was about you. Now he's going to contradict me and say, you died. It was only a dream. It's been a little while since I've seen it, but I don't think he says that you died. Maybe he does. Okay, there you go. You die in childbirth. He contradicted me. And the baby, I don't know. Okay, but still, I will remind you what Yoda says, that the future is hard to see. Okay, so that depending on your actions can influence that outcome. He's only thinking like what? Like a Sith, an absolute. This baby will change our lives. Yeah, sure. It's going to change everybody's lives. Okay, I doubt the Queen will continue to let me serve in the Senate. So, reminder, she is still a senator. All right, so for her to walk away, it's pretty serious. And if the council discovers you're the father, you'll be expelled. I know. You think Obi-Wan might be able to help us? Now, I don't know if that's a strict rule. I mean, I suppose it would be, but I don't know officially if that's a strict rule or they're assuming that just because Padme's pregnant and they have a child that he'll automatically be expelled. The chosen one who was brought in late. I don't know that Yoda and them would be like, "You're out of here, dude." I don't know. It would be a problem. Could he be on the council? Probably not. But would they automatically say you're expelled? I don't know about that. I think that's them presuming it. I could be wrong, but I don't know. What did you say? If Harrison Ford's nose breaks one more time, he'll die. Mark Hamill sounds like the Joker. Chewbacca's going to be bald. Lando will be in jail. 3PO and R2 will be boxes of scraps. What's going on, James? Coruscant is like Cybertron. Yes, it is. Very good call there. Another very cool city that I loved very much as a child. How do you make an episode 7 with the original cast as old people? Very easily. You just, first of all, they could have flashbacks of what had happened over the years, reestablishing where they're at now and why. You could have had flashbacks of Luke training young Jedi and doing all that stuff. It wouldn't be hard. It's just good story writing. You just put them in that time, 30 years later, but they could still explain everything that had happened up to that. I think Palpatine makes Anakin's nightmares about Padme. Here's why. Palpatine offers Anakin an alternative to the Jedi way by showing a terrible future. He wants Anakin to create fear fantasies of what might happen if he doesn't help him. Not impossible. There's nothing to disprove or support it. He is very powerful, but I don't think that that's it. Again, going back to Yoda, that you can have visions of things, but that's just a possible outcome. You have the ability to shape your future. So I don't believe that Palpatine did that. It's a good theory. It holds up. I can't say that it doesn't. He is on Coruscant, so he's in proximity of Palpatine, so I can't say that it isn't. We don't, again, have proof to disprove or prove it. But I just don't feel that that's what it was. I think he just was, remember, not only do Jedi have visions, but he's the chosen one, so he would have definitely the ability to see things in the future. And he's just taking it the wrong way. Instead of finding the positive solution, he just automatically says, I have to, at all costs, do whatever it takes, sell myself to the devil to save Padme. But, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, because it could, it fits. It could have been that he did that. I just don't think that's what would have happened. We don't need his help, he says. Our baby is a blessing. Yeah, kind of is for all of us, for the galaxy. The Jedi Temple of Coruscant. Okay. And here we are, Yoda and Anakin. Premonitions. These visions you have, they're of pain, suffering, Anakin says. Death. Yourself you speak of, or someone you know? Someone. Yeah, well, my wife. Close to you. Yes. Careful you must be when sensing the future, Anakin. The fear of loss is a path to the dark side. I won't let these visions come true, Master Yoda. Death is a natural part of life. Rejoice for those around you who transform into the Force. Mourn them, do not. Miss them, do not. Attachment leads to jealousy. Shadow of greed, that is. What must I do? Train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose. Anakin's like, no way. Okay, but first of all, when I'm referencing Yoda saying that the future is hard to see, this is OT. I'm not saying that it's happening here. Second, he just said to Anakin, you have to learn to let go. So again, if Anakin does the correct thing and learns to let go, then he doesn't turn to Vader. And I want to be clear, when I say the correct thing, of course, your wife, the mother of your children, you're going to love her, you're going to miss her, you're going to be broken, you're going to be shattered because she dies. But there's a difference between mourning, loving, caring, feeling, and not letting go. That is the problem, not letting go. Because as hurtful as it is, your mother, your dog, your child, you have to at one point let them go, because they go off into, in this case, the Force. But in our world, right, they go to heaven or whatever it is you believe in. They go into the cosmos. So while it is difficult, I understand that if you lose a loved one, especially someone so close, your child, your husband, your wife, or your dog, at the end of the day, you have to let them go. You have to know that they're going to a better place. And then things happen for a reason. So it is not wrong to love them, mourn them, remember them, care about them. All of that is fine. The problem is when you go to the extreme of not letting them go. You go to now unnatural levels to prevent them from going. And when you go against the universe, when you go against the Force, you're going to pay the price. That's what Yoda's saying. Not that you can't be sad or mourn them or whatever, but Jedi have this for a reason, because when you get so obsessed with something, you are going to turn to the dark. You misreport on the Outer Rim sieges. I was held up. Well, you do have an excuse. You were just talking to Yoda. You should have said, I'm sorry, I had a meeting with Yoda, dummy. Salakami has fallen, and Master Boss has moved his troops to Boz Pity. Quinlan Voss, who you never see, I don't believe, if I remember correctly. You don't see Quinlan Voss, but there you go, there's a reference. What's wrong then? The Senate is expected to vote more executive powers to Chancellor today. That can only mean less deliberating, more action. Make it easier for us to end this war. Be careful of your friend Palpatine. Be careful of what? He's requested your presence. What for? He didn't inform the council. All of this is unusual. It's making me feel uneasy. Yes, you should always feel uneasy when one person is getting so much power. It's never a good thing. So now we're in Palpatine's chambers. I hope you trust me, Anakin. I need your help, son, he says. I'm depending on you, he says. To be the eyes, ears, and voice of the Republic. Not me, but the Republic. I'm appointing you to be my personal representative on the Jedi Council, which is totally illegal. You can't do that. Me, a master. The council likes its own members. They'll never accept this. I think they will. They need you. No, they don't. More than you know. Yeah, well, you obviously know. I'm at 3653, by the way. I just saw something. Yoda said the truth, but he didn't make Anakin comprehend it. Maybe Qui-Gon would had helped him. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That this, and to Yoda's maybe fault, if you like, he's not always super clear, right? He speaks a little bit in riddles and he speaks backwards. And if you really think on what he's saying, he's giving you great wisdom, but Yoda's not one to like elaborate and really explain things. So, really, I think that he's counting on Obi-Wan to do that, to guide him in that. And Obi-Wan, in that sense, that's where Obi-Wan fails him, because Obi-Wan is a great master, as we know. He loved Anakin and did what he could, but sometimes maybe he should have spoke to him more like a brother instead of always kind of talking down to him. I think Qui-Gon would have been a little more patient and understanding. Is that Darth Revan? Why the hell is he in this movie? Why is his lightsaber all fiery? A black guy as a stormtrooper? What happened to all the clones? Why did they turn R2 into a ball? Because Disney. What will inevitably happen will happen. If you fixate too much, you become obsessed with the future. You start living in a world where failure must be avoided, like Anakin. Anakin suffers. Yeah, true. Allow this appointment lightly. The council does not. Disturbing is this move by Chancellor Palpatine. You're on this council, but we do not grant you the rank of master. Okay, so keep in mind here that Anakin reports to the council and says what Palpatine said. So in reality, they're not putting him on the council because they wanted to. They're doing it because Palpatine is asking them to. And that's why May says, okay, well, fine, you're on the council, but you're not a master. That doesn't just make you a master. You have to earn this shit. By the way, in this scene, there's an empty seat, and Yaddle is not around. So she's off, assuming she's still alive, off somewhere battling. Although we see Kiadi and Kit Fister are holograms, so it's strange that Yaddle is completely absent. Mace is so badass. How can you do this? This is outrageous. It's unfair. How can you be on the council and not be a master? Take a seat, Anakin Skywalker. Again, because you are not put on the council by the council. You were put there because Palpatine is pushing for that. And instead of being appreciative that they say, okay, well, we'll allow you to be part of the council, he's going the extra step of dramatic and being like, well, but why can I not be a master? Because you're not ready to be a master, Anakin. And sometimes youth, you think you're ready, you think you know, but you have to trust in someone that's 2, 3, 800 years older than you, that sometimes your elders aren't blind. It's not that they don't understand that you're not ready, or that you're ready and they're being so blind. It's sometimes that they know you better than you do know yourself. They often see themselves. Oh, shoot. I don't know what I just did, but my okay. They know you better than yourself, and in fact, they often see themselves in you. So anyone younger, remember this, that in life, sometimes, yeah, old people are just ignorant and don't want to, but often don't always take it as it's not fair. You don't see how great I am. No, on the contrary, they see exactly who you are, and this is why they're telling you. Wisdom is the thing. Anyways, Anakin is, all crybaby here. How can I not be a master? Just him doing that, saying it's unfair, and how can that proves that he's not ready to be a master, because he doesn't have the enlightenment to understand why he can't be a master, because he's not appointed truly by the council. He was appointed by Palpatine. Obi-Wan shakes his head. You see, Obi-Wan gets it. We have surveyed all the systems in the Republic. We found no sign of General Grievous. Hiding in the Outer Rim, the outlying systems you must sweep. We do not have many ships to spare. What about the droid attack on the Wookiees, right? This is a famous quote. Famous meme. What about the droid attack on the Wookiees? It's critical we send an attack group there immediately. It's a system we cannot afford to lose. Go, I will. Good relations with the Wookiees I have. Yoda will take a battalion of clones to reinforce the Wookiees on Kashyyyk. May the Force be with us all. Put me on the council, but make me not a master. It's never been done in history. It's insulting. Right. And then, you see here, let's look at this dialogue because this is important. May the Force be with us all, May says. Okay, so Anakin, what kind of nonsense is this? All mad. He's just got put onto the council. He's like 22 years old. Put me on the council and not make me a master? It's never been done in the history of the Jedi. It's insulting, he says. I mean, seriously? Again, arrogance. And then Anakin says, calm down, Anakin. You have been given a great honor, which you have. Most Jedi never make it to the council first. And then he reminds him, to be on the council at your age, it's never happened before. You're the youngest Jedi to be on the council, and you're complaining about it. Let that sink in. The fact doesn't matter. You're too close to the Chancellor. The Chancellor doesn't like it when he interferes in Jedi affairs. Exactly. That's, typical politician interfering in things that they should not be interfering with. I swear to you, I didn't ask to be put on the council, but it's what you wanted. Okay, so you didn't ask to be on the council, but yet you accepted Palpatine's commission. You went to the council and told them, and then you started bitching because you're not a master, instead of being humble and just saying, hey, I didn't ask for this, but this is what Palpatine wants. If you guys accept me, then, I'll be happy to serve. Instead, you went along with it, and you're bitching about it. But you wanted it. It's what you wanted. You see, and that's the thing. Like, some people say that Obi-Wan didn't care enough or failed him. No, Obi-Wan was very straightforward with him, and would be realistic with Anakin and show him. I love Obi-Wan. Your friendship with Chancellor Palpatine seems to have paid off. That has nothing to do with this, you see. But the wise council, that's how it appears. The only reason the council has approved your appointment is because the Chancellor trusts you. You see? And I didn't want to put you in this situation. I'm on your side. What situation? The council wants you to report on all of the Chancellor's dealings. They want to know what he's up to. Okay, so technically, they wouldn't have even put him on the council. You have to be a master. He's not even ready. The only reason they accept it is because by Palpatine playing that card of, well, I want him to be in the council. Big why? Because they know he wants to know what's going on in the council. So then the council is a step ahead of him, at least think they are. And they say, okay, we'll accept you in the council, but that's because we want you to report on what Palpatine is up to. You want me to spy on the Chancellor? Of course. That's treason, but we are worried, Anakin. But it's not treason for you to conspire with a senator to spy on the Jedi Council. You see how Anakin's already twisting his priorities? Why didn't the council give me this assignment when we were in session? This is not to be on record. Chancellor's not a bad man. Yeah, well, he befriended me. He's watched out for me since I arrived here. That is why you must help us. Our legion is to the Senate, not to its leader. His man is to stay in office long after his term has expired. The Senate demanded he stay longer. Use your feelings. Anakin, something's out of place. You're asking me to do something against the Jedi Code, against the Republic, against a mentor and a friend. That's what's out of place. Why are you asking me this of me? The council's asking me. Because Anakin is not seeing the bigger picture of that he has too much power and that he's trying to appoint Anakin to the council. Instead, Anakin's only looking at, well, but he's a good guy. He's always been my friend. You know, Anakin's blinded, sadly. Mace might seem like a greedy bastard, but he is not. He's trying to fix all. He tries to really do the right thing. Yeah, no, I think Mace is great. Did Mace beat Palps or did Palps lose on purpose? We'll talk about that in a minute when we get to it. Because there's two arguments there. I kind of want to make a mini-series set 1,000 years before the Phantom Menace about the downfall of the Sith. Do it. Don't think about it. Do it. Here, in fact,
Go for it!
there you go. Someone told me that Plo Koon is more powerful than Yoda. Do I even need to comment on that? We all know that's not true. The Jedi are very desperate to finish the war. They have lost their way. They are not 100% Jedi because instead of helping people in the galaxy, they are in a war fighting for a dictatorship. Why are they in the war? To protect the Republic for the people. So no, I can't agree with you there, Roberto. That's not true. The reason they are in the war is for the people, to protect the Republic. They're not choosing. They didn't start the war, and they're not choosing to be in the war. They're doing it because they have to protect the Republic. They're actually being exactly Jedi. You're just taking it the wrong way. Remember, Jedi do not attack, they defend. The Republic is under siege, it's under attack. So they are reacting to that and fighting back. They didn't start the war, they didn't go out and do all this mess. That's why Palpatine had to do all that with the trade blockade, is to suck the Jedi into war, because they weren't going to do it on their own. You see, here's the thing. If Palpatine just came out like, I'm going to take over, the Jedi aren't going to just immediately go into, well, maybe in an extreme sense like that because he's a Sith. But in general, the Jedi aren't going to just engage like that. But once you're starting to attack important systems and you force the Jedi into that, well, naturally they're going to fight back. So, yes, they are being 100% Jedi. You're just misinterpreting that. I find very tragic that the Jedi are doing wrong by not helping anyone in many years, and they don't know it. They live in... Again, I can't argue with that. How are they not helping people? They have established the Jedi Temple and maintaining order in the through the Republic. How can you say that? There was peace for so long because the Jedi were doing the right thing. How can you say that? Anyways. The Jedi do become a bit blind, but people blaming the Jedi for this, I think you're not getting it. This is all Sidious. Sidious does all this, not the Jedi. They are the reaction, not the action. I'm at 40:21. Anakin did not take his new assignment with much enthusiasm. It's very dangerous putting them together. I don't think the boy can handle it. I don't trust him, he says. With all due respect, Master, is he not the chosen one? Is he not to destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force? So the prophecy says. A prophecy that misread could have been. Now, if you remember in Clones, I showed you that deleted scene, the Jedi platform, where Obi-Wan's saying, hey, we can't totally trust Anakin. He's arrogant. He's attached to Padme. So that scene, again, would contradict here. That would cause a problem for this, where later Mace would be the one saying, hey, I don't trust him. Whereas Obi-Wan is here defending him. You see how that would have caused a problem? So it's good that that scene was cut out. And then Obi-Wan even says, he will not let me down. He never has. You see? I hope right you are. Yoda says. By the way, James Plo Koon, more powerful. George Lucas said Yoda is the most powerful Jedi, and that's an empire when he's almost 900 years old and dying. Imagine, much younger, well, not much younger, but younger Yoda during this high point of the Republic. He's the only Grand Master for a reason. He would technically whoop that ass on everybody right now. Could they all gang up on him and take him out? Sure. But one-on-one, Yoda's the most powerful Jedi. It's not even... So anyways, they're on Coruscant, loading up ships, and there's Wookiee, which I don't know if that's Tarful, maybe. It's hard to see him from here. Back in Padme's penthouse. Sometimes I wonder what's happening to the Jedi Order. I think this war is destroying the principles of the Republic. Okay, so Roberto, back to what you were just saying. I think maybe you're interpreting Anakin's perception of the Jedi in the Republic as to what was happening, but that's where your mistake and Anakin's mistake is. The Jedi are good and they are doing the right thing. Anakin is the fuck up. Anakin is the one that is misperceiving and screwing this up. Anakin is a linchpin, because if Anakin would have stayed good and not fallen to not only Senator Palpatine, but Emperor Palpatine's will, all of this would have been okay. He could have killed Sidious. It's coming up where he could have killed him right there. So I think you're getting too wound up in what Anakin believes. And I think that most people's mistake is they think, well, the Jedi were all, out of balance, and they were, no. On the contrary, the Jedi were right on point. The Jedi made one mistake, and then that they were blinded by Sidious. But that's not greed or arrogance or stupidity or anything. There's a lot going on. There's a huge war going on. They're distracted. They're divided. They're all over the place. They're dealing with Anakin. They're dealing with the Senate, constantly giving more powers and changing things. There's a lot going on. And Sidious, to his credit, is very smart, very manipulative, and very powerful. That's why he could shroud himself. The dark side is always in shroud. But that's not to say that the Jedi failed or were no good. On the contrary, they were doing great. Anakin has this perception. And I think that's where people get lost, is that they think that because Anakin's perception is what's really going on. On the contrary, guys, watch the movie. What's going on is not what Anakin thinks. He's the problem. Anakin is the problem, not the council, not the Jedi. Anyways, have you considered that they may be on the wrong side, that we may be on the wrong side? Anakin says, okay? And Padme looks at him like, dude, what? Sorry. Padme says, have you ever considered that we may be on the wrong side? What do you mean, he says? What if we thought we were serving no longer exists? And the Republic has become the very evil we've been fighting to destroy. I don't believe that, he says. And you're sounding like a separatist, which is ironic because she's actually right. And he's contradicting it, which again shows how out of touch Anakin is. Padme is actually absolutely right. This war represents a failure to listen. Now you're closer to the Chancellor. Tell him, ask him to stop fighting and let diplomacy resume. Don't ask me to do that, he says. Which, why not? Make a motion to the Senate where that request belongs. Don't shut me out. Let me help you. Man, what a girl line that is. Here she looks so pretty too. That one scene on the balcony, her makeup is just weird. So long ago when there was nothing but our love. No politics, no plotting, no war. And all the shit in the background of Coruscant, it's amazing. Blade Runner, Coruscant at night. Welcome to the opera. George Lucas and Katie. 4303, right by the doorway. Anakin walks in right behind George Lucas. Too funny. Okay, Anakin walks into Palpy's box. One, Baldy is with him. Padme's grandmother is there, or Freenjaw. And there's an Emperor's Royal Guard right there. Red suit right there with Palpy. You wanted to see me. I have good news. Our clone intelligence have discovered the location of Grievous. He's in the Utapau system. We'll be able to capture that monster and end this war. I would worry about the collective wisdom of the Council. If it didn't select you for this assignment, you're the best choice. Now, why would you know that, Palpatine? And Anakin, of course, his ego getting stroked. Sit down, leave us, he says. Palpatine's grandmother gets the boot. Get out of here, Baldy. You know, I'm not able to rely on the Jedi Council, which that right there, Anakin should be questioning. Why not? If they hadn't included you in the plot, they soon will. I'm not sure I understand. You must sense what I've come to suspect. The Council want control of the Republic. They're planning to betray me. I don't think that Anakin. Search your feelings. Okay. Let's be real here. Assuming Palpatine is just a human Naboo senator who became the Supreme Chancellor, Shaggy, the Jedi that got scared and wiped out by Grievous, could take down Palpatine in a heartbeat. He's an old man. If the Jedi really wanted control of the Senate, they would have been petitioning and been in the Senate and making motions, or they would have just gone in and whooped that ass and taken over. So it's obviously ridiculous that Anakin would even listen to this, especially when he's part of the action, part of fighting these battles. But whatever. Sometimes you hear what you want to hear. If Plo was the most powerful Jedi, he would be the head of the council. Well, that's one point of it, yes. I love Star Wars and just finished Clone Wars and started Rebels, but I just still cannot believe Anakin became so evil. I can see him leaving the Jedi, but to become so evil, it's just hard to believe. Why? He has the obsession of Padme. That's the whole point of Star Wars, is the attachment, the obsession, that the jealousy, that the fear is what turns you to the dark side. That's the whole point of all of this, is Anakin going to the dark side. It's not that he's Vader and terrorizes. It's not that he was a slave. It's not Luke. It's the whole point of all of this, is that you cannot have attachments, because if you do, you have fear. And if you have fear, you turn to the dark. It's a lesson in humanity that you have to be able to let things go, or then if not, you will sign a deal with the devil. That's literally what the whole thing is about, is making a deal with the devil. Lucas has said it. Palpatine is the devil. Anakin makes a deal with the devil. Watch my Skywalker Legacy documentary. He says it in plain English. He is the devil. And this right here, this point, is when Anakin begins to fall to the dark side, here at the opera. All of the stuff led up to him being susceptible to it. But right here is the beginning. It's not that he turns dark right here, but this is the true starting point of where he goes to the dark. Because now, not only does he have the fear from the dream, but now Palpatine is going to twist it and give him the hope of preventing it. And this is where Anakin changes. Per George Lucas. I think it's totally believable. He has the obsession of losing Padme. I can see him becoming darker and more troubled, but to become Vader just seems extreme. Well, but that's the whole point of these movies. The Jedi are good and humble. I just think they could do more good by not being blinded. Well, but we're all human. And that's the thing. Sometimes we are blinded to things. If the Jedi were truly aware, wouldn't they go take out Palpatine and try to protect the Senate and do extra? Sure. They think they're doing... Plus, remember, they're thin. They say it. We don't have ships. We don't have many Jedi. We're spread out throughout the galaxy. They're doing as best they can. But they can't fight everybody's battles. They have to also count on people doing the right thing, right? Rallying, and that's the point of the rebellion, is it? Outside of the Jedi, rebels got together and fought because the Jedi can't do everything for you. It's like saying, well, the police are going to do everything for you. No, there comes a point where you have to, as citizens, protect your own neighborhood and protect each other and help each other. I mean, you know, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is we are human and we can't help but be blinded somewhat sometimes. And we also can only stretch ourselves so much. You know, you can only help so many people and do so much. You can't be everywhere. Well, some Jedi did whatever they wanted also, and the Jedi would react sternly about it. Well, and that's true. They did have rules. I mean, some Jedi did go rogue and there were consequences. It looks like Anakin was playing with a PlayStation Portable. Yeah, it does. That's funny that you say that. Yeah, he had a PSP. Much more advanced one, but I absolutely think that Anakin is the problem. The Jedi don't want anything bad to happen to him. Yeah, and, you know, to be fair, the Jedi don't want anything to happen to the Republic. Again, if they truly want to control the Republic, like Palpatine just said, well, they would have control. Duh. There's only 2 Sith. Always, remember? Yet, there's thousands of Jedi. Or at least hundreds at this point, but there's a few thousand. Some Jedi, let's see, PlayStation Portable. Politics kill the Jedi. Yes, just like it's killing us right now. Is the problem. Jedi don't want anything bad. Yes. Ironic. Yes. The Separatists had some interesting politics, like the prologue says. There are heroes on both sides. And yes, that's, again, part of like our real politics today. You know, there's people that see things this way and people that see things this way. Me, I always am in the middle. I'm always looking at both sides and laughing like, holy shit, are you both idiots? Here's what's really happening. You have to be focused and centered and look at everything. You can't just be this or just be that. Now you're in absolutes, and that's the downfall of all governments, politics, religion, all of that stuff is you're trying to just see what you want to see. And there are heroes, but yeah, and remember, like a lot of the Empire thinks like the rebels are the terrorists, right? Now, from the outside, we obviously know that the Empire are the bad guys, but from them inside, you know, they kind of, you can see where they kind of think they're doing the right thing. Well, parts of the CIS became Rebel Alliance, sure. At the beginning of the conversation, Palpatine takes advantage of the nobility of Anakin. He makes it seem that spying is a bad thing and that the Jedi are bad. Yes, he does twist Anakin, and this is one, Palpatine being manipulative, but also understanding that Anakin is very susceptible, that he's in a weak spot and not thinking rationally. In the bar on Coruscant and AOTC, you can see Racer for Nintendo 64 playing as a sports channel. Yeah, there is. I have seen that always. Even the first time I saw that there is a different sporting events in the background, but Racer for Nintendo 64, are you sure that's specifically what that is? I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying I have seen that there's different sports going there. I never really thought of it as Racer for Nintendo 64, but maybe. Really? Anyways, yes, there are games going on. If you pay attention, you'll see it in the background. So, you know, don't you? He says, what a shit. I know that I don't trust you or the Senate, which is not true, or the Republic or democracy, which is bullshit because they literally fight to protect democracy, to protect the Republic. That is what the Jedi do. And let me tell you something. The Jedi don't even have to do that. The Jedi are, in a sense, like monks. They could be off in, the Himalayan mountains being Shaolin monks and not paying attention to any of this bullshit. But instead, they understand their responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. And they understand that. And they have established the main temple on Coruscant because they know they have to be on top of what's going on in the Senate and watching what's going on in the Republic because that's the only way they're going to be able to serve them. But technically, the Jedi don't have any responsibility to do any of this, which further shows their nobility because they're not responsible for any of this. They could be off doing their own thing, and they choose to protect the Republic. And Anakin knows this. He's been all through the Clone Wars. I have to admit, my trust in them has been shaken, which is foolish because it's not that. It's that you're mad that they didn't make you a master. Why? They asked you to do something that made you feel dishonest, didn't they? They asked you to spy on me, didn't they? Now, if you're thinking, well, of course he's going to surmise that because you asked him to spy on them. But Anakin, not thinking clearly. Okay, but that specifically is why his trust is shaken, because he feels now they're asking him to spy. Which is true, but remember that Palpatine asked him to spy on them first. There's no reason for him to feel shaken. That's his ego. I don't know what to say. All who gain for power are afraid to lose it. Even the Jedi. The Jedi use their power for good. Especially the Sith are afraid to lose it. Good in a point of view. The Sith and the Jedi are similar in almost every way, including their quest for greater power. Now, this is a big part of Red Letter Media's argument is, how does Anakin not understand right here, right now? Well, how come you know so much about the Sith? How come you're, I will give them that. But Anakin's he's been through a lot. And the only thing he's thinking about is Padme. That's his problem. The only thing he's thinking about is Padme. Not the Republic, not the Jedi, not his training, not anything. He's only thinking about Padme. Sith rely on their passion for their strength. They think inwards, only about themselves. And the Jedi don't? No, they don't. And you know that. The Jedi are selfless. They only care about others. There you go. So you see, even Anakin is saying it. And you can see Palpatine's like, damn it. Well, I'm going to have to work on this a little harder. Did you hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Who, as many of you know, Disney has decanonized. He's not canon, guys. Yet in the frickin' movie, Senator Palpatine, Emperor Palpatine, is telling the tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise. Real good job there, Disney. I thought not. No, I thought it's a story that the Jedi would not tell you. It's a Sith legend. Why do you know a Sith legend? Darth Plagueis was a dark lord of the Sith. So powerful, so wise. He could use the Force to influence the midichlorians. Bullshit. To create life. Now, as I have shown you guys, the interview with George Lucas makes it very clear. Palpatine did not create Anakin. The Force did. Okay, that's like not even up for debate anymore. George Lucas clearly spells it out. The Force created Anakin. But what is he doing here? He's putting the seed in Anakin's head that maybe he wasn't just born by the Force. He's not just the chosen one, but yet that someone manipulated the Force to create him. And he had such knowledge of the dark side. He could even make the ones he cared about from dying. Okay, so first he makes the connection in Anakin's mind that maybe the Force didn't create you. The Force was manipulated to create life. You. And if that person validating now had that power to create you, then now it validates my next sentence that he could also prevent people from dying. So Anakin now, the gears are turning like, well, wait a minute. If the Force was manipulated to create me and he had that much power, then it must be true that he has this much power to prevent someone from dying. What's my main conundrum? Why am I sitting here with Palpatine? What's all this going on all about? Padme dying. He could actually save people from death? No. There's a pathway to many abilities. Some consider it to be unnatural. Now, as a typical snake oil salesman, as a true manipulator, he's telling you the truth in a lie, or a lie in a truth. He's literally saying that the dark side is the path to things that are unnatural. So in a way, yes, because they could do things that aren't supposed to happen. But on the same token, if you understand the universe, there's things that you cannot change. There's things that you cannot manipulate. So in the same truth, there's the lie. The lie is that, well, yeah, they can do unnatural things, so therefore he could. He doesn't say, yes, Anakin, I can prevent Padme from dying. He tiptoes around it. And he says, well, it's a path to things that are unnatural, so it's possible. So in the truth, there's the lie. Because he is telling the truth that the dark side is a path to things that are unnatural, but not that it's so true that he can save your wife. Anakin, again, is hearing what he wants to hear. What happened to him? He became so powerful, again, truth and a lie. The only thing he was afraid of, losing his power, which is what all Sith are, including Palpy. Eventually, of course, he did. Unfortunately, he taught his apprentice everything he knew, which is, you'd never do that. Then his apprentice killed him in his sleep. Okay, so first of all, Darth Jar Jar is alive, so we know you're lying. But if he was so powerful, he wouldn't easily be killed, especially in his sleep. He would know better. But also, every master will tell you, you never teach your student everything you know. You teach them most of what you know, but not everything that you know. And part of that is for this very specific reason, especially among Sith. They don't teach you everything, everything to each other, because all Sith, as I said earlier, the ultimate goal is the apprentice to get another apprentice so they could team up to take out the master. And the master always knows this. So Plagueis, the wise, would not have taught him everything. So that Palpatine is lying. He's bold-faced lying here. Now, is there some truth to what he's saying? Well, we have to assume so, because not only is we have to take what he's saying, his word, but also Lucas wrote it this way. So we have to presume that there's a lot of truth to what Palpatine's saying. But you have to also understand that there's a lot of lies woven in, and that Naturally, Plagueis, if he was so wise and powerful, isn't going to teach Palpatine how to kill him. He would always have a trick up his sleeve. It's ironic. He could save others from death, but not himself. Is it possible to learn this power? And don't get me wrong, it's not to say that an apprentice, a student, has never outdone or killed his master. I'm not saying that that's impossible. I'm just saying that someone so wise and so powerful already knows, especially Sith, that they always conspire to kill you and take you out and take your position. Not from a Jedi. Right there, Anakin should be like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? How do you know this? And we're on Kashyyyk. I always like these camo clone troopers, in particular Clone Commander Gree, who is the one that tries to kill Yoda. He's probably my favorite of all the clones. I like Cody a lot too, but I really love the camo outfits. Powerful Palpatine. What do you say? Palpatine thinks. Palpatine thinks General Grievous is on Utapau. Yes. This is in fact Chewie and Tarful. Chewie's a little over 200 years old. So it's interesting how much more knowledge of the galaxy and things he would have been through even before Han was born, you know. Kiadi is saying Palpatine thinks General Grievous is on Utapau. A partial message was intercepted in a diplomatic packet from the chairman of Utapau. It's pretty neat to see like how they're changing perspectives. You know, they're on Kashyyyk, and Yoda's there in Kashyyyk, right, with Tarful and Chewie. Kiadi is who knows where he's at. Plo Koon is also somewhere else. But you see Yoda with Chewie and Tarful. Then it cuts to the council, and you see Yoda, Plo, and Kiadi are holograms, right? And you got Mace, Obi-Wan, and Anakin in the council, seeing the holograms of them three. So they're all like in different places, but they're showing like the cross communication. It's pretty neat. The capture of General Grievous will end this war. Quickly and decisively, we should proceed. Now, I do think it's a little bit weird that the Jedi presume that Grievous is so behind all of this. Especially since Dooku was a Jedi that had fallen and turned to the dark side. I guess, you know, Grievous is who's left in command, but I just would have always assumed that there's more to this than General Grievous. But I guess they're looking at it in a literal sense, like he's the one leading this. They know the rule of two, so just thinking that Dooku being taken out would have just left Grievous, in that sense, I think they were a little naive. The Chancellor has requested that I lead the campaign, of course. This is Anakin. The council will make up its own mind who is to go, not the Chancellor. Very good, miss. A master is needed with more experience. Master Kenobi should go. Kiadi says. Yoda agrees. All the other Jedi agree. Very well. Council adjourned. Okay. Now, Palpatine, being a step ahead and knowing what he's doing, he already knows that By him making the request and having Anakin say that he requests that Anakin goes, that the council is going to be like, we make the decisions here. So then why does he do that? Because now he gets Obi-Wan out of the picture. Palpatine did that on purpose. He knows what he's doing. He knew that Anakin wasn't going to go, that Anakin would be kept here. He did that to get Obi-Wan out of the picture. Why? Well, Obi-Wan's powerful. He's young. He's on the council. He's a master, but he's also close to Anakin. And if Anakin doesn't have the guidance of his master, Yoda's Alpha and Utapau, they're all over the place. He's desperate over his wife, who he's now in front of and, you know, reunited with. And now he can smell her, touch her, see her. He's getting all desperate. And then his master's taken away from him to guide him. You see, it's that much easier to make him fall. Palpatine knows what he's doing. He did that to get Obi-Wan out of the picture. Now, granted, he rolled the dice because they could have sent Mace or someone else, but he knew that the probability of who's the right age, who's in the right position, who's free right now, who would be appropriate to go, Obi-Wan. Clone Commander Gree. I love his suit. He's a little bit different from the other, well, he's a clone commander, so that's why. But yeah, I really like Gree. He's probably consistently been my favorite clone of all of them. Outside of Boba Fett, of course, but the droids have started up their main power generators. Now is the time. Now the time is, Commander. The Wookiees are ready. The battle droids coming on their little like watermill boats. I don't know how else to describe them. Dwarf spider droid. Reference to Tarzan. The whole water battle. That's pretty cool. There's a shot that goes right at Yoda. It might just be a wild bantha chase. Anakin says, I've disappointed you. I haven't been very appreciative of your training. I've been arrogant and I apologize. I've been frustrated with the council. But why, dude? You're strong and wise, Anakin, and I'm very proud of you. I've trained you since you were a small boy. I've taught you everything I know. And you've become a far greater Jedi than I could ever hope to be. Be patient, Anakin. Not be long before the council makes you a Jedi Master. Had you just taken out Palpatine like you're supposed to, you'd be a master and a savior to the galaxy, you dumbass. Obi-Wan. May the Force be with you. Goodbye, old friend. May the Force be with you. It's a shame, you know, Anakin is always a conflict. He's such a good kid, and yeah. Padme's got him all stupid. Women will do that to you. Here's the lesson, boys. Don't let a woman get you so crazy that you turn to the damn dark side. There's the lesson of Star Wars. Fortunately, most of the cities are concentrated on this small continent here. Oh, that's funny. I never remembered them saying continent in the Star Wars galaxy. Very cool. So Obi-Wan's looking with a bunch of like multiple Codys at a I guess the map of Utapau? Probably. On the far side. I'll keep them distracted till you get there. Yeah, they're looking at Utapau. When have I ever let you down? The burden is on me to not destroy all the droids until you arrive. Talking to Cody, of course. And Obi-Wan is off. Gets in his hyperspace ring. Anakin's having a vision. Save your energy. Don't give up, Padme. He sees Padme with Obi-Wan. See, instead of there he is with his his Nintendo DS, his PSP. You know, and instead of Anakin being like, "Oh, now I see Master Obi-Wan in the dream, and that he's trying to help Padme," instead of going to Obi-Wan and being like, "This is what I'm saying. Help me interpret it. Help me prevent this." You know, again, his arrogance. I have to fix this. I know more. I'm more powerful. It's really a shame. Obi-Wan's been here, hasn't he? He came by this morning. And here you can see Padme is clearly pregnant. It's a, you know, it's a small bump, but you can see, you can obviously, which obviously we know that she's pregnant. I'm just saying that you can visibly. He says you've been under a lot of stress. I feel lost. You shouldn't be, dude. You've got Padme Amidala. You're in a pimped out penthouse. You're on the Jedi Council. Humility, it's a thing. What do you mean? Obi-Wan and the Council don't trust me. They trust you with their lives. Exactly, dude. Something's happening. Yeah, you're going to the dark side, you dumbass. I'm not the Jedi I should be. No, you're not. I want more, see? And he even admits it. I know I shouldn't. You expect too much of yourself. I found a way to save you. Save me? From my nightmares. Is that what's bothering you? I won't lose you, Padme. See? And that's the whole problem. I won't die, she says. I promise you. She says, no, I promise you. That's the whole thing. Instead of thinking clearly, how can I maybe prevent that? How many people can get I involved to get the clarity and the wisdom and maybe watch over her and make it not go that way? Have a nurse, a doctor with her at all times because I know something bad could happen. Instead of appreciating that maybe he's going to lose her, but that's what the universe demands. But I have a child on the way. You see how selfish he's being? Instead of thinking of the positives and what he should be worried about. I get it, dude. I wouldn't want to lose Padme either. But you have to have the humility to look at the bigger picture. You have a child coming. In the dream, there's nothing saying that the child dies. It's showing that Padme dies. And I get that that's tough. But you have to have the humility to let her go. Because that's what the universe is telling you. Obi-Wan arrives on Utapau. And flies down into this catacomb thing. And there's a magna droid with battle droids. Okay, so the representative that Obi-Wan talks to, I can't for the life of me remember his name, but I want to mention him because that was something else about Star Wars toys. It's like not every last character had a toy, but the vast majority of the like main characters that you saw had a toy. And this line Hellraiser face guy, he had a toy. I specifically remember this action figure. Right now I can't for the life of me remember his name, but yes. What brings you to our remote sanctuary? Unfortunately, the war. There's no war here unless you brought it with you. With your kind permission, I'd like some fuel. Use the city as a base as I search nearby systems for General Grievous. Fuel her up. He's here. We're being held hostage. They're watching us. Attempt level. Thousands of battle droids. Tell your people to take shelter. If you have warriors, now's the time. Take the fighter back to the ship. Tell Cody I've made contact. Is he bringing additional warriors? He didn't say. So Obi-Wan naturally makes it look like he took off. Using the Force, I could see how he can manipulate the weak-minded into not seeing him get out of the ship and go hide. But these are droids. Now, granted, Lucas does show that the droids turn and are walking off, so maybe that's when Obi-Wan gets out. But we'll say, just for argument's sake, that Obi-Wan got out quickly and used Force run to hide. It's the only real explanation I could give there, because if it was, like stormtroopers, then he could easily do a mind trick and they would not see him. But as these are droids, they do, to be fair, turn. So then that's where Obi-Wan could have gotten out, and then they cut to the ship flying off. Anyways, you all know this because we've all seen the movie many times. Let's see what you guys are talking about over here. We're on course. That's what it looked like to me. Okay, the game. Yeah, there are games, but I didn't recognize it as like, oh, that's but you could be right. I mean, there is. I interpreted it as those are pod races on Malastare, because Tatooine and Malastare were known for the pod races. So I interpreted it as they're looking at like horse races. They're looking at true pod races. I never took it as the game, but I can't say for sure. Our Congress right now is Order 66ing half the country right now. I love George. What a god. He saw it coming. Yes. And I don't do politics on this channel, but just know I'm very much in the middle. To me, Biden, Obama, Trump, they're all clowns. So it's not that I'm like Democrat or Republican. They're all freaking clowns. They're all full of lies. They all work for the same corporation, the United States Corporation. And I won't get into all that, but do your research. 1879, this country was incorporated. It's not what you think. Every state is a corporation. Every city is a corporation. Every college is a corporation. I'll leave it at that. You do the research. But I very much am in the middle. I just try to see everything around me. And yes, that is what's happening. Just know that like Trump doing things is him taking orders and him making certain things look a certain way. And Biden doing things and all the Democrats with their lunacy is making things look a certain way. At the end of the day, they're all working for the same purpose and the same people, and it's all a bunch of malarkey. And they're all contradicting each other and fighting and all that. It's just to keep you distracted. Sports, politics, all this stuff is to keep you distracted from what's really going on. And right under your eyes, they're Order 66ing the United States Constitution. Yes. Anyways, I'll leave it at that. I'm not here to get into politics. If you would like to learn about that stuff, look for a video on my other channel. It's called Inner World of the Occult. Okay, and that will explain where this all comes from and what's going on. Anyways. Now I love, and George did see it coming, and that's exactly what he's showing us, guys. The fall of democracy to thunderous applause. Then the Civil War broke out, but the rebels won, but at a cost. so big. RIP is coming, or Big Rip is coming. Big Rip incoming. Yes. Yeah, that is what's happening. I hate to say it, I'm not a gloom person, but there's a high chance we're going to have some sort of civil war here in the near future. It's scary and it sucks, but there's a lot of stuff going on, guys, and just, you know. Hayden makes a perfect acting by showing confused Anakin. Yeah, a lot of people complained about it. You know, Hayden sucked. I think he did exactly what he was told, and he, you know, remember something, guys. Star Wars is not yours. Star Wars is not mine. It's George Lucas's. If you choose to not like it, that's fine. Nobody says you have to like it, but that's what Star Wars is. That's what Lucas is showing you, that he's a confused and scared boy. He's the most powerful, potentially, not the most, but potentially the most powerful Jedi to ever live. And even the most powerful being is susceptible, that he fell out of fear. You could also say, well, girl, it's because of a girl, all of this mess, right? But no, to be fair, it's because of fear. And, you know, he's showing you. Lucas is showing you. I think that Hayden did a great job, and that's, you know, the thing is some people watch Star Wars and they're too idealistic. They're like, that's not what I would imagine, or that's not how Anakin should be. Shut the fuck up. It's not for you to decide that. You're being stupid. Anakin is exactly what George Lucas says he is, period. Do you have to like it? No. That's fine if you don't like it. But for you to be saying that he wouldn't be that way. No, you're wrong. That is who Anakin is. That's why he falls. And if you don't understand that, then you never understood Star Wars. And I feel sorry for you because you never enjoyed Star Wars. What's next? Indiana Jones, Hitler was a myth? Probably. Man, if they make that new Indiana Jones, that's going to be a mess. It's really funny to me that the Empire Strikes Back, Vader is force choking Hitler. Man, you're snappy tonight, James. What's going on with you? It makes a perfect acting. Yes. It's Donovan was also leading the Walkers. Saving people from death is impossible. Heart bypass surgery is an example. Technically, it's unnatural. Yes, you are correct. And, you know, again, that goes to human ego. We all want to live as long as we can. And if we can, through medicine and science, prolong our lives, fine. But technically, let's look at it for real. God, the universe, okay, regardless of what your God is and what you believe. I believe in no religion. I believe God. God, the universe. If it says at 49 years old you have a heart attack, well, then that's what it is. Now, granted, can you, throughout your life, have a better diet, stay healthy, help prolong and prevent these things? Absolutely. But what I'm saying is when your time comes up, for you to be doing stuff like, well, you know, my body gets crushed and then I get implanted into Grievous's body and that's how I prolong my life. Darth Vader is unnatural, right? Because he should be dead. And that's part of him being evil, because now you're on the other plane. You're in an unnatural state. You're not passing on as you should. So it's, yes, very good point that, you know, while we all, if you can, through medicine and science, prolong your life, it sounds good, but you also have to come to some grips at some point in your life and understand that when it's your time, it's your time. And this is why the people that get obsessed with that, and this happens in real life, these billionaires, they get obsessed with living as long as they can and having everything to themselves. That's why they become evil, and they are the dark side, because they're no longer appreciating. Listen, guys, the reason that life is hard, the reason that we go through so many things that are terrible and difficult and sad and all that is God showing you. That's why when something good happens, when you have a good day, when you fall in love, when you have a child, when you help somebody, when you have those little moments, it's so that those moments are so grandiose, that they are special. That is why we're put through so many trials. That is why life is difficult. Because if every day things were great, you don't appreciate anything. That's what the rich and the powerful do, is they don't appreciate anything. And that's the point. It's not that God wants you to suffer, but to appreciate and understand that things are hard and you have to work for them and appreciate them. And that when you do have those moments, that's why they're so special. That's why 10, 20 years later, you have a memory of your first kiss, or, you know, you found a $100 bill on the ground, or, I don't know, you landed a skateboard trick, or you made a kid with cancer smile, or whatever. Remember that that's the point. That's why we go through so much stuff. That's why life is difficult, is so that you appreciate and cherish those little moments. That someone that you care about tells you they love you. Don't take that for granted, because that person could be gone tomorrow. They could be gone in the next 5 minutes. That's the point. That's the lesson that God has put for you, is to appreciate the small moments. And again, when I say God, I don't believe in this God or that God or any religion. I believe in the entity that created everything, the creator, the maker. Whatever you believe is fine, but just understand that regardless of your belief or whatever, that's the point. And when you get so caught up in, I got to make everything perfect every day, and I got to have the best day ever every day, and everything's got to be great, and everything's got to be perfect, you are out of touch with reality. And sure, on the surface, we all think like, man, it would be great to every day have smiles and money and perfect dinner, and, you know, but if it was always that way, you would never appreciate anything. You would never understand anything. You would never have any depth or understanding or connection or feeling to anything, because every day you would just be having the perfect day. And while on the surface that sounds great, it really would not be that great. That's why we're all so different. That's why there's all the things that go on in the world, is so that you understand and appreciate those things. And that's one of Anakin's biggest problems. That is what George Lucas is showing you. And yes, a heart bypass technically is unnatural. And while, you know, I'm not saying that I wouldn't do it for myself or my child or my wife or whatever, my best friend, whatever the case, sure, you know, if you can help someone live longer or better, I'm not saying that that's totally wrong. But technically, when we're trying to prevent so much, we are going against the natural. It's a great point. Using the heart bypass surgery example, the surgeon can perform the surgery, but not on himself. I guess that's ironic. Well, there you go. The Separatists should have won the war. They outnumbered the Republic on the last days of the Clone Wars. Yes. Adaptive writer, yes, there is room. I will put the link here in just 1 second, and you can join me. Absolutely. I think there's only one other person with me. Separatists should have won. Okay, but that's another point of Star Wars, is that the little guys banding together, fighting together, doing what's right will always win. It's not about machinery and technology and money and all. At the end of the day, here's some. Okay, listen, I'm not trying to incite anything. I'm not trying to freak anybody out. I'm just saying, if all U.S. citizens got together and stormed the White House, there's nothing they can do. We can literally, like that, take out the entire government, for better or worse. Okay? So it's not about having an army and politics and controlling the Senate. And at the end of the day, the people have the power, is the point I'm trying to make. That's the Ewoks. The Ewoks aren't dumb. The Ewoks are actually, you know why the Ewoks beat the Empire? This right here. Because they have a bigger heart than the loose militia that are the stormtroopers, that don't really care. They're just there because they're thinking it'd be better. They'll get a better dental plan by working for Emperor Palpatine. The Ewoks beat them because they have a bigger heart, and because it's their planet, and because, you know, there's a combination of things. And sure, the rebels help, but for the most part, the Ewoks whoop that ass. Why? Because they have a bigger heart than the Empire does. That's the lesson. So regardless of how many ships you have and droids and all that, at the end of the day, if you band together to fight for what's right, which is another big point of what Star Wars is, then it doesn't matter. I will give you the link here in just a second. Anakin becomes very delusional with reality. He sees the death of Padme as real. He is creating a world where failure has already taken place, and that must be stopped. Exactly. He's predetermining that that's what has to happen, and it's not. Sometimes we see and hear what we want. Listen, we all know we're going to die. So you can spend life like, well, I'm going to die anyway, so fuck it. I'm going to be evil and mad and sad. Or you can look at it the complete opposite and say, hey, we all have a clock. Make the most of it. Hug your mother. Tell your sister you love her. Have lunch with your dad or your brother. Call up an old friend. Fix something that's broken. We all are on a clock. Some of us have a longer battery than others. But always remember that. So if you choose to look at the bad part of it, well, then that's what the negative, you bring negative energy, you're going to attract negative energy. If you choose to put out positive energy, you tend to attract positive energy. And sometimes bad things happen to good people. That's just what it is. But in general, when you do good and you put out positivity, you're going to get that back. So remember that. Anakin forgot that. Your focus determines your reality. Yes, very good. I agree, the political view. George Lucas and I share a birthday, May 14, 1985. Very cool, although he's a little older than 85. But I got you. Can Mod please link to other channel? Your other channel? Which one? The Inner World of the Occult? Okay. If you go to, here, let me show you guys something. So you know this, but just I'll show you real quick. Just in case. Okay, here you're on my home page, right? Which you can always get to, like if you're on any of my videos. Here, let's use an example. If you're on any of my video, you can just click right my name here, Not My Star Wars. That'll take you to my page. There's two ways. You can scroll down, and these are all my other channels. My gaming channel, my comedy channel, my digital marketing, and then this is a clothing company, but this is also about hidden truths, politics, deceptions, all kinds of stuff. Okay? So if you want to learn about the world and secret shit that's going on, well, right here, True Hemp Clothing International. You can subscribe here, and you can also follow the link. There's where you will see. There's tons of videos, but there's a main playlist that says hemp and knowledge videos or something to that effect, and you will see. The video in particular I'm talking about is Inner World of the Occult by Jordan Maxwell. I assume that that's what you were asking. So you can very easily get there from there. Here. You can also, from up top here, the tabs, go to channels, which I'm, again, shocked that this is still here, but whatever. It shows you channels I'm subscribed to, which helps sometimes for you if you want to find stuff that I watch. And some of it is just me kind of keeping tabs on people and watching. Don't take it as like, these are all my favorite channels, because it's not. Just, you know, it's some stuff that I look at. She's awesome. She was in a Star Wars fan film, and that's how I found her, Anna, by the way. Robot Head is one of my two top favorite creators. EH is a friend. He lives in Japan. I mean, friend, you know, internet YouTube friend. But anyways, Mr. Sunday does some cool stuff. But some of these channels I have no idea of. I just found Michaela. I heard her talking and was checking her out. So anyways, but here, you see, subscribe to my other channels. It's also here. This tab, I'm pretty sure, is going to go away at some point. It was supposed to. So anyways, there's that stuff. If you guys ever want to see my other stuff, there it is. All right. Let's see. Where are we? Political George. I think that's what you meant. So there you go. Leonard Cohen's song, The Future, you would like. It's basically what's happening in the world, and I really like the casting of the prequels. They had some of the best actors. Yeah, I love the prequels. By the way, on that channel I just showed you, I just put up 1984, the movie, the color version. So there you go. In 7th grade, everyone I knew hated me. I still remember having good times, though. Yeah, well, we very much create our own reality. Remember that. I skipped one here. Here on Not My Star Wars, we focus on George Lucas' Star Wars, but Disney Star Wars is our reality. So focus doesn't really determine our reality. Well, but then again, is your reality Disney? I mean, it's there, but is that part of your reality? Do you watch it? Do you pay attention to it? There is some truth to that. I mean, I know what you're saying. I totally do. But to me, Disney is fan fiction, right? It's not real Star Wars, so therefore it's not my reality. So look at it that way. Yes, I'm awake and very familiar with Jordan Maxwell and David Icke. David Icke has a lot of good stuff. I'm not saying don't watch him. He also takes things to another level. I'm not saying that he's totally wrong, but just saying that, you know, there's stuff that he goes to a whole other level with. And I won't get too much into that, but I will tell you a quick side story. The reason you know David Icke is because Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell is the godfather of all these guys. Jordan Peterson and all these people that you guys may have heard of. Jordan Maxwell's granddaddy. He's the one that started all this. He's been doing this for like 60 years. So he's the one that started the whole movement of digging around and finding what the hell is really going on in the government and religion and all this stuff. With that said, he brought David Icke to America when David Icke was kind of starting, got him some clout, got him known. They all did a meeting and shared notes. And then David Icke went back to England and started making all these videos and all these speeches about everything that Jordan Maxwell was talking about. He took a lot of stuff from Jordan Maxwell. Now, the point of that meeting was to share knowledge with each other. But one, they kind of said, hey, we're going to keep this stuff amongst ourselves. But also, he didn't credit Jordan. Like, for a long time, he wouldn't even talk to Jordan. He was like, he totally forgot that Jordan existed. So, first of all, you know David Icke because Jordan made him. And second, for a good while, David was kind of like, you know, pretending Jordan didn't exist. Years later, you will see them in interviews together, and they, I guess, somewhat reconciled, but it's a little side story, so you know. Gonna check out your other channels. Cool. David Bowie's Diamond Dogs album was based on the book 1984. I really like that book. Yes. Well, the movie's there if you'd like to see it, which I'm sure you've seen it, but Star Wars timeline. Let's see. Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, Clone Wars, Rots, Rogue One, A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. Is that the same one you put the other day? I would think that's a little bit different. I have to check you out, buddy. You're a little bit sus. I can't wait to see the Bothans in Rogue 2. Yeah, well, I believe all these guys like Icke and Maxwell, you have to take it, a lot of it that there isn't documented facts on. That's cool. I didn't know about Maxwell being the granddaddy of these guys. Yes, he's way before all these guys. Again, not to get too much into it, but if you go to Jordan Maxwell's show, because jordanmaxwell.com was hacked years ago. Jordan Maxwell's show is his official site. And if you pay, I think it's like a one-time $30 fee, you get full access to all his notes, all his resources, all his links, all his sources, everything. So while I haven't sourced back every last piece of Jordan stuff. Plus, he's gone to like libraries around the world, the Vatican, all kinds of stuff. So he has knowledge and information from all over the place that you would have to physically travel to get access to. But if you want to check his work, you can. So just know that. Anyways, I don't want to talk too much about that on this channel. That's and I love that stuff. You know, I'm just saying. Sorry, you have to take all of what truthers say on things that aren't documented facts with a grain of salt. Well, I'm not arguing that. All I'm saying is that you can, in fact, look at where Jordan is getting that stuff from. That's all I'm telling you. So that's up to you how far you go and look at that. It's there. All right. How can I get this link? I think I still have it probably from earlier. Let's see. Okay, here's the link for Disney Plus. Again, if anybody has Disney Plus, you can join that link and you will be watching in sync with me as I watch Revenge of the Sith. So we got a little derailed there, but that's okay. The point here is that George Lucas is showing you the fall of democracy, the fall of governments, the manipulation, all those types of things, as you all know. I've watched David Bowie's Space Oddity music video. He looked like Luke in the video. Yeah, kind of, sort of. Man, sometimes you surprise me with the things you've seen. I think it's very cool that you look at so many things. Because you told me you're 16, right? If I remember correctly, that you're 16, so it's pretty impressive. It's incoming message. Baby Jen. There you go. All right, we will continue. Finding this out about Maxwell and that you can look at all his work online gives him much more credit now in my eyes. Yes. And again, I don't want to get too far into that stuff, but I will leave you with this. Jordan Maxwell has been doing this a long time. He never asked for anything. He never used to charge. He would just go out there to share knowledge. Then he had a website, and there was somebody that he trusted to help him with the website because he's not a web guy. He's an old school, read books, go to libraries and synagogues and churches, and he did real on the ground, feet on the ground research. So he trusted someone to help him with the website. They took over the website and took all his stuff. Jordan Maxwell never, he got cheated for a bunch of money and never really had an opportunity to make money because now this person that took his website is selling memberships and monetizing his videos and doing all kinds of stuff by stealing his site. So he's been through a lot of shit and has basically had to live on people's couches and people's homes because he had no way to really make an income, not when you're a researcher of that level. So just so you know, he never was about the money, and his opportunity to make money was taken away from him anyways. So that's why if you go to Jordan Maxwell's show, it's a very small fee, you know, $30 or whatever, and you have access to all his stuff, which is not only super fair because you're getting like 60 years of knowledge. Well, thousands of years of knowledge, but 60 years of that human being's knowledge. Okay, but he talks about things that are ancient. And it's a small fee to pay for someone that has given the world so much. Just know that. And yes, you absolutely can. JordanMaxwellShow.com. I don't remember if it's the Jordan Maxwell. I think it's just JordanMaxwellShow.com. You can find it. I'm at a scene where Obi-Wan was trying to open Grievous's chest. It feels like sexual harassment. Yeah, well, from a certain point of view. That's dirty as hell. That Maxwell got cheated. Badass that he kept on going and still does. Yes, sadly. And he's been fighting in a court, but the problem is if you willingly give a webmaster your password, then the court looks at it as, well, you know what I'm saying? Which is fucked up. Obviously, the courts have ruled, you know, obviously those are your videos and your information. We can see that it's you. But, you know, again, the government is so twisted. The courts are so twisted. Anyways, so just know that you know, it's a small price to, if you want to really learn some shit, it's a small price to pay for some serious world knowledge. But there's a lot of his videos online. If you go to my channel, you will find some, and when I have more time, I will put more of them up. But if you really want to get schooled on what's going on in this world, in a world of the cult, that will open your eyes. Let's continue on with Revenge of the Sith. I am at 55:52. Squawking, it says. Okay, so Obi-Wan's ship R4 is taking off, right? Giving the illusion that Obi-Wan left. He just stopped off for fuel. He just came for a pit stop. There you see Obi-Wan looking up at his ship. He's in the shadows. And Obi-Wan is on the, I forget the name of this damn thing. The lizard, we'll call it for now. And you can see one of the Droid Federation command ships. And then inside you see the usual suspects, Sand Hill, the Techno Union, the Geonosians, Nemoidians, etc., etc. Grievous is talking to all of them. It won't be long before the armies of the Republic track us here. I'm sending you to the Mustafar system in the UTREON. It is a volcanic planet. You will be safe there. Raven, if you pause, it pauses me, so don't do that. You will be safe there. Chancellor Palpatine managed to escape your grip, General. Without Count Dooku, I have doubts of your ability to keep us safe. Be thankful, Viceroy. You have not found yourself in my grip. Yeah, I don't know that you want to really be talking shit to General Grievous. I'm just saying. Keep in mind, like, he's really, you know, I'm 6'1". He's like, I don't know, I guess Shaq size, you know, 7+. I don't know that you're going to be really talking shit to a 4-armed, 7-foot droid. Anyways. And here's a very famous scene. Obi-Wan takes off his robe, comes down. Hello there. Man, he's got balls. General Kenobi. I love that. Man, droidicas, battle droids, super battle droids. You are a bold one, indeed. Kill him. And now that he has a little more experience with the Magna droids, he takes them out pretty easily. It crushes them all. And then chops the ones. Back away. I will deal with this Jedi slime myself. Your move. You fool. I've been trained in your Jedi arts by Count Dooku. Where were all those lightsabers earlier, buddy? To be fair, that's the first time we see he has 4 arms. Kenobi just smiles. Sparks all over the place. There goes one hand. That's something else I didn't like in the freaking Clone Wars cartoon. He's constantly losing limbs, and then he goes back to his little base, and he's like got all these spare parts, and he's constantly fixing himself, and it's like, here are their stakes. Like, he lost an arm, that's serious. In the Clone Wars, it's like, you're just a robot, and constantly he's like getting new parts. It annoys me. Anyways. There goes another hand. And don't get me wrong, Luke could have had his hand cut off again, and he could get a replacement hand. I'm not saying that it's out of reason, but like, he's constantly going back and replacing his freaking parts. It's just too much. And here come the clones. Vulture droids. And Grievous laughing. Crab droids. Army or not. His eyes are so wicked. You must realize you're doomed. I love his eyes. Kind of like cat eyes. And Force pushes his dumbass. Nice, crawling away. Little coward. Gets in his little spinner. Runs over a battle droid when he takes off. Obi-Wan calls this ride and jumps on. And Grievous is knocking clones all around. A little shit. Obi-Wan loses his lightsaber. How ironic. Cody's like, what the hell? Okay, we're going to talk more about this afterwards, but I want to ask you two questions. Where's Ahsoka and where's Grogu? Just think about that. RLM's other complaints was having Mace Windu being played by Samuel L. Jackson. Huh? Funny thing about this, a few years ago, I heard they were originally going to cast Tupac. Wow, that would have been... I'm glad they didn't. I never heard that. The scene... why would they complain about Mace? Samuel? Okay. The scene where Anakin is looking out the window thinking about what he should do is beautiful. You're farther ahead. I know what you're talking about. Oh, and this scene on the Filoniverse, Ahsoka talks to Mace and Yoda. Correct. Imagine if Darth Sidious had his lightsabers in Return of the Jedi. Yeah, well. Okay, since we are at this point, Ahsoka's here talking. but she's not because she's a fan fiction. But anyways, remember something, and we will talk about this in more depth later. Ahsoka is a traitor to the Republic. She has captured Maul. Maul tells her what's going on, that someone is controlling the Senate, that there's a Darth Sidious, that there's an evil Dark Lord. I forget if he specifically says Darth Sidious, although I think he maybe does, but he does say that there's a Dark Lord and everything's under manipulation. And right here, Ahsoka's talking, and there's Mace, there's Yoda, there's Anakin, there's Obi-Wan, and actually Anakin's not part of the conversation, but she does find out that Anakin is going to turn because he says that Palpatine is looking for the young Skywalker to make him his apprentice, blah, 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 blah. I don't remember it all verbatim, but... And Ahsoka, traitor to the fucking Republic, doesn't just say, hey, guys, Anakin's in trouble. Anakin's about to turn to the dark side. There's a Sith manipulating the Senate. They all right there would have been like Palpatine, gone straight to the office and taken care of it. So Ahsoka is a traitor to the Republic. She's also a sellout. I'm not a Jedi anymore, which we'll talk about that problem later as well, because she is, but she isn't. Just remember, she's a big fucking coward and a traitor to the Republic. And that's all I'll say about Ahsoka right now. Scene where Anakin's window, Filoni, right. I thought she joined the chat the very second the scene cut and rots. It would have made sense if she didn't go to the chat. Regardless, she's there. She's speaking to Yoda, of all people. From what I remember, it's been a minute, but there's Mace, there's Obi-Wan, and there's Yoda. And she doesn't say anything. I think Kiadi's there too, at least as a hologram. And she doesn't say anything. And Bo-Katan, who doesn't know anything about the Jedi or who Luke Skywalker is or have no clue, yet she's standing right there with Ahsoka trying to negotiate with the Jedi to help them fight to help the Mandalorians fight. But Bo-Katan and Mandalorian has no clue about any of this. Dave freaking Filoni. Anakin report this to the Chancellor. Report to the Chancellor. His reaction will give us a clue to his intentions. He says, yes, Master. And when I say that Yoda, Mace, Kiadi are there, I'm not saying they're all physically standing there with Ahsoka. Some of them are holograms. Some of them are right there. The point is that she has the opportunity to tell, even if it's just one Jedi, any Jedi, Obi-Wan, whoever. But she has the opportunity right there to tell Yoda, this is happening. There's a problem. Anakin's going to turn. Nope. Traitor to the fucking Republic. I sense a plot to destroy the Jedi. The dark side of the Force surrounds the Chancellor. Yes, well, if he does not give up his emergency powers after the destruction of Grievous, then he should be removed. Jedi Council would have to take control of the Senate in order to secure a peaceful transition. Not control, but to ensure a peaceful transition. Isla Sakura looking very yummy and blue. I really wish Isla would have got a little more play in order to secure a peaceful transition to a dark place. This line of thought will carry us. You see, even Yoda's like, man, I hope we don't have to go there. Great care we must take. Chancellor Anakin shows up in his office. We've just received a report from Master Kenobi. He has engaged General Grievous. We can only hope Master Kenobi is up to the challenge. I am the Senate. I should be there with him. It's upsetting to me that the Council doesn't seem to fully appreciate your talents. Don't you wonder why they won't make you a master? Because I'm not ready. I wish I knew. More and more I get the feeling that I'm being excluded from the council. Well, gee, because you're in cahoots with the freaking senator, and you're not supposed to be. You know this, Anakin. I know there are things about the Force I'm not telling you. Which, again, if you prove that they can trust you, then they will show you. But also, you have access to the freaking Jedi library and archives to open up some holocrons and do some homework, dude. They don't trust you, Anakin. They see your future. But again, as the chosen one, he expects things to be handed to him, that everything should just come to him, that he's just the best. They know your power will be too strong to control. You must break through the fog of lies the Jedi have created around you. He's such a shithead. Let me help you to know the subtleties of the Force. Why would you know the subtleties of the Force? How do you know the ways of the Force? My men to tell me everything about the Force. Even the nature of the dark side. You know the dark side. If one is to understand the great mystery, welcome, Chris, one must study all of its aspects, and thus the dogmatic, narrow view of the Jedi. Now, I do agree with that. That if you want to have true knowledge of wisdom in this world, you must look at the dirt and the gleam, the good and the bad. You must be aware and educate yourself on all sides of all issues. Doesn't mean you have all the time and energy to study everything, but I'm just saying that in general, you should, this whole like Republican, Democrat, you should be looking at a much bigger picture. What is the Republic? What is the Constitution? What is the United States of America? Just saying. You should be looking at everything and not just being so, this or that. If you wish to become a complete and wise leader, you must embrace the larger view of the Force, which is true. I can't argue that. Doesn't mean you should dabble. It just means you should be aware. Only through me can you achieve a power greater than any Jedi. Then to learn to know the dark side of the Force. And you will be able to save your wife. See, right there, he should be like, what the fuck, dude? From certain death. Like, you should have known all that. Everything you just said, and even he says, what did you say? Use my knowledge, I beg you. You're the Sith Lord. Don't continue to be a part of the Jedi Council. Now, you could argue that this is where he goes to the dark side because he doesn't kill or arrest Palpatine. But understand something. One thing is having evil thoughts. One thing is entertaining them. One thing is even not doing the right thing or not standing up. Another thing is literally taking action of dark. So the actual beginning of him turning dark, per George Lucas's The Opera, when he actually turns is Mace Windu. Because there he physically takes action, understand, of going against what is good. It further goes deeper on Mustafar taking out the Nemoidians, right? The CIS. Now, where he truly, that's like point of no return is the younglings, obviously. Not just killing Jedi, but the younglings, it's like, that's it. You've gone completely overboard. That's when he's like fully enraged and consumed. But where he really like makes that step of, okay, I'm committed, is obviously Mace. Onwards. Since I've known you, you've been searching for a life greater than that of an ordinary Jedi. A life of significance, of conscience, which again, Anakin should be appreciating that he's on the council. He's the apprentice of Obi-Wan. He gets to interact with Mace and Yoda. He's traveled all over the galaxy. He has a gorgeous wife. He has a child, twins, but a child coming. I mean, he's just not, you know. And also part of that is understand another dynamic of Anakin is that he's such a good kid deep down that he feels the guilt of having to face the council and his master Obi-Wan and being like, I screwed up. Not only am I married to Padme, but I got her pregnant. And I don't know what the hell to do. So as a young man, you can relate to that because not that it's a bad thing, you know, but that he has that fear of like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I can't tell my parents. You see, there's that dynamic too, that he feels ashamed, that he feels like he can't go to the council and that they will understand and help him. Now, to be fair, anyone in his position would probably feel the same way. The council's going to freak out. But to also be fair to Yoda and all of them, they're all very wise. They're all very compassionate. They're all very good. So I don't picture that Yoda's just like, oh, you fucked up, kid. You're expelled. Get the hell out of here. On the contrary, they all would have been like, okay, we got to think about this and we got to work it out. And this is a problem. And now you're having an attachment and all that. But rather than expelling you where you're going to definitely go to the dark side, they would have embraced him. They would have tried to help him and try to make the most of that, out of it, and worked it out somehow. The wisdom of Yoda is not just going to turn Anakin away. This is something that people, I don't know, don't seem to grasp. But there's no chance in hell that if Anakin would have humbly gone to the council and been like, guys, I screwed up. Here's the truth. Help me. Because sometimes people assume like everyone's supposed to help you. But sometimes you have to understand all you need to do is ask sometimes. You'd be surprised if you just ask for help, how many people are willing to help you? Remember that. So part of this fall is his false shame of not being able to go to his elders and say, hey, I screwed up. He doesn't want to have to face that. And that's technically on him. Are you going to kill me? Yeah, well, technically you should have just chopped his ass down right now. I can feel your anger. Gives you focus, makes you stronger. Now, Anakin still being the good kid is like, well, I really should arrest you is what I should do. I'm going to turn you over to the council. Of course you should. But you're not sure of their intentions, are you? I will quickly discover the truth of all of this. You have great wisdom. You know the power of the dark side. No, actually you don't. Power to save Padme. Of course he throws that in. Obi-Wan is chasing down Grievous. Give me a second, guys. It's making me a little bit crazy not knowing. Or not remembering. Boga, right. The lizard is named Boga. What is, let's see. Rangers Corral. But that's her name. What is her species? I don't recall. Huh. It's not saying her species. Let's see. Location, female. It doesn't say her species. Maybe there never was a her species indicated. I always thought there was. Well, Boga is her name anyways. Speaking of Boga. We're going to see the Uba. Who was it that said that last time? The Uba droids are coming. So they're kind of jousting while they're going side by side here. So Grievous's spinny excavator vehicle goes off the ledge. They're on the platform firing. Grievous tries to shoot him. Dummy doesn't have any lightsabers left. Palpatine finds a magnet droid staff, shocks the shit out of Grievous, and then Grievous is knocking Obi-Wan around. Yeah, Grievous is pretty big, and obviously would be pretty strong. Oh, Obi-Wan sexually harassing Grievous, according to James. Tries to stomp him. He kicks him. He's like, oh, shit. Yeah, that would hurt. Obi-Wan's hanging from the ledge. Uses the Force, grabs a blaster, shoots him right in the gut. And again, man, he's on fire. Poor Grievous. The flames coming out of his eyes. Yeah, somebody said something about his brain, him being dead, but they still have his brain. Nah, I don't think so. He totally is cooked. His brain exploded. Poor Grievous. So uncivilized. We've just received word that Obi-Wan has destroyed Grievous. We're on our way to make sure he gives up his power, and then Anakin's like, I think Chancellor Palpatine is a Sith Lord. A Sith Lord? The one we've been looking for. The droid we've been looking for. He knows the ways of the Force. He's been trained to use the dark side. Are you sure? Absolutely. Then our worst fears have been realized. We must quickly if the Jedi orders to survive. You need my help if you're going to arrest him. I sense a great deal of confusion in you. There's much fear of the clouds of judgment, which is true because he knows he's too close to Palpatine and he's going to get in his feelies. And he says, I must go, Master. And he's like, no. If what you told me is true, you will have gained my trust. But for now, remain here. In other words, if you're telling the truth, we will get Palpatine. We will handle this. We are the masters with experience and wisdom. We will get him and take care of it. And then you will be officially on the council. You will have gained the trust. And we will make you a master. It's very simple. Right then and there, Anakin could have had the whole world. He had everything in his hands. And as we know, he fucks it up. Wait in the council chambers until we return. Now, Red Letter Media, I remember one of their, yes, Master, one of their big criticisms is like, he tells them he's a Sith and they're not running to go. I mean, where's he going to go? Not to mention, like, you know, Mace's character is he's calm, cool, and collective. If you just run into the fire, you're going to get screwed up. So I think it's a nitpicky argument. Like, he finds out, he finishes the conversation with Anakin the whole time he's moving to the ship. Kit Fisto's right there with him. They get it. They're in motion to go take care of it. So they didn't all go sprinting. I mean, 5 minutes isn't going to make a difference. He's not going anywhere. He's if he's indeed who he says he is, he's not going anywhere. Anyways. This is a cool hangar. Padme at her apartment. Okay. Couple things to know. Man, she looks cute in the scene. Where's Ahsoka? Where's Grogu? And where's R2? Remember these three things from this point on. This is very important. So Padme's in her apartment, kind of reflecting. Anakin's in the council, looking, right, sitting, looking through the windows. Well, right now he's looking kind of in his lap. If the Jedi try to destroy me, any chance of saving her will be lost. Again, Anakin's ego. He should know better. All the wisdom of the council, all the medical and science of Coruscant in the Republic, and all he's trusting in is the unnatural, the easy way out. It's an awesome parallel how Padme's looking through her window, right, in her penthouse, and Anakin's looking over in the temple, and like she can see the temple from her apartment, and there's that parallel of the two of them, which I don't know, I guess we could assume he's looking over to Padme's place, but he is kind of looking over Coruscant. But either way, that they're just far enough but yet close enough you can see. Yeah, he's looking over at Padme's apartment. They both can see the, well, he's in the temple, but she can see the temple. And he's crying. Damn it, Anakin, why? Okay, so here's 3PO. Anakin gets in his ship, or a little shuttle, to fly over to Palpatine's quarters. Now, again, he's having the thought of protecting the senator, but he's not necessarily like made a decision. He doesn't know exactly what he's going to do. He is right now going against the rule and the grain and causing a problem, but technically he has not taken action yet. Remember that. So he's not technically dark side. He hasn't yet fallen. We all know what's about to happen, but just saying. Master Windu, I take it Jenna Grievous has been destroyed. I must say you're sooner than expected. In the name of the Galactic Senate of the Republic, you're under arrest. Are you threatening me, Master Jedi? And the Senate will confess. I am the Senate. Not yet. Now, not for nothing, but why didn't you bring a damn news crew with you, dude? You should have got all of this on tape. Anyways. It's treason then. Okay. This battle kind of frustrates me. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. He is Darth Sidious. Okay, he's a badass. And he should be able to kill these guys. But I just feel like, man, literally just like 1, 2, 3. You guys are done? I don't know. This always kind of bothered me. Like, if you're going to do that, George, just have Mace come. And they have like a duel. I don't know. I think it bothers all of us that like he just strikes down, especially Kid Fisto. It's like, come on, dude. That quickly, that easy. I admit that bothers me. Anyways. So now he's fighting Mace. And I want to stress, that's George saying, okay, he's a badass. And like, yes, he could strike down Jedi. But it's just like, it's so quick and so easy. I think it's a little too much. This, honestly, the battle between Mace and Sidious isn't the greatest. It's more symbolic than anything because it's not the greatest of battles. Let me catch up real quick with you guys so we don't get too far back. Bo-Katan is such a weird character to me and always has been. Yeah, she's a whole dichotomy of nonsense. When Anakin ignites his lightsaber, Palpatine constantly moves his right arm like he is afraid of actually dying. Seems he was prepared to maybe... Well, yes, I think that if Anakin did go for it, then they were going to, That's the thing. Palpatine, listen, when you're doing what Palpatine's doing, he knows he has to be on the edge. He has to, keep trying to pull Anakin in. But he also is at danger that, now he revealed himself, and Anakin will go right for his neck. So it's a risk you take. Fortunately for him, it worked out. But absolutely. Anakin to portray his good ideals and replace those by bad ideals. It is a painful process of slowly turning to the dark side. When he kills Mace, he is confused, but he is not fully in the dark side. No, I agree. It's not fully, but that's when he makes the first official step. They couldn't make one real suit for Cody? What do you mean? You mean so that he was distinct from all the others? Well, but he has his helmet. His helmet is distinct. I think that's what you mean. Favorite Star Wars quote? Ugh, boy, that's a tough one. I know one of them. These are not the droids you're looking for. Move along. Move along. There's lots of them. You're not a Jedi yet. I don't know. Too many. I would have to really think about that. Anybody else prefer to watch movies with the subtitle? I do. This is what I'm watching it with, subtitles. I find it catch so much more dialogue, even that I've misheard some lines, words in the past. Yes, and that's part of why I do this, is because it's not to insult anybody's intelligence. It's that I know that most of you have not taken the time to look frame by frame and read all the dialogue. When you do so, you discover things about these prequels and all the Star Wars movies, and you're like, holy shit, now I understand. George Lucas is no fool. People, just the other day, I was reading something I've seen 1,000 times. Anakin's fall is so fast. It's so cheesy. He just turns to the dark side. If you guys have been with me since Phantom Menace, you see that it's a very long and slow process, and it's more than justified. All the details, all the dialogue of what's going on. Now, most of you probably already appreciated that. But some of you maybe thought it's so fast and so simple, but if you really go line by line, frame by frame, you see that it's quite a big process. It's not like he just turns to the dark side. He's so weak. No, there's a lot more to it. But absolutely, that's why part of why I do these deep dives is so that we can really analyze and see the genius of George Lucas. Sometimes when you it's like watching a car race. You see a car zip by and you're like, oh, wow. But if you put the shit in slow motion, a sword fight, a car race, a horse race, accident, whatever, if you put the shit in slow motion, you start to get a real perspective of what's going on. I'd love to see a non-canon version to episode 3 where Anakin says the truth to the council and they try to help him. That would have been interesting. And again, I'm sure Lucas would have been tempted, but then it foils the whole point of him falling and being Vader and terrorizing the galaxy, and then his son and the whole thing. I'm sure this type of stuff went through his mind, but it's the whole point of Anakin falling. Uba, yes, the Uba's coming. What is Grievous timeline in history, canon lore? I'm not totally sure what you mean by that question. Timeline in history, canon lore? As far as when he came about or whatever, I don't remember. But I do remember many years reading a book about him. He was a little alien. He's like a little dude, but very wise. And he had some accident. I think it was that he had an accident. And Palpatine wanted him, one, because of his wisdom, but also as a pretest for Vader. Now, that's not to say that he knew Vader was going to become burnt bacon and that he would have to use the suit, but that he was testing that type of technology. So Grievous is actually a little alien that his consciousness, his brain was put into. Again, this is according to EU. That's not necessarily what Lucas, because he does have big eyes and he does have a pretty big midsection. So that you would have to get directly from Lucas, but I do remember an EU story where he was a pretty small alien that they put in there. Uba. If you maybe are more specific on that question, Adaptive, maybe I can answer better, but there's not a whole lot about Grievous. There was a whole book, and I did read it. What was the name of that? I don't remember, but he's on the cover, and it's like his eyes. It was a pretty good story. And as far as timeline, I don't remember exactly. That would definitely be interesting. Yeah, it would have been. If I ever have kids, I promise to love them so much. I'll never let them watch The Force Awakens or any movie since. Good parenting. Hi, did I get an ad in the middle of a live stream? It's possible. If you came left and came back, yes, it is quite possible. Which means that's good because that my live stream is not screwed up. That's a good thing for me. Not because I'm worried about the ad, but it shows the health, right? The status of the stream is good because if they're showing the ad with you coming in this far in, that means the stream is in good health. Do the different chairs in the Jedi Council chamber have any significance besides what's personally comfortable for each of them to sit in? I can't say definitively. That would be EU. Lucas has never spoken on it as far as I know. And as far as what I know and understand, no. I think it's just there because, right, a Wookiee would have a different necessity of a chair than Yoda or, you know, a different type of alien. Yaddle would need a different chair than Kiadi, you know, different height, different length. So, as far as I know, no, there's not. They do have, from what I understand, designated seats, right? It's not that they flip-flop. And they do have, if you notice, Yoda's always there in the middle, and Mace is always here, and Kiadi's always here. So that's an indicator that those are like the top dogs. But as far as the seats themselves, no, not to my understanding. Kid Fisto was a badass. Yeah, I love Kid Fisto. George Lucas really knows what he does with his movies, except for Howard the Duck and Strange Magic. Howard the Duck. I was just looking for more info on Grievous. Thank you. I always thought he was a human that had a robot. No, he was an alien. And again, according to his book, he was a smaller sized alien. By the way, I just saw a video like yesterday, and it was shoot, I don't remember the name of it. But if you go to my channel and you look playlist, there's a playlist that's fan films, and I put it in there. And it was like George Lucas, a love story or something like that. And it's this guy that's younger who looks like a younger George Lucas, and it gives like a kind of parody story of how Lucas came up with Star Wars. And it's super clever, like all these funny things happening in the background. He's like in college, right? And like all these funny things are happening in the background. It's a total like a comedy parody. All these things happening around the campus and in his dorm room. His friend, like a kid comes in, he's like, you know, breathing hard, and he has the what's it called? The you guys know what I'm talking about. Oh, damn it! What are those damn things called? The not vaporizers, but you know what I'm talking about. You know, and it's like that's where he gets Vader's breathing, and then he sees like he meets this girl that's got her hair up, and that's like where he gets the idea for Leia. It's just a funny parody of like how George Lucas would have developed Star Wars. It's super funny. I just saw it yesterday for the first time. Something like George Lucas in Love, or man, I can't remember, but I'll try to find it for you guys. It's funny. By the way, so at the end of that, he like makes Star Wars, whatever, and he's in his dorm room and he's like frustrated, trying to think of what to write. And then at the very end, this kid comes in. He's like, "Look, George, I just got a new duck. I called him Howard." And then George like gets all happy, like ding. So just, you know, Howard the Duck thing made me think of, and it's just a really silly parody, but it's really funny how like he could have gotten all these ideas for Star Wars. Yeah, Howard the Duck was pretty silly. I was just looking for more info, right? If you remember, I saw The Force Awakens and was so disgusted. I never watched anything new until The Mandalorian. Thank you for the info on the seats. I noticed some are larger than others. Yeah, I think that's just, accommodating the user, not that it has any significance. I don't remember ever hearing or seeing anything about the seats having any kind of particular significance. 11-year-old me. Let's watch The Force Awakens. 16-year-old me. Let's not watch The Force Awakens. Yes, exactly. Inhaler. Yes, thank you, Dead Girls. I'm like going blank on those damn things. Inhaler, correct. So that's where he got Darth Vader from. My sister uses it when she plays softball. Yeah. Okay, so back to Mace and Sidious. To me, it's not a very good battle. The whole thing is kind of awkward, but it is what it is. It's more so the symbolism, anyways, of what is supposed to be happening here, right? And you can see that Sidious is holding his ground, but at this era, Lucas has said that Yoda is the most wise, Mace is the most powerful. So for him to be resisting Mace is showing how, he's pretty damn strong, because he's an older man at this point. Anakin just landed outside of the office. Why, Anakin? Why? But this is always Anakin. He just never would listen. And Palpatine's flipping around. They break the glass, which is very cool. Palpatine just lost a perfectly good red lightsaber out the window. You are under arrest, my lord. Okay, now I have to say something. Last stream, I gave a whole explanation about Dooku. But there's a problem with that explanation. And again, know that 99% of the things that I tell you guys is because I can right now pull a reference from George Lucas. But there's some things that he just never specifically addressed. So I have to go by 43 years of Star Wars knowledge, logic, common sense, EU, lore, research, making a very educated guess. This scene, and also a little bit later Anakin, kind of wrecks what I was saying about Dooku because of the yellow eyes. Palpatine doesn't have yellow eyes, and he's quite literally the Lord of the Sith here. He's fighting. He's angry. So theoretically, his eyes should be glowing. He's no longer hiding that he's a Sith, right? So that causes a problem with my explanation of Dooku's eyes. I think that what I told you guys was a very educated and logical explanation, and that it holds. But at the end of the day, Lucas never gave us a definitive reason for that. And again, this causes a problem with that because we see Sidious, and a little bit later, Anakin, the same thing. His eyes go yellow, but then they go away. Now, from when Palpatine gets shocked and transformed, I'm trying to think, from here on out, then he's, yes, yellow eyes. But again, like I said, why isn't his eyes yellow right here? And Anakin, his eyes turn yellow, but then they go back. Remember, because Padme he slaughters the CIS on Mustafar. He's all yellowed up. Then Padme comes and he's back to normal. Then he fights Obi-Wan, and he's still pretty normal. But then when he's in the lava, I hate you, he's all yellowed up. So at the end of the day, Lucas would have to give us a definitive answer there. To me, it's because you're fully consumed by the dark side. But, it's hard to gauge that because right here, Palpatine doesn't have yellow eyes. So just to be fair, I do not have a 100% definitive answer from George Lucas on that one. All right. Mikey from the Goonies has one and just throws it away. Dude, if you need it, you need it. Yeah. I watched Corridor edit Order 66 to make it look bloody and R-rated. That sounds actually kind of cool. I'm not sure if Palpatine lost on purpose because he felt Anakin was coming. At times, I think he did lose on purpose, and other times I think he lost on purpose. He did and did. Maul's hatred, Dooku's betrayal, Grievous is Cyborg, Vader is all of these. Yeah, good point. Well, we can talk about that because someone had brought it up earlier. I always interpreted it, and I seem to remember George Lucas, but I can't find it or reference it right now. But I seem to remember George Lucas saying he whooped that ass. That he was about to strike down Palpatine. He was just deciding, like, we really should end this, right? Because Anakin says, no, we got to take him to trial. And he's like, no, we really should just end the Sith right now. So it was always my understanding, and also I seem to remember Lucas saying he whooped that ass. There are many that have argued that Palpatine has let him win. And not so long ago, Ahmad Best says that Palpatine let him beat him, and he said, I know because I was there. So, you want to give him the benefit of the doubt if you were there on the set. Although, would Ahmad Best be around for this scene? Maybe you heard something in passing that he let him win. But it has always been my understanding, and again, right now I cannot find it or remember where it was, but I do seem to remember years ago George Lucas saying, he didn't say it in these words, but he did basically say Mace whooped that ass. So for what that's worth, I cannot tell you 100%, but I can tell you with good, 90% certainty that he whooped that ass. He was about to kill Palpatine. Anakin literally fucked up the whole galaxy right here. Because not only could they have ended the Sith, but he killed one of the greatest Jedi Masters and tilted the whole thing now, right? Not only did he save Palpatine to now take full control and do all of that, the Empire, but he also turns to the dark side. Like, this is the pivot point. He cuts off Mace's arm, and that's like, well, that's it. There's no turning back now. So, really, Anakin, right here at this moment, he fucks the whole galaxy. Anyway, so again, without George Lucas giving us definitive, I cannot say. But it has always been my understanding, and I seem to remember Lucas saying, Mace whooped that ass. I told you it would come to this. I was right. The Jedi are taking over. The oppression of the Sith will never return. Now, Anakin should obviously be like, come on, Palpy. Dude, you're a Sith, dude. Obviously, you're not going to fool me here, but he's consumed by Padme, and this is just, again, the lesson that Lucas is showing you, is don't ever be consumed to the point where you lose yourself. I understand. You love your wife. She's the mother about to have your child. She's young. She's beautiful. She's intelligent. All these great things, but, and I'm not saying that you should take losing someone that you love lightly. But when you're to the point of betraying the entire Republic because of something that's naturally supposed to happen, you've taken it upon yourself to just wreck everything. And you've lost. No, you will die. By the way, the most powerful Jedi, Mace Windu, with decades of knowledge and experience, trained by Grandmaster Yoda, has to use 2 frickin' hands to stop the lightning. Wonder Ray, who weighs 90 pounds, has 0 training, is blocking Palpatine's lightning with 1 hand. These are not mistakes. These are not oopsies. This is a subtle way for them saying Rey is better than all these punks. Fuck Disney. Maul is hatred, right? I remember when you said the First Order stormtroopers look like Peter Griffin as a stormtrooper. That's what I see when I see them. Yes. Hey Lois, remember that time when it was a live-action stormtrooper? Shows an image of First Order stormtrooper. Yes, and don't forget that Meg is the Sarlacc pit. Too funny. He's a traitor. Now, and Mace is having to, like, really, you know, it's not like Mace can just chop him down, but he's having to really, like, push back and fight him. But, you know, to be fair, Palpatine's getting himself electrocuted. You know, he's being overpowered. Again, from what I understand and what I see and what George Lucas, from what I remember saying, Mace whooped that ass. And that's part of why Anakin, understand, Anakin is the chosen one. He has some clairvoyance. He has some vision. If he thought that truly it was a fair fight or that Palpatine could get out of it, maybe he wouldn't have intervened. He knew that, oh shit, he's about to finish Palpatine. I have to do something. I think that right there is the biggest clue. That's why Anakin did that, is because he was like, oh shit, he's really about to kill him. I have the power to save the one you love. Oh, come on, Anakin. Now he's getting prune-faced. You must choose. Don't listen to him, Anakin. I can't hold it any longer. I'm too weak. Yeah, you can see that he can't hold the lightning anymore. He says, I can't hold on any longer. The lightning goes out, and Mace has got his blade to his face. I mean, literally, Mace whooped that ass. He's about to take him out. I'm going to end this once and for all. He must stand trial. Now you can see Palpatine, great acting by Ian, is like, I see it is working. I've got Anakin's attention. You can potentially potentially Palpatine could right now attack. It's not to say that he can. He's saying, I'm too weak, don't kill me. You know, he's playing a little bit here. But I think it's pretty clear that if he truly that easily could take out Mace, he would. He's not going to hesitate. He's being cautious and trying to lure Anakin into it because he does need the help. Naturally, he would prefer Anakin also intervene because it's going to help turn him to the dark side. It's not the Jedi way. No, Anakin! And there it is. Power! Yeah, obviously. Hey. Stop jumping around, guys. You're messing up my view over here. Now you jumped all ahead. What the hell? Don't do that. No, I went too far back. Okay, anyways, power shocks him. Unlimited power. Okay. I want to remind everyone, I love Mace Windu. I would have loved him to survive. Number one, he's in shock that Anakin did that shit. Number two, he's in physical shock. He just lost his hand. Number three, he's in more physical shock because Palpatine didn't just shock him. He sat there for like 30 seconds, shocking the shit out of him. Then he tosses him out the window, not just like drops. He tosses him out into this massive abyss. And as he's coming down, realistically, what would happen? He would have gotten knocked around like a pinball, hitting 20, 30, 100 vehicles on the way down. Not to mention there's 5,000 levels of Coruscant. So depending on what section he is, maybe he would have played a platform much higher, but he potentially could have fell 5,000 plus levels. Mace Windu's dead. I love him. He's great. I would love for him to... He's dead. Just being real. If he was not shocked, he just got knocked out and he could like flip and use the force, grab a ledge, but he's physically like in shock. And when I say shock, like traumatic shock, like we would experience, but also like mental and emotional shock. So like he wouldn't even have the opportunity, the clarity to, you know, he's just falling like a sack of potatoes. So his insides are fried, so is his outside. He lost a hand. He's in total disbelief, thrown out of the window, pinballed by vehicles that are going however many hundreds of miles per hour. Mace Windu's dead. Is it impossible that he could have somehow survived? Okay. Keep it real. Mace Windu is dead. What have I done? Yeah, well, damn it, Anakin. And again, it's hard because you see Palpatine all of a sudden had the strength to shock the shit out of him, and then he just stands up like no problem. So it's like, yeah, he was acting. But I still feel that, you know, Mace did overpower him. He put his lightning down, and he was right there. He was about to chop him in half, so... Palpatine was certainly acting the part. Can't argue that. But I still feel Mace whooped that ass. You're fulfilling your destiny, Anakin. Oh, Lord. Become my apprentice. See, and here his eyes are yellow. And from here on out, his eyes are yellow. Now, I feel that in part is because at this point he's like, well, fuck it, I'm not going to hide anymore. Obviously, I'm the Sith Lord. I've got Anakin, so screw it. I'm just going to go all out, you know. He's not trying to hide it. But it does disrupt why sometimes they have the yellow eyes and they don't. Maul always did. Most Sith do. But as we saw, Palpatine for most of these films doesn't have the yellow eyes. Anakin will momentarily, and then he won't, and then he goes back. So that, at the end of the day, is a question that George Lucas would have to answer. Learn how to use the dark side of the Force. So disappointing, Anakin. And then he says, I'll do whatever you ask. I guess at this point, just help me save Padme's life. I can't live without her, and that's your biggest damn downfall. To cheat death is a power only one has achieved. Okay, now, you contradicted yourself, Palpy. You said that Plagueis became so powerful that he could cheat death, yet you supposedly killed him in his sleep. So how is he cheating death? And Anakin is not like hearing that. He's just like, okay, whatever. Let's just try to save Padme. You know, lost. Poor Anakin. He's so lost. And then he says, but if we work together, I know we can discover the secret. So not only is he saying that it doesn't really work because Plagueis ended up getting killed anyways, but now he's saying, well, actually, I don't know how to do it. But if we work together, we can figure it out. And still, Anakin, And I'm not saying like George Lucas. I'm just saying like Anakin, you're so far lost that, you know, you've sold your soul to the devil at this point. So now you're, no matter even common sense, it's just not going to exist to you. I pledge myself. Damn it, Anakin. To your teachings. Wouldn't it be windy? The damn window's knocked out. The Frolus is strong with you. You know, up so high like that in a building, wouldn't it be windy as crap? That whole office should be getting blown around. But anyways, we'll overlook that. Powerful Sith you will become. You shall be known as Darth Vader. Okay, reminder for some people that seem to get confused. George Lucas didn't know that he was going to be Luke Skywalker's father, and he didn't know what he was doing. Hey, genius. Vader means father. Just saying. For you to think that George Lucas was oblivious, onwards. Thank you, my master. Damn it, Anakin. And Yoda, of course, feels the disturbance. Because the council did not trust you, my young apprentice. I believe you're the only Jedi with no knowledge of this plot. Yeah, right. When the Jedi has learned what is transparent here, they would kill us. Along with all the senators, which, why would they kill all the senators? It's no... Anyways, I agree. The council's next move will be against the Senate. No, it'll be against the Sith, Anakin, not against the Senate, and you know better. Every single Jedi, including your friend Obi-Wan Kenobi, of course, is now enemy of the Republic. No, an enemy of yours. And Anakin, what the hell is wrong with you? But lost. I understand, Master. We must move quickly. Jedi relentless. If they're not all destroyed, it will be civil war without end. I want you to go to the temple. We will catch them off balance. Do what must be done. Show no mercy. Only then will you be strong enough for the dark side to save Padme. Really? Man, has it been that long that I'm forgetting the order? Does he go to the temple first and then Mustafar? I could have sworn he went to Mustafar and then goes to the temple, but I guess he's here on Coruscant already. It has been a while. What about the other Jedi spread across the galaxy? Their betrayal will be dealt with. After you've killed all the Jedi in the temple, go to Mustafar. Yeah, I guess so. Wipe out Viceroy Gundray and the other leaders. More the Sith will rule the galaxy. Which I don't think they ever really did, but okay. We shall have peace. There is stuff in EU that they had their time of rolling, but you know, again, that's EU. Okay. Where is Grogu? Where is Ahsoka? Where is R2? You see, because the Jedi are all so irresponsible to leave a baby Yoda species just floating around the temple that nobody knows about or talks about or cares about. And Ahsoka, you know, I'm trying to think in Clone Wars. I mean, yeah, there's the part where she sees Order 66. She gets chased and escapes with Rex. She doesn't try to go to the temple. She doesn't try to contact Yoda. She doesn't. She's the one that tells Mando the history of Grogu, but she didn't go to try to find Grogu, who was so important and was trained by all these masters. Where are all these masters that are training Grogu? By the way, let's do some math. This is 19 BBY. Jedi is 7 years. So 26 BBY. Plus 5 years. 31 BBY. Plus season, well, he's in for season 1. So 31 years. Which means if Grogu's 50, he's, what, 19 here? In other words, he's a little freaking spermy, nobody, nothing, little tiny guy. He's already a freaking baby right now, but if he's 19 years old, he's like a nothing. But yet he was trained by several masters at the temple in Coruscant. Right, Dave Filoni, right. And nobody cares. Nobody looks for him. No, he's not important, but yet he was trained at 19, which, remember, to a Yoda is like, you've been born for 19 minutes. You're like not even 19 months. You're like literally a freaking gabagoo. And he was trained by many Jedi in the temple. Fuck out of here. This is what happens when you don't have a plan. When you just want to make up shit because you're so desperate to justify Ahsoka. We'll make it fit. We'll just explain it. We'll just make it. And you're not considering the fucking consequences. You're not considering how realistic could Grogu really be that he's in this temple training. It's bullshit. Because if you do the math, if you look at the timeline, if you look at the situation, it's bullshit. Dave Filoni really pisses me off. I believe Anakin's eyes are yellow here. Let me double check. No, not yet. They will be momentarily. So back to Utapau. The clones are blowing up all kinds of shit. Poor Utapauans. The clone that jumps on the crab droid is kind of cool and shoots him in the head. Obi-Wan riding Boga comes up to Cody. Yeah, you mentioned something about Cody, because his unit, they all look the same, but of course, remember his helmet is different. It is pretty neat how he spins his helmet off of his head. Tell them to move to the higher level. Very good, sir. Oh, by the way, I think you'll be needing this. Which is so ironic, right? George put that on purpose because he was always telling Anakin, don't lose this. This is your life. And here you are, Obi-Wan. Not that it was really his fault or irresponsible, but it's just ironic. Then he spins his helmet back on. Commander Cody. The time has come. Execute Order 66. So heartbreaking. Damn it, Anakin. Man, he's lucky that wasn't a direct hit. He says, blast him, and shoots at Obi-Wan. He's lucky that wasn't a direct hit. Poor Boga. Does she drown there? So here we are. This is probably Mandalore. Kiadi. Come on. I really don't remember what planet this was that he's on. And then the beautiful Felucia. I love Felucia. And we finally get a real good look at Isla Sakura. It's a shame that we see her for all of 0.3 seconds in her sexy blueness. She was in real life, she's a model. I don't remember her name, but anyways. It's a shame we see her for literally 30 seconds. Man, she doesn't even get her lightsaber turned on and she gets gunned down. It is kind of funny, you know, like you would think the Jedi would have a little more sense. They would have sensed the danger, but I guess it was like such as quick, like turning a light switch on, right? That he caught them like just right off guard. It is a shame though. And Yoda, of course, drops his cane because he's feeling all throughout the galaxy Jedi getting slaughtered. Plo Koon, remember I was saying the other day, like, man, it's really cool to see Palpatine's hologram. Execute Order 66. Man, come on, George. You could have taken out 1 or 2 ships. God damn it. They just cut him down. I mean, you know, to be fair, when you're caught off guard, shit can go wrong. And, you know, it's not like George wasn't conscious. I'm sure George was like, man, I could have done all these scenes and made them badasses. But he's trying to show you the severity of, like, the betrayal, the off-guardness, the, you know, and also the clones. Remember, they're Jango Fetts. They're Boba Fetts. They're not just scrubby, like, whoever's. These guys would have great aim and great precision and, you know, cold precision. So we have to give the clones some credit. It's not like they're just nobodies. They are Jango / Bobas. So I say that a lot. They're not really Bobas. They're really all Jangos because there's only one Boba. You know, as a Boba Fett fan, I should really say that correctly. There only is one Boba because he's the one unique one that has his own name and character and everything else. So they all are Jangos. Either way, it is justifiable that they would be taking out Jedi, especially in numbers, especially in off guard. I love Order 66, but I also hate it. It's like, not that I hate it as a film. I hate it because, you know, all the Jedi are getting freaking slaughtered. I would have to double check, but I believe this Jedi is Adi Gallia, the one that's on the scout bikes. I believe it was intended to be Adi Gallia. Back to Kashyyyk. And as much as I love Clone Commander Gree, by the way, if you see here on Kashyyyk, there's the clone trooper transports that have all the wheels. It's in the Mandalorian. Okay. Mandalorian seems to have a problem with scale. The Sandcrawler is much smaller than it is in A New Hope. And the transports that they take into with the Rhydonium or whatever are not the massive size of these that are in the Clone Wars. I don't know what that's going on over there at Mandalorian where they're not getting the scale of things correct, but those transports are massively big and super tall. And in Mandalorian, it's like they're much lower, much smaller. They're still a big vehicle, but that's literally, by the way, if you didn't know, that's where Mandalorian gets it from. The member berries is these transports. Clone Gree, it would be done, my lord. Damn it, my favorite clone. Well, second to Boba Fett, anyways. Yoda flips and lops both their heads off. Very cool. And the Wookiees are like, what the hell? But they also know if Yoda did that, then something's definitely wrong. Here we are in the temple, the Jedi getting freaking macked. And Anakin with the younglings. Heartbreaking. Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. Damn it, Anakin. Well, There's where he truly, I mean, he already did with Mace, but there it's like, there's just no coming back. Okay, so we're back at Padme's apartment again. Where's Ahsoka? Oh, she doesn't exist. Where's Grogu? Oh, that's right, he doesn't exist. Where's R2? Well, we see 3PO. We're going to keep tabs on R2. This is important. "3PO says, don't worry, I'm sure it'll be all right." And of course, Padme breaks down. She can see smoke coming out of the fucking temple. Bail goes to the temple in his convertible 1950s Chevy. "What's going on? There's been a rebellion. Don't worry, the situation's under control. It's time for you to leave." Now, technically, remember, he's Senator Organa. He has authority over these guys. But when they're telling him, hey, it's time for you to leave, there's been a situation, he already knows, oh, shit, something's wrong. And so it is. And so he starts to leave. But he already knows, oh, there's something definitely wrong here. Because him, of all people, has direct access to that temple. Doesn't mean he has free reign to do what he wants, but he has direct access to walk into that temple. And then, of course, the little young Jedi comes out, Maxafield. For those that don't know, that is Jet Lucas, George Lucas's son. He does pretty well for a little guy. And then he gets Max. And Bale's like, no, if you just killed a kid Jedi, then definitely something's wrong. And that was their mistake. They say, don't worry about him, let him go, because Bale is so important later. And they let him go. That was their mistake. Anyways, Obi-Wan's underwater with his little breathing apparatus. Man, I don't remember that. Did Obi-Wan comes out of the water and starts climbing on the rock wall, and a little search droid has it been that long since I've seen this, or is that a Disney thing? Did Lucas put that in later? I don't remember that, guys. It has been a while since I've seen this. The clones on the little chicken walkers, yeah, they're looking at Kashyyyk. This was, I definitely remember. They see the bodies. All these rookies are dead. Move to the east. Goodbye, Tarful. Goodbye, Chewbacca. Chewie. Miss you, I will. It was kind of neat that George did this, where Yoda and Chewie are old friends. He gets in his little pod. Back to Coruscant. The 10-4. Hopefully you'll be able to intercept a few Jedi before they walk into this. This is indeed the 10-4 from A New Hope. It gets repainted and passed on later to Leia, but it is that. Somebody was asking me about my favorite clone, I think, the other day. There's the clone that has like the ridges. I want to say he's a shock trooper, but I'm not sure. It's been a while. But I think you guys know the one that has more of a rounder helmet. It's a little bit wider and it has like ridges. I always thought he was kind of a cool helmet. It's different anyways. So Obi-Wan finds Grievous's ship, and that's how he escapes. Well, he doesn't really find it. He's from when he killed him earlier, right? So he goes back. Man, the detail in the rock walls there. Emergency code 913. Master Kenobi, Bail, Senator Organa. My clone troops have turned on me. I need help. We have just rescued Master Yoda. It appears the ambush has happened everywhere. We're sending you our coordinates. Man, what a disaster. Okay, so now we cut to Padme's apartment. Anakin just came back. He's on the platform. Padme comes running out. You see 3PO walking somewhat around the Jedi Starfighter, and R2 is in the Jedi Starfighter. So, R2 has been missing for some time. But as you can see, he was at Padme's apartment because he's loaded up, ready for when Anakin is about to get into the Jedi Starfighter and go to Mustafar. This is important later, especially Mandalorian and all the problems of things, is that Grogu, because some people were speculating that R2 might have intervened and stopped Anakin from killing Grogu, or that he would have gotten Grogu, or no. R2 is here with Padme at her apartment. There's R2 right there, beeping and blopping. He's in the Starfighter. And remember that Anakin takes a different ship to stop Mace than he does. This is his personal Jedi Starfighter, which is here at Padme's apartment. And R2's sitting right there inside of it. I heard there was an attack on the temple. You can see the smoke from here. I came to see if you and the baby are safe. What's happening? The Jedi have tried to overthrow the Republic. I can't believe that. Yeah, neither can we. Come on, Anakin. I saw Master Windu attempt to assassinate the Chancellor myself. What are you going to do? She knows better. But, of course, she's in love. That's the father of her child. What is she going to do at this point? She's kind of screwed. She can't really be like, a liar! I will not betray the Republic. But you kind of just did, now, didn't you? My loyalties lie with the Chancellor. Now, you hear? Okay. So, history, government lesson, kids. He 1 second says, I will not betray the Republic, and then finishes his sentences with, my loyalties are with the Chancellor. They are not one and the same. You cannot have a loyalty to a president and pretend to have a loyalty to the Constitution or a country or a flag or what have you. Okay, that's not how it works. If you are so fanatical over a president, a leader, a dictator, whatever, then you are just by its own definition against the very republic that you claim to be about. Think about that. With the Chancellor and the Senate and with you. What about Obi-Wan? I don't know. Many Jedi have been killed, including all the children I just killed. We can hope that he's remained loyal to the Chancellor. Yeah, you should be afraid, Padme. Have faith, my love. Everything will soon be set right. Oh, Lord. The Chancellor has given me a very important mission. Separatists have gathered on the Mustafar system. I'm going there to end this war. Things will be different. Okay, so we're back to the Sith eye problem. I could have sworn in the temple his eyes turn yellow. They don't. They don't turn yellow till he goes to Mustafar and wipes those guys out. But he's already way past. I mean, he's killed younglings. He's killed Jedi. He's killed Mace Windu effectively. So again, that's something George Lucas would have to. And that's the last time he kisses Padme. Dumb. Really is under a lot of stress, R2. So he zips off with R2 to Mustafar. I feel so helpless. Yeah, well, you never really did much of anything, 3PO. Not hating, but just saying. So Obi-Wan meets at the tent at 4. Heard from no one ever. I saw thousands of troops attack the temple. That's why I contacted Yoda. Received a coded retreat message we have. It requests all Jedi to return to the temple. The war's over. We must go back. If there's any stragglers, they will fall into the trap and be killed. Okay. Clones are off the hook. They're killing Jedi left and right. Obi-Wan nearly got killed. Bail and Yoda are confirming that Jedi are being killed all over the place and that this is a massive problem. And what does Obi-Wan say? We need to go right back to the temple and make sure the beacon is deactivated so that other Jedi don't die. Remember the unselfishness of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Because again, Disney, not understanding Star Wars, is now going to make it where he's bouncing around the galaxy and refighting with Vader and doing all this selfish shit. Obi-Wan has a greater purpose and a greater understanding. His master, Yoda, many others have said he's very wise. Obi-Wan right now is saying, under all this duress, we need to go back and make sure more Jedi aren't killed. Not sit back, hope they don't go, try to send a different message. He says, we need to go back to the temple, the middle of this mess, and fix the beacon problem. That's Obi-Wan Kenobi. In other words, when he gets sent to Tatooine, Obi-Wan Kenobi is not frolicking the fuck around the galaxy. He understands his purpose, he understands unselfishness, and sits his ass right there and watches over Luke Skywalker. Directed by George Lucas, the end. There is no Obi-Wan adventures, no Darth Vader bullshit, no trauma, nightmares, PTSD, blah, 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 blah. No. The Obi-Wan Kenobi show is going to screw up Obi-Wan Kenobi. Be prepared. Suggest dismantling the coded signal, do you? Yes, Master. There's too much at stake. We might be the last of the Jedi, and we need to go back and make sure that there's not the chance of more Jedi coming back to get trapped and killed. Here we are in Mustafar. Mining lava, I guess is the point here. The plan has gone as you have promised, my lord. You have done well, Viceroy. Now, I will admit, parts of Mustafar do drag on a little bit. It could have been a little bit shorter. But it's pretty cool. Disney should have freaking showed us Mustafar and Vader's castle, but that's a different conversation. Anyways. When my new apprentice Darth Vader arrives, he will take care of you. Yes, he sure will. Now, remember that in that room in Mustafar are very powerful people. For example, Sand Hill, leader of the banking clan that funds all the Imperial ships, the construction yards, the Kuat construction yards that build all the Imperial ships. So Palpatine, again, not giving a shit, is just like, kill them all. He doesn't give a damn. He wants ultimate control of everything. So he just wipes out all these leaders like it ain't nothing. Anyways, Tantive pulling into Coruscant. By the way, for those of you that did not catch this, on the left, there's the front pilot. That is Jeremy Bullock, who was the original Boba Fett. And he says, we're receiving a message from the Chancellor's officer. Send it through. Yes, sir. Senator Organa, the Supreme Chancellor requests your presence at a special session of Congress. I'll be there. He'll be expecting you. Orphrine Taw. Shithead. Could be a trap. I don't think so. Chancellor will not be able to control thousands of star systems without keeping the Senate intact. Special session of Congress there is. Easier for us to enter the Jedi Temple. Man, Mustafar is a wicked planet, all red fireball. R2 hops out. Wait here, R2. Or stay with the ship. Poor R2. People always telling him to stay with the ship. Little mouse droids. Welcome, Lord Vader. We've been expecting you. Not for nothing. Wouldn't you all recognize that's Anakin Skywalker? Maybe not. Freaking Jedi Temple. Smoking. Yoda whooping that ass. I love this scene. He throws his lightsaber and flipping around, fucking these clones up. Hell yeah, Yoda. The Senate of Fools. The Jedi Rebellion has been foiled. Elaborating on a plot by the Jedi to overthrow the Senate. The remaining Jedi will be hunted down and defeated. That's just, it's insane, but that shows you politics. People just, Jedi have protected the Republic for how long? And now you all are like, yeah, hunt them down. Not even the youngling survived. Killed not by clones. This Padawan by a lightsaber. It's kind of a shame because Grievous could have really added to his lightsaber collection. Anakin chops down all these fools. The attempt on my life. Let me double check. I think his eyes are still normal there. The attempt on my life. His left me scarred. And deformed, yeah, well. My resolve has never been stronger. Yeah. There his eyes are yellow. There's a cool part there where he spins his blade, right, and puts it back, and Battle Droid shoots him and it bounces back. And then he shows his eyes. There he's yellow. Rey's grandmother. The First Galactic Empire. Poor Padme. She's totally heartbroken. On so many levels. This is how liberty dies. With thunderous applause. How ironic, huh? Lord Sidious promised us peace. We only want peace. I've recalibrated the code, warning all surviving Jedi to stay away. For the clones to discover the recalibration, a long time it would take. Which that was probably set up by Dooku like forever ago. You know what I mean? So that when because the presumption is that Dooku would have been the one that had to erase Kamino from the maps. This is the only way. So he would have probably put that code in. I mean, granted, maybe the clones did, but I doubt that Anakin did. So you have to presume that Dooku did that like decades ago. Shows the depth of Palpatine. Wait, Master, there's something I must know. A lot of people would not want to see, but me personally, I always say the truth sometimes hurts, but it's the truth. It's always better to know the truth. If into the security recordings you go, only pain you will find. Only pain will you find. Speak Yoda correctly. I must know the truth. Yeah, and you see that Yoda looks down. I think that Yoda like already knows. He just didn't kind of want to say it, but he knows that, you know, Anakin done fucked up. And Obi-Wan's like, it can't be. Okay, this kind of frustrates me too. They show that Anakin is kneeling in front of Palpatine, and he's saying, "You've done well, my new apprentice." Right? Now, Lord Vader, go and bring peace to the Empire. Okay, we don't know exactly where they're at. We could, I guess you could say that Anakin's in the temple. He just finished killing off the younglings and the Jedi, and that he's looking at a Palpatine hologram. It's just a little frustrating because if they have that security footage, well, why wouldn't they have caught like Palpatine doing stuff in the past? Now, granted, in his chambers, maybe there's no camera. And we could say that that was in the temple. I guess that would make sense. But it just kind of frustrated me that, like, no time, nobody caught Palpatine. I don't know. I guess he was cautious. I can't watch anymore. Destroy the Sith, we must. Damn it, Anakin. Send me to kill the Emperor. I will not kill Anakin. To fight this Lord Sidious, strong enough, you are not. He's like my brother, I cannot. Twisted by the dark side, young Skywalker has become. The boy you trained, gone he is. Consumed by Darth Vader. I don't know where to look. Use your feelings, Obi-Wan, and you find him, you will. Yes, of course. Damn it, Anakin. All right, let me see what you guys are talking about over here. Let me look on here because it just makes it easier. Why, Anakin? Why? I know we're all asking the same thing. Why? Oh, well, it had to happen. If not, we wouldn't have Luke. If not, we wouldn't have the whole thing, right? Okay. Shut up, Meg. Yes. Palpatine without the hood looks scary as fuck, yeah. Now Anakin finally sees the devil in his true form. Correct. I only remember one scene in Star Wars that had blood, the cantina scene when Ben cut the guy's arm off. Do you remember any? Technically, and I didn't notice it, but it's really fast. In Phantom Menace, at least in the original, I know this for an absolute fact because I saw it several times. When Obi-Wan cuts Maul, and when you say Star Wars, I'm including prequels. When Obi-Wan cuts Maul in half, there's like this red flash. It's real fast and subtle. It's not like blood squirting, but there's this like red flash indicating the blood of Maul, and then it cuts to him falling and separating. Outside of that, off the top of my head, no, I can't think of anything. But there is that. I always remember that when he gets cut in half, you see that red flash. I didn't notice it when we watched Phantom Menace, but I also wasn't like explicitly looking for it. So I would have to look back and see if they changed that. But for sure, I can tell you 100% originally, yes, there was an indication of Maul. Unlimited power. I wonder what Mace was thinking while falling down to his death. Fucking Anakin. That's what I get. I don't know. I always knew Mace would do his dead and still do it. Yeah, I mean, again, you can argue that maybe he could have survived, but just realistically, those clones killed Ayla Sakura. No, the first thing gave me an erection. God. Ayla was awesome. I will give 7% chance that Mace is alive. Yeah, I give it more like a 1 to 3%. I'm sorry if I screwed up the stream around the window and Palpatine fight. I have my laptop on my lap and my wheelchair, and something fell onto my mouse pad. No problem. I can always go back. It's just that so you guys remember that if you start jumping around, it messes me up. I would be super mad after what Palpatine said to cheat death, all of that. Yeah. You shall be known as Darth Vader. Yes. No, Anakin starts thinking. Now Anakin starts thinking in absolutes as a politician. The Jedi are this and that. Yeah. If the Jedi and the Separatists joined together, they could overthrow Palpatine. Yeah, I mean, the Jedi would have been able to if there wasn't all the. If Anakin didn't, it's all Anakin's fault. It's all Anakin's fault. I mean, literally, at the end of the day, it's all Anakin's freaking fault because they could have right there arrested and/or destroyed him, and that's the end of everything. But we wouldn't have, right? The Machine, Vader, and Luke Skywalker, and all that. So it has to happen. But it's all Anakin's fault. He goes to the temple first, yeah. James, wow, imagine the Jedi win the Separatists versus clones. Yeah. Lol, we had 7 seasons of the Clone War and never saw Grogu. Exactly. The whole Order 66 montage is a masterpiece. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, but John Williams' score in this movie is 10 of 10. Yeah. I saw Anakin tearing, yeah, when he was about to, yes, he does. Adi Gallia died before this, I believe. Yeah, it's possible. I don't remember specifically. I would have to look back at that. But I do seem to, for some reason, think that was Adi. Maybe it's not. I learned from Rinzler book making of episode 5 that the clone tank on Kashyyyk was designed as a concept art for the Hoth battle. Ah, cool. Hey, Jet, you want to be in my movie? Yes, Dad. Who will I play? A Padawan who gets shot at. Thanks, Dad. Well, he does take out some clones. And he was on the Jedi Temple in Coruscant. I mean, hey, that's pretty badass. Unlike Grogu. Bullshit. If George would have shown that the scene of Anakin killing kids, this movie would have been 20-plus-year-old rated film. It is scary to even think about that. Yeah, and I don't suggest that he should have shown it. Ahsoka crashes the starship and dies with all the clones that tried to kill her. She dies like George wanted. Yeah. Well, and I have no problem with her having a noble death. She kills a bunch of clones. They end up trapping her, and she dies. I mean, it's fine. It's not that she had to go out like a bitch. It's just that she must die. What upsets me is all of these things changes in the newer movies that don't line up with canon, and stupid scenes like where Rey yells at John Boyega for holding her hand and trying to help her escape. Yes, absolutely. And, you know, I want to remind you guys, this channel has never been about hate. It's about respect. And when you're breaking canon, that clearly shows you don't give a goddamn about Star Wars. So then you don't have the right. You do not have the, I mean, they own it, so they can do whatever they want. But you have not gained the privilege to create further stories and for any of us to respect them, because you have disrespected the foundation. You have disrespected the non-breakable canon. Disney, as I've said it so many times, Disney chose this, not me. I am the product of their stupidity. George Lucas told Williams that the score at the end of Order 66, as Padme cries, had to be about the fall of the democracy and the fall of Anakin. That's why their chorus. George was told that the score at the end of Order 66, as Padme cries, had to be. In fact, back in Phantom Menace, dun, 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 Williams says, hey, is it too churchy sounding? Do you want me to like change it? And Lucas says, and I have the interview, he says to Williams, no, actually, you don't know this and you won't know it till then, but it's going to very much reflect back in episode 3. It's going to fit in with the ominous feeling and direction of episode 3. So again, people claiming that Lucas didn't know what he was doing and didn't have a plan. Yes, he did. That scene of Obi-Wan coming out of the water was always there since 2005. Okay, yeah, I just didn't remember it for some reason. It has been a little while since I've watched this film. Are all mostly to push feminism and other stupid crap, trying to steer and command our culture and what we see as normal. Yes. Chewie will live conk. I think so. Oh, that's a funny comment. That scene where Obi-Wan climbs the rocks was always there. The thing is in his mouth needs to be an invention. Yeah. Well, there actually is something like that. Believe it or not, there's a real world little what are they called? Rebreather, I guess is what it would be. There is a small, yeah, I know that it's been in a lot of movies and like a concept, but there is, I remember like, man, 10, 20 years ago, like some science show or something. It's an actual thing. It's rare, it's expensive, but it does exist. And obviously it only lasts for, you know, but 2-3 minutes, but that scene where Obi-Wan climbs around, right. It does exist. How come Chewie never told Han about Yoda? How come Chewie never told Han about Yoda? I guess it just wasn't pertinent. The Jedi were gone. There's nothing they could do about it. There was other things going on. Again, they were smugglers, so they were kind of on the side of everything going on. And we don't know for a fact that he didn't mention it, because Han does say, well, you know, hokey religions and all that. So he has heard. Maybe he heard from Chewie. And maybe he's like, oh, come on, bro. I don't believe that. You know, so it's possible that what he knows of the Jedi, the little bit that he mentions, is in fact from Chewie. We don't know that. I see your logic. Like, when he had told him all about what happened, but, you know, it's a different time and, you know, things going on. This is many years later, you know, so maybe Chewie, you know, kind of told him some stuff, but Hey, Torres Arroba. Arc Trooper 5s was my favorite. Yeah, 5 is cool. I like most of the clones anyways. I think they're neat. Did you have any statue or lightsaber or Star Wars? Do you have? Not anymore. I used to have a beautiful Boba Fett collection, and you know, I lost a lot of things years ago. I went through a very hard time. So, and while I don't talk much about it, to kind of clarify that, because I have mentioned it, I had a storage unit that had all my shit in it. Some tough times came. I couldn't keep up the storage unit. I lost everything. And when I say everything, all my toys, collections, clothes, furniture, letters from my grandmother, my mother, my high school diploma. I mean, everything. Everything I ever owned, gone. Such is life. Anyways, I used to have a beautiful, beautiful Boba Fett collection. Toys from Japan. Oh, the original Boba Fett. The only Boba Fett I really didn't have was the original rocket firing, but I had the original carded old Boba Fetts. I had different size ones. I had a beautiful, the tall one with all the cloth. Man, he's probably my most favorite one. I had like 2 or 3 from Japan. Oh, well, that's what it is. Right now, I mean, the only thing I really have is like this guy who I've shown. And this guy. So part of it is I haven't had the money and the situation to replace a lot of that stuff, and part of it is I'm so heartbroken at losing it in the first place. I almost don't want that stuff back. I don't know. If I won the lottery, I guess I would get all the Boba Fett stuff again, but I just like, I don't know. A lot of it would just kind of break my heart to even have it again, so I just don't. Anyways, I used to have a bunch of books, a whole bunch of stuff. Oh well, such is life. But you see, I can let go. Therefore, I have not turned to the dark side. As much as it hurt, as much as it sucks, you know. Because I could have had that attachment, gotten fucking angry and wrecked shit, but where's that going to get me? I believe the guy walking, that is Captain Antilles. You are correct. I like the scene where Anakin talks to Padme after all that he has done. Anakin says a lot of good things. That was a good call, by the way, James. Very good. That is Captain Antilles. All that he has done. Anakin says a lot of things that doesn't make sense because he has to convince himself, right, to try to convince Padme. Absolutely. And sorry, there's some little details here and there that I don't mention just because I'm thinking of a million things and I can't remember everything at that moment. But yeah, that's a very good call. Captain Antilles. Mustafar, I saw 2 tall guys in the background when Anakin told R2. Yes, there were 2 guys. They were just like lava workers. Yep. Just have Obi-Wan fighting bounty hunters that were hired to kill Owen, Beru, and Luke. Yeah, I don't know that there's really why would bounty hunters be after them though? I think like the biggest thing would be like maybe some Tusken Raiders, you know, once or twice get a little too close. You might have a talk with them. But you can't have Obi-Wan doing too much because word is going to get out, especially in a seedy place like Tatooine. Word is going to get out. It's going to get to Jabba. It's going to get to Boba. It's going to get to, you understand? And Vader's going to find him. You cannot have Obi-Wan interacting. He's chilling off to the side. In fact, he would avoid the fucking cantina. You can't have him doing too much because it's risk. And again, I want to stress, Obi-Wan understands the importance, the unselfishness of Luke Skywalker, because if it's not for Luke, we're all screwed. He already feels somewhat responsible for Anakin. So now he's like, well, I got to make sure that Luke is okay because that's our only chance. And if he's taking out bounty hunters and stopping bounties, word's going to get out. Old crazy Ben, he's out in the desert. Stop killing bounty hunters. Then that's going to get to Jabba. That's going to get to Boba.
Boba and Jabba somehow are going to interact with the Empire. Then the Empire is going to catch wind. Oh, there's this guy out in the desert, old Ben, taking out bounty hunters. Vader's going to be like, oh, really? Can't happen, guys. It cannot. He cannot be frolicking around and interacting because it's going to cause. Anakin's not stupid. Anakin's actively looking for any survivors. He knows that if anybody survived, Obi-Wan probably did. You can't have him messing around and only be on Tatooine. Yeah, but again, the word's going to get back. You have to remember that Jabba's old. Jabba's been running that thing. Okay, so Obi-Wan, for doing anything, it's going to get to Jabba, and that's where the problem's going to occur. Can't do it. I feel like Return of the Jedi should have been on Coruscant or Mustafar instead of Death Star 2, but hey, it came out 21 years before I was born, so it is what it is. Yeah, there's different things he could have done there. Yeah. I liked when SNL parodied Anakin and Padme. Yeah. SNL has done so many cool things over the years. They've also done some crappy things. And they got, in the past, like 5-10 years, they've gotten real political. And again, I don't defend any of these knuckleheads, but when you're like, I want to stress that I'm not defending Donald Trump, but when you're like openly attacking him and when you're censoring him on Twitter, guys, it's not good. It's not a good thing, guys. It's not good for anybody, not even the Democrats. And if you fail to see that, oh boy, do I feel for you. That scene killing the younglings part, yeah. You turn her against me, yeah. I also have that Vader. You can put candies inside. Yes. You put hair in his head. They were like little. They were meant for like little, the mini M&Ms or little tiny candies. You put them in his helmet here. It's pretty cool. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of space. It's for like the little mini candies. And the idea is you would push his chest, right? And when you push it, he breathes, but there's also the little mechanism inside here. Right? Yeah, you didn't have to do it manually. There's a little hook so you could like carry him around on your neck, right, if you're a kid. But you would push, he would breathe, and then it would dispense like a few candies. I'm sure this little toy drove many parents freaking nuts. Mommy! Candy! Anyways, he's just neat. For being a kind of squished, small Vader, he's pretty good scale and size, and he's just neat. I like him. Anyways, he's one of the few things that survived from the dark times. We'll call them the My Order 66. Anyways, you want to see something funny? I don't think I've ever shown you guys this. You're not going to believe this shit. And it's not like I actively sought her out. She came with some like little Burger King thing or something, and I just kind of kept her because what the hell. This is like just a little card, right? Star Wars. It has Kylo. So you just, you like stand up the little card. And here's Wonder Ray. And it has like this little, I don't know what to call it. Little disc thing that you put inside. And you like pull on it and it, see how that, so the idea is like on a table you try to shoot Kylo down. I don't even know why I kept it. It was like some stupid thing and it came in Burger King or some crap. I don't know. But anyways, it's just something I, for whatever reason, kept it. So I have a Rey doll. Too funny. Oh boy. Yeah, that Vader's neat. Somebody else that on another stream said they had it as well. There's been a few people I haven't seen lately, like Mostly Safe and Horror Nation. Man, I hope those guys are okay. Hopefully, maybe they hate me and left my channel. I don't know. I doubt it. I think they're probably busy or something. I I miss those guys. I I can't remember everybody all the time, but the more I see you, I do recognize you guys, and I do notice when you're not around. Maybe Owen actually got involved with Jabba and got in serious debt. Yeah, well, anything's possible. The part when Padme dies from childbirth, the song "A Woman's Worth" would have worked, yeah, perfectly for that scene by Kate Bush, since it's about the troubles of childbirth. Yeah, according to Lucas, she dies from a broken heart, not really complications, which I don't have a problem with, and we can talk more about it when it comes up. I know that a lot of people hate that. They're like, oh, it's all stupid. Well, have you ever been in love? And I'm not saying just because you lose your loved one, you're going to die, but, it's meant to be romantic. It's meant to be that she loved him so that when she lost him, now, to be fair, she does have family in Naboo. She has a good life. She's a senator. It's not like he was the only thing. For him, yeah, she's pretty much, well, that's not true. He has the Jedi Council and his brothers, but, it's meant to be romantic, guys. Chill out. It's meant to be that she loved him so much that, that's why she dies. And I know a lot of people bitch about it, like, it's not stupid. Well, maybe you really haven't been in love, or maybe you just haven't been so fortunate to have someone love you that much. Now, did I die? No, but I know what it's like to be brokenhearted, and sometimes, you feel like you want to die. And I've been through many situations in life, so I'm not speaking just specifically about a girl, although I've been through that as well. But I've gone through different heartbreaks in life. And, even if it's for a moment, sometimes you do feel like, man, I'd rather just die right now. So it's not so unreasonable that this person that you love so much that you just kind of lose the will to live. Now, you can also argue she's kind of selfish because what about the kids? Well, yes, I get it. But it's, again, George trying to be romantic. I have the Vader. Yeah, you have it too. Yeah, apparently quite a few people have it. One of a stormtrooper and one of R2. Oh, cool. What kind of toy is that? Why does new merch look so bad? Yeah, like I said, it came in like some Burger King thing or something. It's just a dumb little stupid thing, and it's tiny. I mean, let's see how big it is. It's next to a lighter. It's like half the size of a lighter. A tiny little thing. It's stupid. She doesn't even look cool. Cheap ass toy. I don't even know why I kept it, just for the laughs. Yeah, all the toys are like crap. I don't know. I think people have lost a lot of passion for things, creating things, appreciating things. I will go to sleep, but before I have to say an important thing, okay? The complexity of Anakin on this film only shows the genius of George Lucas and his wisdom in life. He wants us to become obsessed and attached to things. He wants us to not become obsessed and attached to things that can destroy our lives. This is Star Wars. Yes, very well said, Roberto. Very well said. Lucas knowledge is the best of Star Wars. Absolutely. I know a lot about Star Wars. Compared to George Lucas, I don't know a damn thing. Why is Han and Leia's kid emo? Who wants an emo as the villain? Because Disney. Because Mickey Mouse Club. Because the people that own Star Wars hate Star Wars. That's why. How sad. This is actually perfect for Black History Month since James Earl Jones Park. Yes, good point. Very good point. Let's see. I'm gonna take a quick break. I need some liquid. My mouth is getting dry. I'm out of liquid. This is a good point too, because we're about to get to key points. Padme, Anakin, and also, of course, the grand battle, right? So, and this last part is going to move pretty quickly. There's 41 minutes left, but it's going to move pretty quickly because at this point, there's not much dialogue or much for me to cover. It's pretty much, you know, bang, 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 them fighting. So, let me take a quick break. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes, get a drink, stretch my legs. You guys do the same, and we will wrap up Revenge of the Sith. We're making a pretty good time. It's 7 hours and 40. So within 9 hours, we should be finished, which is pretty good time considering my streams go pretty long. But I think this is a good quick break moment. So let's do that. I'll get a drink and we will wrap up with Anakin and Obi-Wan. We've got, we're at right now 1:38:37. Obi-Wan is arriving at Padme's penthouse to be like, you know, what's going on? I feel so sorry. He's the father, you know what I'm talking about. I just saw Remember the Titans, good movie. Yeah, that is a good movie. Very good movie. Obi-Wan Anakin on Mustafar is the best lightsaber duel for me. It's great. I love it. It does drag on a bit. They could cut a little bit out of it, but it's okay. I mean, I'm not complaining. It's good. Bespin or Throne Room Jedi, sorry, destroys this, but I get it. You know, it's fast. It's a lot of action. You see them, you know, two young Jedi at their peaks, or at least pretty close to their peaks. You know, I get it. It's pretty exciting. Technicality, emotion, importance, Jedi investment. But yeah. Yes, I will be watching the next. In fact, I think it's February. Let's take a look. It is coming up. I did mention it before, but we will take a look. I've been watching all the past ones, so I will continue. And this one's going to be an important one. It's going to be very interesting because we're in the new year. KK's contract. There's a lot of stuff going on, so we're going to see. Not that I think Cake is going anywhere, but this is going to be very telling to see because we're still in the pandemic, right? And they've been bleeding money, and they're announcing all these new shows. We'll see. We're going to see what Disney's talking about. It's going to be interesting. I also am very curious of the subscriber count, right? Because everybody thinks like they're making a ton of money and everything's great with Disney. I don't think so. We're going to see. Their last report, they were at 87 million, okay, subscribers. So we're going to see where they're at. The last one was Investor Day. The last one was November 12th. The next one is February 11th. We are on February 6th. So next week, February 11th. Let's take a peek-see. That might conflict. Okay, February 11th is Thursday. So here's what I'm going to do. Yes, I will do a stream. I will be covering live so you'll have me for 2 streams next week. We'll be doing on Thursday at let me go ahead and give you guys a heads up. Thursday 4:30 p.m. Eastern. I will be doing the live stream covering the the earnings report. Not to like it's going to be an important one. You can always see the replay. You can always look at the stuff after, but just saying this is going to be an important one. So you may want to tune in. For Thursday, 4:30 p.m. Eastern, I will be covering it live. And then Friday, we will do Rogue One. As I haven't heard everybody up in arms about Rogue One, so I guess I'm going to go with the poll that so many of you want me to do Rogue One in the middle here. So I will do Rogue One next week. It'll be fun, guys. It's a fun movie, you know. I'm not saying it's an official Skywalker saga. I'm not saying it's perfect. But it's a fun movie. It's at least respectful to the franchise. It doesn't just piss all over everything like the freaking sequels. And I do want to see Baby Jen. The sacrifices I make for you guys. No, but in all seriousness, you know, when 80% of you are telling me you want me to do it, I want to also, you know, listen to you guys. So, anyways, Thursday, the 11th, coming up, 4:30 p.m. I will be doing a live coverage of the investors report. It generally lasts about an hour. I'm sure we'll spend 2-3 hours talking about all of it, but you know, it will be an important one because this is going to be a huge indicator. They just announced a lot of shit. We're just coming off Mandalorian. There's the High Republic. I want to see subscription numbers. Their last number was 87 million. This is going to be a big gauge to see where they're at as far as how much money they're in debt, what plans they have, how many subscribers they have on Disney Plus is going to be very telling. So Thursday we will do that. Friday we will do Rogue One. It's better than Rey swinging her lightsaber like a 3-year-old. Yeah, and again, at the end of the day, if that's your favorite lightsaber scene, by all means, I'm not here to try to convince you that, you know, it's not. I'm just saying, you know, as someone that's been around since day one and has a very objective view, you also have to judge the weight of those battles. It's not always, remember, again, it's not like The Flash. It's like, what does that mean? And I'm not saying it's not important. Obviously, Obi-Wan, you know, high ground, you know, it's important. But he's already Vader. Why is it important? Well, because we see that, unfortunately, Obi-Wan has to strike him down. It's heartbreaking. And also that he becomes the machine. But technically, he's already Vader, you know? The key point here is already done. Whereas, you know, Vader meeting his father, or Luke facing his father for the first time, it's heavy. Finding out he's his father, holy shit. Losing his hand to his father, holy fuck. You know, that's some shit. Not to mention, it's a good battle. At least for the most part, Vader. But anyways. And then, you know, come on, man. Throne room. But anyways. You know, by all means, Mustafar is awesome. 2 streams, yes, you will get 2 this week coming up. So Thursday, 4:30 p.m. Friday, around same bad time, same bad channel. For those of you who will remember that, 7-8 p.m. Any transmissions from Jin? Let me see. They should have just made Thrawn the villain. Yeah, I mean, really, we're all kind of going back to Thrawn at this point, so it's like, let's see. Does Baby Jen have anything to say? I'm sure she has something to say. She loves me. Oh, Baby Jen. Oh, man, I got it bad for that woman, I got to tell you. And again, I know that she's not everybody's cup of tea. But hoo-wee, Baby Jen. I really like this. Yes, yes. She can't keep her eyes off me. What can I do? Too funny. This should have just made Thrawn, yeah. Kylo emo, since he's dark and Edie for no purpose. Anakin goth because he was dark with a purpose and owned the dark side. Lol, an inside joke I always had. Well, but it's true. Kylo, okay. Star Wars has so many symbols. I argue that OT, really, like the face of Star Wars is Luke Skywalker. I mean, realistically. Now, I know that people love Vader or certain characters, and you can argue that the Vader's helmet is the symbol of Star Wars, too. It's very, you know, obviously arguable. But for most people, you can agree that Luke is like the symbol of hope in Star Wars, right? And Vader, of course. And of course, Leia and everybody else. Edgy, I got you. You know, as a whole, there's a lot of things, but Luke has always been kind of the universal face. But what you just said is literally the difference between Disney Star Wars and Star Wars. Star Wars always was. And Mandalorian is so guilty of this as well. Disney is trying to be. Disney doesn't understand, like, there's a difference between the guy that never gets dates and the guy that gets all the dates. It's like you just are. You just get it or you don't. And that's Disney. Disney tries so desperately to be Star Wars instead of just being Star Wars, if that makes sense. And Kylo is a perfect symbol of Disney Star Wars. Like, that's literally exactly emo little bitch that desperately wants to be Daddy Vader. Doesn't get it. Just is hopelessly lame as fuck. Desperately trying to be the real thing. That's literally George Lucas, real Star Wars, and Disney fan fiction. One is, the other is trying so hard to be. And if you stop trying to be and were more genuine and actually were, Disney did this to themselves. She loves me. Look how she looks at me. Edgy, yeah, I got you, dead girls. But you know what I'm saying? Like, literally, that's Kylo's a perfect representation of the Mickey Mouse Club nonsense. And then Vader, in this case, again, I argue Luke is really the symbol, but we'll use Vader and Kylo, and it's just a perfect example. One is, and one is desperately trying to be, and failing. Hey, look, we've got emo Kylo Ren because we have to be dark and edgy when we feel like it, right? By the way, guys, make sure you check out Star Wars Resistance, right? They don't get it. Now, some of them do. Again, Filoni, it's not like he doesn't understand. It's just he doesn't give a fuck. He just doesn't care about respecting. He just, as long as he's able to do his little Ahsoka thing, he's like, okay, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just glad I have a job and I can do what I play the game and I can make Ahsoka. And that's all he cares about, which is sad because you're the protege. Lucas is apprentice and you care so much that you should at all costs be willing to say, fuck off, Kathleen Kennedy. You're not going to do that to Luke Skywalker. You're going to fire me or you're going to do the right thing. That's what Dave Filoni should have done. And it shows his integrity and his manhood and his fucking personality and everything. He's a bitch, soy little fuck. Because him, Pablo, and so many others should have stood up and done something. Now, I understand someone like Ben Burtt, he's kind of like powerless, he's the sound guy, he got moved to some other office, what is he going to do? But when you're Dave Filoni, that they're going to you for decisions, for guidance, and you're standing there next to Rian Johnson, watching him cuck Luke Skywalker. Fuck you, Dave Filoni. Either Dark Knight or the Avengers. There you go. Which is sad because I like those movies. Yeah, I prefer Dark Knight, but yeah. Man, Dave Filoni's such a freaking disappointment, man. Really is. And it's not like I hate the guy. It's not like I ever was always had it out for him. It's just when you've seen 9 years of him just stomping all over Star Wars, just spitting. Literally, he's like so fake. He'll in your face be like, "Respect George Lucas. We really care, and we have to always respect George Lucas and his vision and this and that." And then you see the shit that he creates, and it's shitting all over George Lucas. It's like, holy fuck, dude. Not only you have the nerve to do this shit, but you have the nerve to get in interviews and be like, "Well, I respect George, and we need to make it as much as him." And it's like, it's really you have the nerve to get on. I would have more respect for you to be like, "Well, it's a new guard, it's a new Star Wars. We, as Disney, we're doing our own new thing." I would have much more respect for Dave Filoni if he just said, "Hey, we're just doing new stuff, and I want to do Ahsoka stuff, and that's what I'm doing." I would have more respect for him. I would still be angry, but at least I would have respect for him because he grabs his nuts and says, "Okay, this is what I'm doing." But you got the nerve to be in interviews saying, "Oh, well, we love George Lucas and we respect his vision and we're going to stay true to the canon." And meanwhile, you're breaking everything all the fucking time. Phony, baloney, macaroni. Liar. Fucking piece of shit. And you think that George Lucas doesn't see this and know this? And then you got people saying, "Oh, but Lucas is writing on The Mandalorian." Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You shit all over George Lucas's shit. Throw out his scripts. Forget his consulting. Destroy all his characters. Destroy the legacy. You're reinventing the Force. Calling Yoda the reason that everything has been destroyed. Making 15-year-old girls better than Anakin Skywalker. Not that it matters they're girls. I'm just saying 15-year-old Jedi that are Jedi Knights before Anakin Skywalker. And you think that George Lucas is like, "Oh yeah, I'll come on in and help you guys again after 50 times of you betraying me and wrecking my shit." In Pirates of the Caribbean 3, we have to begin with a kid getting hanged because it's dark and edgy. Also, make sure to check out Peter Pan on Blu-ray. Why? What's on the Blu-ray? Man, I haven't seen Peter Pan in a million years. Thank you for subscribing, Ryan John channel. That was probably 5 hours ago, but thank you. Why is Kylo Ren shirtless? Because he's emo. Yeah, because he's hoping to impress Rey. By the way, and I'm about to take a quick break, but I'll just mention it. This channel is always about Star Wars. It's not to say that I won't ever talk about anything else or I don't like other things. And I'm going to always try to focus on Star Wars. I don't want to deviate too far. Okay? But maybe some of you noticed I showed the interview for E.T. I love E.T. It was a cool little thing. It's a little short video of Elliot, getting the part. So no big deal. I'm not going to do a lot of that kind of stuff. But, every now and then I might sprinkle a little thing. But I'm never going to become a channel that's like Transformers today and He-Man tomorrow. And like, this is always going to be about Star Wars. I got 43 years of stuff, and Disney gives me shit on a silver platter every day. So this will always be about Star Wars. And there's many things that I love over the years. But one that I really, really love, which should be pretty obvious, right from my intro, is Tron. So what I'm thinking is after the Skywalker saga, I don't know, 1 or 2 people have asked me to do solo. I really don't, but if a bunch of you want me to do it, I'll think about it. And the sequel trilogy, I don't really want to watch them, but if you guys want me to, just know that at the end of Return of the Jedi, ching ching, the claws are coming out. So if I touch anything that's Disney, Solo, well, Rogue One I like, so we're gonna be okay, but Solo or sequel trilogy, it's going to be just the opposite of this. It's going to be shred fest, me shitting all over Disney. So be prepared if you want to go there. Anyways, I kind of don't want to. Maybe I'll take a break. We'll see what you guys want. But what I'm thinking, I love Tron very much, is we'll finish up this Skywalker saga. And I'm thinking Tron and Tron 2. Furthermore, there was the cartoon, which I don't remember how many episodes, but if it's not too many, I think it was only like a season or 2. It's not a whole lot, maybe 8 episodes or something. We'll see. But maybe I'll do those cartoons in between. But definitely Tron and Tron Legacy. I love those films. And there's a very high probability that I will do them. Again, I'm not going to do too many other things on Not My Star Wars, but Tron is very close to my heart. Love those movies, and you know, once there's like other stuff out of the way, then we will probably, I can almost guarantee you, we'll be doing Tron and Tron Legacy. So that's a little bit, this week's away, but just, you know, throwing it out there. I want Disney Shred Fest. Well, I know a lot of you will, so it can happen. I have plenty to say about the garbage that is the sequel trilogy. So, but just know it's going to be very different tone. It's going to be me, like, just fucking their shit up. Because really, honestly, and it's not even me, like, hater. It's like, there's not really good things to talk about there. It's all a freaking mess. So, I don't know. We'll see at the end if I have... I mean, I'll do it if you guys really want me to. Hey, it's not a problem. We'll get there. Rebels, crap. The Force Awakens, crap. Solar crap, yes. Absolutely. Crap. I always loved that scene from the original Batman Joker looking through the art book. I knew that I was going to have to use that on my intro. I love that. Can you add Galaxy's Edge to that list? Okay, Facebook has ended. Yep, 8 hours. Yeah, I know. I'll put up a poll, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you are gonna be like, "Hell yeah, shred their shit." So, you know, I'm sure it's inevitable. We'll get there. Even though I don't really want to watch them, but I'll do it for you guys. I'll make the sacrifice. Yeah, Galaxy's Edge. Jack Nicholson was the best part of Batman '89, and that movie is dark and edgy, and it was still good. Yeah, I also very much like Michael Keaton as Batman. For those that don't know, he had like platform shoes, like risers, because he's a small guy, so they tried to make him, you know, a little more intimidating and taller. You obviously don't see that when you see him like at distance, but he was in fact on like risers, platforms to make him taller. But I very much like Michael Keaton as Batman there. And yeah, Joker. Michael Keaton Batman, Jack Nicholson Joker, Kim Basinger Vicky Vale. I mean, you really can't go wrong. Jack Napier, he becomes Joker. You see the Batwing, you see the Batcave, you see badass Batmobile. Some people really oh my god, that movie's horrible. I don't see it. I think it's fun. It's awesome. Oh, by the way, Spaceballs. We'll have to do Spaceballs. And, you know, hey, I'm okay with every here and there another movie, but I don't want this channel to turn into like pop culture movie thing, you know. I always wanted to focus on Star Wars. Yeah. And I liked Dark Knight, and I like Batman Begins. I do like that he goes to wherever it was, Thailand or whatever, and he trains and he gets his ass whooped and he learns to be tough. And I like it. I don't have any problem with that. I thought that was okay. I think the one with Bane was just fucking dumb. Sorry, I don't know. I think it's kind of mixed, like people liking her. I just thought that whole thing was just fucking dumb. The character, that movie, it was just dumb. Sorry, I don't see it. But I liked Batman Begins and I like Dark Knight. Tim Burton Batmans were the best. Yeah, they were awesome. And I mean, just for me, the first one, Michael Keaton, oh man, I love that damn movie. Batman. You can be dark and edgy and still be good. Just be consistent. Yeah. I like Batman since way back the old TV show. One of my favorite episodes is they're over the ocean. They're in the helicopter. I don't remember the whole thing. You can actually find the clip on. Maybe I got to grab the clip for the channel. But it's just so funny that there's like a shark jumps out of the water and it's like on Batman's leg, and it's like flopping. You can tell it's like this big rubber shark, and it's just flopping around. And he's like, "Quick, grab the shark repellent!" And of course, he's got shark repellent on his belt because Batman always had everything. Like, do you have oregano? Yeah, so here it's on the belt. You know, like he always had whatever you needed. And he pulls out the shark repellent and it's spraying the rubber shark, and it's like it's so ridiculous, but yet it's so awesome. You're just like, man, that's so freaking cool, and it's just ridiculous. But I will always remember that's like a huge fond memory from when I was younger. the shark flapping around. He's on like a helicopter ladder, you know, and he pulls the shark repellent, and the shark flops and like lets go, falls in the water. So awesome. That and I was thinking about him the other day. Eggman. We would always say like everything excellent, extravagant, extraordinary. He would say everything eggs. Too funny. I love if you add the Family Guy Blue Harvest. I would be happy to, and I used to own it, but it's one of those things I lost. I don't have a copy, so I don't know. Maybe YouTube or something. I'll see if I can find. But I don't have a copy at the moment, so I would have to work that out somehow. But we can probably figure out. I'd be happy to. That was a lot of fun. I used to have like this beautiful collector's edition something or other one, but oh well. Such is life. Why do they call them TIE fighters? You know, I don't know. I'm sure it's in one of the making books or something like that. I'm trying to remember if they, because I've seen so many documentaries and behind the scenes. I know why there's the one that has like the two cockpits. That was called the double chili TIE fighter. And that was because across the street from where they were doing the Lucasfilm model department, there was a stand, or I think it was a stand or a restaurant. And this is in the Skywalker Legacy, I'm pretty sure. They mentioned how they would go across the street and they would have double chili cheese dogs or whatever. So they called that the double chili TIE fighter. But the original reason why it's TIE fighter, I don't recall. I don't know if I've ever seen why, or I don't remember. It's been a long time. I can't give you a definitive answer out there. I don't know. 60 series was so funny. Yeah. Eartha Kitt as Catwoman. Yeah, she was awesome. A black woman, huge character, known by so many and beloved by so many. But you know, women have never had any. There's no diversity in, you know. Video game I mentioned earlier, probably. I mean, it's hard. Force Unleashed is awesome. I very, 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 very much love Jedi Starfighter. Really like that. I really love the premise of Battlefront, like running around shooting as characters, but the games are very repetitive and not so boring, not that great. I think KOTOR, which I have not been able to play yet, but I do own and will be playing soon enough, I will very thoroughly enjoy, I think. Old Republic is okay. I've been liking it, but it's a little clunky. But I think Old KOTOR is probably going to be something I really love. As far as premise-wise, I really like the idea of like, and there was a game that was like this. It was called Star Wars Galaxies. That you know, just an open world like Fallout, just huge, massive world, people interacting. You can travel around. That I think I would really love. And a game I don't mention much because most of you will never have heard of it. It was a mobile game. It was called Force Collection, and technically, when I think about it, I love the shit out of that game. I spent like $1,000. Now, granted, I played that game for like 4 or 5 years, but I am guilty. I spent about $1,000 on buying card packs and stuff like that. I've never have, and I probably never again will spend money on a mobile game, but I love the shit out of that game. Force Collection. And basically it was like trading cards, like you buy baseball cards, you would open packs, and some of them were like 1 card packs or 3 card packs or 10 card packs. You would open packs, you would get these beautiful high-res art cards, and on the back they would have a description, right? And they would have like different abilities. So they would have like abilities for themselves, like, you know, he has added 3 defense or something like that. But they would also have combinations. So, for example, Mother Talzin, who's from Dathomir, if you put her behind, she was a healer. So if you put her behind a Dathomirian, like Maul, she would heal any character by, like, let's say 5%. But if you put her behind a Dathomirian, then it would be like 7% or 10%, right? She would get an extra boost to her same race, a Darth Maul. So then it became, these cards had different attributes and they would affect each other. So then what you would do is try to pull as many of these great cards as you could, build your set, but then you also arrange them on your board. And they all have different attributes that could potentially affect each other. So it was a game of trying to get the cards, but also how you arrange them to make your setup as strong as possible. That card set, you would fight other people's card sets. You could also trade the cards. So if I needed a Darth Maul and you needed a Anakin, we could trade. Okay? And there was different versions. Some of them had like just 1 card. Some of them, like Anakin, there was probably like 2 or 3. You know? And also you could Evo those cards, evolution those cards. So if you had 2 of them, you could Evo them into an Evo 1. And if you had 4 of them, then you could make 2 Evo 1s and put those 2 Evo 1s together into an Evo 2. And then if you had another Evo 2, you could put those 2 Evo 2s together and have an Evo Max. So now every time you do that, they get stronger and stronger and stronger. You would need, I think it was 8 cards to make an Evo Max. So if you had like a Obi-Wan, it could be powerful. And then if you had like an Obi-Wan Evo 2, it'd be powerful. But if you had a full, true Evo Max Obi-Wan, holy fuck, that was a strong card. And you could cheat. You could do like, instead of 2 cards making an Evo 1, and then 2 more making an Evo 1, making a true Evo 2 gold, you could have like an Evo 1 and then 1 loose card and make a green kind of substandard Evo 2. So it would be a little bit less in power, and you would end up with an Evo Max that's green and a little bit. So you would want to make pure Evos. I know it's a whole thing, but that would make a super powerful gold card at the end. So it was a whole thing about pulling the cards, trading the cards, Evoing them, getting them super maxed up, building your set, your formation, and then aligning them how they interact with each other. And they would have different attributes. Like Kylo, like if he was in the front row, he would give all First Order or Dark Side cards more strength or shield or something. But then if you put like R2 in the 3rd row, he would have a certain attribute. But if you put him connected to a droid, he would give that droid an attribute. You know, see what I'm saying? Like there was like EV-99 from Empire. He was like a droid repair, a droid mechanic. You also had little ships. You could get little ships. Those could be part of your formation. And you could have a mechanic that heals that ship. I mean, it was a complex little game. I love the shit out of that game. Anyways, I could go on about that game. I love the crap out of that game. So there you go. Force Collection. And sadly, it was around like 5 years, and then Disney killed it. It should still, I mean, right now, I don't know why they don't still have it active. They could be making money on it. It was a beautiful little game. And I'm talking about high-res, beautiful cards. And that's why at first I used to love Ahsoka and Ezra and Mother Talzin and all these characters, because in that game, they were very respectful. They were canon. They had awesome attributes, amazing art. And they were just, you would make these beautiful formations and fight against people. Hux, I remember Hux was awesome. He would do this like interplanetary laser that would fuck up the other, your opponent's cards. I mean, it was just amazing. And then you see the movies and then all this other stuff, and it's just like, oh, Lord, these characters are terrible. But in Force Collection, it was all great. So there you go. As far as board game, Star Wars Monopoly, or there was at one time Star Wars Battleship. It was like a skinnier, like back-to-back version, as opposed to like, the big flip up, and you would have kind of two separate. It was like almost like, the little mini arcades, like the little Pac-Man. It was kind of like that. Like the screen was like this big, it was like the mini arcade, and it was like a back-to-back. So you would play pretty close to your opponent, and it was a little thing, but it was a Star Wars Battleship. Family Guy's on Hulu. Yeah, but how would I can't translate that over to here. I don't have a TV in here, so I wouldn't be able to watch it, and you know what I mean? I need to have a physical copy or somehow to watch it on my laptop. Watch Hulu on my laptop is what you're saying? Yeah, well, I don't remember if I have Hulu. Maybe. I don't know. I'll look into it. All 3 Family Guy Star Wars specials. I love Robot Chicken too. It's something we can look at. I used to call the T fighters for some reason. Julie Newmar as Catwoman from the 60s. She was in the Zombies music video. She's not there. Yeah. So many great things in the past, man. Man, I miss Force Collection. I love the shit out of that game. And I played a lot on my phone, but I had a nice Samsung tablet at the time, and I would play it on my tablet, so it was a little bit bigger. And just beautiful graphics. And anyways, the main point was to build up your formation, build your deck, and then you would fight other people. Okay? And by fighting other people, you would gain points and experience and unlock stuff. And then you would get more. The idea was to keep winning so that you get points so that you can you wouldn't like buy packs. You could physically with money buy packs, but what you would do is kind of like gain like experience and win packs. So the overall objective was to get strong so you can win. By winning, you get more packs. By getting more packs, you get to open them up and get more cards, and just, you see, keep going and building up your deck. So TIE Fighter question is a reference to the Family Guy and Blue Harvest. Man, it has been a good while. 10 years at least since I've seen Blue Harvest. Probably more. Shit, now I think about it. It's been a while. But I would probably about 10 years. I don't remember exactly when it came out. 90-something, right? Late 90s? 95, 98? And I really don't remember. I actually remember very little of it. I remember, of course, images like Meg, the Sarlacc and stuff like that. I remember the chicken Boba Fett and Family Guy. I remember Peter, like I said, he looks like the First Order Stormtrooper, stuff like that. Lois says Slave Leia. I have little flashes. Hey, son, what are you writing? Shut up, Mom. I'm making my characters cuss, drink, have sex, and kill people. Oh, my, that sounds really violent. Get out of my room, slams door. Oh, my. Is that emo Kylo you're talking about there? We talk and loving episode 3. The movies are great, except Palpatine Saga. Yeah. Yes, we are talking about loving episode 3. Right now, I was going to take a little break, and we're just having a little loose conversation. But I have about 40 minutes left of the film. Welcome, Ahsoka Skywalker. You're a big problem in Star Wars, but I do like Ahsoka, so don't take it personal. So I'm going to take a little quick break here, grab a drink, and we will continue on with the ending of Sith. I am where Obi-Wan is consulting Padme. Where's Anakin? Do you know where he is? Oh, he's the father? That part. So getting close to the final battle. And at the moment, we're just having loose Chitty chats. I had Star Wars Battleship when I was a kid. My uncle and dad were huge Star Wars fans and got a lot of Star Wars stuff. Don't have it anymore though. Yeah. I last time I saw it was around 2002, 2003 in San Diego. Toys R Us. Yep. I remember because I had it in my hand, and it was between that and a book, and I ended up buying some book, which I kind of kicked myself because. Oh, I had a just kind of fun side thing. I had Operation, but it was R2. So, you know, I had little bolts and cogs and stuff, and he would buzz and, you know, beep and stuff. Literally Operation, but R2. You know what I really loved that Star Wars had was those pop-up books. I used to have a few. I used to have this beautiful one for Empire, man. The Tauntaun, I remember, would come out, and the Wampa, and I really like those pop-up books, which, man, I haven't seen one of those in for ages. I don't know the kids even enjoy those anymore. But when I was a kid, we used to have books that you would open, you would flip a page, and it was like almost like origami, the way that there was like cardboard folded up, and you would open the page, and like the character would pop up out of the book. So it was like three-dimensional. And it could be anything, like a dinosaur or whatever. But I had a couple Star Wars one, and I remember one specifically, Empire with Hoth scenes. And you would flip the page, and one of them I remember was Luke on the Tauntaun. So you would have like here's the book, right? And you would have this three-dimensional like origami, but nicely, you know, high detail, nice, not like papery or thin or cheap. It was like nice. And it would be this three-dimensional pop-up character. You could like touch it and look at it, and I used to love those pop-up books. It's been a million years since I've seen those things. I feel like my mom manipulates me into going to Disney World. This time she's telling me that we're going to see her family. I like them, so now I'm stuck going to Disney World again. If you've never been, I mean, it's not like Disney's a horrible place. Behind the curtain, there's a lot of nasty shit involved with Disney. But like going just to Disney World to have some vacation fun, sure, why not? It's a ton of walking. There's a lot of crappy people. It's congested. Now with the pandemic, I don't know that I would want to go. But just saying in general, you know, Disney World is a fun place for the most part. Galaxy's Edge sucks ass. But if you've never been, I would say, yeah, you know, if you get a chance to go, why not? At first, I didn't want to go. Then she said after, we're going to see my grandparents and aunt, which are people I like. So now I'm stuck going back. Yeah. Well, big problem. More Skywalker than a Palpatine. Not a shipper. Big problem. More Skywalker than a Palpatine. Not a shipper. Okay. I'm assuming you're saying big problem because I said that she's a big problem. More Skywalker than a Palpatine. Not a shipper. I'm not implying that you're a shipper. I'm not implying that Ahsoka sucks. I am stating that Dave Filoni's a big freaking problem and has kept Ahsoka alive. She dies at Order 66. And it's not me hating or not wanting. It's just that's what George Lucas said, and that's the whole point of Star Wars. There are no Jedi. We're going to get into that anyways when I finish that. So it's not a personal thing against Ahsoka. It's really Dave Filoni's dumbass. But anyways, so just know that it's not me like inherently hating Ahsoka or implying that you or anything. I'm just saying it's Dave Filoni's a dumbass. That's what I'm saying, and I will get into it once I finish the film. That was a big thing is that I'm going to address is the Ahsoka problem. It's just protest. Well, I'll explain it. She breaks she literally is like the biggest problem right now, breaking all of Star Wars. That's the problem. Outside of like, you know, Jake Skywalker, but she's literally a massive problem. One thing is Disney's fan fiction that is after Star Wars is complete, so it doesn't really matter. Ahsoka breaks original Star Wars. That's why she's the biggest problem with Star Wars. And again, that's not like a simple little answer. I will get to it, and we will talk about it in detail. I had some Star Wars pop-up books, 2 and other fantasy ones. Yeah, true gems, those books. They were awesome. My dad says going at this time is really stupid, and I don't blame him. There's nasty people out there. Yeah, it is. Like, honestly, why you would want to go into a park with all those freaking people under the circumstance, I wouldn't recommend it. Under normal circumstances, by all means, Disney, if you ever get to go. Again, I want to remind everybody, I don't hate Disney. It's not like me trying to destroy Disney. Disney are the ones being the assholes, not me. I'm the reaction, not the action. I've been there. I've loved Mickey Mouse since I was a kid. Bambi's one of my all-time favorite movies. I grew up with all the, Snow White and Dumbo and all that stuff. It's not like I hate Disney. It's just they're being assholes. They're disrespecting their customers. They're destroying franchises, their own franchises. It's just all this stuff that Disney does that has gotten us to this point. But anyways, the parks are fun. Disney at one time was a very magical place and made a lot of magical things. And they've gone away, first of all, from the bread and butter, the freaking cartoons. Anyways. Okay, that's a fine and fair opinion from a certain point of view. Rey breaks all the Star Wars with her healing. Ahsoka is the daughter. Again, Rey is a massive problem. Jake Skywalker, all that. But that's after. Skywalker Saga is 1 through 6. So once 6 is done, Return of the Jedi, everything else, all this ridiculous Rebels and Clone Wars and sequel, it doesn't matter because it's all fan fiction. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's just nonsense. What does matter is when you have a new character going back and breaking real Star Wars. That's a problem. And that's Ahsoka Tano. That's where the problem is. Anyways, I'll get into it. Don't worry. I'm going to make it real clear for you why she's the biggest freaking problem in all of it. World Between Worlds can fix canon. No, it actually is going to make it much worse. There is no time travel. There is no multiple universe. That is not Star Wars. It's going to make it much worse. Very less. Don't worry. I'm going to get into great detail. If you hang out for in about another hour, when I have 40-some minutes left in Revenge of the Sith, and then we're going to talk directly about that. The reason I don't want to talk about it now is because we have to get the context of Sith to then clearly talk about Ahsoka. Now, we got the main part of Order 66, but we're going to let the movie finish, and then I will bring up, because someone wrote a comment that was really very excellent points in her defense, but I'm going to show you where it all falls apart, because on paper, on the surface, it's like, oh yeah, but it works. She's not a Jedi and this and the other. But I'm going to destroy Dave Filoni and Ahsoka Tano tonight, and you're going to see why. Don't worry, you're going to know very. I'm not saying that we don't, but that's not real Star Wars. That's not going to fix anything. It's only going to make everything worse. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. All I'm saying is it's plain stupid. It's just going to break everything even worse. And again, I will explain that to you. It's going to make everything 10 times worse. You really made me happy. Yeah. Thanks so much, Dave Filoni. All right. I'm going to take a very quick 5-10 minute break. I need a drink. My mouth is getting dry here. And we will finish up Sith. And then I will get into the very specific Ahsoka Tano problem, because I have touched on this in parts, but I'm going to really break it down and show you the true stupidity of Dave Filoni and Disney and all of them, and why Ahsoka Tano is the biggest problem in all of Star Wars, the biggest violator of the canon and everything that is Star Wars. I will show you. And for what it's worth, Ahsoka Skywalker, or anyone that likes Ahsoka, up until Order 66, I always loved Ahsoka. She's a cool character. I never had a problem with snips, or I think she had a great development. She's awesome. Anakin Padawan. I don't think she's overpowered. I don't think she's a Mary Sue. None of that. All that's fine. I loved Ahsoka Tano very much. But she dies at Order 66. Period. The maker said that. Period. And I'm going to show you why that destroys the other films. Because she cannot survive Order 66. So from Order 66 on, Ahsoka is dead to me. She's a problem. Order 66 back? I love Ahsoka. I thought she was awesome. Ashla is a very cool character. Dave Filoni fucked it up. He just couldn't let go of his pet. So just know that I'm not coming from a place of hate with Ahsoka. Quite the contrary. Up until Order 66, I loved her. All right, I will be back in just a couple minutes. I'll put on a short video for you guys. Let's see what we can put on. Here's I don't know if I ever showed you guys this one. I don't think so. It's 17 minutes, so I'll be back way before, but just so you see, speaking of Disney is so freaking stupid, this is spoilers that came out, let's see when I posted this. This was December 14th of 2019 that I posted it. It was days, a week. This was early in my YouTube channel. It's like my third video. So this is very much me like working out editing and stuff like that. So it would have taken me maybe a couple more days than it would now. But let's say within a week, I mean, within days of me getting this information, as a matter of fact, do I have, maybe I can tell you. Just a moment. I might be able to tell you exactly when I got the information. December 11th, 2019. This is the agency, so you're not going to see it there. But December 11th, 2019 is one reference. And then, let's see, this video reference. Oh, wow, it's taken down. Look at that. It's private. Oh, wow. Why'd you go and do that? Well, I have the proof. It's in my video. Burger King. Anyways, Burger King had put out a bunch of spoilers for The Rise of Skywalker. Most people didn't pick up on it. I found it. I reported on it. I got the news around December 11th. My video is December 14th. Okay, so there you go. Pretty quickly, 3 days, I got it up. This video, you're going to see everything that is exposed in this video is literally what happened in The Rise of Skywalker. Rise of Skywalker came out December 18th. Okay, and the video, it's been taken down, but actually, you know, that article, let me double check. That article, let me see. December 11th. Yeah, but it would have been a little bit earlier because this was another reference that I found. Well, actually, the original video is ever see it. In the bottom of the description of this video is the link, and you can see that someone had posted the video, but the original, like YouTube Germany that had the video originally, is they taken down. It's private for whatever dumb reason. Anyways, it would have been a little bit sooner. It wasn't like literally like 3 days before, at least not from memory. before the movie. It was a little bit sooner that they were doing this, like a few weeks before the film came out. Long story short, sorry I'm babbling. This video is from Burger King showing you all kinds of spoilers for the film, and they're 100% correct. So I'll show you this quick video. It's 17 minutes. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes, but you can get the idea here. You'll get the bulk of what I'm talking about. And I will be back shortly to continue the conversation. Let me look real quick. But George decides that Filoni is... No, absolutely not. Filoni decides with George. I don't know. No, he doesn't. Absolutely not. On the contrary, Filoni breaks all of George's shit all the time. I never liked Rebels, but I've always wanted her to see Luke. You can totally think she's dead because she was. But always wanted her to see Luke. You can totally think she's dead because she was. Well, yes, George Lucas said she dies at Order 66, so she is dead. It's not. That's the thing. This channel is like not me being emotional. This channel is not me wanting things. This channel is George Lucas said it, so therefore it's a fact. I report the facts. This channel is about facts. It's not about theories or opinions. If you want to ask me a theory or an opinion, we can discuss that. It's not to say that I won't. But when I say something, it's because George Lucas said it. It's not because I want it to be. Ahsoka died at Order 66, and I will prove it to you. But we'll get to that. And Filoni absolutely does not respect George Lucas or Star Wars. And I can show you 1,000 examples of that. The ship that was destroyed at the end of the Clone Wars, only Rex and Maul survived. Ahsoka, Jesse, and all the other clones on that ship died. Well, no. Because 1, there's only one lightsaber. She gets away. 2, Vader looks. He can sense that she got away. 3, Rebels and all the other nonsense. She obviously got her way. She's a Mandalorian, dude. Yes, she did die. But I'm saying, according to Filoni, she didn't. She escaped. Maul went searching for Obi-Wan for 15 years. And when he finally found him, Obi-Wan killed Maul. Yeah, well, I'm not a fan of that Maul came back. I like Maul, and I like the robot legs, and I'm not a fan of... Not a big fan of Maul being back. Anyways, I'll take a quick break. I'll be back in a few minutes. And Ahsoka, please know I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to, like, make you feel bad or say that you're dumb, and don't take it the wrong way. Again, I loved Ahsoka up until Order 66, but if George Lucas said she died, and I can prove it 1,000 different ways that she died, Dave Filoni's, breaking Star Wars. That's what it comes down to. It's not a matter of opinion or want. It's fact. He's breaking Star Wars. I'll be back in a few minutes, and we will further discuss. So enjoy. This is a minimum of like a week before The Rise of Skywalker came out. And you're going to see that everything they say here is absolutely what happens in the movie. It's ridiculous. Okay, see you guys in a few minutes.
The Rise of Skywalker leaks officially confirmed. Welcome to Not My Star Wars, where we talk about Disney, Disney Plus, and of course, Star Wars. Today is December 11th, and I've found some officially confirmed leaks for The Rise of Skywalker. I want to preface with 2 things. This video is full of spoilers. If you don't want to know about the movie, you should leave this video now. Second, I want to say that there's a lot of great YouTube creators out here creating videos about leaks for The Rise of Skywalker. I want to be clear that I'm not at all discrediting anyone that has been releasing any of the leaks. Many of them have Lucasfilm insiders. However, they themselves will tell you that the leaks are rumors because there's no way for them to confirm them. Like any big company, Lucasfilm has a lot of divisions and not everybody's on the same page. While a creator might get a leak, for example, someone that worked on costumes, and they could say, well, oh, Snoke actually is in this movie. I'm just throwing out an example. At the end of the day, Snoke may or may not be in the film. He probably isn't. We know his voice is. Just because someone made a costume for Snoke doesn't mean at the end of the day that that's going to be a confirmed leak, because the final cut of the film may not have that scene. Then we also have to remember everyone's human, and someone at Lucasfilm may have had a really bad day or a great day, and that could affect the leak that they put out. Maybe they were pissed off that day, and they, with a little more angst, release some news. Maybe they were very happy that day and overly excited and release some news. Not to say that they're lying, but they might slightly stretch, whether out of anger or happiness, the leak that they're putting out, as opposed to being objective. Maybe they're frustrated with everything that's going on with the films. So what I'm getting at is even leaks from Lucasfilm themselves aren't 100% because there's people's opinions and emotions and jobs involved. We don't know if the stuff actually makes it into the film. And then lastly, it's like the phone game. When the teacher puts a bunch of kids in a circle and then gives the first kid a secret message, whispers it in their ear, like let's just say pink pig. And then it goes to the next kid, and the next kid says orange cow. And then it goes all the way around. And by the time it comes to the last kid, they're all whispering it, but it goes from pink pig to purple banana. So one person could say a leak, to then the next person to the next person. Everybody puts their spin on it. And then by the fifth person that gets that leak, it's turned into something totally different. To me, the only way that you can officially confirm any leaks 100% is one of two ways. First of all, is those that have seen the movie. Now we know that the movie was just finished. JJ is claiming that no one had seen the film. If anybody that knows film, they always do screenings. They don't just put out movies. Even if it's the closest inner circle of executives or friends and family, no film gets released without anybody seeing it. The second way to really confirm something is trailers. Now, sometimes trailers will show you a scene and then that's not even in the film. However, it is very rare that a trailer will show you, I don't know, a car flipping over a house, and then in the film, it's a totally different car and it does a spin instead of a flip. It's not like a totally different scene in the trailer that then they trick you and show something else in the film. Not to say that that can't ever happen, but that's not what they do. Let's get onwards with the actual spoilers. The official spoilers are coming from, of all people, Burger King in Germany. Today, the 11th of December, on IBB Online, would you spoil Star Wars for a free Whopper? Anyone willing to sacrifice their love of sci-fi movies can get a flame-grilled Whopper for free in campaign from Grabars and Partner. As Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker launches December 18th, this is in Germany, Burger King Germany is offering free Whoppers to fans for a price. Fans who are prepared to read spoilers for the films out loud before the premiere will be rewarded with a flame-grilled Whopper. For the first time, Burger King is using voice recognition in its app to reactivate the promotional coupon. Using the Burger King app and voice recognition, guests can get involved by reading spoilers out loud. The app checks the content, and the guests get the exclusive voice-controlled coupon. The online film for the campaign was shot in a specially designed spoiler restaurant, to which Burger King invited true Star Wars fans. The entire restaurant and all the products contained revealing hints. Every product name on the menu board, every name tag, straws, fries, and even the Wi-Fi password contained spoilers. The product packaging also had hidden spoilers, some of which were rendered by a sound chip while opening the pack. There's a specific Burger King in Germany that is all Star Wars based, and the employees, the signs, everything has The Rise of Skywalker spoilers on it. Just to help confirm this, the creative agency is Grabars and Partner. Here's Grabars and Partner. They are creative solutions that drive business. They're a marketing firm in Germany. Here we have Burger King Deutschland, their Facebook page, and you can see forget light or dark side, come to the Flame Grilled page. Open the BK app, read spoilers, enjoy free Whopper. Watch the whole movie here. Here we have the Burger King Deutschland YouTube, and it says, warning, this film contains a butterful spoiler. Are you ready to sacrifice the end of the greatest space saga for a free Whopper? Now open BK app, read spoilers, and enjoy Whopper. So I'm going to show you some key points of the video here.
Zum Ende der größten Weltraumsaga haben wir Fans vor eine schonungslose Entscheidung gestellt.
Absolut. I want you to keep in mind that I don't speak German, but between Google Translate and YouTube Translate, I've also watched the video like 30 times now. I've got a pretty good grasp on what is being said throughout the video.
Sind Fans bereit, ihren
This says, warning, spoiler, enter at your own risk.
Lieblingsfilm zu spoilern, kostenlos bei Burger King zu essen?
Also je mehr ich bestelle, desto mehr weiß ich sozusagen.
So he says, so the more that I order, the more that I know. And that's the idea. The more you look at the menu, there's hints all over the place. And also the employees read things or tell you things about the movie.
Okay, what? Ich hätte gerne.
Here you can see the first menu. The young sword woman is the granddaughter of the old hoodie bad guy. Naturally, Rey is the granddaughter of Emperor Palpatine. Here you can see the 4 other items here on the menu. The first one starting top left, the young villain switches to the bright side after the young sword woman has defeated him. Now the second top right, the dark side has kidnapped bright side children to bring them up against their parents. Bottom left, the young bad guy and the sword woman join the old hoodie bad guy. So apparently Rey and Kylo at some point are going to join up with Emperor Palpatine. And that's probably where you see the scene of Rey turning to the dark side. And now the bottom right. The parents of the young sword woman were killed in the order of the old one. That's showing you the connection that she's the granddaughter and that he had her parents killed. Now you're going to hear that the girl that's taking his order is not only reading the menu out loud, but she's constantly telling all the guests little leaks, whether they want to hear them or not.
Meinst du, der junge Bösewicht wechselt zur hellen Seite, nachdem ihn die junge Schwertfrau besiegt hat, Papa?
Okay, we have the sign here in the window. In her vision, the young sword woman sees a spaceship in which the murderer of her parents flies away. There's the blonde girl, and she's like, no, everywhere I look, there's stuff. By the way, here, it says, may the Whopper be with you. They also say it out loud at the end of the video. In just a second here, you're going to see that when this guy opens up the burger box, it has a little audio message giving a spoiler.
Schönes alten Kapuzenbösewichtsmenü.
The words inside of the box said, the blonde general is killed for the liberation of the captured heroes. The blonde general is Hux. The guy that plays Hux is a redheaded guy. They made him very blonde in the movie. For some reason, Disney has something against redheads, Mara Jade. So they're referring to Hux. Also, leaks that we've been hearing is that this exactly happens. They capture Rey and the gang, and Hux lets them go. And basically, it's just because out of spite of Kylo. He doesn't like that Kylo has taken over the First Order, so he lets the heroes go. So that's also confirmed here. He lets them go, and Hux gets killed for it. The back of this guy's shirt, the young sword woman has healing powers. So that's another confirmation we've been hearing that Rey is going to use a new force ability of healing, which is not really new because there's been Jedi healers throughout the expanded universe. But as far as in the films, Rey is going to use healing powers. They have spoiler fries. It's too small to read, but apparently there's at least one fry in the box that has some sort of a little leaked spoiler here. I am unable to make it out, so I can't tell you what it says. If anyone speaks German and wants to translate this video, the link will be in the description, and I would love to know word for word what is said. Here, there's the Wi-Fi password. There's a little display thing here, and it talks about the Wi-Fi. It's just too small for me to make it out, but there looks like there's a spoiler here, and it's mentioned in that article that even the Wi-Fi password had a spoiler. Unfortunately, I can't see it to translate it, but you can see there that there's another spoiler. Everywhere, all over the restaurant, there's just spoilers. Here's a spoiler straw. The bad guys exploit the anger of the young sword woman.
Einmal das haarige grüne Tier wird versehentlich von der jungen Schwertfrau getötet, doch überlebt Anja.
There you saw the girl brought their food to their table. As she's bringing the food, she's going on, giving more spoilers. And again, Blondie's like, no. It's pretty funny. They knew what they were getting into when they came into the restaurant, but they're really pushing it. Like, even the employees are just, you know, spitting out spoilers left and right. On the original article, they have the same video, but the translations are slightly different. Most of them are exactly the same, but there's a couple things to point out here.
Ich hab gerne einen Whopper. Meinst du, der junge Bösewicht wechselt zur hellen Seite, nachdem ihn die junge Schwertfrau...
So there she says, the young villain turns to the bright side after being defeated by the young sword lady.
Die Eltern der jungen Schwertfrau wurden im Auftrag des alten Kapuzenbösewichts getötet, Coca-Cola.
The death of the sword lady's parents was ordered by the old hoodie villain.
Nein, da steht Aufwand! Einmal die junge Schwertfrau ist die Enkelin des alten Kapuzenbösewichts.
Sword lady is the grandchild of the old hoodie villain.
Menü?
The blonde general is killed for freeing the prisoners.
Darf noch ein Getränk bei euch sein?
Nur wenn es keinen Namen hat.
Oh, komm schon.
Der junge Bösewicht stirbt.
Oh Gott, hier steht Aufwand.
The young villain dies. In just a moment here, you're going to see the scene from where the girl brought the food to the people at the table. But in this video, there's the translation of what she's saying.
Alles, was du gelesen hast, einfach gleich wieder vergessen.
Und noch einmal das haarige, brüllende Tier.
The hairy, roaring creature is accidentally killed. We know who that is. Chewie gets accidentally killed. But now here's what's strange.
Versehentlich von der jungen Schwertfrau.
By the young sword lady, but actually survives. It would appear that Mary Sue screws up somehow and gets Chewie killed, or at least everyone thinks he's killed, but he actually survives. And this one just doesn't want to hear it anymore. I want to stress that this is Burger King. Germans aren't known as being particularly like pranksters or humorous people. There's people in Germany that have a humor, but it's not like in the States where we have a lot of pranks and shows like Punk'd, where you could see they would set up a restaurant with a bunch of gags like this. In Germany, it's not a typical thing where they would do this type of thing. I don't know Germany's laws, but Burger King is not going to risk printing all these things, putting out these spoilers for then people to turn around and be all angry and try to sue them or create a big, you know, social media storm because Burger King was lying. Also, keep in mind that this is Burger King International. Just because it's a German Burger King, it's still part of Burger King. So Burger King is not going to risk an international incident of just putting out fake spoilers. This is well planned. Everything's packaged. The employees have scripts. This is absolute confirmation that people internally at Burger King, it might have just been one or two execs and a marketing department, but they have seen the film, or they at least have official information from Lucasfilm as to what's coming so that they could release these spoilers as part of this promotion. Burger King is not going to risk just putting out rumors and risk a backlash in 2019, almost 2020, with the era of Lucasfilm, Disney, this movie, social media, all the fighting and things going on, the Phantom Menace, you know, all these people going on, even actors from the film are starting to spill stuff. So Burger King is not going to get involved unless these are real leaks. So I, with 100% confidence, am sharing this with you guys. I found it on the 11th of December. There will be links to the videos and everything that I showed you here. December 12th, a new trailer came out for The Rise of Skywalker. It's Kylo Ren meets the Emperor. Had we not seen anything else all this time, and this is what we saw, all of us old school Star Wars fans would be like, oh, wow, this is Star Wars again. It's pretty cool, but it just goes back to what Disney does. They play around with the nostalgia. They throw in little things, little gags, the music to get you hyped up like, oh, we're back in Star Wars. But at the end of the day, if you watch the whole trailer and if you watch when this train wreck of a movie comes out, you're going to see that it has nothing to do with Star Wars. They just are throwing in their gags to pull on your strings and make you believe and buy into it and get you excited.
My boy. I have been every voice you have ever heard inside your head.
What you heard was Palpatine, then Snoke, and then Vader, confirming a lot of the leaks that we've been hearing lately, and this is an official trailer, so we're going to be able to say that this is 100% confirmed. The leak has been basically this, that Palpatine has clones of Snoke. For whatever reason, I don't know why he needs several of them, but that's one of the leaks, is he has clones of Snoke. But even if there was only one Snoke, that this whole time, Palpatine has been in the distance controlling Snoke. to make Kylo believe that Snoke existed. Now, what was the point of that, Rian Johnson? I don't know. Why did you force JJ to now bring back the Emperor so that he had to make it to where Snoke was a puppet? Why wasn't Snoke just a Dark Lord that was doing his thing? Well, instead, now it has to be where Palpatine was in the distance and he was controlling Snoke. He was also putting ideas of Vader, Kylo's grandfather, into his head. That's why he has Vader's mask and he wants to learn about the dark side. And he mentions how, to Vader, teach me the ways, blah, blah, blah. It's confirming that Palpatine has been in the background and he's been manipulating Kylo this whole time through Snoke and the helmet and voices and visions of Vader that Kylo has been having. So
I'm here. I might as well let it finish.
The main spoilers here is, as I showed you in the video, Chewie's going to apparently die. He may come back, but at least there's going to be a moment where we believe he's dead. Rey's a healer. Rey defeats Kylo. Kylo apparently dies. Kylo at some point joins Rey to the light side. She is in fact Emperor Palpatine's granddaughter. Oh boy, what a mess. They've backed themselves into a corner where they just didn't know what to do, and the only explanation for Mary Sue was she's Palpatine's granddaughter. Oh boy, Disney. And then finally that Hux dies for freeing them, and that Palpatine has been in the background manipulating this whole thing apparently the whole time. He didn't die. We didn't see him get electrocuted to death, tossed into a chasm. Just the height of that fall would have killed him. Disintegrates and explodes in the reactor of that chasm. Then the Death Star is falling apart all around him, and Luke just escapes with his father, and the Death Star blows up. So somehow the almighty Palpatine survived like 3 deaths in 3 minutes of the Return of the Jedi, and has been hanging out this whole time, controlling Snoke, thus controlling the First Order, controlling Kylo, and the whole thing. It's just ridiculous. I'll leave you guys with that. I hope you enjoyed this. This is officially confirmed leaks for The Rise of Skywalker. Please like, comment, subscribe, and I'll be back soon with more Not My Star Wars.
So, that was before The Rise of Skywalker came out. If you've seen The Rise of Skywalker, that was 100% accurate. Everything that I said in that video. Now, granted, that was Burger King. They put out a video. They had a Burger King in Germany. You would go in. That was real. There were spoilers all over the restaurant, the straws, the fries, everything. And everything that they did there, I took the time. I translated shit off the shirts and all the stuff that I saw. And 100% of what I said in that video happened in The Rise of Skywalker. Okay, so I don't know if you're still around, but if you are, we'll be getting to Ahsoka soon, and I will make it all very clear for you. Destroyed at the end, Maul, yeah. After Rex buried his brother Ahsoka, he went into hiding and lived on a farm with a woman he fell in love with. He later passed away the old peacefully and was buried by his wife. Yeah, well, according to the clone Filoni fan fiction, yes. Which, supposedly he's going to show up in Mandalorian. We'll see. $120 here in Alaska. Good thing it's not a school day. Oh, you're in Alaska. Look at that. Disney really does have something against redheads. Yeah, they very much do. All of Hollywood, for some reason, has a thing against redheads. I don't know what it is, but they do. What happened? Because I have 2 pairs. I really don't wear glasses. It's just when I'm looking at like a computer screen or reading, I need glasses. Those other glasses are for like when I'm playing on my game or reading something close. These are more so like mid for when I'm looking at like the computer. My eyes are funny. I need to get like real glasses for everything, but in time when I can. That's why I have different ones. All right, let's finish up Sith, and then we can have open discussion, and I will ching ching pull out the claws on Dave Filoni and Ahsoka and destroy his whole shit. Ariel's not a redhead anymore. Yeah, isn't she a little black girl now? Which, you know, me and probably anybody in this chat has no problem with a black mermaid. I mean, that's fine. But if she was a redhead, why is she now a little black girl? Whatever. Disney. All right. Finish up Sith and we can continue with the shenanigans. Okay. So, we're back at Padme's apartment. Again, where is R2? Where is Ahsoka? And where is Grogu? R2 is on Mustafar with Anakin. He was nowhere near the Jedi Temple when the younglings were killed. Because there's the theory that R2 saved Grogu. No, he didn't. He wasn't at the temple, and Grogu doesn't exist. Neither does Ahsoka. The movies are the only canon. We'll get back to that. When's the last time you saw him? She's got quite a belly now. You know where he is now? No. I need your help, Padme. He's in grave danger. From the Sith? From himself. Anakin has turned to the dark side. You're wrong. How could you even say that? I have seen a security hologram of him killing younglings. Not Anakin, he couldn't. He was deceived by a lie. We all were. Where's the security tapes of Grogu and Ahsoka? Oh, that's right. It appears the Chancellor is behind everything, including the war. Palpatine is the Sith Lord we've been looking for. After the death of Dooku, Anakin became his new apprentice. Padme's whole life is shattered. I don't believe you. That would be hard to take in. I must find him. You're going to kill him, aren't you? He has become a very great threat. Anakin is the father, isn't he? I'm so sorry. Okay, now I'll remind you, in Clone Wars, Obi-Wan knows. Anakin goes into the room with, I think Cody and or Rex know, right? They have secret conversations all the time. He has a conversation with Padme, comes out. Obi-Wan's like, where you been? What's going on? And he's like, oh, you know, I was just talking to Rex or whatever. And then Obi-Wan says, did you say hello for me? Because he knows about Padme. He's talking about her. You see the film, and no, he didn't know. Maybe he suspected, but he didn't officially know. Whereas in the Clone War cartoon, he clearly knew about Padme. Okay? And right here, he literally says, oh, he's the father, isn't he? I'm so sorry. This is where Obi-Wan gets confirmation about Anakin. Not like the Clone Wars cartoon that he knew way before. Again, it's not canon. Obi-Wan gets in his little ship and takes off. Or at least pretends to take off. Because he knows Padme is going to go to Anakin, obviously. Especially after hearing all this. So back on Mustafar, we see all the dead bodies. Which, you know, Star Wars is for kids.
Mustafar looks awesome. Anakin's eyes aren't glowing. Oh, Anakin. And he's actually crying. Why, Anakin? Why? Padme's ship here looks awesome. So she tells Typho, I'm going. No, you shouldn't. 3PO will look after me. She's like, I have to go alone, which is kind of crazy. But anyways, then you see Obi-Wan sneak onto the ship. Man, that ship is badass. I think I'm beginning to get the hang of this flying business. Which, again, Padme shows she's a pilot. If you remember on the landing platform in Clone, she shows up in a Naboo starfighter. Separatists have been taken care of. It's finished then. See, Palpy's eyes are glowing, so you've restored peace and justice to the galaxy. Send a message to the ships. All droid units must shut down. Very good, my lord. Anakin's eyes are not glowing. And like I was telling you guys before, the droid army is inconsequential. It has nothing to do with anything outside of just causing conflict, the red flag to help him gain control of the Senate. Because at the end of the day, he doesn't care who wins or what they're for. That's not his intention of the real army. It was just a way of moving chess pieces around to create this conflict. Furthermore, now he has the clone, so why would he want those crappy droids? Man, Padme's ship is so badass. I'd forgotten how cool of a ship she has here. She's always got cool ships. Little brat. She's so pretty here. I wonder if she looked like that when she was really pregnant. You know, she's a very small woman, so. She runs out to Anakin, of course. She's so tiny compared to Anakin. What are you doing out here? I'm so worried about you. Obi-Wan told me terrible things. What things? He said you've turned to the dark side. She didn't waste any time, did she? Killed younglings. He's trying to turn you against me. He cares about us. Us. He knows. He wants to help you. Love won't save you, Padme. Only my new powers. No, you're literally lying to yourself. You're a good person. Don't do this. I won't lose you the way I lost my mother. I'll become more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for you. Are you really, Anakin? Because in his mind, he thinks, well, I'm doing it for her, but he's really, as we know, doing it for himself. Come with me. Let's raise our child. Leave everything else behind. While we still can. Don't you see? We don't have to run anymore. Here's where he really... I have brought peace to the Republic. I am more powerful than the Chancellor. I can overthrow him. Padme's like, holy shit. And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. She's like, holy shit, he really has lost it. Make things the way we want them to be. Man, her face. Talk about heartbreak. I don't believe what I'm hearing. He's right. You've changed.
I don't want to hear any more about Obi-Wan. The Jedi turned against me. Oh, Lord Anakin. I don't know you anymore. You're breaking my heart. You're going down a path I can't follow. Now, so many people make fun of her here, and it's like any girl her age in this situation would be acting exactly like this. I don't get it. Anyways, sometimes it makes me wonder, like, a lot of these guys that critique this have never had a girlfriend, because I mean, this is literally what a girl would be doing right now in this situation, like freaking out, like, I cannot go down this path. I cannot believe this. Anywho's, because of Obi-Wan, because of what you've done, and she like clearly says what you plan to do. It's you, dude. Stop now. Come back. And even then, she says, I love you. You're with him. You brought him here to kill me. And then your dumbass chokes her. Let her go, Anakin. Let her go. Man, how stupid, dude, are you? You force choke Padme. Really? This whole thing is about saving Padme, and then you go and how lost is he? Poor Anakin. You turned her against me. This famous line. You have done that yourself. You will not take her from me. Your anger and lust for power have already done that. You have allowed this dark lord to twist your mind. Oh, Anakin. Now you have become the very thing you swore to destroy. I see through the lies of the Jedi. You know, so many people criticize this stuff, and how many people quote all of this. I do not fear the dark side as you do. I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire. Your new empire? Don't make me kill you. My allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy. Come on, Anakin. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. I will do what I must. It's not going to turn out good, Anakin. And here we go. And not to diminish it, because it is an awesome battle, sword fight, lightsaber battle. Most all of us love it. It's great. It's cool. It's flashy and all that. But just know that, like, professional sword fighters will tell you that 90% of what they're doing is just flash, swinging around, trying to look cool. Because it's, like, really not solid, good sword fighting. It's really them just being fancy. It's very inefficient. It's very them showing off. So, like I was saying to James earlier, as far as substance, it can't hold a candle to Bespin or the throne room on Jedi, but, you know, it's a cool scene. We cut to Palpatine's quarters. Yoda walks in. I think this is one of the coolest things in all the Star Wars, when he just uses the Force and knocks the two Emperor's Royal Guards on their asses. I just think it's great. They turn like they're going to do something. He just, like, boom, knocks them both out. Like, get the hell out of here. I hear a new apprentice you have, Emperor. Should I call you Darth Sidious? Master Yoda. So yes, the mystery of the eyes. I don't have the definitive answer there, because Palpatine ever since has been yellow eyes. Anakin is on and off. Even fighting Obi-Wan, he doesn't have the yellow eyes yet, until he gets burnt bacon. So I don't have the definitive answer on that one. Your arrogance blinds you. The only thing I can possibly say is Because Anakin is full on Sith at this point. I mean, there's not even like a question. Maybe just being so consumed by hate. Because remember, he's like, I hate you, and he's all burnt up. I mean, but his eyes were glowing when he kills him, all the representatives, so I don't know. Now you experience the full power of the dark side. And Yoda gets tossed. Smoke coming off. Poor little Yoda. And back to Anakin and Obi-Wan. And of course, it's a very balanced fight because, right, Obi-Wan has been teaching Anakin. So they're both going to be doing a lot of the same. Palpatine cackling. I have waited a long time for this moment. My little green friend. Alas, the Jedi are no more. Not if anything to say about it I have. Okay, again, dialogue, very important. George Lucas knowing what he's doing. What did he just say? At last, the Jedi are no more. Now, granted, there's Obi-Wan, there's Yoda, and there's probably 2 or 3 stragglers, but he's very definitively saying to you that there are no Jedi. This matters later. Because in the Filoni fan fiction, there's all these Jedi running around, and no, there's not. The Jedi get wiped out. That is the stakes and the severity of Order 66. And not short enough it was. The end of your roll it is, and it's not short enough it was. And he tries to flip away to the door, and Yoda flips it out in front of him. I love how Yoda pulls out his lightsaber from his belt, and he like spins it in his hand. If so powerful you are, why leave? His little mini lightsaber. You will not stop me. Darth Vader will become more powerful than either of us. Theoretically, he could. Faith in your apprentice misplaced, maybe. As is your faith in the dark side. We cut to Anakin choking Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan kicks him, gets loose. Anakin kicks him back. Obi-Wan kicks him back. The Senate battle is really cool. The roof opens up and the spire goes up to the center of the Senate chamber. It's really good at editing, cutting back and forth between the two battles. Anakin and Obi-Wan force pushing each other. Anakin flies across trying to get Obi-Wan. They smash the board. which destabilizes the lava works. And then they go outside. And now Palpatine's throwing the, I don't even know what to call them, the Senate seats, the Senate circles at little Yoda. He's flipping off of him. And Yoda catches the one and is holding it and starts spinning it. It's a powerful little guy. He flings it back at him. Palpatine uses Force Lightning, knocks Yoda's lightsaber loose, and then Yoda's absorbing his lightning. And Palpatine realizes, oh shit, and he blasts him back. And then Yoda goes falling, tumbling down. Hold on, Yoda. His little claws. Palpatine's kind of maniacal here, kind of a little bit Jokerish. He's like hanging on for his life, yet he's cackling away. Reminds me of the Joker. So now Obi-Wan and Anakin are kind of balance beaming on this pipe. High wiring. This is a very cool part where they kind of lock arms with each other and the lava's going in the background, going up in the background. And now Yoda's crawling around inside the little tunnel, which I'm pretty sure that's where they took that from Mandalorian, where they had Baby Yoda inside the Razor Crest trying to fix stuff. It was right there from Yoda crawling in that tunnel. Anyways, Yoda calls Bail. He says, give me your signal when you're ready. And then they cut back to the chamber, and there's the clones looking for Yoda, and they're like, there's no sign of his body, sir. Then he's not dead. Double your search. I sense Lord Vader's in danger. Tell Captain Kagi to prepare my ship. You know, and I love this battle very much, but I have to be honest, there's a few minutes that could be cut out of it. It's like it drags on a little bit. There's more that really is needed. I don't dislike it, but there's just a few minutes here that just aren't really necessary. Anyways, they're on that big column that breaks loose and falls upside down, and they're climbing up now. Yoda's climbing through the little tunnel. It's funny to see him without his little robe. You actually rarely see Yoda here. He jumps down through the hatch into Bail's 57 Chevy convertible. Into exile I must go. Failed I have. Well, to be fair, you're 800 some years old. So now Anakin and Obi-Wan are reaching the lava waterfall, if you will, the lava fall. Obi-Wan grabs the cable, swings away. Anakin does the same. They swing at each other in the air. Lunatics. Obi-Wan jumps down to a platform. Anakin will, of course, do the same. I think this is a really cool part too. Anakin lands on that little droid, and then he jumps over to the platform with Obi-Wan. Right, they're fighting on the two different platforms, but then he's going to jump over. I have failed you, Anakin. I have failed you. I should have known the Jedi were plotting to take over. Palpatine is evil, dude. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Then you are lost, indeed. This is the end for you, my master. Anyway, so Anakin flips over and gets on the same platform with him. And as soon as Obi-Wan turns around, he swings, and like Anakin like kind of ducks back. I just think it's neat how they did that. Then, of course, they start fighting again. Obi-Wan flips off onto the hill, and we all know it's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Oh, boy, Anakin. You underestimate my power. The high ground does not guarantee anything. But if you know anything about military, police, strategy, samurai, fighting, combat, you have the high ground. 95, 99% of the time, you have full advantage. You did it to yourself, Anakin. Don't try it. And now you're stumpy. Which is a hell of a shot because he gets his arm and both his legs. Oh, Anakin. And there his eyes are turning. You were the chosen one. It was said you destroy the Sith, not join them. Yeah, I guess it's, because he's in a rage, his eyes are glowing. He picks up his lightsaber. Now, if this isn't painfully obvious to everyone, and of course, it's his brother, he couldn't do it, but all he had to do was just force push him into the lava and it's all over with. Damn it, Obi-Wan. I hate you. Now his eyes are most definitely glowing. You're my brother, Anakin. Heartbreaking. Catches fire. Oh, Annie. You could have been the greatest of them all. And now you're just burnt up bacon. John Williams music, of course. And Obi-Wan walks away. Yeah, you really should have pushed him into the lava, dude. We have Miss Padme on board. It's pretty good. R2 and 3PO managed to get Padme on board. Is Anakin all right? She says. Not so much. Would you like eggs with your bacon? It's funny, there's these like twisty hoses, a red and a blue one, and if you've ever been like in a garage or no mechanics or anything, those are like pneumatic hoses for air compressors. It's just funny. So they take off, and Obi-Wan, of course, is like, how the fuck did I really have to just do that? How do I explain it to Padme? Yeah, pretty awful. You know, I guess it works out. Anakin's pretty lucky he has that mechanical arm from Attack of the Clones, because that's how he kind of crawls his way. You see, even when bad things happen to you, you got to look on the positive side. It might save you from when you get fucked up on Mustafar and turn into burnt bacon. If you have to crawl out of lava, there you go. Look on the bright side. Papa Palps comes to save him. There he is. He's still alive. Get a medical capsule. How disappointing. 5 minutes ago, he was like this perfect young protege. Now he's burnt ass bacon. Why don't you just force heal him? Oh, that's right. That's not a thing in Star Wars. So then we cut into an outpost. Yoda meditating, I suppose. Excuse me, Master Yoda. Obi-Wan has made contact. Take us to the medical center quickly. Back on Coruscant to Palpatine's secret private tower. I don't know. I guess it's maybe a medical tower. Anakin's getting rained on, which probably feels good at that point. Ooba. What does he say there? Medically, she's completely healthy. For reasons we can't explain, we are losing her. She's dying. We don't know why. She has lost the will to live. We need to operate quickly if we are to save the babies. Babies, she has twins. So even though I said it earlier, I'll say it one more time. Yes, people don't die. Well, it's not impossible in the history of the world that no one has died from heartbreak, first of all. Is it a true medical condition? No, of course not. Is it impossible it's ever happened? No, it could have happened. But remember that this is supposed to be romantic. So get over yourselves with it's so dumb that Padme dies. It's about being romantic. It's about that she loves him so much that she has lost the will to live. Now, there's always the argument, what about the kids? I get it. But it's sweet in its own way. It's supposed to be romantic that she loves Anakin so much that she loses the will to live. Get over it. And you can see the two little heartbeats, I guess is what they're showing there. The two little auras. And they're putting pieces onto Anakin. Oh, man, that must hurt. Oopa. Luke. Luke is indeed the older twin. That little boy you're holding. Ooba, ooba. There it is. Ooba. It's a girl. And the mask is coming down. We see through the eyes. And it comes down on Anakin's face. The seal is made. And you have Darth Vader. The official machine Vader, if you will. And we hear the breathing. I remember in the theater, everybody was like, holy shit! We see Vader! Obi-Wan. There's good in him. And also remember something. That Padme's death serves two purposes. First, like I said, it's meant to be romantic. She loses the will because she loved Anakin so much. But it also serves the purpose of the irony and the punishment for Anakin for being such a dumbass that technically he did all of this to keep her alive, but in reality, he ends up killing her. First, by putting her under extreme stress, because that's another reality. You put a pregnant woman under extreme stress, especially right at birth, she very well could die. But because he fell, because he didn't have faith in himself, in the Republic, and in Padme, and their future, he ends up killing her. So you have to remember that it's not just that she loses the will, it's also the lesson for Anakin, the punishment for him being a dumbass. That's what Lucas is showing you, that Padme dies, that he killed her in the end. He did all this nonsense for her, supposedly, right? And in reality, he's the one that kills her. And we see Vader's table, right, going up. And I know everybody hates this part, but I don't really have a problem with it. It is pretty neat to see Vader the first time. Lord Vader, can you hear me? Yes, my master. Oh, Anakin. Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right? It seems in your anger you killed her. Oh, the irony. I couldn't have. And remember, you guys all know this, but just gonna say it. In his eyes, when he choked her, he killed her. Right? He doesn't know. Now, he does say that can't be. She's alive. I felt it. But technically, this is where Palpatine gets him, is because, dude, you did this. And he can't really deny it because he's like, damn, that's right. When I last saw her, I force-choked her ass and left her there. So, in his eyes, he doesn't have confirmation that she actually survived, that she got off of Mustafar, that she had the babies. He, in his mind, is thinking, holy shit, I must have actually killed her when I force-choked her. He's not searching his feelings, being true to himself, thinking clearly and understanding, well, no, she is alive. I can feel her. No, he's just buying into, and it's because he's so lost, he's so twisted, he's a machine, that to him, he believes, I choked her. Holy shit, did I fuck up. On the same token, at this point, well, I killed all these Jedi. I destroyed the whole order. I killed my own wife and kids. At this point, well, shit, I lost everything. I'm just full out, evil at this point. He's lost the will. He, on the opposite end, right? Padme dies because she lost the will to live. On this end, Anakin died because he lost the will to live. Something that people forget is that this is not Anakin Skywalker anymore. This is full-out Darth Vader machine. Up until the end of Return of the Jedi, there is no Anakin Skywalker. Some people say, yeah, he's in there, blah, blah, blah. No, he's lost. He's gone. That is the gravity of Luke Skywalker's sacrifice, and what he does is that he's able, in the end, to pull back out Anakin. Because all this time, up until episode 6, there is no Anakin Skywalker. He is full-on lost machine, Sith, rage, hate. There is no Anakin. And of course, he loses his shit. He's crushing everything. And everybody's favorite part, no. And Sidious, of course, is happy because he's just totally losing his shit. I always, by the way, that part where he's like, no, and I always picture it as a comic book panel. And I think, you know, I don't remember if there's any confirmation of this, but I always pictured that as like a comic book panel. And I feel like that's what Lucas was trying to achieve there. Because Lucas very much loves comic books. And I always felt like that shot, that scene, the way he's standing and says that, think of it as a page in a comic. And when you look at it in that context, the way he's, you know, like that, and if you saw like the letters on the comic book page, right? N-O. So it's not so ridiculous when you look at it in that context. That's just how I always took it. I'm not saying that's, you know, definitely what it is, but that's always how I took it. And that's why it doesn't bother me, because to me, it's a comic book page coming off the page, as opposed to taking it so literally, like Darth Vader, who's supposed to be this badass. Remember that as bad as he is, as evil as he is, the menace that he is, deep down, he is just a guy, right, that lost everything. It fucked up big time. So for him to say no is totally normal. Anyways, I always look at that as a comic book panel, and if you picture the no on the page, I think it helps to see that scene. That's just me, anyways. And man, Palpatine's snicker there, little bastard. So back to Naboo. Yeah, this has to be Naboo. Hidden safe, the children must be kept. We must take them somewhere where the Sith will not sense their presence. Split them up, they should be. My wife and I will take the girl. We've always talked about adopting a baby girl. She will be loved with us. Brea and Bale. And what of the boy? To Tatooine, to his family. I'll take the child and watch over him. Until the time is right, disappear we will. Okay, some key dialogue here. We have to take them where the Sith will not sense them. So Alderaan, that has nothing to do with any of this, although it's right there in the center, in the central core, right next. Alderaan is right near Coruscant, right in the center of the galaxy. It's not going to occur to Anakin that his daughter, that he has no clue of, that even would have survived, or his child in general, would be that close. Not to mention Vader's out and about doing stuff. We also have that Obi-Wan says, where do we take him? Yoda very wisely says, take him to his family. Then Obi-Wan, again, very unselfishly, I'll take him and I'll look over him. Because he understands the importance of the situation. He's very unselfish. But it's also a little bit of Obi-Wan's repentance in his mind, right? Like, man, I just had to strike down Anakin. We just lost Padme. So the least that I can do is make sure that his son Not only because they already know, like, he's going to be the future, if anything, if he's the only hope, a new hope. But, you know, obviously Obi-Wan is like, no, this is the least I can do. Try to somehow make up for this mess. So anyways, Bail walks out. Obi-Wan's about to leave. And very important, Master Kenobi, wait a minute, Yoda says. In your solitude on Tatooine, training I have for you. Training. An old friend has learned the path to immortality. One has returned from the netherworld of the Force. Your old master, Qui-Gon. How to commune with him, I will teach you. So if it's not painfully obvious, the first Force Ghost is Qui-Gon. And as I showed you in Attack of the Clones, the first time that he crosses over is when Anakin is killing the Tusken Raiders. He says, Anakin, Anakin. He's reaching out to Anakin. Because naturally he feels responsible for Anakin for taking him on. Yoda hears this. Yoda picks up on it. Captain Antilles, as James said earlier, is in the hallway here. Yes, Your Highness. I'm placing the droids in your care. Treat them well. Clean them up. And the protocol droid's mind wiped. 3PO's like, what? And R2, of course, laughs. Oh, no. Which, why would you care? You're a droid, but okay. Padme's funeral, really beautiful. Tons of people. Which, no matter what you do in life, you can have tons of riches, you can have tons of things, you could do many things, but at the end of the day, all you are worth is what people remember of you. Having 3 Ferraris doesn't make you nothing. Having a school, a park, a monument built in your honor when you pass means a lot. So, the fact that Padme's funeral has just thousands of people lined up in Naboo, and most of them, of course, would naturally be Naboo people. You know, she was a queen at one time, she was a senator, but naturally also people from around the galaxy would know because she was very well known. And, you know, the point here is that so many people are there because she left a mark. She was beloved by so many. That is the true value, or that is your true value, is when you pass on, how will you be remembered? Will anyone be at your funeral? Because let me tell you, these multi-billionaires, when they die, there's going to be one or nobody at their funeral. So you can live a selfish life and have everything in the world and not touch anyone else's life. And at the end of the day, no one's going to care. They only pretend like they care. So remember that in real life, that it's all about the people that you touch and that you affect. That whether you realize it or not, we are all interconnected. We all bounce off of each other. Something I could say tonight could affect one of you to then say something or do something with someone else. And that can ripple on to 50 other people across the world and change a whole bunch of things. And I'm not saying that it's just me. Any one of us could do something that has ripples across the entire planet, never mind your neighborhood or country or what have you. So anyways, I just think this is a really beautiful moment because obviously Padme's going to have, you know, pretty elaborate funeral. And part of this is also to show publicly, right? Like, you know, Vader, Anakin, she's dead. She's, you know, this is another point of this, but there are so many people here because she touched so many lives. So remember that in the real world. How will you be remembered when you're gone? And live your life by that. There you see Padme's parents for the first time, which you wouldn't know because they cut that scene out. But, and of course, Darth Jar Jar is there. She has her little snippet that Anakin made for her, which I'm sure most of you had caught. And the Queen is also walking right behind her little hearse or carriage, whatever. Now we see the Venator classes are starting to develop into Star Destroyers. They're grayer. Their shape has changed a little bit. We're seeing the first reminiscence of the TIE Fighter. Tarkin, the younger Tarkin. And the skeleton of the Death Star, which is this 19 BBY. You can see that it's pretty well along the skeleton, so it's been grown for years here. It's curious how long Palpatine has been at this, but obviously for a while. All right, so the tentative goes to Alderaan. And I had forgotten that we do see a little bit of Alderaan, because I think in a previous stream I was like, well, but we don't really see it. But that's true. We do see a little bit of Alderaan, which is very nice. I still think Naboo is the place to be, but Alderaan's pretty sweet. And we see Breya get little Leia. This is the mother she remembers, not Padme. And then Obi-Wan arriving at the Lars homestead. And Barbecue Burrow gets little baby Luke. Which she seems pretty happy about. I don't know. You would think they would try to have their own kids, but whatever. She seems pretty happy. And you see Owen there on the hill, kind of foreshadowing Luke, right? Looking at the twin sons. And there you have it. So Luke is safe with Obi-Wan watching him, and Leia is on Alderaan. Again, I will stress, Leia does not remember Padme, because so many people get caught up on this. Oh, it's so stupid. How does she remember Padme? She doesn't remember Padme, guys. She remembers Breya. Breya, we don't know officially, but she would have died when she was younger. 5 years old, 10 years old, maybe 2 years old. And that's why Leia remembers her mother. All right. Let me see where you guys are at. Let's catch up with the chat. What happened to my glasses? Well, there you go. Ariel's not a redhead. Yeah, I know. At first, I thought it said Halle Berry, and I was like, what? Yeah. I remember people saying Hayden was the worst actor in the movie. So stupid. Yeah, and again, you know, we're all human. We all have egos, and a lot of it is you have become so in love with Star Wars that you start to develop ideas in your head of what it is and what it should be and what Anakin should have been. So then when you see different from what you had been imagining for 10 years or however many years, and you're younger and you're expecting this, and then you got the media talking shit, and then you're trying to not look bad amongst your friends, and it turns into this big snowball, and all these people are like, the prequels suck. Bullshit. Take your time, go back and watch them, especially when you've grown as a person and you have time to look back at them, and you realize, again, I'm not saying they're the most amazing films on their own, that they're perfect, not at all, but they are beautiful films. They look beautiful. The sound is fantastic. The acting is perfectly fine. All of them. Padme, great. Hayden did great. Obi-Wan is Obi-Wan. I mean, Bail Organa. All these Yoda looks fine. They're all really good. Ian McDiarmid, legend. Mace, everything is fine. Does it deserve multiple Academy Awards each per film? No, never said that. Are they fantastic Star Wars films? Absolutely. And that's all at the end of the day that matters. They could be the biggest pieces of shit on earth, but do they maintain the continuity and tell the Skywalker saga? At the end of the day, that's all that matters. But outside of that, they are good movies. They're a lot of fun. They're well done, and they set the stage for so many things. Without Phantom Menace, you do not have Tron Legacy, Jurassic Park, Abyss, Avatar. I mean, just on and on and on. Films that you would not have if it was not for George Lucas and the prequels. I have the high ground. Yep. Scene where Anakin tells Obi-Wan he hates him always makes me sad. The music, the cinematography, the acting, it's perfect. Yeah, it is very heartbreaking. Mustafar looks like hell. It's like Anakin sold his soul to. Well, he does. Literally, George Lucas says that in the Skywalker Legacy. You can hear him say that Palpatine is the devil, and he sells his soul to the devil. It's not even metaphorical. He literally says that. And it's not a coincidence that Mustafar is where it happens and why it looks that way. His full transformation is complete, yes. Why do people always get mad at Vader saying, no? What else do you think he'd say after losing his wife? Yes, losing everything. Everything. His mother, his life, his friends, the Jedi, his wife, his child. I mean, what the hell are you going to say? Captain Antilles played by the same actor who played Wedge. It kind of looks like it. No. Not to my memory, no. Wedge is... Because we see Wedge in Rise of Skywalker. So... Or... Am I mistaken? Is it Antilles in Rise of Skywalker? No, shit. I don't remember. But we see one of them. I'm pretty sure it's Wedge that we see. Maybe it's Antilles. I think it's Wedge, though. It's been a minute. No, it should be same. Antilles is the same character. Or same... No, it should be that Antilles is not the same actor as Wedge, is what I'm trying to say. Hey, look, it's Tarkin building the Death Star, yes. Which, he's not perfect, but, you know, he's pretty close. And from what I remember, he's not at all digitized. He's not enhanced like that. They found a guy that looks a lot like him younger. There is a New Hope for the Galaxy, yes. Just finished the movie. Still the best prequel film, in my opinion. Number 3 best Star Wars film. Well, that's cool. I think it's a great film. You know, like I said many times, Clones is my favorite. But, you know, what is objectively the best? I think Sith has to be the best of the prequels, just being honest. CGI looks better now. Yeah, part of that is you getting used to it too. You know, at that time it was like a new thing, and like there was this thing about the Hulk years ago where this guy wrote this whole article and he was saying, you know, the CGI has gotten so good that the problem isn't CGI. It's that it's so good that it's hard for our minds to accept that this big green guy is like jumping right across buildings and picking up cars and all that. It's not that it's unbelievable because it doesn't look real. It's that now that it looks so real that our mind is trying to wrap around like a big green guy picking up cars and Hulk smashing. And that's true for a lot of CGI. A lot of it is crappy. But, you know, a lot of the Star Wars stuff is just because you hadn't seen that before. Looking back now, be honest, is Yoda so terrible? No. I think it looks just fine. I never had a problem with it, but I know a lot of people are like, oh, he looks ridiculous and he's flipping around. Well, what the hell would little 1 foot, 2 foot tall Yoda be doing? What do you expect? I think he looks perfectly fine. It's a girl, but with a penis instead of a vagina. I better cut that off. Well, I'm not sure which part you're talking about, but the Uba? What are you talking about? The fate of his mother added a big chunk too. Yeah, absolutely. You know, and that's the thing. You had, as an old Star Wars fan, you had for all these years, people are like, oh my God, I want to know what happened to Anakin. How did he become Vader? What's the story? Lucas takes 3 movies, 9 years to thoroughly develop, even show you from the beginning as a small boy that the importance of all these events, and everybody bitched about it. It's so stupid. Why should baby Anakin? And this is all dumb and blah, 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 blah. Everybody thought, well, it's just going to be 3 movies of Anakin at 20 years old just whipping ass. It sucked. It sounds good on the surface, and sure, I would have loved to see an Anakin wrecking shop. But at the end of the day, there would be no story. So you had people all these years that were like, I want to know what happened. And then he tells you, takes the time and love and care to show you very specifically over 9 years, 3 great films to show you what happens to Anakin, and everybody bitched about it. People are fucking dumb. That's all I could say. I like that part when he first turns to Vader. Who didn't like that part is the true question. It was cool. Well, you know, there's always some dumbass out there. There's always people that just want to complain. Find something to find something. Hey, what's up? Hey, Shanks. Good to see you. I took the no part as stage acting. It reminds me of his plays. It reminds me of in plays of they have to overact a little to convey the emotions there. Yeah, absolutely. How? Yes. I've always respected the tropes that George set up in the films. Fear, anger, hate, suffering. It's relatable, to be honest. Yes, well, when you humble yourself and you stop worrying about what other people think or what you thought Star Wars was and how it's presented, and you really look at the core of what Star Wars, the lessons, the messages that Lucas is giving you, and you humble yourself and you relate that to yourself, you start to see, wow, this is some real shit. By the way, Kylo Ren copied your mask. There was an episode of the Clone Wars where Padme goes to Alderaan and Ahsoka watches to make sure Aurra Singh doesn't assassinate Padme. Episode of Clone Wars where Padme goes to Alderaan, Ahsoka watches to make sure Aurra Singh doesn't assassinate Padme. I don't remember that. But either way, it's stupid. Because where's Ahsoka? Where's Grogu? There's no avoiding them. That's the thing. If Ahsoka is what they played her out into in the Clone Wars, she would have showed up. There would have been some reference. Her name, she would have somewhere been there. Grogu too. Now, we know, obviously, from the outside that they're both bullshit, that they don't exist, and that's some extra shit they did later. But what I'm saying is, let's all jump into Star Wars, right? Where's the security tapes? Where's somebody mentioning her name? Where's there a remnant, an artifact, some proof, fingerprint, something? There is none. So you can't even pretend to be like, oh, well, we'll just fit her in later, because they don't fit. You have this whole elaborate thing of Ahsoka with Anakin in the Clone Wars cartoons, yet this whole time you don't see any of that. Now, you could say somewhere like in the middle between 1 and 2, Anakin gets Ahsoka, and then somewhere in between the middle of 2 and 3, Ahsoka dies. So there's parts where you wouldn't see her because she was off doing other stuff. Anakin was busy. Plus, there's parts behind the scenes we don't see. So you could argue that Ahsoka was there. But at the end of the day, there's no mention, no reference, no repercussions, no nothing of Ahsoka. Why? Because she wasn't there. Because she is inconsequential to Star Wars. Now, she's the one that's breaking everything. But in real Star Wars canon, she was an add-on later. So for Filoni to go to this point of making her this big thing, and she's got her own show, He's literally spitting on George Lucas and Star Wars. And that's, for some reason, people can't wrap their mind around that, but that's what's happening, guys. Nice job. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Ewan and Wedge's actor are related. Yes, here's a little story for you. Wedge is Ewan's uncle. Ewan saw Star Wars, the original Star Wars, because his uncle was in it. He invited his nephew and family to the premiere. So Ewan, as his uncle's guest, was at the premiere of Star Wars, seeing his uncle in this movie, and that's where Ewan fell in love with and saw Star Wars, is in the beginning, because that's his real life uncle. So there you go. I prefer story to Wreck House. I think Lucas did a nice job of giving us both of them. Yeah. And, you know, there's a few things you could tweak. I again think the Mustafar thing, you could cut a few minutes and make it a little more compact and a little more impactful. It would have been nice to see a little more of Anakin, right? I would have liked to see a little more of him as the young Jedi in the Clone Wars and a little more of him as Vader. But it also is important, the message that when you fall to the dark, just like in real life, when you start acting shitty, like, okay, if you are on the edge of doing something and then you go rob a house and then you end up killing somebody, like, your fall, it's fast. It's not like, well, you know, over 3 years. Like, yes, the fall of Anakin is a long process, but when he truly falls, like, it's all fast, because that's like in real life. If you truly go across that line, then there's not like, well, now it trickles. It's, you've done it, dude. And that's the thing. So to have Anakin Vader is a short-lived thing, because, you know, that process is very quick at that point. The overall process leading to him making that poor decision, that's different. That's a big thing, and that's why he did the 3 movies, to show you that. But the actual fall, just like in real life, it's going to happen. Like, you know, once you cross a line, that's it. There's not much of a, you know, there's not a delay there. The fall of Anakin is a cautionary tale. Yes, all of Star Wars is. That's Lucas literally showing you on the very core level. Right? It all revolves around Anakin and Padme. Anakin more specifically, but right? Why does Anakin do all of this? Padme. It's always the girl's fault. I'm kidding. It's all is about Padme and Anakin. So you're seeing, you know, the cautionary tale of that person that had so much potential, so much, because Anakin was a good kid. Remember, from the beginning, all he wanted to do, he wasn't thinking about going to become a Jedi and doing all this extra. He just wanted to help them because they were stranded on his planet. He knew he could do the pod race, and he very unselfishly just wanted to help them. He's a good kid. So it's a cautionary tale that even someone with so much potential, such a good heart, that went through so much crap and didn't know anything of greed or hate or any of that, can become the worst menace in all of the galaxy. But then, of course, on the macro level, the politics, the Senate, the Republic falling under its own weight, under its own foolishness and blindness and foolish, just plain stupidity, right? And again, I want to stress that I'm not saying it's just Biden or just Trump, but we are living in that same very thing, that and this is not just the United States. This is the world. That the whole world is just full of just stupid politics, and it's all going to crumble under its own weight. So it very much is a cautionary tale. They're all guilty. They're all part of the problem. I like your no comic strip analogy. Makes sense. I can see it in my mind. That's how I always saw it. Like people are like, oh, me, like totally. I see like this panel in a comic book. That's literally like I had flipped to the last page of the comic, and you see Vader like no, and again I gotta stress the N-O. And when you look at it that way, that's how I feel he intended it. I could be totally wrong, but that's how I always took it as. And again, he loves comic books. It's well known that George Lucas loves comic books. So to me, that's what you were seeing. I do like Dead Girl's reference to the stage acting because that too. But on the same vein, comic books are the same way. They have to be dramatic, right? To really show, because like text doesn't read like emotion or tone. So it's the same principle of that overly acting, that overly dramatic to really show the point. So instead of being a crybaby and be like, Hayden sucks and George Lucas sucks because he says no, why don't you have a little culture and understand that that's the point? That Lucas isn't such an airhead. He did that on purpose because it's meant to be dramatic. And I will repeat, if you lived Anakin's life, you've lost everything, and now you feel like you killed your own damn wife after all this mess that you made, what the fuck are you going to say? No, obviously. So, you know, it's like people that comment on that, it's like, man, I just want to force choke the shit out of you. Anyways. Anakin should have stayed single. Yeah, well, that's usually the best path. I'm kidding. If we're all lucky, you know, someday you find someone special. Relationships can complicate things, but just remember, don't let another person consume you. You have to, you know, I can't tell you how many friends, particularly guy friends, that get totally consumed. Like, you guys are hanging out all the time, then they meet this girl, and then like poof, they're gone. You don't go play basketball anymore, you don't hang out anymore. Like, he's all up her ass all the time, and he's like so consumed and tied up in it. You know, and sometimes it's the power of the P, and sometimes it's not even that. It's just he's consumed and like disconnects from anything, and you lose your identity. You can't ever, and this is whether it's work or hobby or a relationship, you can't lose yourself into something where you've disconnected from your friends, your hobbies, your sports, your activities, your other loves. A healthy relationship is always you being yourself. Two people that mesh, not you being consumed on each other all the time. At the end of the day, it just causes resentment, and one person, you know, just gets annoyed, or you both get annoyed. It doesn't usually end well when two people just disconnect from everything else. Now, a lot of people can be shitty, and often if you find that really great person and you have them, then you tend to want to spend most of your time with them. Well, that's a beautiful thing. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm just saying that when you go from, you know, hanging out with your boys all the time, and then all of a sudden you're nowhere to be seen, you need to check yourself, dude. If you're flipping your whole life upside down because of a person, that you need to look in the mirror and analyze. Because if someone truly loves you, they're going to love you just how you are, for your faults, for the things that you're into. And even if, like, I love Star Wars and I meet some girl and she hates Star Wars, she's good. If she truly loves me, just using myself as an example, you know, baby Jen, she clearly adores me. She will accept the fact that Star Wars makes you happy, and she's not going to take that from you. If you meet someone that's like, no, you got to drop that shit, that's not the right person for you. Doesn't mean they have to love it and get all into it. But if they start to try to take you away from the things that you love, that's a huge red flag. Sometimes it's better to stay single. Are you going to talk about the Ahsoka? Yes, sure, we can absolutely do that. Was there any lore added as to who Anakin's father was? There was no father. I have shown the quote, but I'll mention, as a matter of fact, Here, I could probably pull it up real quick because I just had gotten another copy of it. Just a moment. I literally just saved another copy of it for backup. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. Where'd you go? Could have sworn I dumped it here. Which I could very easily explain this to you, but when I have the ability to show you a direct Lucas quote, then I'd rather, you know, no questions. All right, well, if it's not here, should be. It's strange. I could have sworn I just popped that copy there. Let's look here. Okay, that's the quote about selling. Where are you? Okay, here's a copy I can show you. It's not the best. That's why I had saved it again, because it was a better copy. But right now, I don't know where the hell is it here. I just saved that damn thing. Ah, here it is, I think. No, that's the other quote. Okay, so I will show you. I always feel better showing you the actual thing. Okay, so let me zoom in so you guys can get a better look. Okay, this is from roughly November 2019 from the Star Wars Archives book. He's talking about what would have been ideas for the sequel trilogy. He talks about selling Star Wars. And then here, hope and faith. George Lucas, the midichlorians started the birth process at Anakin's mother. The wills communicated the command to the midichlorians, which activated the DNA that germinated the egg. That's why Anakin doesn't have a father. He was, in a bizarre and metaphorical way, touched by God. But in this case, they happen to be one-celled animals. Okay, so he's literally like the story of Jesus Christ. Immaculate conception, there is no father. The Force, or God, or the universe, created Anakin. Has nothing to do with Palpatine, Plagueis, anything else. The Force created him to create balance. That is the prophecy. That is the reason. Is because the Force knows more than us silly people. It is the universe. It is the balance of everything, and it knew that it needed to create Anakin because there was a rise of the Sith coming. Palpatine. So there you go. He says other little parts about it, whatever, but that's the important part. That's what you need to know. There is no father. It's literally Lucas says the Force created Anakin. Let's see. There was no father. Yes. Anakin's fear stems from his mother being killed. To me, I always felt might be wrong. I never saw it being Padme's doing. His fear was losing another woman and his wife like his mother. I mean, I think the first true, right? Like traumatic thing. I mean, well, remember, he was a slave, so he would have gone through some shit, right, from young. Not to mention, like, Sebulba trying to kill him, and talking shit to him. Tatooine is pretty seedy, so there's danger in those, you know, the mean streets of Tatooine. But yes, the really traumatic first thing was, of course, losing his mother. And not just losing his mother, but she dies right in his freaking arms. You know, that's why he loses and kills Tuskens. I think that's the stem, right? That's the root of everything. But I think it's also pretty clear that Padme is really the catalyst. That's what, you know. And, you know, for moms out there, for the women out there, I hate to break it to you. As much as most of us love our moms, we tend to love our girlfriend or wife more. Don't take it the wrong way. It's different. But you tend to have a much greater connection to your wife or girlfriend than you do your mother. And I know that's like, I must drive some mothers crazy, but it's just being real. You know, yes, there are mama boys out there that are like, mommy. But in general, and again, I'm not diminishing at all the love of a son to his mother. I'm just saying, I know mothers aren't going to want to hear this, but if you have your mom and your wife, especially if you have children with that woman, and they both died on a shipwreck, you're going to be pretty upset about both of them. But ultimately, just being real, just telling you the truth as a man, you're going to be probably more broken up over your wife. Now, that's assuming you have a healthy relationship, but that also goes for moms and parents, right? You might hate your wife, so it won't matter. But under normal circumstances, I know this is going to sound terrible, and I hate to even say it, but if you had to choose between your wife and your mother surviving, most guys are going to choose their wife. It is not a lack of love for your mom. It's just like, that's your partner. That's the woman, the mother of your children. I mean, just being real, you know? So with that said, yes, losing his mom would have been very difficult, but Padme is the catalyst. That's what drives him to the insanity. Anyways, please don't hate me, mothers out there. What you said is so true. A friend of mine got a girlfriend 3 months ago. I didn't see him for 2 months. I'll never yeah. And I get it. You get into a new girl, it's a new thing, you're excited. But first of all, the fastest way to end a relationship is that shit. Is when you two are stuck around each other all the time. Right from the beginning. That's the biggest mistake both a boy and a girl can make, is that, you know, oh, we're together all the time. You don't learn this until you're older, usually. That is the biggest mistake. Now, if you're both very, you know, mature, you have established careers and a life and all that, you really know what you're looking for, that's a little bit different. But when you're like young and you're in your 20s and stuff like that, and you meet a girl and you just disappear and you're all up each other's ass, believe me, that ain't gonna last long. That newness and excitement goes away most of the time. Not always. Some people meet and that's it, game over, they're done, they're going to spend the rest of their lives together. Just realistically, that's the biggest mistake you can make. And when you start again, when you're changing your life, when a person is taking you away from the things you love and changing you, that's the first indication it's not the right person. Someone that cares about you is going to embrace who you are. Granted, if you are doing drugs or you have an alcohol problem or something like that, okay, that's different. But if someone is trying to truly change you for the better, that's different. But when you're, you love Star Wars and your girlfriend's like, shit's stupid, leave it alone, grow up. You should be paying attention to me. Red flag. And girls, they want their attention, they need it and all that, and that's fine. But if a girl really likes you for real, she's going to buy you Star Wars. She could hate Star Wars, but she's going to buy you a little Star Wars toy for your birthday. And she's going to go to the movie with you because she knows you love it. And if she really loves you, she's going to care about the things that you love, and vice versa. Plain and simple. Even though Anakin didn't have a father, he seemed to be a good little kid. We see this in episode 1. Yeah, I mean, he has a good heart. He is, it's just, again, you put yourself in his shoes. You're a slave. You lose your mother. You're confused by all these weird powers. Then you find out you're the chosen one. You've got more midichlorians than the greatest of all the Jedi. The entire galaxy is on your shoulders. You think you've got problems like, I can't pay rent this month. He's got the entire galaxy on his shoulders. Not to diminish anyone's problems. I got problems too. But just saying, the entire galaxy on your shoulders. It's a little bit of pressure. You lose your mom, dies in your arms. You're getting pulled all over the galaxy. You're seeing all the stuff. You're seeing the government's corrupt. You're seeing, because to me and you, right, you live in X state and you see the bullshit in your state. Anakin's traveling all over the galaxy seeing bullshit. Corruption, lies, government, the Trade Federation, all this stuff that he goes through. You meet this amazing girl, you're totally into her, but you can never spend time with her or be out in the open. It sounds kind of silly, but if you could never just walk in the park holding your girl's hand, you would, after a while, be like, holy shit, this is really stressful. We have to hide all the time and just not be ourselves. And they have, this beautiful penthouse and it doesn't matter. But when you think about it, it's they can't just be out and about and happy and in love. That wears on you. So I urge everyone to always remember, put yourself in Anakin's shoes and stop saying that he's whiny, because you wouldn't last through one of his tribulations. You would be the whiny bitch. And yet this kid manages to hold it together for the most part throughout all of this time. People, act so tough. But that's because they're projecting, because they know they wouldn't be able to go through what Anakin went through. Damn it, my eyes are starting to close automatically. Yeah, it happens. I'm getting a little tired too, but there was no father. I think she was a regular at the cantina. There was a father, I think, but it could have been anybody. No, there is no father. Absolutely not. George Lucas literally says the Force created Anakin. That's interesting. I never heard that. Yep. And again, it's like I tell you guys, if I'm telling you something, it's because Lucas said it. It's not me making this shit up. He's like God and Judas, because he ends up crucifying himself through his own actions. Yeah, very well said. Use the Force. I got you. Wasn't a snowflake. No, he was not. He was the only human that could do the pod races. That alone should tell you something. I had a debate with a guy for Anakin's turn to the dark side in the comment section under my comment. In your video about George Lucas explains why some fans hate the Star Wars prequels. That Joseph guy or whatever. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I see it. I read your guys' comments. Know that. I go through. And I look. It's a lot sometimes, but I pretty much read every one of the comments. Okay. I do read them. I see them. I see what people are saying. Man, I read some of the comments, especially on the George Lucas videos, and I'm like, holy shit. Are you fucking dumb? You should see some of the comments. Oh, well. Whatever. I present you the truth. It's up to you guys what you want to do with it. It is what it is. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. There we go. trying to decide which one's my favorite. I really like this one. Oh, too funny. Baby Jim. Okay, let's talk about Ahsoka. And let's talk about this particular comment because it is a very good comment and it's very interesting. And we can close out with that because I have an hour and a half left of archive. So let's see. Where did this damn thing go now? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Okay. So this was on part 1 of Phantom Menace. So we're going to have to do a little bit of an Ahsoka history lesson because there's a lot here. But David Mendez. I love Lucas movies and AOTC along with Ruts. Not to be confused with Traw Scrap. Are my favorites. But I think you are unfair to the character of Ahsoka. In the same episode 3, Obi-Wan sends out a transmission warning the surviving Jedi not to return to the temple. So that leaves open the possible survival of some. Obi-Wan and Yoda, of course, do not have to know that there are more, or even that they die before A New Hope. Aside from that, in episode 4, Obi-Wan tells Luke that Vader helped track down and destroy the Jedi Knights, implying that some survived Order 66, but then Vader shot them down. The point is that Ahsoka herself admits that she is not a Jedi, and even she couldn't have closed herself to the Force and become a random warrior. It's an idea that doesn't work with Luke. What a shit, episode 8. But Ahsoka is another kind of character. She herself admits to Rex that she had been a general longer than a Jedi. Ahsoka is not a regular Jedi, just a Force user, an excellent warrior, and I think she works perfectly. Others that also work very well are Kanan, Jarrus, Cal Kestis. I can't stand Kanan. I like the idea of their masters being able to save them before they die, and they have to live in hiding. The only problem I have with these two is that their stories are the same. Also, for example, Kanan dies before Luke begins his path, and Ezra, thank God, disappears. But Cal Kestis is okay for me for the moment. Okay. So, first of all, I want to say that that's an excellent comment, and that he thought it pretty well through, and he makes some good points. I'm not showing you this to make him look bad. On the contrary, I think this is a really good comment, and he had thought about a lot of this stuff, and he makes some good points. But he only thought this far. I'm always thinking like this. So while he makes some great points, there are some massive holes in his theory. Now, I didn't take the time because I've been busy to listen literally to the dialogue, but you know what? We can look at it very quick, just to be perfectly accurate. Let's do this. This will only take a moment. I've seen Star Wars A New Hope like literally 1,000 times. Do I remember every last piece of dialogue by heart? No, but I know what gets said. But we're going to look real quick just to be absolutely 100% without a doubt. Come on, Disney Plus. Okay. So that I'm not talking out of turn or anybody else. So here, okay, so we're going to go here to Obi-Wan's hut. My father didn't fight in the wars. He was a navigator on a spice freighter. That's what your uncle told you. He didn't hold your father's ideas. Thought he should have stayed here and not got involved. You fought in the Clone Wars? Yes. I was once a Jedi, the same as your father. Wish I'd known him. He was the best star pilot in the galaxy. And a cunning warrior. I understand you've become quite a good pilot yourself. And he was a good friend. Which is all true. I have something here for you. He goes in the chest. Your father wanted you to have it. Your uncle wouldn't allow it. He felt you'd follow old foolish Obi-Wan on a wild crusade. What is it? Your father's lightsaber. This is the weapon of a Jedi Knight. Not as clumsy as a blaster, which he almost cut off Obi-Wan's head, but anyways, that's a different story. For over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in their old republic. Before the dark times. Before the Empire. How did my father die? A young Jedi named Darth Vader, who was a pupil of mine until he turned to evil, helped the Empire hunt down and destroy Jedi Knights. He betrayed and murdered your father. Now the Jedi are all but extinct. Vader was seduced by the dark side of the Force. The Force? Okay, so you know, the music starts, the Force is what gives Jedi power. Okay, now here's the key dialogue where everybody gets fucked up. A young Jedi named Darth Vader, who was a pupil of mine until he turned to evil, which is all true, helped the Empire hunt down and destroy the Jedi Knights. At no point is it said that after Order 66, after the fall of the Order, after the temple is burnt down, that he is out and about hunting down Jedi. Bullshit. You're interpreting that. That is not what Obi-Wan says. He clearly says he helped the Empire hunt down and destroy the Jedi Knights. What we just saw was exactly that. Turns to the dark side. Palpatine says, go destroy all the Jedi. And that's literally what Anakin does. He goes to the temple and wipes out all the fucking Jedi. Okay? Now, you've got the point of where he says the dialogue of Obi-Wan, well, we need to go back to the temple and make sure that the beacon is deactivated so that any remaining Jedi don't come back. That could be 3 Jedi, guys. It's not 10,000 more floating around and they're going to save. It's them being unselfish. If they could save 1 Jedi, both Yoda and Obi-Wan know that it's worth the risk of going back to the temple to do so. So anyone saying that there are Jedi around is making a huge leap, a huge presumption, and wanting there to be Jedi. There are no Jedi. Lucas has literally clearly said all the Jedi die in Order 66. This is very important. Are there 1, 2, 3, 5 stragglers? Okay, maybe. They get killed very quickly during and right after Order 66. At no point in any time in Star Wars is it stated that Darth Vader is going around the galaxy and hunting Jedi and destroying them. Wrong. What is happening is the EU, and this is the problem with the EU. The EU is beautiful, and there are stories of Vader after Order 66 going around and hunting and killing Jedi. That is not what the movies say. The movies are canon. The EU is not. Sorry. Vader helped the Empire hunt down and destroy the Jedi Knights. And that's what we saw. Literally, Vader, Anakin, goes, hunts down the Jedi, and destroys the Jedi Knights. Not after the Republic falls and the Empire and he's going all around the galaxy hunting Jedi. No. There are no Jedi. The movie is called A New Hope because Luke Skywalker is the New Hope. There are no Jedi. Obi-Wan, Yoda, Luke Skywalker. Period. That is the point. That is why Luke is important. That is why his whole story, arc, trials and tribulations, the stakes, is because if Luke fails, we all are fucked. That is the point. There is one Jedi and only one. The last Jedi, Luke Skywalker. There is no, if Luke fails, there's an option. Yes, there is another, Leia. Leia does not have any formal training. Leia is not the one that is supposed to face Vader. If she was, then they would have stressed of going after Leia and teaching her. Obviously, she is not. Leia is a diplomat, a strategist, a leader. She is not one that's going to be picking up a lightsaber and running around like a Jedi. That is not in her character. Not because she's not tough. She's a badass. She's the baddest woman in all of Star Wars. Nobody's taking nothing from Leia. She's just not a Jedi running around with a sword. That's all. Luke is the final hope for the galaxy. This is why Luke is important. This is why Luke is fantastic. This is why Luke matters, because he saves all of us. There is no plan B. There is no Ahsoka Tano. There are no other Jedi, like she says in The Mandalorian. That's all bullshit. There is no other Jedi. Luke Skywalker is the New Hope. That is the stakes and the importance of Obi-Wan keeping his ass on Tatooine and not running around, because he has to protect Luke and make sure that that boy gets a proper chance to train. Why? Because he's the only one that can defeat or potentially redeem his father, Darth Vader. Not Ahsoka or Asherad Het or all these other Jedi that in the EU are floating around and convoluting your minds. The movies are canon, and it clearly states there are no other Jedi. Obi-Wan, that boy is our last hope. Yoda, Luke, when gone I am, the last of the Jedi you shall be. There's no argument, guys. It's, period, conclusive. George Lucas said it. There are no Jedi. Period. So, part of the argument is Obi-Wan sends out a message to the surviving Jedi. Okay, the 3 stragglers that end up dying like 5 minutes later. Also, as I have always said, in A New Hope, Luke is the only Jedi. There's 19 years between Sith and A New Hope. So if 3 little Jedi were floating around and they eventually get killed, fine. That's irrelevant. What matters is in A New Hope from May 25th, 1977, Luke Skywalker is the only Jedi. Is there some stragglers between Sith and Star Wars? Okay. Doesn't really matter. What matters is from the moment that Star Wars starts, Leia's Tantive 4 escaping from the Star Destroyer, being chased in space above Tatooine, the only Jedi, and he's not even a Jedi at that point. He's the potential, right, Jedi. The one that the New Hope is Luke. Did 2 or 3 Jedi possibly escape and survive Order 66? Fine, but it's irrelevant because when A New Hope starts, and this is the key point, there are no Jedi. Ben, Yoda, Luke. period. Not because I want it to be, because George Lucas says it, because Yoda says it, Ben Kenobi says it. It's literally there in the dialogue. There is no option, but maybe, but this. No. There is no Grogu. There is no Ahsoka. There is Luke Skywalker. Now let's continue. Sends out a beacon. Okay, well, that's irrelevant because, again, there are no Jedi in A New Hope. Obi-Wan and Yoda, of course, do not have to know that there are more, or even that they die before A New Hope. Okay. Yeah. Yoda, of all people, would absolutely know if the last Jedi died or what's going on. Yes, he would. He feels things across the galaxy because he's fucking Grandmaster Yoda. Hello. He feels disturbances in the Force, and so does Obi-Wan feel that Alderaan gets blown up. Now, granted, that's a pretty massive event, but still, he picks it up. Remember that Yoda and Obi-Wan aren't like your typical Jedi. They are council members, they are masters, and they are exceptional, wise Jedi. Obi-Wan is wiser than Mace Windu. So to say that Yoda and Obi-Wan, of all people, don't know that there's last remaining Jedi, yes, they do. Furthermore, if there were other options, if there were other Jedi, they would have communicated, they would have gone and found each other. Either Obi-Wan would have left to get this Jedi, or Yoda would have sent a message, or those Jedi would have sought out Yoda and Obi-Wan. Use your brain. There are no Jedi. Obi-Wan, Ben, Luke. They would absolutely know if there are any Jedi. Before Episode 4, whatever, it doesn't make a difference. What matters is from the moment that you see the Tantive 4 above Tatooine, there are no Jedi. Aside from that, Episode 4, Obi-Wan tells Luke that Vader helped track down and destroy the Jedi Knights. Yes, because you're interpreting it that he's running around the galaxy and chasing all these. What he was saying is what we saw. Literally, him going into the temple and hunting down and killing the Jedi Knights. Not that for the next 30 years he's bouncing around the galaxy, hunting down and chasing Jedi. No. They're dead. Get over it. The mass 98% of all the Jedi get wiped out in Order 66. They're not all on Coruscant, but they're wiped out across the galaxy. Like, it's not even an argument or a thought. It's a fact. If you've been paying attention, it's what happens. Vader shot them down, which he does not shoot them down. He hunted them down, right, is what he says. Ahsoka admits that she is not a Jedi. Okay, now we're going to tackle this nonsense. And even she could have closed herself to the Force and become a random warrior. Okay, we're going to go with the Jake Skywalker, but here's where I'm going to shoot a million holes into that bullshit. It's an idea that doesn't work with Luke. Well, you see, first of all, and again, I'm not attacking David because this is really good points. All right, so I'm not trying to like belittle him. I'm just saying you're not thinking hard enough. First of all, you can't say that Luke, Jake, the most important of all the Jedi, the most powerful of all the Jedi in the history of the Jedi Order, can just shut himself off. But then you're contradicting what you're even saying here, that, well, Ahsoka could, but it doesn't make sense for Luke. No, well, if one can do it, and she's not even a Jedi, well, then obviously Luke can do it. He's the most powerful of all the Jedi. You can't support your own statement by saying that she could, but he couldn't, or he couldn't, or he could. You can't do that. You're in your own sentence of defeating your own example. But anyways. But Ahsoka is another kind of character. She herself admits to Rex that she has been a general longer than a Jedi. Ahsoka is not a regular Jedi, just a Force user, an excellent warrior, and I think she works perfectly. Okay, so here's the other argument. That Ahsoka's not a Jedi, so that's why. All right. Here's where I'm going to break Dave Filoni's whole shit. So before I do that, let me see what you guys are saying. I think I'm going to go now. I can't stay awake. Good night, James. good to see you, and I will see you Thursday. I'm doing the live stream, and Friday I will do the investor call, and then Friday I will do Rogue One. You've done this for 10 hours with hardly anyone watching the entire time. Just go eat breakfast. I do this every week, and more people than you know watch. What are you even rambling about? Ahsoka. Drink decaf. Anyways, what's the deal with decaf? How do they get the caffeine out of there, and where does it go? I don't know. I think it's just weak beans. I don't drink decaf, so I can't tell you. I drink iced tea, yes. For 10 hours plus, yeah. All right, so with that said, here's where Filoni's shit falls apart. She's clearly a Jedi. George Lucas created Ashla to be a 13-year-old girl Jedi specifically so that his 13-year-old daughter would have a character that she could directly relate to. That is why Ashla was created. He created Ashla and said, here, Dave Filoni, here's the principle, here's the main character, this is the idea. You develop her. I want her to be Anakin's apprentice so that he learns responsibility and has some care instead of being so flippant and arrogant all the time. So while George is still around, Filoni very much was developing her the right way. She's Anakin's apprentice. She's always around him. Everything's fine. Okay. As George starts to pull away and get away from Star Wars, Filoni continues on, but now starts creating his own fan fiction. Now he makes Ahsoka leave the Jedi Order, and she's no longer Jedi. Okay. Now, let's first decipher that. You are a firefighter. You do it since you're like 2 years old. At around 15-ish, you decide that you don't want to be a firefighter anymore. So you now leave the firehouse. You say, I quit. You don't officially work as a firefighter for the department of your city's fire department. Does that mean you forgot how to be a firefighter? You forget all your skills and don't ever use them for good anymore? That if your neighbor's house is on fire, you're going to say, no, I'm not a firefighter anymore, so, too bad. I know all about stopping a fire, but too bad. I'm not a firefighter anymore. Does that change your morals, your personality, your character? No, it just means you're not a firefighter anymore. You don't do it as your job. It doesn't mean you stop knowing or you stop caring. So Ahsoka, by title, leaves the Jedi Order. No argument. She's not a title of a Jedi. But stop blowing smoke up everybody's ass. We know she's a Jedi, for Christ's fucking sake. She behaves as a Jedi. She acts as a Jedi. She thinks as a Jedi. She's using Force powers. She's wielding 2 lightsabers. And you're telling me she's not a fucking Jedi. Stop being freaking ignorant. She's a Jedi. And you all know it. Just because she doesn't want to have the title doesn't mean she's not a Jedi. Second, she never cuts herself off from the Force. She continues to go on doing Force things, even in season 7. She's not at all a Jedi, but yet she's using the Force left and right to the point where she defeats Darth fucking Maul, but she's not a Jedi, right? Right. You see, when it's convenient, you all want to say she's not a fucking Jedi. She's a goddamn Jedi. Stop with that bullshit. So, it's this excuse that, well, that's why it's okay that she's around later, because she's not a Jedi. And even if all the Jedi are dead, well, she's not a Jedi. Bullshit. You know it. I know it. We all know it. She's a Jedi. Stop with that bullshit. So then you've got, in season 7, Darth Maul literally tells her there's a Sith Lord controlling the Senate, and Anakin is going to turn into Darth fucking Vader. In so many words, he literally tells her this. And instead of Ahsoka, Jedi or not, doing the correct thing and going, which, by the way, this non-Jedi is hanging out with the Jedi and asking them for their help. To help with the Mandalorians. But, you know, she's cut off from the Force and she's not involved with the Jedi and she doesn't care about the Jedi. Right. So she's standing there in front of all the masters and saying, hey, help us with Mandalore. It's important. And they're like, we got other shit going on, kid. You know, there's a war going on. And instead of her right then and there saying, oh, by the way, Darth Maul just revealed to me that there's a Sith Lord controlling the Senate, that Anakin is going to become Darth Vader. He doesn't literally say he's going to become Darth Vader, but that he's Palpatine is searching for a young chosen one that's going to be his apprentice. And I mean, he spells it out. And instead of Ahsoka right then and there saying to the Jedi, and she's not a Jedi, but she's right there with the Jedi asking them for help. And Anakin gives her new lightsabers because, you know, she's not a Jedi. She betrays the entire Republic, the entire galaxy, by not telling the masters that there's somebody controlling the Senate and that Anakin's about to become Darth fucking Vader. She is a traitor to the Republic, who yet is hanging out with the Jedi, powerful enough to stop and capture Darth Maul because, you know, she's not a Jedi. Okay. So right there, that falls apart. Now, fast forward to A New Hope. There are no Jedi, but we'll play the Filoni Ahsoka game. The Empire takes over. Anakin has fallen to Darth Vader. Everything is in total complete shit. And whether she is by title a Jedi or not, she's still a fucking firefighter. And the galaxy is on fire. She doesn't fight any battles. She doesn't try to save anyone or do anything about it. She doesn't seek out Master Yoda or Obi-Wan, the only two survivors of Order 66. She doesn't sense them. She doesn't search them out. She doesn't care. Yoda doesn't know that Ahsoka's alive, who he has had tons of interaction with since she's like 2 years old. Obi-Wan, who you see in the Clone Wars, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Ahsoka are constantly together. Obi-Wan doesn't know that she's alive. So none of them know each other's alive. None of them seek each other out, Jedi or not. Ahsoka does absolutely nothing. So she's a coward. So she betrays the Republic and puts us all in this situation. And she's a fucking coward because she's sitting around in A New Hope while everybody's freaked out. How are we going to do? What are we going to do with this galaxy and figure out how to defeat Vader? And Ahsoka's just chilling because she's not a Jedi and doesn't want to get involved. She's a coward. So she's first not a Jedi, and she's also a traitor to the Republic and a complete coward. Is that your Ahsoka? That's your hero? Okay. So now we go through 3 films of Luke Skywalker getting his ass whooped, going through all this stuff, becoming very powerful, saves the galaxy, all their friends going around, and all this stuff. No Ahsoka, no Grogu. These two are just like vanished from the galaxy because she's not a Jedi. We get to The Mandalorian. Ahsoka. What is she doing? From the very first second of her episode, chopping people up with dual lightsabers. Oh, just like a Jedi would do. Using force powers, just like a Jedi would do. She meets Grogu and learns his whole story because she's communicating through that Skype bullshit through the Force figures out his name, knows his whole story, tells Mando that his name is Grogu, that he trained by many Jedi masters in the temple in Coruscant, which, as I mentioned earlier, doesn't even match up. If you go 0 BBY to 7 ABY Jedi, plus 5 years is 12, plus 19. Grogu's like 3 years old, guys. He would not be trained by several Jedi and be all this and that. He would be a little squirt that doesn't know how to even hold his hand up. Never mind training with multiple masters. It's ridiculous. Order 66 happens. There's nobody. Where's Grogu? He's so important. He's the last of the Yoda species. He's not on any cameras. He's not in any conversation. Obviously, because he doesn't exist. This is Filoni trying to fit him in, making up some ridiculous story. So, Ahsoka, the non-Jedi, is using the Force to talk to Grogu through the Force, learn his name, learn his story. Which, why is she learning his story if he was always there at the temple? How come Ahsoka never met baby Grogu? If he was so special and he was trained by all these masters and he was such a big deal, how come Ahsoka doesn't know Grogu until that moment when she meets 50 years later in the freaking woods and the Mandalorian? Do you see how this does not add up? Because if he was there, she would know about him. She learns about him in the woods in the Mandalorian. His name, his story. She tells it to Mando. She uses the Force. She literally uses the Force to push a rock and to fight against the magistrate and to do all these things in the Mandalorian. So don't tell me she's not a Jedi. I don't care if she carries the title of Jedi. She's a goddamn motherfucking Jedi. And stop with that bullshit. We all know it. She's using the Force and fighting with dual lightsabers. She is a Jedi. Don't give me this, well, she cut herself off from the Force bullshit, because she's sitting there reading Grogu's mind and telling the story of Grogu. So your whole argument is nil. Now, she has the nerve to then say, go to Tython. There's a seeing stone. Put him there, and you'll be able to find the last of the Jedi. Okay, Miss Coward. Why didn't you all this time go find the other last Jedi? You know, the galaxy's kind of in trouble. Maybe you should have tracked down somebody. Maybe you would know freaking Luke Skywalker, who the whole galaxy knows because it's on the HoloNet. 2 Star Destroyers are destroyed, and she doesn't know who Luke Skywalker is, or to seek out Luke Skywalker, or she didn't feel a tremor in the Force that Yoda died, or that Ben Kenobi died, that she was around the whole time. We've just proven she didn't cut herself off from the Force, but yet you're telling me that she doesn't know that these people died, or that it's important, or that she should find Luke or Leia. Her master is the father of Luke and Leia, but coward Ahsoka never bothered to find them, protect them, make a choice. Even if she doesn't want the title of Jedi, Ahsoka has a good heart. She's a good character. She wouldn't have gone and sought out the children of Skywalker. This is, again, the stupidity of Dave Filoni, trying to fit something that's already established, trying to bring his pet and just force her into it. And when you make up bullshit like that, it doesn't fit. You're going to have problems. And I am showing you the problems. So she tells Mando to take Grogu to the Seeing Stone. Why the hell didn't she go to the Seeing Stone? Why isn't she seeking out the other Jedi? Even if she doesn't want to be an official Jedi, wouldn't she have a good heart and mind? Be like, hey guys, we kind of got to communicate and know what's going on and help each other. And we need to fix this because, you know, the Empire and now the New Order's coming. So she's obviously Jedi because she's acting as a Jedi. She knows the Force. She's using the Force and fighting like a Jedi. She is a traitor to the Republic. You cannot argue that. Shut the fuck up. She betrayed the Republic. And she's a goddamn coward. Up until Order 66, I loved Ahsoka. Order 66 on, fuck that piece of shit. Dave Filoni. Furthermore, I'm being kind because George Lucas actually didn't say she dies in Order 66. What George Lucas always said is Ahsoka dies. And you guys will know that if you've been paying attention, that years ago at Celebration, Dave Filoni had the nerve to come out with a t-shirt that says Ahsoka lives. Not Ahsoka survives Order 66. Ahsoka lives. Because in reality, Ahsoka wouldn't even make it to Order 66. Why? Because between Attack of the Clones and Sith is where she would have had to have died. She would have had a very short stint from the time at around 13 she goes to be Anakin's apprentice to where she would get killed. Because we would see her in Revenge of the Sith. Even if it was just a split second, a mention of her name, a reference, her lightsaber, something, she would exist in Revenge of the Sith. You don't just go from Clone Wars cartoon, that's his apprentice, is always around, snips, R2E, Sky Guy, and then all of a sudden, poof, she's gone from the galaxy. Oh, because she left the Jedi Order. That was Filoni's excuse. Well, you don't see her because she leaves the Jedi. But yet you see her in the Clone Wars Season 7 interacting with the Jedi, trying to make a deal to get them to help the Mandalorians, betrays the Republic, and the whole thing where Vader at the end finds her lightsaber and knows that Ahsoka's around. Yet, there's no mention of that in Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith, or A New Hope. Why? Because she is dead. She does not exist. She doesn't even make it to Order 66. That's me being generous. Because what Lucas literally actually said is, Ahsoka dies. Why? Because Lucas knows his own story, and he knows that she can't be alive in A New Hope. That is Filoni insisting on not letting his pet go. She's dead. There is no evidence of her because she's dead. She doesn't exist. She lived a very short stint. Something that people also tend to forget. The Clone Wars, guys, is literally 3 years. 22 BBY to 19 BBY. It's not like this big drawn-out 10-year battle. Ahsoka's time is very little. If Anakin meets her at about 13 towards the beginning of the Clone Wars, by the end of the Clone Wars, at best, she's like 15, 16 years old. Her life is very short-lived, sadly. I mean, she does make it till about 15, but from the time she meets Anakin Skywalker, another one of his failures, and another reason why he turns, and George Lucas has touched on this, is the failure of Ahsoka, that he let her down and loses Ahsoka. You see, because in the movies, in the canon, we understand that he loses his mother and Padme. But the Clone Wars cartoon brought in the aspect that people don't want to admit or don't want to see, is that he also failed Ahsoka, and she gets her ass killed. So he loses Shmi, he loses Ahsoka, and then he loses Padme. And this is what makes Anakin mad. Mad isn't crazy. Now, Ahsoka's fan fiction. That's Clone Wars cartoon. It's not true canon. But if we're going to play by the rules that you all want to make Ahsoka a real thing, well, this is what happens. She dies early, young. Anakin fails. So there is no Grogu. There is no Ahsoka later on in A New Hope and hiding out, and she's not a Jedi. All of that is nonsense. You're not thinking. You're not connecting the dots. And I still have more. Okay? But just to remind you, she dies. It's very clear. The maker says so. And we also see it in the films. There would be evidence of Ahsoka if she was there. That was thrown in for fun for his daughters to have someone to relate to in the cartoon. But even at that, George Lucas does not break his own canon. He knows his story. She was there for 2 to 3 years just to give Anakin some responsibility, have that failure. She dies. Everything moves on. And that's that. There is no her at Order 66 and capturing Maul. And that's all Dave Filoni fan fiction. Okay. So in The Mandalorian, she's using Force power. She discovers who Grogu is, claims that Grogu, who doesn't even fit, was in the temple and blah, 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 and bullshit. But whatever. She's not a Jedi, right? She tells Mando to go to the stone. Why doesn't she go to the stone? Why doesn't she find Luke? Why doesn't Luke go to the stone and find Ahsoka or find other people? Because that should, first of all, Tython was destroyed in the EU many years ago. Tython's not even there. But we'll pretend Tython's there. And Ahsoka never occurred to her to go to that stone and search out the few Jedi because, you know, I thought Ahsoka was good and Ahsoka cared and Ahsoka was great. Even if she's not officially titled of Jedi, she's not going to do the right thing. No, that's right. She's a coward and a traitor to the Republic. So you see, you're not going to win. If you want to insist that she's not a Jedi and that's why she's still around, well, she's a piece of shit. And if you don't want to admit that she's a piece of shit, well, then you have to admit she dies before Order 66. There's no way around it. You lose, period. Ahsoka is non-existent. It's fiction. No matter how much you might want Ahsoka, love Ahsoka, sorry. There's more. She's nowhere to be seen. She shows up in The Mandalorian. She's running around and doing all this stuff. Rise of Skywalker. At the end, I am all the Sith. Rey dies. Out of nowhere. She stops Palpatine's lightning, and then she just like falls and dies for no reason. Nobody even has any explanation. She just like, I guess she just got tired and just dies. Just falls and dies for whatever dumbass reason. She just falls right there. Like, this literally happens in The Rise of Skywalker. If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. She fights Palpatine a little bit, and then just dies. Just collapses, falls. So then she's laying there. Palpatine's cackling, whatever. And then all the Jedi start speaking to Wonder Rey. Rey, get up, Rey. Believe in yourself, Rey. Use the Force, Rey. And guess who we hear? Ahsoka. The only way that you can become a Force ghost, the only way that you can communicate from the other side is that you're not only A, a goddamn Jedi, but B, a master with huge amount of wisdom and decades of training and meditation. Not even just any Jedi can do this. You must be a top-notch fucking Jedi to communicate from the other side. Thus, Mace Windu, Qui-Gon, Yoda, Obi-Wan, these are the voices we hear. Anakin, all acceptable because these are they're not grandmasters by title, but you understand, grand Jedi. And who do we hear? Ahsoka, the non-Jedi, 30 years later, closer to 40 years at that point, because it's the end of Rise of Skywalker. After all the stuff that has happened, we hear Ahsoka, the not a Jedi, talking to Rey from the other side and giving her power so that then Rey miraculously gets up and Palpatine says, I am all the Sith. And Wonder Rey says, and I am all the Jedi. And all these Jedi that have no reason to give a shit about Rey, who never trained, who never earned, who never did nothing, but they all stand up and put themselves into Rey, and she's able to beat her grandfather, who died 30 years ago, but is back alive because of a clone, because of that and the other. So no matter how much you try to justify Ahsoka and give me that bullshit, but she's not a Jedi, but the Order 60, no. None of it works. And I didn't even touch on Rebels and all that whole bullshit that she discovers the world between worlds with Ezra and that she survives Darth Maul, Darth Vader, and Darth Sidious. This little girl who's not a Jedi is able to survive Maul, Sidious, and Vader. So when you look at things in isolation and you want to try to make them fit because you just love Ahsoka and you just love Dave Filoni and he just has to have his little pet and it breaks your heart that Ahsoka had to die, and you want to look at something in isolation, yeah, you can make it fit. But when you understand the goddamn Star Wars universe and the lore and the entire timeline, as I have just destroyed Dave Filoni and Ahsoka, you understand that she died before Order 66. And that all of this stuff, Mandalorian, Rebels, Clone Wars cartoons, Resistance, High Republic, all of it is fan fiction. Because you cannot, and that's just Ahsoka, not to mention all the other bullshit that they broke and made up and did stupid. Just Ahsoka alone decanonizes all of Disney stuff and threatens to break Star Wars. Anything that threatens 1 through 6 is not canon. It's not real. So they can do all the multiverse and world between worlds and we're going to have parallels and you'll see it's going to fix it. No, what it's going to do is make it worse. Because now it justifies Ahsoka bouncing around and why she's alive and blah, blah, blah. And the most important thing I need to stress and remind you guys, if you have this, which is Star Wars, it has always been for 43 years, at least 35 years until Disney got a hold of it. And now you have like all the stuff that's breaking it because Disney can't make up their mind and keep their own canon straight. But now you're going to make a multiverse. So now there's 2 timelines. Which one now is the real one? Today, Tuesday, it's this one, and on Thursdays, it's this one. And then 7 years are going to go by, and Disney's going to be like, you know what? UT, actually, that's not really real. That's actually just another timeline. And maybe this is what really happened from a certain point of view. So now you're going to look 8 years down the road, 15 years down the road, and there's going to be this timeline and this timeline and this timeline and that timeline, and it all is non-canon, and it all doesn't matter, and it's all a multiverse, and it's all, whatever you like. If you're a Reylo, here you go. If you like Ahsoka, here you go. If you like George Lucas old school bullshit, whatever, maybe it's real Star Wars or not, well, there you go. If you're into Rebels, well, here you go. And now we've gone away from the whole point of canon. The whole point of Star Wars is the true reality of the world, true history, canon, Star Wars. We've now have created whatever you feel like in your mood today is what Star Wars is. All of that rides on Ahsoka Tano and that worlds between worlds bullshit. So the next time you think, or someone tells you like, yes, this will work, multiverse, world between worlds, we'll just have, the sequel people have their thing and we have our thing. It's not going to work. It's going to make the whole thing much worse. It now opens the door, just like you all gave a pass with Luke Skywalker for 30 seconds and everybody busted a nut and was like, yay, Star Wars. Well, now you're going to have a multiverse and you're going to do the same thing and open the door wide open for Disney and phony baloney, macaroni, David fan fiction asshole to 5 years from now be like, you know what? Because he's literally has said this. Luke wasn't really the hero. It was actually Leia. Luke just opened the cell door and then Leia bust out and saved everybody. Luke Skywalker didn't do anything because I'm soy boy Dave Filoni. This is out of his mouth. He said this, guys. I'm not exaggerating. I mean, he literally said Luke doesn't do anything. He opens the cell door and lets out Leia, who saves the day. She does everything. So Luke shooting the torpedoes down the shaft, fighting Darth Vader, training, all that stuff is out the window because soy boy Filoni and his little macaroni fangirl obsession with Ahsoka don't give a shit about you. He don't give a shit about Star Wars or George Lucas or canon or none of it. He cares about his career and getting his little Ahsoka show. All of this was, yes, Kathy, whatever you want, Kathy, because I just want to make an Ahsoka show and make my little mark. Look, everybody's going to think I'm great because I made the Ahsoka show that completely destroys Star Wars. I wish I had a gavel because the case is closed. No matter how much you try to justify it and argue it and explain it, bullshit. You know it. I know it. Filoni knows it. And if you didn't know, now you know. There is no way around it. There is none of that. But she's not a Jedi. She is a Jedi. She is using Force powers. She's behaving as a Jedi. And she's in the goddamn Rise of Skywalker saying, Rey. So don't give me that bullshit. When it's convenient, Filoni's like, well, but she's not a Jedi. She's just a lone wolf running around and all this. But then when it's convenient, oh, well, she uses the Force and learns Grogu's name and is floating a rock at him and, tells Mandalorian his whole story. And she knows where the Seeing Stone is, but yet she doesn't use it. And she defeats Maul and Sidious and Vader. When it's convenient, you can't have it both ways. You can't. She's not a Jedi, but yet she's doing Jedi shit. That's not how it works. Either Ahsoka died, which that's what happened. I mean, there's not even an argument. George Lucas said so. Period. Game over. Or she is a coward and traitor to the Republic. So if you don't want to accept that she's dead, then you must admit she is a coward and traitor to the Republic. There's no way out of it. Or third, you can say, well, yeah, you're right, dude. She is actually freaking Jedi, and this whole shit is stupid. There's no way out of it. When you base your life, your stories, your everything around lies, you have to tell a lie on top of the lie to cover the first lie. Then you have to tell a third lie to cover the first two. Then you have to tell a lie on top of a lie on top of a lie to cover all the previous lies, and it just keeps going and going. It's like a child. Dave Filoni is like an 8-year-old boy who lied to his mommy, and now he's having to lie because he thinks we're assholes, we're idiots, and he knows all about Star Wars, and we're not going to realize, oh, well, wait a minute, well, obviously Ahsoka's a Jedi because she's floating things around. There are no great Jedi. There are no people just floating around using the Force because they're not a Jedi or Sith. That's not how it works. Are there light and dark side users? Yes, it's not to say that you definitively have to be a Jedi. But when you are behaving like a Jedi, talking like a Jedi, interacting with Grogu, knowing that through the Force that he was back in the temple, and then you're later a Force ghost helping Rey. No, dude, you have painted yourself into a corner, and you're just a lie on top of a lie on top of a lie to justify Ahsoka, to justify Grogu, to justify, because what does Grogu technically do? He justifies Rey. Grogu is not about being cute. It's not about you. It's not about the story. It's not about Star Wars. As I just explained, he complicates and breaks Star Wars. Grogu serves two purposes. Cute to get your girls and all you people, Big Yoda. But more important, the main factor for Grogu is to justify Rey. Force heal, Force choke. Days within a week of Rise of Skywalker coming out, they set it up. Grogu uses Force heal in The Mandalorian to justify Rey 30 years later using Force heal. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Yoda, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, Anakin, Sidious, all these people are just assholes because none of them know how to or bother to use Force heal on anyone. They're all just dumbasses, lame pieces of shit. The chosen one, Grandmaster Yoda, Palpatine that manipulates the entire galaxy, who even says, well, we could figure out how to save Padme. If he could really, why didn't he just heal Anakin right there in Mustafar? He had to take him to the Coruscant, go through a whole trip, and put him into a goddamn robot suit because there is no Force heal. Hello. Grogu serves the purpose of justifying Rey. And Mando serves the purpose, as much as people don't want to admit it, to connect the sequel trilogy. There is no argument, a way around it, but no. They have made it very clear on several points. Mandalorian connects to the sequel trilogy. The sequel trilogy ain't going nowhere. And me, of all people, not my Star Wars, would be the first person to say, well, yeah, we got to get rid of that shit. And I would, if I had any hope or real solid evidence that we were getting away from it, I'd be the first one. But I'm always honest, I'm always realistic, and I do the research. And if I'm sitting here telling you this shit connects, it's because right now I can pull up an entire folder with at least 10 examples of Dave Filoni, Jon Favreau, Filoni too, but Jon Favreau saying we are connecting the sequels. Before The Mandalorian came out, the synopsis says the New Republic and the First Order in the synopsis of the show. The clones in the tanks are to set up for Snoke being a clone. They mention Order, New Order, various times throughout the show. There are tons of pieces of evidence, but outside of that, out of Favreau's mouth, he literally says we are connecting the EU, the prequels, the sequels, the OT, the Clone Wars. We're connecting all of it. I played it. Here, you know what? As I always say, rather than talk, I'll show. So enjoy. This is a little, 3-minute thing. And, just so you know that I'm not crazy and yelling and making shit up. And like I fucking say, when I tell you something, it's because the shit is fact.
You two were really the brainchilds behind the story. How much did you guys look at the extended universe and the extremely large canon of books that have been written around the Star Wars universe when you decided to make this? Or was it more looking at Return of the Jedi and just figuring out how you guys feel it should have gone?
Hey, you want to take it? I think it had more to do with Jedi and the continuation of 4, 5, and 6. This is 7. I think we were aware, we're respectful of the canon, but we really wanted to tell a story that interested us and delighted us, and we didn't really want any rules and parameters particularly. We just said, well, we can do anything we want with this story. What would be the most fun thing to do on this page and the next page and the page after that? And that was sort of the guiding principle, I think, more than the canon or anything that had come before.
I feel a responsibility to not just maintain, but help be a part of what pushes it all forward, and keeps it viable and exciting for future storytellers. And Kathy's really leading that charge, which is great to have her here. So she's about every movie I like, she's produced. So it's kind of mind-blowing.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology, spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology,
spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
You have to have a team of people
Kathleen Kennedy ain't going nowhere. Dave Filoni does not give a goddamn about you, canon, Star Wars, George Lucas, none of that. And as you clearly saw, and I can give you the link to the direct article, Jon Favreau said, it's really fun to see how we connect. We can connect the originals, the prequels, the sequels, the Clone Wars, the EU. Think of it as like ice cream. We've got a flavor for everyone. And while that sounds real good on paper, that's not how life works, and it's not how Star Wars works. Star Wars is one flavor. You like it or you don't. Some people will just say it's chocolate. Some people absolutely love chocolate. I love chocolate. Some people hate it. Some people are in the middle. Some people are literally allergic to it. But at the end of the day, it's not, we've got 18 flavors for everyone to come on board so we can make money. That's not Star Wars. Star Wars is, this is what it is. It's like a woman. It is what it is. You see what you get. You don't get to, today she's strawberry and tomorrow she's vanilla. That's not how it works. She is strawberry. You like strawberry or you don't. Can you maybe learn to love strawberry? Okay. But that doesn't mean you get to change strawberry into chocolate just because you want to. That's not how it works. There are not different flavors, and this is why we're in the problem of Star Wars. This is why it's broken and doing shit and not selling toys, and we got racist people working there. Because it's not different flavors. That is not an option. Star Wars is this. It is, period, what it is. There is no this, that, and the other. Timelines and multiverse and different flavors for everybody. That's not what Star Wars is. That is why Disney fails. Because instead of being true to chocolate and understanding it's chocolate and making the best goddamn chocolate that they can, they think, well, but if we have 31 flavors, then we'll get everybody to like it. Star Wars is not for everyone. Some people love it, some people hate it, some people in between. But you can't try to get everyone and break the franchise because we want everybody to like it. That's not how it works. It's not how life works, and it's definitely not how Star Wars works. Star Wars is what it is. Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau have clearly stated, we don't give a fuck about canon. We don't give a fuck about this or the other. We just want to tell stories. However, at this moment, does it fit? Does it matter? That doesn't matter. We just want to make the story that we're making right now. Dave Filoni, that worked next to George Lucas and understands the canon more than most people in this earth, and he doesn't give a goddamn about canon, respecting George Lucas or Star Wars. He cares about one thing, Dave Filoni, elevating his career and riding the Ahsoka wave as far as he can. And there's all these people like, but I love Ahsoka. And he's laughing at you like, you dumb fuck. She died back before Order 66. But as long as you all are going to buy it and you're all going to get Ahsoka, well, then I'm going to play your asses and keep making Ahsoka. I will tell you back from the beginning. I like snips. I have no problem with Sky Guy, R2E, she's Anakin's apprentice, that she's around. I have no problem with Ahsoka. But once Order 66 happened and she's still hanging out, and now she's in Rebels and Mandalorian and Lingering. She's in the fucking Rise of Skywalker. She's not a Jedi. I don't want to hear it. So I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I've more than proven my point. And again, I want to say to David Mendez, great post, great comment. I'm not attacking you personally. I very much appreciate that you thought it through. You wrote a very respectful comment, and know that my getting fired up there and yelling was not at you at all, in case you ever see this. I'm thankful and respectful of your post. I think it was great. And what I'm about to say, I don't say out of disrespect. I'm just saying, most of you see this. I see this. Like I said many streams ago, I walk into the crime scene. I don't see the dead body. I see the entire crime scene. It's just in my nature. It's a curse to some points where I see all the details. I see the book that's a little bit out of the place on the shelf, that the candle wax is bit off to this side, that the coffee mug ring, well, you can see that the coffee mug is moved, so stuff is out of place. I see it, even if I don't want to. I can't help it. I see through the goddamn matrix. It is what it is. I don't mean it as disrespecting anyone, but the truth is most of you see this and I see this. So when I see things like this, it's cute. I appreciate it. And this is a great post. His is actually legible, respectful, well thought out, great points. But unless you understand this from the get-go, and you're just looking at, well, but yeah, she's not a Jedi, but you know, it fits. And well, Obi-Wan did say that he hunted down the... No, you're not looking at this. You're not understanding. When you understand the big picture, then all those little pieces, you're already like chess. I'm 100 moves ahead of you. So anyways, thank you, David Mendez. If you ever see this, truly a great rebuttal, great points, and all that. But at the end of the day, the truth is the truth. Facts are facts. And you cannot get around everything that I just said. And if I really stressed it and I really thought about it and I really digged, I'm sure I could give you even more examples. Rebels, I haven't watched the whole way through. I've seen more than enough to know the bullshit and the ridiculousness and the problems. But if I really sat there and watched every last episode of Rebels and every detail, well, then I'm sure I could bring out 10 other points of stupidity by Dave Filoni. Well, we created the Darksaber. Favreau and Filoni created that, not George Lucas. Out of their mouths, they created the Darksaber that only a Mandalorian can use. But yet, Maul gets it and rules Mandalore. But then Sabine gets it and rules Mandalore. But yet, nah, I don't want it. She hands it to freaking Bo-Katan. Here, you should have it. She puts it down at one time. Ezra picks it up and walks off with it. So now he's the ruler of Mandalore. He gives it to Kanan. So now Kanan is the ruler of Mandalore. And then Kanan's like, here you go, Sabine. You can have it back again. So now she's back the ruler of Mandalore. And then she hands it to Bo-Katan, who then rules Mandalore. In the honor of my clan and the Mandalore, I accept this sword. Yet now we are here in Mandalorian. Not even breaking George Lucas's canon, your own Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, your creation, the canon you created, and you're saying that Bo-Katan cannot take the Darksaber from Din because she has to kill you and win it in combat, or else it's not real. Yet, hello, we've seen Rebels, we've seen the Clone Wars, dude. You're breaking your own rules. And you expect me to respect you. Ahsoka Tano died before Order 66. Case closed. Drink decaf. As much fun as all these mindless shows Filoni is making are, they make no sense for the canon. Not even his own canon. Guys, understand something. I'm a very kind, very fair, very honest person. If I could find good in Disney, if I could justify it, I'd be like, okay, well, I'll give them that. They did this right. They did... Disney, since October 31st, 2012, has not gotten a single thing right. Their first mistake, the EU, that's all fake. Legends out. Every last tweet they make, every last comment they make, every book breaks canon, every comic breaks canon. The movies contradict, 7, 8, and 9 contradict each other. Never mind the whole Star Wars saga. The comics contradict the movies contradict the books contradict the movies. Mandalorian contradicts the movies. Clone Wars contradicts the movies. Clone Wars contradicts Rebels. Rebels contradicts the movies. Rebels contradicts Mandalorian. Mandalorian contradicts Clone Wars. It's all a fucking mess. Not one piece of consistency that I can say, well, they got this tweet right, or this book right, or this storyline, this little arc is right. It's all wrong. They can't even get a tweet right. You've got racist working at Lucasfilm telling white people to fuck off or don't buy my book. You've got James Earl Jones' birthday, Darth fucking Vader, and right there next to MLK Day with Black History Month coming up, and they don't even say happy birthday to James Earl Jones, but they say happy birthday to Rose Tico, who nobody gives a goddamn about, who had zero impact on Star Wars. Meanwhile, Darth Vader, the icon of the whole fucking franchise, and they don't say happy birthday. Even after they are publicly embarrassed and reminded, hello, it's James Earl Jones' birthday. Why haven't you wished him birthday? And they refuse to wish him happy birthday. They can't even get a tweet right. Never mind a book, a comic, a cartoon, a movie, or The Mandalorian. The Mandalorian's a huge fucking mess too. Ahsoka's voice was indeed heard at the end of the Rise of Skywalker, like the last 10 minutes or whatever. It has been a little while since I watched it, but it basically goes down like this. Rey gets to Exegol, where Palpatine this whole time has been hanging out and manipulating everything. He's all the voices that Kylo has heard. Snoke, Vader, all these things that Kylo's chasing, it's all been Palpatine, who died in Jedi, but, he's back because of cloning. His essence jumped out and jumped into a clone, and there's Palpatine again. So he's all decrepit. Rey shows up at Exegol, faces Palpatine. She doesn't know he's there, but then he pops up on this robot arm. He's like, hey, I'm here. Look at me. Hey, Rey, I'm all the Sith. If you kill me, you're my granddaughter. So you should kill me so that by killing me, my essence will go into you. And then you'll be Empress Palpatine. So fuck your life. Just kill me so I can take your body. Okay, so kill me. You'll become Empress Palpatine. She's like, okay. Pretend she's good. First she says no. Then he does force lightning. The roof opens. He does force lightning into the sky. And I'm not talking about like a stream of lightning. He creates an entire lightning storm across the entire sky. Is taking out the entire fleet of ships. Somehow he doesn't hurt any of his own ships. But anyways, he takes out the entire resistance. He's just fucking up all their ships. Akbar, poof, just dies. Nobody cares. Nobody knows. He just dies. Off screen, fuck Akbar. Wedge, he gets all fucked up too, and I'm pretty sure he gets killed. It's been a while. So then he's like, hey, I'm going to roast all your people, but if you decide to actually become me and jump in my body, well, then I'll stop frying your people. So then she's like, okay, oh, fine, I'll kill you and I'll let you become Empress Palpatine, but yet not really because you'll be inside my body. But okay, sure. So then she pretends like she's going to strike him, but in reality, she lets her lightsaber go. And through the Force, she passes her lightsaber to Kylo Ren, who's in a totally different part of Exegol. This is where we have gone. Okay? She's passing lightsabers through the Force. Physical lightsaber through the Force to Kylo bitch boy Ren on the other side of Exegol. So Palpatine's like, well, fine then, fuck you. I forget, he shocks her or whatever. But anyways, or she exerts herself through the Force. I forget what stupidity it was. She collapses, she falls, she dies. At least momentarily. Ben gets the lights. Kylo all of a sudden becomes Ben Skywalker or Ben Solo, like I don't know where. He's now Ben Solo, has the lightsaber that she passed. He kills the Knights of Ren, who you see for all 3 seconds. They made this big deal about her, total bitch boys, and what was even the point? He takes them all out. They all could have killed him like 18 times, but okay, he kills them all. And Rey's laying there. I think I'm missing a part because there's a part where he comes up She somehow has another lightsaber because earlier she meets with Luke. Luke gives Leia's lightsaber to Rey. So now she has two lightsabers. Although when she walked in, I don't see her with two lightsabers. But anyways, she has her blue one. She teleports it to Ren. Then she somehow has Leia's lightsaber. So then they both have lightsabers, and they're both going to go after Palpatine. And then Palpatine shocks the shit, or like freezes them both, sucks the energy out of them. Oh, you're a dyad. You have more power because it's the two of you. And now he's all old and decrepit, and he sucks their life force. And now he becomes young, and he's like, oh, well, look, palm olive skin. I'm like all new. I've got lotion. So he comes back. He's all good. Blah, blah, blah. He chucks Kylo. Force, life sucked out of him and chucks him into a chasm. Down, gone. He should be dead. Anyways. And Rey just collapses. And it's like, dead. Okay. All the force, the energy is taken out of her. Fine. She's dead. She's laying there. And then a moment later, you start hearing the Jedi. First, it's Obi-Wan, I believe, is the first one. Rey. And they're all giving her like these little words of encouragement. I'm paraphrasing. Use the Force. Don't give up, Rey. You're so special. You're the bestest ever, Rey. All the Jedi are giving her these little messages. Qui-Gon, Yoda, Mace, Obi-Wan, Anakin. There's 2 or 3 other voices in there. And Ahsoka fucking, I'm not a Jedi. Tano says, Rey, get up. Don't give up. So then Rey, like, wakes up, gets her strength back, stands up. Palpatine tries to shock her. She, with one hand, is blocking his lightning. Mace Windu needed 2 hands. Big ass Mace Windu, the most powerful Jedi, needed 2 hands. But Rey, with her one little, toothpick arm, is holding the lightning. And Palpatine says, I am all the Sith. And Rey, all of a sudden, then uses the Force, gets the other lightsaber, brings it out in front, makes a cross, and says, and I am all the Jedi. And she pushes the lightning. Palpatine shocks himself. And this time, he like melts, kind of like, you remember Indiana Jones, the wax guy that like melts because they open the covenant? They're kind of sort of like that. And this time he's dead for real because Rey, the bestest ever, kills him for real. Luke, Darth Vader, those guys are pussies. Rey, the true Jedi, because she's a girl. And the Force is female. She really beats Palpatine this time. She kills him, and then guess what? Falls and dies again. I'm not even making this up. She literally collapses and dies again. And she's just there. And Kylo, who was sucked all the life out of and tossed like a rag doll down this big-ass chasm, well, he climbs back up out. And he comes over, holds her, force heals her, brings her back to life. You can't even make this shit up. Apparently, him saving her now sucks all the life out of him. Rey's back. She's like, oh my God. She kisses Kylo, who murdered millions of people, murdered his father right in front of her, who chased her, harassed her, hunted her, stalked her. I mean, has been wanting to kill her and her friends the whole time. And she kisses him. And then he just falls over and dies and fades off. Even better, fades off into the Force, which that's not how it works. Not all Jedi just fade off into the Force. This is not how that works. You must have training and you must be powerful and well connected in the Force to go into the Force like that. Otherwise, you just get burned. Or buried, or whatever the case. But anyways, Ben Solo, who 10 seconds ago is Jedi killer Kylo Ren, is all of a sudden Ben Solo and goes off into the Force peacefully like a true Jedi. That's the Rise of Skywalker. And yes, Ahsoka's voice, the "I'm not a Jedi," is there with all the Jedi, gives Rey the strength to stand up and defeat Palpatine for real this time. There's your Disney Star Wars logic. I couldn't make that shit up if I tried. I love what you're saying. Gonna try and send you an actual letter about my thoughts about this, but I'm at a fire in Wisconsin. Minus 10 at the moment, 10 a.m. I guess what you're saying. Are you a firefighter? That's interesting because I was making a firefighter analogy. You are more than welcome, all of you, to send me any email you like at any time. I'm more than happy to read your stuff. I'm a very reasonable and fair person. If I'm saying this shit, it's because I can back it up and I know what I'm talking about. But anyways, you are more than welcome. I'm more than happy to read your guys' comments, letters, whatever. NotMyStarWars 1977 at gmail.com. Or at the bottom of the description of all my videos and live streams, there's a physical address there. Send it to that name, send it to that address. Just please be kind and don't send me thermal detonators or snakes or whatever bullshit. Be a human being. If you want to send me a toy, a letter, a note, a smiley face, or a frowny face, whatever, you're more than welcome. Just mail me or write me at any time. You can also DM me on Twitter. You can message me in the Facebook group. There's many ways that you can reach me. I am more than happy and love to hear from you guys. So please, by all means, feel free. If it's a one sentence or you want to write me a whole long email, by all means, express yourself, and I'm very happy to look at it and receive it. I'm busy. I can't say that I'm just going to see it and right away be able to get to it, but pretty quickly I'm going to look at it. You know, I hate people that are like, I didn't see the email and I have too much. I don't want to hear that shit. If you care about your business, you care about what you're doing, then you look at your email. You know, some of these YouTubers, it's like, oh, I'm such a celebrity. I don't get a chance to see. I got 300 emails, so I don't have. Get over yourself, dude. I have email boxes with over 10,000 emails that I need to get to. But it is what it is. You need to get to them. You need to look, at least scan through and see what's not the typical spam, same email. It's not an excuse. And if you're really that big, then hire somebody to manage your goddamn email. This whole thing of I'm too busy and I didn't see your email, it's unacceptable. I'm sorry. I look at all your comments. I look at all your emails. Do I maybe miss 1 or 2 comments out of 5,000 comments? Well, okay. But anyways, NotMyStarWars 1977 at Gmail. You are always, all of you, more than welcome. You want to send me art, you want to cuss me out, you want to send me a letter, whatever. There it is. I totally agree for the most part. If you ever feel sad, just remember we've all got chicken duck woman thing waiting for us. Yes, there you go. Totally true. Oh, thank God about Filoni. He's about a guy trying to save his job. Yeah, that's all he cares about. He ain't worried about you or Star Wars or none of that shit. He don't give a fuck about George Lucas. He is there for Ahsoka and his career. Thanks for subscribing, Low Glow. Thanks for subscribing, Frosty Boy. Thanks for subscribing, Mo Lander Show. Again, these come later, so it was probably 5 hours ago, but thank you nonetheless. The Disney Star Wars crime scene. KK is a franchise killer. Yes, she is. Dana. Need a Generso break. Hey, I mean, don't threaten me with a good time, because, you know, I love me some Baby Jen. Whoops. How did that get in there? Anyways. Oh, where are we at? GETTR soap break, yes. Thank you for reminding me. Rose who? Yeah, exactly. Rose fucking who. And listen, I have nothing against Kelly Marie Tran. None of us do. That's another media nonsense. She's not my particular taste of woman, but she's a cute little Asian girl. Nobody hates her. Nobody has any problem with her. Well, we all know that her character is just the dumbest fucking thing ever. Nobody has any problems with Kelly Marie. But Rose is just fucking stupid. You thought Jar Jar was bad? At least Jar Jar does something. Jar Jar has significance. He literally could be the Sith Lord that's doing all of this. And Rose sexually harasses Finn. Great. Rose frees animals and leaves children as slaves. I'm not even going to waste my time on Rose. She's so fucking dumb. Disney has been ruining original properties for years. Freaky Friday, 17 Again, Shaggy Dog, etc. I knew once they did the sequels, it was going to be the same. Yeah. And now they did Splash, and they did a few other things. And now, just recently, like weeks ago, they announced, and right now I can't remember the specific ones, but there's like 3 or 4 films that they're doing a bunch of edits and cuts to and changing. Their own shit. Not even like shit they bought. Their own shit. Walt is rolling around in his grave. That guy was